The story begins in the remote village of Hage. On the same night, two infants were both abandoned at the church doorstep. The kind father quickly brought them inside and started a fire to warm them up. After a while, they both stopped crying and fell asleep. The father thought the two were twin brothers, but that didn't seem to be the case. One of the babies was incredibly calm and well-behaved, while the other was a bundle of hyperactive energy, thanks to the names sewn onto their clothes. The father learned that the quiet baby was named Beside him was a necklace. Before he could check the name of the lively one, the baby kicked him. The father quickly got up and discovered the rowdy boy's name was Asta. With his kindness, he declared that from now on, this would be their home. In a flash, 15 years went by. The old village was now in the middle of its harvest season. The diligent farmers used their knowledge of magic to make their work easier. A familiar loud shout rang out once again. It was Asta, now grown up, with a dream of becoming the Wizard King, and he was also busy proposing to his crush, Sister Lily. However, she was a woman dedicated to her duties and flatly rejected Asta's proposal. He didn't give up and switched to the tactic of kingship and begging. Seeing that words weren't working, Sister Lily pulled out a book. Not a civic education book, but a grimoire. Water creation magic sum and a pillar of water down on Asta's head to snap him out of it. Feeling she might have been a bit too harsh, Sister Lily rushed to Asta to check on him. The other children applauded, praising her decisive blow. But unexpectedly, the incredibly stubborn Asta still refused to give up, forcing to personally step in and stop this young suitor. The reason he did so was simple. Asta was short, loudmouthed, and completely clueless, so it was no wonder no woman found him attractive. Yuno's words stung Asta, because, after all, they were like blood brothers who had grown up together for 15 years. Couldn't be bothered with him and just wanted to help Sister Lily hang the laundry. He explained to Asta that a sister cannot get married. Asta knew that, but he couldn't give up so easily. So he switched to challenging to a fight to vent his frustration. However, refused, saying it would just be a waste of time. Even young Nash thought there was no way Asta could beat because he had no magic. Asta had long become the village clown in the eyes of the children. He was the only one his age who still couldn't use magic. Asta quickly told Nash that he was still his senior. But in a world where magic is everything, being unable to use it like him made him the bottom of society. Unable to let himself be laughed at, Asta decided to show off his skills to dazzle the kids his special technique, the lightning fast sifas. However, on the other side, Yuno's wind magic was far more captivating. With it, he could help it clothes dry faster, making washing machines completely obsolete. Asta, determined not to be underestimated, switched to a wood chopping contest. But with just one whirlwind strike, the log was torn to shreds by in a single afternoon. Nash found it hard to believe that and Asta were the same age yet so vastly different. Asta was about to pick a fight when the door, pushed open by the father, slammed into his face. To him, was the hope of this church. He was sure to become a magic knight, serving the Wizard King. Sister Lily rushed to comfort Asta. She believed that, at the upcoming grimoire acceptance ceremony, perhaps a grimoire would help Asta use magic. Asta immediately regained his confidence, believing he would get the strongest book and become a magic knight. Everyone who looked down on him would have to watch him as he became the next Wizard King. Then, he would return to rebuild this shabby church. Hearing his adopted son of many years insult his home, the father got angry and made him apologize. Asta believed thought the same way, but he just remained silent, quietly walked away, and gave him the cold shoulder. Asta ran off in a huff, making Nash wonder why he was so old yet so childish. Sister Lily later found and advised him to try to get along better with Asta. In the past, they had been very close. However, after an incident in the past where had to carry an injured Asta back all by himself, he swore he would never cry again. And also understood he couldn't get along with Asta. Also, since that day, Asta would always come home covered in dirt and mud. So both and Sister Lily wondered where he had been and what he was doing. It turned out that while they were talking, Asta had completed his workout of 1,000 one-handed push-ups in a handstand position on Skullbapit rock. After which, he drank a mixture of squeezed moguro leaves, hoping to increase his magical power. Asta was determined and not to give up on his dream, so he diligently trained his physical stats, hoping it would boost his magic damage. In this world, once a year in March, when the dandelion fluff flies in the wind, all young men and women who turn 15 throughout the Clover Kingdom gather to participate in the grimoire acceptance ceremony. The place they went to was like a library, but instead of books on how to get rich or pick up girls, this place was filled with nothing but grimoires. Asta believed once he got one, he could become the Harry Potter of the anime world. Among those who came were the children of well-off families, two of whom openly showed their disdain upon seeing lowly peasants like Asta and here. They sneered, wondering if the Durkwijkskake farmers planned to take the Magic Knight entrance exam in 6 months. Because only the children of nobility and royalty had enough magical power to pass. Furthermore, the rumor about Asta being unable to use magic made them mock him even more, treating Asta like a rare specimen, the only one of his kind in the kingdom. The master of the Grimoire Hour appeared and gave a speech to everyone present. Until today, no one from this region had ever become a Magic Knight, let alone the Wizard King. The Tower Master truly hoped that among them, someone could achieve great things in the future. Now, the Grimoire acceptance ceremony would begin. One by one, the Grimoires flew up and chose their owners. Each one was different. Some people got books as thick as a dictionary, while others got books as thin as your list of X-Mice lovers. There was even someone who got a book as small as a notebook. But in the end, everyone was excited and happy to have their own Grimoire. Only Asta stood there, dumbfounded, as his Grimoire was nowhere to be seen. The Tower Master told him to try again next year, while everyone around him laughed at Asta, claiming his uselessness was second to none. Just then, a bright light shone, capturing everyone's attention. It came from Uno's legendary First Leaf Clover Grimoire. Legend says the Grimoire bestowed upon the first Wizard King also had 4 leaves. It contained immense power and good fortune. With this rare item in hand, Uno confidently declared he would be the next Wizard King. Unlike Asta, he received the cheers of everyone around him. Though he lost again this time, Asta was not discouraged, believing that one day he would catch up to Uno. He declared himself Uno's rival. The crowd immediately mocked Asta for not knowing his place. As for Uno, he just walked away coldly, as if he didn't even see Asta. The father quickly told the family to go home to celebrate. Each person would get a whole 3 potatoes. The crowd began to disperse, and among them, someone had taken notice of Uno. That afternoon, Asta hung from a tree, unable to hide his sadness. Not only could he not use magic, but now he didn't even have a Grimoire. However, Asta was still Asta. Giving up wasn't in his vocabulary. If fate wanted to mock him, then he would fight back against it. Whether it took 10 years or 100, Asta would not stop trying until he got a Grimoire and fulfilled his dream of becoming the Wizard King, to prove to everyone that even a poor, orphan child like him could become strong. Meanwhile, Uno was cornered by 2 nobles. Blonde-haired one was furious because his spotlight today had been stolen by Uno. He decided he would use his newly acquired Grimoire to burn him to a crisp. However, Uno didn't even need to use his book to easily extinguish his opponent's flames. The blonde guy, realizing he messed with the wrong person, called for his partner's help. But before they could do anything, a swarm of chains flew out from the wall, attacking and binding them tightly. A mysterious figure revealed that his chain magic formation binds not only his enemies but also their magic. He introduced himself, saying he was once known as Revkai of Chain Magic. He was once very famous until he was expelled and became a lowly thief. Revkai's target now was Uno's First Leaf Clover Grimoire. Uno advised him it was useless to take it, as a Grimoire can only be used by the owner it chooses. However, Revkai didn't care because it was worth a lot on the black market. He felt sorry for Uno, who had run into him before he could even make a name for himself. Seeing his necklace was also valuable, Revkai decided to snatch it too. Just then, Asta shouted for him to stop, then appeared by smashing his face into a wall and kissing the ground. He quickly got up and declared he had come to save Uno, then called Revkai a despicable thief. He recognized Asta as the pathetic, uneducated kid without a Grimoire. Asta frankly admitted it and demanded he return the Grimoire to Uno. He found it hilarious, saying the only book Asta should receive is a book of life lessons. Uno told Asta to run, but there was no way he would flee from someone like Revkai. However, despite skillfully dodging the oncoming chains, Asta was captured before he could even touch his opponent. He struggled with all his might, but it was over, as Revkai unleashed his dance of the chain snakes. The chains taught Asta just how vast the power gap between them was. No matter how much he trained, he was still no match for Revkai. But even when beaten to a pulp, Asta held on to his determination to one day become the Wizard King. Revkai scoffed and told him that his chains could sense the magical power of anyone they touched. As for Asta, he didn't have a single drop of magic. He wasn't surprised that he didn't even get a Grimoire. In a world where magic is everything, Asta was no different from a weed. His words shattered Asta's mind as he learned the truth. Revkai assumed his genius friend Uno must look down on him. Honestly, Asta wasn't surprised, as Uno was considered a genius with a rare Grimoire, completely different from him. Revkai's insults about him weren't wrong. No matter how hard Asta tried, it was just a waste of time. However, just as Asta was about to give up, Uno spoke up. He confirmed that Asta couldn't become the Wizard King because that person would be him. However, Uno never saw Asta as a failure. To him, Asta was always his rival. Just that simple sentence was enough to reignite his will to never give up. Asta apologized to Uno for letting him see him in such a weak state. He vowed to take Rev Kai down in seconds. At the very moment Asta regained his fighting spirit, a grimoire appeared before him. It radiated a strange red color. And when it opened, a black sword slowly emerged and descended. Rev Kai couldn't understand how someone with no magic like Asta could use a grimoire. Moreover, if a 3-leaf clover symbolizes faith, hope, and love, and the 4th leaf of a foiver represents good luck, then the 5th leaf that appeared on Asta's grimoire belongs to the devil. Unlike the astonished Rev Kai, wasn't surprised at all. Because Asta always did the impossible, both now and in the past. It had always been that way. His childhood wish to become the Wizard King was because Asta wanted to protect and the people he loved, wanting them to live prosperous and happier lives. Most importantly, Asta wanted to prove that even if you're poor or an orphan, anyone who tries hard enough can become the Wizard King. 10 years ago, when Asta was a kid and was still just a crybaby, Asta was always by his side, promising to always be there for and protect his friend. After calming down, they both immediately ran to the top of the hill where everyone was waiting. Sister Lily was there with cookies ready for the children. Though they were a bit hard, Asta still tried to gnaw on one while expressing his intention to marry Sister Lily when he grew up so she could cook for him. But he didn't know the cookies were made by the father, so she asked if he wanted to marry the father, too. Of course, he refused and threw a tantrum, insisting on marrying Sister Lily, which made her pull out her grimoire to teach him a lesson. Wanted to talk some sense into his friend. But Asta was incredibly stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, he'd see it through to the end. Sister Lily took very good care of the children, and even often told stories to Asta, and the story she told was about a brave mage who appeared and defeated a demon, allowing this world to see the light again. Both Asta and the usually timid were very excited when they heard the story of the hero who would later become the Wizard King in the legend. It was thanks to Sister Lily's story that the seed of the dream to become the Wizard King was planted in the minds of Asta, and the Wizard King is now a title that has been passed down from one generation to the next. They are the ones who use magic to protect everyone. The Clover Kingdom enjoys such peace also thanks to the Wizard King. His greatness and power are second only to the king himself. At that moment, Asta made up his mind. One day, he would become the Wizard King. Sister Lily paused for a beat, completely surprised to hear that, and asked Asta for his reason. He said that the Wizard King who could defeat a demon must be very strong and cool. Most importantly, it was because, if he became great, Asta could help everyone he cared about be happy. Then, everyone could eat well, dress well, and this rundown church would become large and magnificent. Especially Sister Lily. Asta could give her anything she wanted. Actually wanted to become a Wizard King too. But because of his timid nature, he didn't dare to say it. Asta changed the subject back to asking to marry Sister Lily. But of course, he was still flatly rejected. Before long, the cold month of December arrived. Asta was still diligently practicing magic, but to no avail. He quickly turned to help Sister Lily hang laundry so he could talk about marriage. But her answer was still the same. At that moment, was on the verge of tears because he couldn't get Nash to stop crying. Asta told him to leave it to the future Wizard King. But when he held him, it was more like he was trying to swing Nash around until he got dizzy. It wasn't until Sister Lily stepped in that Nash finally calmed down and fell asleep. Just then, the father returned on his broom and asked the kids for a little favor. Asta eagerly volunteered, but the father flatly ignored him and gave the task to He asked him to deliver a letter to the village chief. Because it was too important, the father didn't trust Asta with it. Due to the harsh winter, they were forced to ask the village chief for more food. If this went wrong, the whole family would have nothing but dirt to eat. Asta told to just give it to him. But since the father had asked, would complete the task himself. Seeing that Asta seemed free, the father told him to go chop firewood. The others also started working to prepare for the coming winter and its cold. Meanwhile, in the village, a drunkard was kicked out of a pub for not having money to pay. He was incredibly furious when he happened to see run by, trip, and fall, along with his expensive necklace. A wicked idea immediately popped into the drunkard's head. Later completed his mission of delivering the letter to the village chief. Since it was already dark, he hurried back home, afraid of being caught by the boogeyman. That drunkard had been secretly following him and was waiting to ambush. On the other side, Asta noticed had been gone for a long time and wasn't back yet. So he told everyone to eat first because he was starving. Suddenly, Asta had a bad feeling that something was happening. At that moment, Yuno's necklace had been stolen by the drunkard, who planned to sell it for money. He even kicked away without a second thought for daring to wear such luxurious jewelry, despite being poor. Burst into tears, trying to stand up and demand the man return his necklace. He was about to use magic, but at his age, how could he fight against an adult? Just as was feeling helpless, Asta rushed in from behind and grabbed onto the man, determined to get his friend's necklace back no matter what. Despite being punched until his nose bled, Asta showed no fear or intention of giving up. Could only stand there and watch Asta get hit again and again, yet still clinging on like a leech. His persistence and fearless gaze made the drunkard wary. Realizing he'd run into a reckless kid, he decided to return the necklace, then left in a huff. Asta, now exhausted, collapsed. Rushed over to apologize. But Asta was happy he had fulfilled his promise to always be there to protect him. Back in the present, Rev Kai couldn't understand where Asta's grimoire came from. He controlled the chains to attack him, but Asta instantly slashed them into nothing. Shocking, Rev Kai as his magic was nullified. The muscles on Asta's body bulged. He rushed forward, declaring to the villain before him that even without magic power, he still wanted to become the Wizard King. Asta's magic was his refusal to give up. With that, he sent Rev Kai flying through the wall, defeating him. It's unexpected how useful all the muscles Asta built through relentless training day and night turned out to be. Had witnessed everything. His gaze was exactly the same as that time. The time when Asta lay in the cold winter, his face swollen from being beaten, yet still confidently declaring his dream to become the Wizard King to make everyone happier. Most importantly, he would prove that even if you're poor or an orphan, anyone can become the Wizard King if the author agrees. As long as one works hard and diligently, nothing is impossible. If Asta could do it, then could do it too. Hearing those words from him made resolve to never cry again. He had enough courage to declare that he also wanted to become the Wizard King, to become stronger to protect his friends. In the present, Asta excitedly showed, his grimoire. Though it was a bit old, he would cherish it for the rest of his life. Said that Asta had saved him again. One day, he would repay the favor. Then asked Asta if he remembered their promise. Of course, Asta hadn't forgotten, because on that snowy night, he and had declared themselves rivals. Kept his distance from Asta because he didn't want to get close to his enemy. However, it was Asta who gave him hope that no matter their origins, they could become great. They both shared the same dream. And now, they decided to compete to see who would become the Wizard King first. Long ago, the kingdom was ravaged by a giant demon. Under its power, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire and misery. With just one attack from its hand, the demon easily wiped out an entire street. Everything in its path was effortlessly swept away. At that moment, a hero appeared with his grimoire. He used S magic to block the demon's attack, then used his speed to continuously toy with the disaster before him. The young man used blades of light to surround the demon, then bound it tightly, channeling his magical power. He summoned from the sky a giant sword of light that pierced through and finished off the demon. That day, humanity was on the brink of extinction. But thanks to the mage who fought by himself, the future of mankind was saved. He was later hailed as the Wizard King and became a legend. And so, up to the present day, the Wizard King has become a title passed down through generations. No matter the era, the Wizard King will always be the one to protect the kingdom. The Magic Knight squads are the 9 squads, under the command of the Wizard King, each led by exceptionally talented individuals. This elite knight squad swears to protect the kingdom with their lives. Every citizen dreams of becoming a part of the Magic Knight squads or even becoming the Wizard King. At this moment, at Skullbout began to thruck, where the statue of the first Wizard King stands, the boss Skullbout began to threaten. Asta was practicing his 1-0 sword swings. After that would be drinking the Moguro leaf juice to increase his strength. Even though it tasted awful, a bird that was watching from a distance was offered some, but it rejected the bizarre drink Asta was having and flew away. Asta treasured his 5-leaf clover grimoire very much. Even without magic power, he was confident he was still better than most people. After saying that, Asta returned to his sword swinging practice. He believed that on the other side must also be training diligently, so he couldn't afford to lose. Currently, he was training hard to prepare for the Magic Knight selection exam, which would be held in the royal capital in 6 months. Was doing the same at this moment. He was gradually mastering his grimoire. However, thinking about Asta training day and night made want to practice a little more, because they were both determined and not to be surpassed by the other. With his talent, after the 1002nd strike, succeeded in shattering even rock with his wind magic. As for Asta, he continued to swing his sword, determined to become the #1 physical player in a world full of mages. Meanwhile, the father found it very strange when the Tower Master told him Asta also wanted to participate in the selection exam. Unlike him, the Master was disappointed that the students he had chosen were so cowardly. Just hearing about participating in the exam made them afraid to face strong opponents. They had begged the Tower Master and gave up on participating. The father wouldn't have been worried if was the one signing up. However, with Asta, he believed it was impossible for him and just a waste of time. However, The tower master could tell with just a glance that the father was afraid of feeling only if Asta went to the royal capital. Having been hit right where it hurts, the father still vehemently denied it, saying he was just worried Asta would be heartbroken if he was rejected. Sister Lily just laughed it off. Because who would believe his words? She also felt very lonely if he and Asta were no longer around. After all, the father was the one who raised them both since they were babies. To say he wouldn't be sad if they left would be a lie. Sister Lily also really wanted both of them to stay at the church if possible. But she also wanted to see Asta and do what they love. The tower master comforted the father, telling him not to worry. Would pass. While Asta would probably fail and be back with them soon. The father was overjoyed to hear that. However, he still expressed his concern about the grimoire Asta received. He originally had no magic, so the father couldn't understand how Asta got it. The tower master said he didn't know either. However, it seemed he knew something about the book. On the day Asta excitedly brought it to show the tower master, he had thought that a 5-leaf clover grimoire appearing in this kingdom was unbelievable. Right now, Asta was running straight home and past but decided to turn it into a race. So the two competed to see who could get back first. Asta was handicapped with a 100-pound sword on his shoulder. Yet he ran the whole way with to the door. However, from his observation, Nash saw that seemed to be faster. Asta, refusing to lose, wanted to compete to see who could enter the church first. Unexpectedly, used a spell to create a gust of wind that blew Asta into the sky, while he himself claimed victory with ease. The children were very surprised to see being so childish. For once, it seems he really did see Asta as a rival. Nash then wondered how long it would take to use up all the firewood had chopped. That night, Nash was woken up by Asta sleep talking about becoming the Wizard King. The next morning, while he was diligently practicing his sword swings, young Nash came to find him. Nash said he was just free and thought he'd swing by to see what an idiot like Asta was doing. Nash found it hard to understand since Asta clearly couldn't use magic. So why was he still trying to take the selection exam, even though he was guaranteed to fail? However, Asta believed nothing was certain. The proof was that he now had a grimoire in his hands. With his efforts, Asta believed he could get into the Magic Knight squads and then become the Wizard King. Nash didn't believe that could happen. Poor, abandoned children like them didn't have the right to dream like that. Hearing this, Asta slowly walked over to Nash and shouted loudly, telling the boy not to give up like that. As for him, he would continue to pursue his dream, no matter his circumstances. Asta believed anyone could become great, could achieve anything, could make their dreams come true. If you work hard, Asta swore he would prove it to everyone by fulfilling his dream of becoming the Wizard King. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Asta's hand shattered the boulder in front of him. Under the shining sunlight, Nash seemed to find a model of perseverance to strive for. That night, to send Asta off on their journey tomorrow, the father specially prepared a lavish feast full of dishes made from potatoes. Asta was moved and looked at the father with eyes full of love. The father said his party was mainly for because he thought would definitely be able to get into the Magic Knight squads. As for Asta, even if he failed, he shouldn't be ashamed, because home is a place to return to. Asta was furious, not knowing if he was being insulted or encouraged. The father reminded him that no matter how poor or tattered this place was, it was still his home. The children felt very lonely if Asta and weren't here anymore. Though not related by blood, they were a family. Asta wanted the father to say the same things to but the father believed he would be fine, so there was no need to worry. Sister Lily saw Asta's competitive spirit and chuckled. But when he switched to asking for her hand in marriage, she immediately used water to blast him into a wall without hesitation. Sister Lily quickly told everyone to eat before the food got cold. Today, there were all sorts of potato dishes prepared in 7,749 ways for them to enjoy. Though a bit dry, the kids found them delicious. Asta, the glutton, was immediately reminded not to take other shares. The next morning at dawn, everyone was present to see Asta and off. Nash, although he said on the surface that Asta would surely come back with his tail between his legs if he really could get into the Magic Knight squads, then the words Asta said to Nash that day, the boy would believe them and vow to one day join the squads too. And Asta then set off. He maintained his cold attitude, while Asta excitedly waved goodbye to everyone. Sister Lily watched their departing figures move because they had truly grown up. The day she first came here, the girl crazy Asta had immediately proposed to Sister Lily, only to get blasted by a spell. Remembering that made her chuckle. It seemed that thanks to Asta, had also become stronger. On the night Asta was beaten black and blue, had blamed himself terribly. The moment Asta felt a little better, the first words he said were still a proposal to Sister Lily. At that moment, she couldn't hold back her tears, silently wishing the two kids from back then success on the path they had chosen. The place Asta and arrived at was the town of Kika. Asta was incredibly fascinated by the things he saw being sold here, especially the various kinds of weapon equipment. The only problem was that Asta wouldn't be able to afford their prices for a long time. He turned his attention to the castle, where the Wizard King lived. The king and princess were also there. Asta believed that place would sooner or later become his home. When that time came, he would generously arrange a place for At that moment, the Mu saw a mother carrying her child. The image reminded them of everyone at the church. Back home, Nash felt an unusual quietness due to Asta's absence. Though he said it was wonderful, Sister Lily knew that in his heart, Nash missed his big brothers very much. They had probably reached the capital by now. Sister Lily hoped that everything would go smoothly and silently wished Asta and good luck. At that moment, he was happily devouring a skewer of grilled snake and then headed to the exam venue with Seeing was curious about what he was eating. Asta explained it was a super cheap giant grilled purple snake he just bought from the old lady over there. Asta offered him a try. But the registration area was already packed with people. The two of them excitedly entered the registration gate. Everyone was nervous. Only Asta was happily waving back at the people cheering outside. As for he was so embarrassed he had to tell himself he didn't know Asta. At the registration desk, the examiner was astonished when he saw Yuno's four-leaf clover Grandmire. It seemed he was the one who had been gaining popularity recently. Yuno's number was 164. Next was Asta's turn. Because his 5-main-sleeve clover Grandmire was so old, the examiner couldn't see it clearly and even mistook it for a fake. In the end, he registered Asta with the number 165. A guy behind them found it interesting Asta acting so boldly. Inside the waiting hall, the nervous candidates were suddenly attacked by birds that swooped down and pecked at them relentlessly. They were called T-birds. They tend to peck those with low magical power. That's why everyone was astonished that besides the one in his pants, there were no other birds around As expected of the owner of a 4-leaf clover Grandmire, Asta walked over and praised saying he was truly his eternal rival. Everyone was shocked to hear the goal of becoming the Wizard King from Asta's mouth. Because right now, he was surrounded by antibirds, pecking him like chickens pecking grain. No matter how Asta ran, he couldn't escape them, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Just then, he bumped into the person in front of him, and the birds immediately scattered and fled. Asta innocently apologized for bumping into the man. But then, the guy, who had a mean-looking face, spoke up, wanting to kill him on the spot. Judging by his appearance and his ridiculously thick neck, he didn't look like a mage at all. Asta wondered if the person in front of him was really his age. But his father had taught him not to judge a book by its cover. So Asta still tried to be friendly and put his arm around the man's shoulder. Unexpectedly, the man immediately grabbed his head, threatening to crush it like Tranquoc to crush the orange. Just then, two mages came over to stop him. A few people in the crowd recognized the blonde-haired man as Finarael, one of the few people who could use spatial magic. And just as the rumor said, he was a genuine womanizer. The person with him was named Gordon, an expert in curse magic, and a very hard person to approach. At that moment, Finarael spoke up to stop his captain, telling him he absolutely could not kill an exam candidate. Hearing this, everyone was shocked to realize the man holding Asta's head was the captain known as the God of Destruction, Yami. He was even counting down the seconds to Asta's death. Yami was the captain of the Black Bulls, the squad that caused more trouble than they did work. A collection of total weirdos. At this moment, Asta felt like his head was about to explode. He tensed up, using all his strength to resist Yami's hand. Just then, the fireworks signaling the start of the exam went off. So Yami, annoyed, let go of Asta's head and left, not forgetting to tell Asta to remember his face and be careful next time. Another guy then approached Asta, finding him interesting. To be bullied by the captain of the Black Bulls right after his debut was truly pitiful. He introduced himself as SSEK, and Asta was very happy, as he was the first person to speak to him politely. Here. Meanwhile, the other squad captains had appeared one by one. First was Nozo, captain of the Silver Eagles. He had a very strange hairstyle. Next was Fugo Lian, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, a user of flame magic. Beside him was Jack the Ripper, captain of the Green Mantis. Rumor has it he possesses severing magic that can cut the earth in half. However, he thought naming a squad after a mantis was pretty lame. Next was Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose Knights. Beside her was the captain of the Purple Orchis, Dueldry, a very remarkable person. Next was the captain of the Coral Peacocks, the girl Dorothy. Asta was very surprised to learn she was always asleep. It seems Dorothy possessed some kind of superhuman power they couldn't see. Next was the captain of the Aquadeer, the young man Real, who was only 19 years old. Seeing that someone so young was already a captain, Asta confidently thought the path to becoming the Wizard King was easier than he imagined. However, Cry said that the most promising candidates for that position were the squad captains. At that moment, the captain of the strongest Magic Knight squad, the Golden Dawn, appeared. His name was William, and he wore a mask covering half his face. It was said that in the last battle, it was William who took the enemy general's head. Also, the Golden Dawn and the Silver Eagles were the two squads rumored to be exclusively for nobility and royalty. Finally, there was the captain of the Black Bulls, Yami, who had been yawning from boredom since he arrived. William hoped he could show a little respect for the exam. It's said that each captain has power equivalent to over 100 mages, and one of them will become the next Wizard King. The current Wizard King didn't come because the show had just started. William took charge of this year's test. He summoned his World Tree magic. The sky immediately darkened and a giant tree appeared. From its branches, flying brooms were created and delivered to the candidates' hands. Now, the Magic Knight selection exam would begin. The 9 captains would select suitable candidates to join their squads based on observation. If chosen by more than one captain, the candidate is allowed to decide for themselves. If no one chooses them, they must pack their bags and go home. The first test was riding a flying broom. A mage who can control their magic well can do it easily. This is also the most basic form of movement. Anyone who can't do it is proven to be incompetent. The candidates quickly got on their brooms. Some fell as soon as they lifted off, while others flew very well. The captains could gauge each person's ability through observation. This year had quite a few promising candidates, among whom stood out by not even sitting, but standing on his broom to look cool. As for Asta, he was even cooler, as his broom wouldn't lift even a little. The captains were immediately drawn to him because Asta looked like a complete fool. Captain Nozel unexpectedly stood up and walked out. Everyone laughed at Asta for not being able to fly. Thika came over to offer guidance, telling Asta to just relax a bit and he'd be able to fly like him. However, even after following the advice, Asta remained stuck in place. On the other side, a girl hiding in a corner was about to go out for the test when she was suddenly stopped by Nozel. Because royalty didn't need to take tests like commoners, her place had already been decided by him. After tossing out a few jeers, Nozel left, and the girl could only stand there, rooted to the spot. In the subsequent tests, Asta was consistently at the bottom because he had no idea how to use magic. The final test William presented was a combat match. Hugo Leon told the candidates to pair up and fight each other. This meant that choosing an opponent was very important. Everyone could go all out because healing mages were readily available here. Seeing that he had been at the bottom this whole time, Asta decided to find a strong opponent to earn back some points. The kept proactively approached him, asking to fight him. This moved Asta, as he thought the man was humbling himself to fight a low ranker like him. As soon as the referee called for the first group to step up, Asta eagerly went out to compete first. He sincerely hoped it would be a fair fight. But just then, ZK revealed his true colors. He mocked Asta, saying he didn't need to try so hard, and told him to just be a good little failure and go back where he came from. Everyone felt that Daikea was very cunning for choosing the weakest opponent. The magic he used was bronze magic. His cannonball technique made Desike very confident. It could both protect him and attack. He kept planned to toy with Asta to impress the captains. However, what AC Cad didn't expect was that this move was a fatal mistake. Asta pulled the black sword from his grimoire, then charged straight forward, shattering the sphere and taking Ezekai down in a single blow. To everyone's surprise, he declared he wasn't joining the Magic Knights just for fun like him. No matter what, he had to become the Wizard King. Before this, everyone thought Asta couldn't possibly win. As for Ezekai, he hoped Asta would struggle a bit for show. But then, when he charged forward to attack, even Captain William was surprised by Asta's speed and thought he was using reinforcement magic. Only Yami realized it was pure physical strength. With just that, he defeated D one blow. Was incredibly excited and vowed he would be the one to defeat Asta. Everyone now looked at him with different eyes and gossiped about his declaration to become the Wizard King. Asta bluntly dismissed the trivial gossip, saying it couldn't stop him. So the crowd switched to calling Asta delusional and telling him to go home. Seeing Zekai kept being carried away on a stretcher, Finariel was quite surprised, as he thought Asta had no magic. Yami, however, was certain Asta hadn't used any, or more accurately, he didn't have any to use. Thinking back to when he grabbed his head, he didn't sense any magical aura from Asta either. Li Shake was quickly healed. Next up was a duel between two noble candidates. Their innate talent and excellent skills made Asta think they were incredibly cool. After a duel like that, Asta's previous fight was overshadowed. Everyone began to think that maybe SEK had just let his guard down, and Asta got lucky. Just then, a young man proactively challenged His name was Salim, from the noble house of Hapsizes. Even though was chosen by a four-leaf clover, he still wasn't a noble. That's why Salim swore to show the difference in power between them. and his opponent quickly took their positions. Salim told him he could be proud and brag to his entire village about being defeated by him. The spell Salim used was God of Lightning, creating a ball of lightning that illuminated the entire arena. With it, Salim was confident he would win. Immediately unleashed his wind magic towering tornado, creating a cyclone that blocked his opponent's lightning ball. Salim was quickly swept up by the winds. And when tornado ended, he landed on his back and passed out. Everyone, including the captains, was impressed by By afternoon, the test was over. The candidates would be called up by their numbers. The captains who chose them would raise their hands. The candidate had the right to refuse. Or if chosen by multiple captains, they had the right to choose. However, if no one chose them, they had to go home. And so, the candidates came up one by one. It wasn't until number 71 that someone was chosen by the captain of the Purple Orcus. Gradually, the other captains also selected talented candidates for their squads. Those who weren't chosen accepted their fate and went back to their villages to become farmers. At last, it was number 164. Turn. This time, all the captains raised their hands, wanting him for their squad. This sight astounded all the other candidates. They couldn't believe that even the Golden On and the Silver Eagles, which only accepted nobles, also wanted After a moment of thought, decided to choose the most direct path to becoming the Wizard King, which was joining William's Gold and On. Yami had no choice but to accept it, even though he really wanted Next was Asta. He was determined not to let surpass him. Asta waited anxiously, hoping anyone would do, as long as a squad accepted him. But not a single hand was raised. The other candidates urged Asta to leave and stop holding up the others, while Asta couldn't accept this reality. Captain, Yami spoke up. No matter how well Asta fought, if the source of his power wasn't clear, no one would want him. Simply put, the Magic Knight squads only wanted to find people with magical power. With that, Yami released an immense pressure that shook the arena. He jumped down and walked up to Asta. The pressure radiating from Yami overwhelmed him. This was the first time Asta understood the power of a squad captain. Yami made Asta understand what reality was. Asta himself had said he would become a Wizard King. That meant he had to surpass all 9 captains who had power equivalent to Yami's. Now, standing before him, he could feel how insignificant he was compared to Yami. So he asked Asta if he still dared to say he would become a Wizard King. Asta clenched his fists, determined that even if he couldn't join the Magic Knights today, no matter how many times he failed or how many people mocked him, he still swore that one day he would become the Wizard King. Witnessing the honesty in Asta's eyes, Yami suddenly burst out laughing, finding him very interesting, and wanted Asta to join his Black Bulls squad. And of course, refusal was not an option. Yami also told Asta to prepare himself, because once he joined the squad, he would be tested to his absolute limits. Additionally, Yami encouraged Asta to one day fulfill his dream. Remembering all the hardship, sweat, and tears he had shed for this opportunity, Asta naturally accepted. Finally, the Magic Knight selection exam had ended. From now on, Asta was a member of the Black Bulls, and wasn't the Gold and On. The competition between them had officially begun. Just as the moment was getting emotional, Asta's stomach suddenly rumbled. He ran off in a hurry because nature called. It seemed the grilled purple snakes he ate that morning were demanding to exit through the back door. As soon as Asta ran into the restroom, Ikika was already waiting outside, determined to make Asta pay for humiliating him. He blamed Asta for making him have to join the pathetic Green Manta squad to get revenge. Ikika used his poison salamander to summon a poisonous lizard to put Asta in bed for life. But just then, a windbird appeared and snatched the lizard away. Arrived just in time to catch Sijkwa Ki in the act. He panicked and said he was just joking around, asking why he was so serious. Under pressure, Ikika quickly tucked his tail and ran. Just then, Asta finished his business and came out, completely unaware of what had happened. From this moment on, he and were on two different paths. A little later, Yami was furious that Asta had made him wait. Asta quickly told him about how big the snake he'd just passed was, only to get his head grabbed. He told Finariel to hurry up and open a portal. Since he couldn't use magic to fly, Finariel had to use it to travel. Finariel told his captain to go through quickly because he couldn't hold it for long. Yami got angry that his subordinate dared to give him orders and made Finariel hold the portal open until morning. Finally, he roughly tossed Asta into the portal. After landing on his face, what lay before Asta was the base of the Black Bulls squad. Yami said it was magnificent, even if it was a bit run down. From today on, Asta would be here. He eagerly opened the door to greet everyone. But before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying. Yami, all too familiar with this, turned and welcomed Asta to the worst squad among all the Magic Knight squads. In contrast to Asta's fiery welcome, was received with coldness. His senior, Klaus, didn't like, due to his low-born status. He couldn't even understand what Captain William was thinking. Even if the captain accepted, there was no way Klaus would accept, so easily. Even so, the boy wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, Asta, despite being knocked back, was determined to charge into the base when suddenly a ball of fire flew towards him. Inside, a guy with glasses was fighting with another man with blonde hair. The two of them were arguing so loudly that they woke up a woman wearing only her underwear, sleeping on the couch. She had a bit of a headache from drinking too much last night. Next to her was another girl scooping up a pile of cakes from the table. Another young man had a nosebleed while looking at a picture of his sister, Marie. And another big, chubby guy just sat in one spot without saying a word. Yami led Asta to meet everyone. This fight scene was as common as a daily meal. Asta was a little intimidated, but now that he was a member of the Black Bulls, he had to get used to it. Asta stepped forward to introduce himself and declare that he would become the Wizard King. However, no one in the room cared at all. They were too busy arguing and doing what they liked. The guy with glasses threw a fireball, chasing the blonde guy, but for some reason, it hit Asta instead. The woman in her underwear even turned to argue with him, making the chaotic scene even more chaotic. Yami saw that this group was extremely disorderly and angrily demanded they stop destroying his base. But his own punch was the most destructive of all. Seeing their captain had returned, everyone immediately ran over. The guy with glasses asked if anyone had dared to disrespect their boss. The blonde wanted to duel the captain, while the drunk woman wanted Yami to have a drink with her tonight. The food-loving girl wanted to offer the captain some cake, while the sister mess-obsessed guy wanted to go home. Only the chubby guy had been silent this whole time. Yami laughed, knowing everyone cared about him. But they still had to kneel and accept punishment for being so noisy. He was about to introduce the new member when he realized Asta was gone. It turned out he was being crushed by the chubby guy and was nearly dead. Yami started his introduction again, but he had forgotten Asta's name. So, the boy reintroduced himself, saying he was from Hage Village. The guy with glasses was extremely surprised because that village was incredibly remote. Finar and Nell quickly introduced the members present to Asta. First was the clown face Gordon. Although he looked sinister, he was a good person. Next was Vanessa. Though she could be a bit annoying when drunk, she was still a good person. Vanessa quickly asked about Asta's village. She expressed admiration that Asta had to travel so far to join the Magic Knights and decided she had to reward Asta with something. Asta tried to calm his heart, which already belonged to Sister Lily. Unexpectedly, Vanessa suddenly threw up right in front of him. Finar Al returned to his introductions. The hyperactive blonde's name was Luck. He loved fighting and was also a good person. Upon meeting, he immediately challenged Asta to a friendly match. At that moment, the sister my-loving guy brought a picture of his sister in front of Asta, boasting that she was an angel and threatening Asta if he had any intentions of becoming his brother Hien-Blek, his brother's in-law. His name was Ghosh, a certified cis-con but still a good person. The girl busy eating cake was named Charmai. She loves to eat, but is also a good person. Next was Gray. Not much was known about him, but he was probably a good person too. Next up was the guy with glasses, named Magna. He looked like a delinquent, but was a good person. Finar El introduced himself as someone the ladies loved. Finally, there was the captain of the Black Bulls, Yami. This time, Finar El didn't say he was a good person. Asta thanked the captain for accepting him. Yami mentioned there were other members, but they were out on other missions or just being lazy. Asta swore he would try his best to get along with everyone, then shouted for everyone's cooperation. His volume was so loud that Yami thought it was inversely proportional to Asta's height. After the introductions, Yami handed Asta's training over to everyone. Hearing this, Magna declared that he would be responsible for training him, mocking him as just a tiny kid from a remote village. Magna didn't understand how Asta had managed to win over the captain. He pointed to the robe bearing the Black Bull insignia and asked Asta if he wanted it. Of course, Asta really wanted it because it was so cool. Seeing this, Magna introduced himself as Yami's firstborn brother, the most manly man of the Black Bull squad. Asta would have to go through an initiation ceremony if he wanted to be recognized. Everyone then went outside. If Asta wanted to get the robe, then he had to pass Magna's test. Vanessa felt bored because this was just a ceremony that he made up himself. Magna began by ordering Asta to do 5,000 sit-ups, 5,000 push-ups, then lift a rock and test the hardness of his head against it. Asta's physical abilities deeply impressed everyone. However, in a world where magical power is everything, it was useless. After Asta proved his determination, he wanted the robe. However, Magna told him it wasn't that easy. There was still one final challenge waiting. Asta could use any magic he liked. As long as he could dodge or block Magna's attack, he would pass. Then, Magna would give the robe to him. The two quickly got into a fighting stance. As soon as Asta pulled out his giant sword, everyone around was captivated by it. Magna quickly pulled out his fire baseball bat and began his attack. Combined with a fireball, he launched a series of fireballs towards Asta, but they were quickly dodged. However, now Magna was getting serious. He put away his baseball bat and got into a pitching stance. The heat from Magna's magic warmed the surrounding air. He was seen getting into position to throw his exploding murder flame magic ball, a fireball that was much stronger and faster. At that moment, Asta's instincts told him he was in trouble. In that dire situation, his trained muscles, vision, and strength erupted. With his sword, Asta could cut through an enemy's magic. However, this fireball was too fast for Asta's brain to process. Even if he cut the ball, the attack wouldn't completely disappear. So, when his mind reached its limit, Asta, with his never-give-now-up spirit, figured out a way to deal with it. He turned the flat of his blade instead of cutting the ball, using the blade to block it, thereby batting the attack back towards Magna. Everyone was extremely astonished because it had been a long time since a rookie got through the initiation ceremony unscathed. Through observation, Yami realized Asta's sword could not only cut but also block magical attacks. The captain praised Asta for being very interesting and rated him quite highly. But Asta had only just learned his sword could do that. Thinking back, he almost lost his life in that last attack. Asta wondered if Magna was trying to kill the new member. Just when he thought Magna was done for, he stepped out from the flames, having almost been killed by his own magic. Asta thought he was about to get beaten. But unexpectedly, Magna ran over and praised him for being so good. Not only did he block the attack, but he was also able to reflect it. Magna apologized for calling him a country bumpkin earlier. Thinking back, he also came from a village just as remote as Asta's. He humbly stated that he had no magic. Magna was extremely surprised to hear that, because that meant Asta was even cooler than he thought. The other members rushed over to welcome Asta to the squad. Sharma offered Asta some cake, but because she wanted it, she only shared 1/4 of it. Finarael told everyone to pay attention because there was a very important event, which was handing over the Black Bull squad robe to Asta. Seeing him just standing there stunned, Magni thought Asta didn't like it and was about to take it back. Vanessa helped him put on the robe, then also gave Asta a headband with the Black Bull insignia. Now Asta was officially a member of the Black Bull squad. Asta bowed his head and thanked everyone for giving him this honor. He felt incredibly excited to be recognized, which made Yami tell him to keep his voice down. While everyone was joyfully welcoming Asta, the new female member of the Black Bull squad felt he was nothing but an insect. Asta was then shown to his room by Magna. He thought Asta would complain because it looked like nothing more than a storage shed. But unexpectedly, Asta was deeply moved because he had never had his own room. At the church, everyone stayed in one room together. Asta immediately jumped in to clean his very own room. Magna told him to take it easy since they were free until they got a mission. However, he reminded Asta not to forget to write a letter home. They were his family, so they must be very worried about the exam. Not making anyone worry is Magna's code of being a man. Asta then sat at the desk to write a letter. This place would be the starting point for him to become the Wizard King one day, not too far in the future. On the other side, was given a spacious, comfortable, and well-advanced furnished room. Klaus reminded that tomorrow he would have to learn about the duties of a magic knight. Although he didn't want to, he would be Yuno's guide. The boy reminded his senior that he had a name. After a brief exchange, Klaus left, leaving Yuno alone in his room. The next day, Sister Lily was hanging laundry when a messenger bird arrived via spatial magic. Realizing it was a letter from Asta and the father quickly called everyone over to read it. He was overjoyed that had done it, becoming a magic knight and bringing honor to his name. The father was about to share the good news with the whole village when Sister Lily and the others became curious about Asta's letter. Because his handwriting was so bad, it was very difficult to read. The father thought Asta was coming home and discussed ways to console him. However, Sister Lily said that in the letter, Asta announced that he had passed. This shocking news greatly surprised everyone. The father realized he wouldn't be coming back. Though a bit sad, he and the children would quickly go share this happy news with the whole village. This was the best news in the history of Hage Village. Nash was very happy to hear Asta had passed, and Sister Lily wished him and more good luck. At this time, Asta had woken up. Seeing the Black Bull squad robe helped Asta realize he wasn't dreaming. Asta quickly put on the robe and eagerly ran outside, only to slam his face into a pillar. He found it very strange because he definitely didn't see it there yesterday. Magna came over and asked Asta if he slept well last night. He quickly asked his senior where the pillar in front of his room came from. Magna told Asta not to worry about it because this base's architecture changed from day to day. Now, Magna himself would take Asta on a tour of the super cool base of the Black Bulls. The two quickly ran down the hallway. First was the extremely spacious dining hall, where currently only Charmai was continuing to eat cake. Next was the bathroom. The water temperature there was hot enough to boil an egg. But Magna claimed this heat was nothing to a member of the Black Bull squad. Gordon, bathing nearby, didn't scowl like Asta, but also felt it was too hot. Right next to it was the women's bath. But if any boy dared to venture over, they would be immediately killed by the traps there. Magna was about to show feet meat to Asta, but unexpectedly, Captain Yami was using it. So the two of them bolted and ran for their lives. Next was the monster containment area. They were the captain's hobby, and from now on, Magna would transfer the responsibility of caring for them to Asta. Just one day of feeding these monsters twice. One slip and you could lose a hand or a leg. The next place they went to was the library, and the toy room, which contained some extremely dangerous-looking things. Magna and Asta were racing in the hallway when he suddenly stopped, because in front of them was the new member of the Black Bulls from the same recruitment batch as Asta. Hearing this, he enthusiastically went to greet her. However, the girl slapped Asta's hand away. She couldn't sense any magic coming from him, so she saw Asta as nothing more than a lowly insect. The girl introduced herself as Noelle, a member of his kingdom's royal family. Asta was shocked to hear the person in front of him was from a prominent family and quickly bowed his head to her. However, being called an insect was unacceptable. Moreover, Noelle and he had joined the Black Bull squad at the same time. Magna encouraged Asta to quickly show her that status doesn't matter. However, Noelle asserted the complete opposite. Not wanting to talk much, she decided to use her actions to prove the difference in their strength. Noelle used her magic, aiming straight at Asta, and launched a mass of water in his direction. However, it suddenly veered and hit Magna, who was standing beside him. He was extremely furious that her aim was so off. Noelle blamed it on Magna standing there. Her arrogant attitude annoyed Magna. He didn't care if Noelle was royalty or the sister of the Silver Eagle's captain, because Captain Yami was the one who was kind enough to accept a rebellious child like Noelle into the squad. She needed to be grateful. Magna was planning to go easy on her because she was a girl. But if she crossed the line, then men and women were equal. Noelle was not only unafraid but also threw down the robe of the Black Bulls. She didn't want to stay in this wretched squad anyway. A squad considered the worst was no place for royalty like her. Magna demanded that Noelle quickly pick up the robe and apologize to Yami. But she just walked away. As for Asta, he stood frozen on the spot because the robe he had worked so hard for was being treated like trash. The next morning, Asta was trying to go to the bathroom but got lost in the base and had to run outside to relieve himself. At that moment, a mass of water suddenly fell from the sky and almost took his life. Asta peeked to investigate and saw Noelle practicing. All around her target tree were water craters. No matter how hard Noelle tried, she couldn't hit the bullseye and accidentally hit Asta, who was watching in secret. Trying so hard without being able to control the water made Noelle feel discouraged. She remembered her sad memories. As the youngest of the Silva family, Noelle couldn't control her magic. This always made Noelle a target of ridicule for her older siblings, who considered her a disgrace to the family. Even her older brother Nozel didn't want Noelle to join his Silver Eagle squad. He also blamed her for their mother's death while giving birth to a useless child like Noelle. Because of this, she vowed to prove that she was not a mistake and would make those who looked down on her regret it. Witnessing Noelle's effort, Asta understood that her emotions were enduring something. At that moment, Noelle discovered Asta was there. She immediately thought he would insult her like the others. Because of that, she lost control of her magic, causing the water to surround her body and grow larger and larger. At that moment, Luck and Captain Yami sensed something, a giant sphere of water that was continuously destroying everything below it. Inside, Noelle was gradually losing consciousness, while below, Asta was running for his life from the pillar of water behind him. The other members of the Black Bulls immediately went outside to check it out. If they didn't deal with it soon, this would get out of control. However, the captain worried that if they attacked the water sphere with magic, the person inside would be in danger. Yami told Finarl to use his spatial magic to get Noelle out. But it was hard enough to get close, let alone use magic. Yami was wishing someone could nullify magic. Just then, Asta appeared out of nowhere at the perfect time. He told him to handle that water sphere. Asta said he couldn't fly, but Yami threatened him to talk less. With that, the captain threw Asta towards the water sphere. He quickly summoned his sword and cut it apart, freeing Noelle. At that moment, both of them were in freefall from a great height. Asta thought this was the end, but Finarl managed to use a teleportation gate to help them land on their faces but still in one piece. Yami praised Asta for being very useful, while Noelle felt ashamed. She was afraid everyone was about to scold her. But when Asta approached, he praised Noelle's incredibly powerful magic. Asta was extremely jealous because he didn't have any magic at all. He encouraged Noelle, saying that if she just learned how to master her power, she would become unbeatable. Magna heard about Noelle's problem and was speechless, that she was so scared over something like that. The Black Bull squad was full of people with flaws. Vanessa helped Noelle put her robe back on, advising her that whatever her problem was, it wasn't that serious. The most important thing was that everyone was glad Noelle was okay. Thin Ariel even took this opportunity to ask her out. Vanessa even kindly promised to teach Noelle not only about magic but also about other things. This made Noelle extremely emotional. Asta held out his hand to encourage her to try hard together. And Noelle was very grateful that everyone had accepted her. A Magic Knight's workday starts very early. For instance, as soon as Asta woke up, he dove into cleaning the base. From wiping down to doing laundry, he did it all. When he accidentally grabbed Vanessa's dried squid, even while chanting that his heart belonged to Sister Lily, Asta found it hard to remain calm. Next, he had to take care of the captain's beast. Just when he thought these creatures had learned to listen, nope. They were still determined to chomp on Asta's head. However, his most difficult task was waking up Captain Yami. Even though he was the one who asked Asta to wake him, when he did, he was threatened with castration. A Magic Knight is someone who must carry out unreasonable requests. But thinking back, Asta felt that the things he did weren't so different from when he was at the church. In the dining hall, Asta asked Noelle why she never helped him clean, even though they were in the same batch. She argued that since she was royalty, why should she? In her whole life, Noelle had never had to lift a finger to do housework. The two kept arguing back and forth while everyone was eating. Asta turned to ask Magna what a Magic Knight was supposed to do. Hearing this, he got angry and grabbed Asta's collar, saying it was to protect the kingdom and maintain peace. What else? Asta apologized for not knowing. He joined the Magic Knights mainly to become the Wizard King. Thin Ariel praised their energy so early in the morning. While Gordon wished he could be like that too, Magna decided to have Vanessa explain to Asta what Magic Knights do. She spoke while drinking wine, saying things like protecting the people, and sometimes acting as bodyguards for the rich to get close to nobles. As for luck, he became a Magic Knight so he could fight. If the opponent is a criminal, he can go all out as he pleases. As for Gauche, he became a Magic Knight because this noble job was respected by his younger sister, Marie. Besides, Gauche could earn money to buy things his sister liked, and become strong enough to beat up anyone with ill intentions towards his sister. As for Thin Ariel, it was simpler. Becoming a Magic Knight helped him save girls and be loved by them. Noelle and Asta were about to ask Gordon but decided against it. As for Charmai, she was panicking because her food was gone. She was only 8% full, so she decided to use her cotton creation magic to summon 3 sheep chefs to cook her another lavish meal. Of course, the reason Charmai was in the Magic Knight squad was also so she could eat freely. At that moment, Gray walked up behind Asta and Noelle. He used his grimoire to transform into Asta. Through that, he said that he was very much looking forward to working with them in the future. Noelle, seeing that she was surrounded by weirdos, worried if it was okay to be in the squad. Charmai quickly poured sauce on the meat and invited Asta to try it, even though he said he was full. Even so, Asta had a huge piece of meat drenched in sauce shoved into his mouth. Just then, Captain Yami kicked the door open. He told Magna to follow him. Asta asked where they were going. Magna said it was a secret mission. Asta immediately demanded to go with them. But Magna said kids should stay home because this was a mission for adults. Be good, and he'd buy them candy when he got back. Yami warned the kids at home not to break anything. Everyone seemed to use the captain's absence to care. As for Thin Ariel, he wanted to take this opportunity to flirt with Noelle. Asta looked at the serious expressions of Yami and Magna and wondered what kind of mission they had received. But contrary to Asta's imagination, the place the captain and Magna went to was a pub. Magna's words were only right in that the place was full of men and not for children. There, Yami and Magna were extremely focused because the opponent before them was no easy match. Mr. Sey laughed that the two of them had already lost to him and showed his cards. Then laughed heartily because Captain Yami and Magna had lost at cards and been stripped of everything, not even having their underwear left. Magna was furious because 6 months of his salary were gone just like that. Mr. Sey smiled brightly because with this money, he could buy nice things for the whole village. Yami asked him to play another round, but he had nothing left to bet. However, Yami said he still had one thing. He challenged his opponent to one last round. If he won, he would take everything back. But if he lost, he would lose his grimoire. Magna spoke up to stop him because selling a grimoire was like being illiterate. Mr. Sey then said if Yami lost, he just had to do one thing for him. Magna thought he was going to force the captain to do something wrong and tried to stop him. But Yami had already agreed. So Magna immediately changed his tune and told Sey to be careful because this time it would win back both principal and interest. The dealer quickly dealt the cards to all three. Everyone was extremely cautious in this decisive round. Every move had to be carefully calculated to bring about victory. And when the decisive moment came, it was time for them to show their cards. Meanwhile, Asta was feeding Yami's monsters, but this dog still had a habit of trying to chew on his head. Luckily, Asta was strong enough not to get bitten and need a rabies shot. Noelle just stood and watched, doing nothing, because she was royalty. Seeing Asta escape the dog's mouth, Noelle was quite impressed with his physical condition. Just then, Magna and Yami returned, constantly praising the card game with Mr. Sey. Even though they were both naked, having lost, they were thoroughly beaten and had no complaints. Noelle was extremely embarrassed to suddenly have to naked people in front of her. Magna told Asta and her to cheer up because they had their first mission in the name of the Magic Knights. After getting dressed, Magna explained the mission in more detail. Asta and Noelle would go to Sayusi village to hunt wild boars. Noelle immediately felt this was a ridiculous mission. Asta, on the other hand, thought it was too simple and could be done barehanded. Magna warned them not to be careless because the boars were extremely unpredictable. Yami confessed that they had lost to the chief of Sayusi village. Asta thought he must be strong enough to beat both Yami and Magna. Turns out, it was a victory at the card table. Magna even bragged about his 6-month salary vanishing into thin air. Yami explained that they had promised to do whatever Mr. Sey he asked. So he asked them to get rid of the wild boars. Apparently, a large herd had recently appeared around the village. They destroyed all the fields, making the villagers extremely upset. Before flying back to the village to wait for Yami and Magna, Mr. Sey he had generously returned their black bull robes. Asta raised his hand with a question, pointing out that this matter had nothing to do with him and Noelle. So why did they have to go? Magnus scolded them both because the captain would never solve his own mistakes. That was a job for squad members like them. Yami stood up and looked coldly at Asta and Noelle, giving them a choice between going or dying. After successfully threatening them, he left. Asta was still excited because, after all, this was his first mission as a magic knight. However, Noelle grumbled that a princess like her had to go hunt boars. More importantly, she was worried that she still couldn't control her magic. Magnus said that with more real combat, her skills would improve. Besides, he would be going with the 2 rookies on this mission, so they shouldn't worry. Asta praised Magna, which made him puff up his chest. But with Noelle's condescending tone, Magna suddenly became subservient without realizing it. The 3 then went to find Finarel to ask him to open a portal to Sayusi village. But he refused because he couldn't open a portal to a place he had never been. Out of options, Magna said they had no choice but to use brooms. However, Asta couldn't because he had no magic. And Noelle also didn't know how to ride a broom because she couldn't control her magic. Magna was furious, unable to understand how these 2 couldn't even do such a simple thing. Yet Asta was very proud and Noelle arrogantly acted like it wasn't a big deal. In a tight spot, Magna had to agree to let Asta and Noelle ride with him on his beloved broom. He proudly introduced it and named it the Crazy Cyclone. Asta thought the broom was incredibly cool, while Noelle thought it was lame. But despite her complaints, she still had to squeeze on Magna's broom with the 3 of them. He exerted all his strength, channeling his magic to make it fly. Right after taking off, the 3 of them nearly crashed into a tree stump. Luckily, Magna managed to steer it up into the sky. High up, Noelle was terrified and told Magna to fly steadier. Asta, sitting at the very back, was thrilled to feel the wind for the first time. Magna reminded him to hold on tight or he would fall. Asta innocently hugged Noelle's waist, only to be knocked off by her. If Magna hadn't quickly turned the broom around to catch him, Asta would have gotten a one-way ticket to another world. At Sayusi village, another group of mages arrived via portal. Before them, they immediately encountered the herd of wild boars around the village. The white-haired leader pulled out his grimoire. Just as the boars charged, he froze them in an instant. He and his followers ignored them and observed the village from above. Their target was the magic stone here, while the boars were quickly blown away with the mist. As soon as they arrived, they heard Asta's desperate screams, because he was being chased by a supersized, giant wild boar. Not only were they dangerous, but they could also use magic like humans. Asta was sent flying while Noelle could only stand and watch. And Magna had to rest because he had run out of magic power while carrying the 2 rookies here. Watching Asta fly like a bird, Magna told Noelle not to worry because he was very tough. If she was worried, Noelle could go and help him. Just as Asta was cornered by the boar, Noelle launched a mass of water to attack it. But this time it hit Asta directly. Magna witnessed the whole thing and burst out laughing. Asta decided not to run anymore and raised his sword to take down the boar chasing him. Magna praised him for doing a good job, but there was still a whole pile of them waiting to be dealt with. By the end of the day, Asta had to carry 4 or 5 boars on his back after defeating them and bringing them back to the village. Magna believed this haul would make Mr. Sey very happy. Tonight, they would have a roasted wild boar party. Noel was curious about the relationship between Magna and the Sayusi village chief. Magna explained he had known him for a long time, as his village of Rayaka wasn't far from this one. As a child, Magna was very mischievous, though not much has changed now. Getting a Grimar made Magna extremely arrogant, to the point where he went to Sayusi village to try and conquer it. But just as he was riding his warhorse and causing trouble, Mr. ACY he appeared to stop him. He used magic to summon many swords to attack Magna, finally pinning him to a wall. After that, SY he even pulled down Magna's pants and spanked his bottom right in the middle of the village to teach him a lesson. From that day on, Magna always came back to challenge Mr. SY he. Whether it was pouring rain or scorching sun, Mr. SY he always defeated him and Heishtuv done to Thwem man. At the same time, taught Magna how to be a true man. He wasn't afraid to play dirty, resorting to a low blow to win. Much later, Magna learned that when he was young, Mr. SCY he was strong enough to participate in the Magic Knight selection exam. In addition, he was the one who suggested Magna take the exam. On the day he could fight Miwai he to a draw, he advised Magna to try and become a Magic Knight. Magna thought Mr. He was joking because how could a commoner like him possibly pass? However, Mr. SCY he believed that where you come from doesn't matter. You must use your strength and effort to build your own future. He believed Magna would definitely become a true man. He was very moved, but in reality, Magna had no idea what a Magic Knight even did. Remembering everything, he felt that he was who he was today thanks to Mr. SCY he. On the day Magna passed the selection, he was the happiest person. The day before, he knew he came to the royal capital to earn money to help his villagers, and partly to visit Magna. Even so, Mr. SCY he still stripped him and the captain of their money and clothes. For Magna, he longed to become a man like Mr. ACY he. In the middle of his story, Magna suddenly became alarmed because Sayusi village in front of them was shrouded in mist. Asta was wondering why the weather was so strange when he was in light, and that it was due to magic. Noel was worried that if they just went inside, they would get lost. This magic had now enveloped the entire village. Magna was sure no villager was strong enough to do this. This also wasn't Mr. C's magic. So something must have happened. Magna called Asta and told him to use his sword to cut through this mist. Asta thought his senior was crazy because how could a sword cut through mist? However, Asta was the foolish one because this mist was created by magic, so his sword could definitely cut through it. Once enlightened, Asta immediately took action. He followed Magna's instructions to swing his sword and dispel the mist to open a path. At that moment, both he and Noel felt an extremely powerful surge of magic. After a while of cutting through the mist, the three found the villagers, who were currently terrified. Above their heads were sharp spikes of ice. Just as they were about to fall, Magna rushed forward and used a fireball to shatter them all, protecting everyone. The villagers saw the Black Bull insignia and were overjoyed that the Magic Knights had come to save them. Magna hurried to the boy Nick to ask what had happened. He was shocked to see Mr. CY he was no longer breathing. Everyone said the village chief had done his best to protect everyone and had sacrificed himself. Asta was filled with rage seeing someone had lost their life. Magna immediately realized the mages sitting there were the culprits. The leader, Heath, looked at the watch in his hand and was annoyed that they were wasting more of his time. He said that in 10 seconds, all of them would die. He launched a giant ice spiller towards everyone. Magna couldn't do anything as he had run out of magic power. At that moment, Asta charged forward with his sword and split the ice block, vowing that he would not forgive his opponent. He asked who they were and why they were doing this. The subordinates hadn't received news that Magic Knights were coming, so they guessed this was an unofficial mission for Asta's group. The Black Bull squad was the most infamous squad anyway, and the leader, Heath, didn't want to waste his time. He planned to kill everyone here in 5 minutes and continue his search. Asta ignored him and charged forward with his sword. A minion used a magic mist, a phantom whirlwind, to stop him from getting close to Heath. However, he didn't expect the mist to be cut apart by Asta. Through that, Heath also realized that his sword can nullify magic. He absolutely could not let Asta get close to him. He asked why Heath wanted to kill all the villagers. Here, he explained that the kingdom was divided into several regions. The noble realm was where royalty and nobles lived. The common realm was for commoners. And this place was the Forsaken realm. Most people in this region were lowly individuals who could only use basic spells to get by. So Heath considered them nothing but useless beasts that were a waste of his time to eliminate. He also assumed the reason Asta's group was saving them was just for a mission. Those words reminded Asta of when he was a child. He had wondered why the people in his village didn't move to a better place, even though they admired life there. Sister Lily explained that things weren't that simple. Only those with powerful magic could survive in the upper regions. After all, those who were weaker would immediately face discrimination, even though they were all human. Asta naively believed that one day, When he became the Wizard King, he would definitely put an end to this injustice. Nash thought he was just living in a fantasy, because Asta couldn't even use magic, let alone become the Wizard King. Right at this moment, he swore to protect the people Heath considered useless beasts. Heath and his minion coordinated to release a whirlwind of mist to surround the villagers. Hidden within were sharp ice shards, creating an eternal ice cage. He tested whether Asta could protect anyone now. He didn't like to waste time, but it seemed he had to attack continuously to deal with Asta's group. Every time Asta deflected the ice shards, more would appear. The ice spikes would continuously form, forcing Asta and Magna to struggle to protect the villagers. Magna guessed that the 4 members of Heath's group were as strong as magic knights, and Heath definitely hadn't used his full power yet. Things were getting tougher than ever. But if he gave up here, how can Magna dare to call himself a man? At that moment, Noelle's water sphere attack veered off course. Heath laughed mockingly. She couldn't control her magic, and the Black Bull squad must be truly desperate for members. Heath's ice-sized spikes gradually hit the innocent villagers. He advised Asta's group to protect themselves instead of worrying about others. Asta and Magna, of course, would never do that. As for Noelle, she felt she was just holding her teammates back. Moreover, as a royal, she thought she couldn't die here. Just as Noelle was about to run away, a little girl grabbed her skirt and cried for help. It was the little girl's eyes that gave Noelle more courage and made her resolve to protect them as a magic knight. A new spell then appeared in Noelle's grimoire. Noelle no longer wanted to run away and used it, creating a water sphere that surrounded and protected the villagers from Heath's ice spikes. Now she could confidently declare that she was a magic knight and a member of the Black Bull squad. Heath tried to attack, but Noelle's shield was so strong it surprised him. Meanwhile, Asta calmly hid in the mist, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. He rushed towards Heath with his sword in hand, aiming straight for his opponent's chest. The thrust made Heath cough up blood. However, he wasn't defeated yet, because Heath had managed to create a slippery layer of ice under Asta's feet, causing him to lose his balance and reducing the force of his attack. He now realized that Asta had no magic power, was just a normal person. He decided to counterattack with an ice pillar, sending him flying. He thought Asta was dead and went to Noelle's water shield. With enough time, he could penetrate it, estimating it would take about 25 seconds. Magna didn't have much magic left, but in terms of magic type, he had the advantage. It was just that the gap in magic power was too large now. Magna silently apologized to his captain, fearing he couldn't defeat Heath. Just then, Asta suddenly charged from behind to attack and was sent flying again. Heath was quite surprised that he was still alive. He was sure that after that last blow, Asta wouldn't even be able to hold his sword. But he still hadn't given up and was determined to keep fighting, even as he was sent flying by the ice spikes. He felt that Asta's stubbornness was wasting his time. On the other side, Magna remembered how happy the villagers were when they heard he had become a magic knight. That was the first time he had been hailed as everyone's pride. Village Chief Sy was overjoyed when he heard the news. He decided to give Magna a grimoire pouch as a gift, not forgetting to tell him to become a great man. So, now, even in danger, Magna was determined and not to give up. He asked if Noelle could freely dispel the water sphere spell and entrusted the protection of the people to her. Meanwhile, Heath was very curious why Asta wouldn't stop. But if he gave up, who would step up to protect the villagers? Asta realized he wasn't doing this for a promise. He was doing it for his dream of becoming the Wizard King to protect everyone. He sneered, telling Asta not to be so delusional because he would be dead in a minute. The Magna would never let that happen. He burst into flames and stepped outside, telling Heath if he wanted to kill Asta, he'd have to step over his dead body. He thought they were both just fools seeking their own death. Magna wasn't afraid and told Asta to get ready. He used all his remaining magic power to create an exploding murder flame magic ball and threw it straight at the enemy. He simply erected an ice wall to protect himself. He mocked Magna's efforts and was about to finish him off. However, Asta seized the opportunity to rush forward and use his sword to reflect Magna's fireballs, attacking Heath's group from behind before they could react. Magna was also safe now, thanks to Noelle creating a water sphere to protect him in time. Outwardly, she acted aloof, but inwardly, Noelle was very happy that she had controlled her magic just in time. Heath, hit by the attack, realized that Magna's flames weren't going out. He was about to freeze them when Asta charged forward, ignoring his opponent's attempt to kneel and beg for peace. Asta struck Heath directly with the flat of his blade. At this point, he couldn't believe that he had been defeated by someone like Asta. He only wanted to be more useful to his master, but it seemed that was not to be. The villagers were overjoyed to see that Asta had won. The flames burning on Heath's body quickly bound him tightly. That was the essence of the flame magic that Magna possessed, a technique called flame chain. Noelle was also quite amazed that Magna possessed such versatile skills. However, one of Heath's minions escaped using water magic. Just as Noelle started to mock Magna, She also reached her limit. The fog quickly dissipated, and Asta had successfully proven to Heath that a commoner could defeat him, proving to Heath how strong the people he looked down on were. As soon as he finished shouting, Asta immediately collapsed. Magna ran over worriedly, but it turned out he was just asleep. Noel felt that Asta was both weird and stupid, and also loud, but he seemed to be a pretty amazing person. The villagers couldn't believe that Asta was also just a commoner like them. Everyone was extremely grateful and saw Magna's group as their saviors. At that moment, a bird named Nero in Asta's robe popped out, flew high up to observe, and headed towards the house that was emitting light. Inside was the magic stone that Heath's group was looking for. A little later, they woke up to find themselves tied up. Magnus said he would make Heath pay for what he had done. Their current magic had been sealed by him. Magnus swore to make Heath confess everything about his plot and the reason he came here. However, everything would end here. A ray of light emitted from Heath's body. He used Ice-Coffin to freeze himself and his comrades. Then they shattered. Heath's Grimire also vanished with its owner. Magna couldn't imagine who the mastermind was that could make them so loyal to the death. Asta became even more furious that human life was treated so lightly. He just couldn't understand it. At the end of that day, Chief Sy was buried in a place where he could watch over the scenery surrounding the village. Magna heard that he was the only one who stood up against Heath's group, fighting him alone to protect the village. Nick was extremely sad because now the little boy had no one by his side anymore. The little girl next to him also told a story about a doll she was given by the kind Mr. Sy. He also gave the villagers a lot of food. Nick said that becoming a magic knight had always been Mr. Sy's dream. He always regretted that in his youth he didn't try to train harder to achieve it. However, Sy still believed that Magna was now trying in his place. Nick also wanted to follow his example and one day become a magic knight. Magna encouraged the boy, because nothing is impossible if you work hard. Asta told his story to give the boy more motivation. With great effort, the future would be in Asta's hands. Until the day Nick became a magic knight, Asta would continue to train and grow stronger, stepping closer to the title of Wizard King. Magna laughed at Asta's big dream, but that's what made it a dream worthy of a man. Asta walked up to Nick and promised to wait for the boy to join the Magic Knight squad. Just then, the bird Nero appeared out of nowhere and pecked his head repeatedly. Asta thought it was looking for a fight and was about to cook it. He suddenly realized that in Nero's beak was a stone. Nick found it very familiar, because it was from Mr. Sy's necklace. Hearing that, Asta tried his best to get it back from Nero. However, Nick told him to keep the stone as a small gift for saving the villagers. The bird Nero perched right on Asta's head. Its face looked so annoying, but for some reason, Noel found it adorable. However, Asta's head was its favorite place, so no matter what he did, he couldn't escape the impact. On the other side, the news of the magic stone falling into the hands of the Black Bull squad had reached the ears of the one behind Heath. He wasn't worried, because if a member of the Black Bulls had it, he could get it back anytime. So, for now, he would just leave it with the Black Bull squad. The pressing matter he cared about now was the plan to revive someone. Upon their return, Yami smiled broadly after hearing Asta's group report everything. Noel couldn't understand how he could smile when someone had died. However, even if they were sad, Mr. Sy he couldn't be brought back to life. Magna agreed. Yami was right. Mr. Sy he was always someone who liked a cheerful atmosphere. That's why he told Asta and Noel to laugh. And to laugh loudly, which made Asta and her laugh more forced than ever. Yami was very satisfied with their performance. Although Mr. Sy he was gone, Asta's group had protected the villagers. He wanted all three of them to be proud of themselves, and then called them idiots, which Noel didn't dare to accept. Asta was curious about Magna's hand gesture in front of his chest. He was very surprised that he didn't know about the Magic Knight salute. Magna explained that the three outstretched fingers represented the three-leaf clover. Asta immediately tried to copy it and learn it very quickly. Just then, Finari and Vanessa has returned. They just got back from the Magic Investigation Department, and Yami asks how they both are. Find anything out? Magna really wants to know where those guys came from so he can give them a piece of his mind. But about that, Vanessa reports that after examining the watch they left behind, the Magic Bureau couldn't find anything. This made Magnus so angry he threw a fireball at the wall to vent. Seeing this, Yami got mad and punched a hole through the wall, warning that no one was allowed to damage his base. Thinara noted that the watch left behind was very valuable. Judging by their words and demeanor as I described them, Vanessa guessed that they likely came from a high-status background. Just then, the bird Nero popped out from on top of my head, catching her attention. It kept pecking my head and even fed Noel a berry. Asta decided to draw his sword, vowing to pluck this damn bird's feathers. Noel wouldn't let him do that, and the two started fighting right inside the base. Yami was furious, ordering that no one destroy the house. even though he's the one who's done the most damage so far. Yami called everyone to gather quickly. He said it doesn't matter if the enemy is royalty or nobility. For now, they'll let the bureau do their work and wait for the report. He then announced that he had some good news to share. Asta's group's actions had caught the attention of the Wizard King, so they were awarded a star. Magna and everyone else were thrilled, but Asta had to ask what it was for. Vanessa explained that they are stars, awarded by the Wizard King based on their accomplishments. It's symbolic and like a medal of honor. The Magic Knight squads always compete based on the number of stars they've earned, as it reflects the squad's overall performance. Currently, the Golden On is in the lead with 70 stars. Asta immediately wondered how many the Black Bulls had. Yami smiled and revealed that, including the star our group earned, they now have -30 stars. In other words, the Black Bulls are trailing the Gold and On by 100 stars. Asta was shocked. At this rate, it would be forever before he could catch up to And Noel was having even more doubts about being in such a disastrous squad. Yami revealed there was another piece of good news. Today was their payday. Asta was amazed that he suddenly had money. Charmai was overjoyed that she could finally eat to her heart's content. Asta wondered how much he'd have to pay Yami to agree to fight him. As soon as Ghosh got his money, he immediately wanted to go buy things for his little sister. As for Gray, Yami just ignored her. In short, he just told everyone to remember not to waste their money on their day off tomorrow. Finariel was excited to use his salary to ask some girls out. In the end, everyone was very grateful that their captain paid them on time. Noel felt like it wasn't much at all. Asta immediately told her that this much money was enough for them to buy Tot-Os for 10 years. No joke. It's a type of sweet potato very common in Hage Village with a really indescribable taste. But, to Asta, even if it's bad, it becomes delicious in Sister Lily's hands. Noel immediately asked curiously who she was. Asta proudly declared that Sister Lily is the woman he's going to marry one day. But Noel thought he was crazy, since nuns can't get married. However, Asta believes if you want something, there's always a way, as long as you never stop trying. Vanessa came over to congratulate them on their first salary and asked how they planned to spend it. Asta blushed when she hugged him and said he would send it back to his church. Magna completely agreed, saying that's what a true man would do. Asta thought his senior would do the same. But it turns out Magna wanted to multiply his money tenfold at the casino first before sending it back home. Noel saw that he was just a reckless gambling addict. Vanessa told Asta he should keep a little for himself, but he had no idea what to spend it on. Seeing that, Vanessa invited Asta and Noel to go shopping in the capital tomorrow. That night, while Nero slept soundly next to the magic stone, Asta was busy writing a letter home. In the letter, he asked about Sister Lily's health and boasted that everyone here treats him very well. For instance, that morning Magna used Asta as an apple target, standing there while he used his flame magic to hit the apple on his head, accidentally giving Asta a fiery new hairstyle. After that, Asta also bragged to Sister Lily about successfully completing his first mission and even receiving a star of merit from the Wizard King. At this rate, he believes he'll become the Wizard King by next month. When that happens, he'll make this world a happy place for everyone, and he'll also propose to Sister Lily. By the way, he also sent his first salary home. After finishing, Asta felt his writing was a solid 10/10. Surely Sister Lily will be moved to tears when she reads this letter. Asta looked towards the distant castle, wondering what kind of person the Wizard King really is. The next morning, Vanessa flew Noel and Asta to the capital city on her broom. Even though Noel is royalty, she had never been there because nobles rarely visit the common realm where commoners live. As for Asta, he had only passed through during the entrance exam. Noel turned to remind him not to hold on or touch her inappropriately, but if he didn't hold on tight, Asta was afraid he'd face plant on the ground, despite the very valid reason when he had to grab onto Noel's waist. She immediately screamed and pushed Asta off. The Clover Kingdom is divided into the noble realm, where royalty and nobles live, the common realm for commoners, and the Forsaken realm, which is for those considered to be of low birth. The capital city of Kika, where Asta and went for the exam, is located in the common realm. Returning to this place, Asta was still amazed by how bustling it was. He briefly remembered the first time he and came here. He wished that one day he could bring Sister Lily and the kids from the church to live here, while the father could go play in the chicken coop. The three of them suddenly spotted Ghosh flying back on his broom, his hands full of a pile of clothes he'd bought for his little sister. Just then, Asta noticed someone who looked like they were also wearing a black bull robe run past. They suddenly heard a very familiar voice coming from a nearby restaurant. Inside, Charmai and the owner were in the middle of a very serious showdown. The owner brought out a superized meal, determined to defeat any glutton, and Charmai, with her bottomless stomach, vowed to devour it all. Asta and Noel felt sick to their stomachs just watching. Thinar Al was also there, hitting on girls. His targets were beautiful women, and he didn't even spare a mother with many children. However, Finarael was immediately slapped because the kids she was with were her younger siblings. She didn't have any children of her own. She was also busy and had to go open her shop, so she didn't want to waste time with Finarael. He immediately moved on to other girls. In contrast to Finarael, Asta was like a kid from the countryside visiting the city for the first time. So excited that Vanessa was worried he'd get lost. There were so many things Asta wanted to buy that he couldn't even choose. The people around them noticed the black bull robes they were wearing and began to whisper, especially about Vanessa, who was known as the drunken warrior witch. The general consensus was that everyone wanted to stay away from the black bulls to avoid trouble. Vanessa told Noelle to just ignore them. The presence of magic knights here was already helping to deter crime. All they needed to do was keep an eye out for a handsome, rich guy in an 8-wheeled carriage. Vanessa then went into a pharmacy to buy some ingredients she needed. After that, Vanessa invited Asta and Noelle to a quieter place. It was a secret spot that she knew of. It was located in a dead-end alley, which made Asta and Noelle curious. To their surprise, Vanessa was able to walk right through the blocking wall with ease. It turned out the wall was just an illusion, and on the other side was the black market. This place was dangerous, but it contained many powerful magic items. Vanessa was a regular customer of several stalls here. Noelle seemed to dislike it, as royalty and nobles don't go to places like this. However, Vanessa said there might be an item here that could help Noelle control her magic. This immediately piqued Noelle's interest. Asta was drawn to a noisy area up ahead. Vanessa told him he was too young to go in there. Careless rookies could get cleaned out in an instant. Seeing Magna eagerly walking talking about a 10-to-1 payout, Asta knew it had to be a casino. Coincidentally, Thikeke was also inside and had already lost his entire salary to an old woman. Depressed, he went back to work. Thike absolutely hated his job of catching thieves and robbers. However, his squad captain, Jack, was terrifying. If he didn't follow orders, he might get sliced in half. Working his butt off every day was making Sek rest and constipated. Just then, he was captivated by Vanessa and Noelle. They were trying on a magic bracelet from the market to see if it could help Noelle master her magic. She tried to cast a spell. And of course, it went off course and hit Isekai. He quickly stood up, saying this market wasn't suitable for beautiful women like them. He offered to guide them out of there in his capacity as a magic knight, but he was bluntly rejected. Just then, Asta returned, showing off the item he'd just bought. It was a hideously, painfully ugly doll. Mikcha was extremely shocked to see Asta here. While Asta misremembered his name as Haha, Vanessa recognized him as a member of the Green Mana squad. Shikwa was incredibly jealous to see Asta in a squad with beautiful women. Moreover, he still thought it was Asta's fault he ended up in the Green Manas. On the other side of the market, the old woman who had just won Isake's money was suddenly robbed. Seeing this, Asta immediately chased after the thief. A moment before, Thike had been trying to make himself look better than Asta, even lecturing him. But when he heard Asta mention being awarded a star from the Wizard King on his first mission, he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Thike tried to compose himself and bragged that he had just turned his sec and started days ago. At that moment, the old woman who won the bet had her purse snatched by a thief, and Asta took off after him to get it back. Noelle helped the woman up, thinking the thief was incredibly bold to strike right in front of magic knights. Thike didn't want Asta to steal the spotlight, so he used his bronze creation magic to make a hideously ugly car. He even confidently blew a kiss their way, which Vanessa and Noelle dodged as if it were the plague. Meanwhile, the thief, riding on a cloud, was confident Asta couldn't possibly catch up. To his surprise, after weaving through several alleys, Asta was still stubbornly refusing to give up, even accidentally smashing a resident's window. In the process, the thief was so busy cursing at Asta that he accidentally crashed into a bush. Asta took the opportunity to run up some colorful signs and onto the rooftops to continue the chase. He guessed the opponent's cloud must be created by magic, so his sword would be effective. Because of this, Asta threw his greatsword, tearing through the thief's cloud, then retrieved his weapon and pursued him to the very end. Just then, Thike drove up in his car, intending to steal the credit. He just ran the thief over, leaving him on the street. But while Thike wasn't paying attention, the thief used a knife to stab Okwai to make him pay. The poison quickly took effect, causing Ezekwai to panic. At this point, Heatnia felt it spreading throughout his body. Asta told him to hang in there and not cash in his chips so soon. Thike thought back on his dream of reaching the top and decided to entrust his final words to Asta, the one who defeated him. He asked Asta to reach the top in his place. Thike decided to entrust his dream to Asta, then peacefully closed his eyes. However, Asta smacked him awake, telling him not to so easily entrust something so important to someone else, and to never give up so easily. Meanwhile, Vanessa told S.E. Kai not to be so overly dramatic, because the poison he was hit with could be cured instantly by applying the ointment she just bought. S.E. Kai then took the thief to be turned in, not forgetting to promise to see Asta again someday. Vanessa realized that although he looked naive on the outside, he was much stronger on the inside. Asta then personally returned the money to the old woman. They quickly left, wishing her a long life. However, they had no idea that the old woman had been secretly observing everything that had just happened. She was extremely curious about Asta's magic nullifying sword. It turned out that she was actually a young man in disguise. He remarked that it seems Yami had recruited some very interesting kids. A spot of light suddenly appeared, scolding the young man for sneaking out to play. Surprisingly, he was the 28th Wizard King, named Julius. His subordinate Marx was extremely worried that the Wizard King had gone out on his own again. But because he was a magic addict, Julius often disguised himself and went on excursions to see what kind of unique and bizarre magic he might encounter. Just then, Julius saw and his team heading out on a mission, and so he decided to continue his little adventure. Currently, Klaus was on a mission with two new members of the Gold and On Squad, and Mimosa, a member of the royal family. Their mission was to act as bodyguards for Salim, the son of the Ha family. His father is a member of the upper house of parliament. Klaus had heard that Salim's father was a new and a coming noble. William said that he was worried his son, who was about to study abroad, would be targeted by robbers on the road. Klaus found it strange because their family must have powerful mages to accompany him. Captain William explained that Salim's father was at ease and wanted the best magic knights to guard his son, because the IHSA family had donated a large sum to the magic knights. It was difficult for William to refuse. Moreover, he believed that magic knights must not refuse any mission, as long as it served the Clover Kingdom. He assigned this mission to Klaus to be Mimosa and Yuno's guide. As for Salim, he was the one who lost to Yuno in the final round of the exam, which prevented him from joining the Magic Knights. Klaus was extremely curious as to why he would choose Yuno as his bodyguard this time. This was also Mimosa's first mission, so she was extremely excited. Klaus reminded the two rookies not to let their guard down. Yuno's cold attitude didn't give him a very good impression. Salim called Yuno over and asked how he'd been lately. He said the reason he chose Yuno to accompany him was to have a chance to apologize. Salim had also guessed Yuno's goal of becoming the Wizard King from his choice to join the Golden Dawn. He encouraged Yuno to strive to achieve his dream and become the new Wizard King. That way, he could brag to his descendants that he was once defeated by the Wizard King. The road to the neighboring kingdom was still long, and Salim hoped Yuno could tell him more about himself. Yuno revealed that he came from Hage, the most remote village. Salim had heard that it was where the legendary first Wizard King began his journey. To this day, the giant demon skull still remains in Hage village. Yuno also mentioned that he was an orphan who was left at the church. He had no idea what his parents looked like. However, though the church he lived in was poor, the people there were incredibly kind and loved Yuno. While Yuno was busy telling his story, Klaus felt something was off because the Ha family must have mages who could use teleportation magic. So why'd choose to fly there and choose them as the only bodyguards? There were too many suspicious points about this mission for Klaus. Just then, Mimosa noticed a dark cloud approaching. Yuno decided to go ahead to check, despite Klaus trying to stop him. A burst of fire flew from the cloud and attacked Yuno, followed by the appearance of a group of other mages. They attacked him from multiple directions, causing Yuno to fall from his broom. The entire group of mages gave chase, but Yuno summoned a wind spirit, knocking one of them unconscious. The dark cloud quickly dissipated, and Yuno returned to his broom after repelling the attackers. Klaus realized that those guys weren't targeting Salim at all. The group then decided to land. Salim thanked Yuno for acting so swiftly that he didn't even need to use his own lightning magic. This made Salim want to know even more about Yuno, so he asked to visit the village where he grew up. However, that would mean they'd have to take a detour. Klaus was worried that another attack like the last one might happen again, but Salim believed that they would be there to protect him. He ignored his noble status and thought Yuno would probably like to visit home during a work trip anyway. So, the group decided to stop by Hudge village for a rest. Salim was amazed when he saw the demon's skull. Yuno pointed out the church where he grew up. At that moment, Sister Lily came outside and saw Yuno's group. She was very happy and felt that he had grown up a lot. Even though it had only been 2 months, Yuno's face looked much more mature. Klaus was annoyed at having to suddenly come to this remote village when Sister Lily approached to introduce herself. He politely introduced himself as well and mentioned that he was Yuno's guide. Sister Lily thanked Klaus for taking care of Yuno, adding that she had heard about him in Yuno's letters. Klaus was surprised to hear that Yuno had mentioned him. Although Mimosa was royalty, she still greeted Sister Lily politely. She revealed that Yuno had also mentioned Mimosa in his letters. This made her curious as to what he had said about her. Salim came over and complimented Sister Lily's beauty, bowed, and abruptly got close, which startled her into using her water magic to send him flying. The father came out and was extremely moved to see back. He and the children rushed towards him. But coldly sidestepped them. The children asked about Asta. And the father wanted him to stay the night. Klaus said they were just passing through and had to leave immediately. But Salim said he wasn't in a hurry and could stay for another hour. The father was overjoyed and planned to treat his esteemed guest to the village's specialty, Tatos. Sister Lily quickly invited everyone inside. This was the first time Mimosa had seen such a small church, which made her excited. The children quickly pulled away and begged him to tell them about the magic nights. As for Klaus, he was annoyed at having to enter such a tiny and dirty church. That evening, a feast of dishes made from Tatos was quickly laid out. The father hoped everyone from far away would try them. Salim took one bite and couldn't stop praising Sister Lily's cooking skills, saying they were as good as Gordon Ramsay's. The father told everyone to eat their fill because the potatoes were good for digestion. Klaus, being a noble, did not like this commoner's food at all. As for Mimosa, she found the potatoes made her very thirsty. The father proudly boasted that had sent his first month's salary as a magic night to him, which helped the family buy lots of Tatos, allowing the children to have full bellies every day. Nash complained, telling the father to serve something else since they weren't short on money now. However, he believed growing up tall and handsome was thanks to Tatos. So he hoped the kids wouldn't be so demanding. Sister Lily thanked very much because the money he sent not only helped buy food but also allowed them to repair the floor and build a well. At this point, became curious about the money Asta had sent back. The father couldn't hold back his tears thinking about it. Sister Lily didn't want to tell the details. But since he kept asking, she had to whisper it to him. After hearing it, felt he had lost to Asta and promised to send his entire salary next month. Sister Lily told him that wasn't necessary, as the money he sent last month was enough for the family to live on for a while. Seeing his insistence, Sister Lily had no choice but to accept. Klaus reminded Salim that they needed to leave soon. But as a noble, he really wanted to stay and broaden his horizons with new and exotic foods. Sister Lily went to pour more water for Salim, only to realize the pitcher was empty. Volunteered to get more, but Sister Lily said there was no need. Before she left, Salim generously draped his own coat over Sister Lily's shoulders because it was very cold outside. Nash also felt that he was acting like a true gentleman. As Sister Lily was about to bring the water inside, she was suddenly kidnapped by someone. Heard the noise and immediately ran out to check. But Sister Lily had vanished. And Klaus picked up a skull emblem, the same one on the necklaces of the people who attacked them this morning. Salim immediately guessed that because Sister Lily was wearing his cloak, they must have mistaken her for him and kidnapped her. The children were extremely worried about Sister Lily. Comforted them, promising that he would definitely save her. The father wanted to grab a broom and go with him, but told him and the children to stay there. He was enough to go alone. Klaus stopped because their mission was to protect Salim, and they needed to leave immediately in case something unexpected happened. Nash angrily called him a four-sheep bastard. Mimosa wanted to persuade Klaus to change his mind, but he suggested letting the local patrol force handle this matter. As for them, they had to get in the carriage and leave immediately. Mimosa had no choice but to obey, but refused. Even if he would be punished for disobeying orders, he was determined to save Sister Lily no matter what. With that said, immediately got on his broom and left. He quickly encountered one of the attackers. Strangely, the man knew No's name and quickly used stroke magic to attack him. Easily dodged and used his violent gale magic to take the guy down. Now there were only 4 left. A moment later, was trapped by another enemy using water magic. Now he was certain that he was their target. The man quickly trapped in a sphere of water to drown him to death. However, easily escaped and even turned the opponent's technique back on him to take him down. Then followed the footprints left on the ground. Suddenly, a barrage of ice spears flew at him, forcing to dodge behind a tree. The attacker laughed, mocking for falling into his trap, and controlled the ice spears to cut down the tree he was hiding behind. He decided to summon an even larger block of ice. However, Yuno's wind spear easily shattered it. The other guy never expected to be buried by the shards of his own ice, and so, there were only 2 left. Just then, noticed a glimmer of light inside some old ruins. When he found Sister Lily, a man using fire magic threatened to destroy her beautiful face. Another man was hiding silently behind them. Before all this, Sister Lily had recognized Yuno's natural talent for magic. She taught him to grow up and use that power to help those in need. Now, the fire user demanded that hand over his grimoire. He planned to either sell it or burn it. The important thing was that without a grimoire, couldn't become a magic knight if didn't obediently hand it over. Sister Lily would be in danger. But he refused to hand over the book. And at the same time, he would never let that man harm Sister Lily. The man thought was joking, but to his surprise, suddenly ducked, creating an opening for Klaus to unleash his steel creation magic piercing lance. Taking him down, Mimosa quickly rushed over to check on Sister Lily's condition. Said there was still one more, but it seemed he had already fled. He was very curious as to why Klaus came here. He may have a bit of a nasty personality, but the duty of a magic knight is to protect all the people of Clover. From the beginning, Klaus found it strange that the attackers targeted and not Salim. The fact that a noble was suddenly interested in a remote village made him even more suspicious. Personally, Klaus admitted he didn't like Oz as much as Salim did. Furthermore, the fact that the attackers kidnapped Sister Lily, mistaking her for him, made Klaus shift his suspicion to the guy. Therefore, Mimosa used her truth-telling flower to make Salim confess everything out of spite for his loss to Salim decided he would steal his for Clover Grimmire, and had his father pay for mercenaries to get revenge for his son. Klaus was able to find Yuno's location thanks to Mimosa. Her plant creation magic helped them easily pinpoint his location and arrive in time to provide support. Yuno was extremely grateful to them both. Klaus ordered Salim to keep quiet. A coward and a pathetic person like him made him understand why Salim lost to Though he let a compliment for slip, Klaus still acted under saying he hadn't truly acknowledged him yet. He asked what he wanted to do with Salim's group. He wanted to let them all go, as long as they promised to never set foot in Hage village again. Despite being given a chance, Salim still didn't know how to behave. He was about to use magic when he was sent flying by Sister Lily's water creation magic. The rest of the group saw this and became as obedient as puppies. As for Klaus, he wanted her to apply to be a magic knight so her talent wouldn't go to waste. For now, Klaus wanted to take the attackers back to the royal capital, but they had no idea where the last member was. It turned out that he had been the Wizard King in disguise all along, an imposter who infiltrated their group to observe and intervene when necessary. He felt that William's new recruits seemed pretty great. Just then, his subordinate Marks appeared, requesting the Wizard King to return quickly because there was a pile of work waiting. At that moment, the father was overjoyed because Sister Lily and everyone had returned safely. She was very grateful to Klaus and Mimosa. The father told everyone to hurry up and eat a lot because the house had nothing but potatoes. Although Klaus didn't like commoner food, he politely tried a piece. Thinking that it wasn't as bad as he had thought. The next morning, Yuno's group returned to meet their captain to report on the mission. The Wizard King had awarded them a star. This made Klaus extremely curious what his team had done to achieve this. William explained that the confession Klaus obtained from Salim helped them uncover the Hoff family's wrongdoings. They had committed bribery, forgery of documents, and illegal business activities. The reason Captain William sent the three of them to escort Salim was because he had anticipated this. He was greatly looking forward to the future achievements of Klaus, and Mimosa. Klaus himself also had a very high opinion of the two new recruits this year. As for William, he held particularly high expectations for outside. Klaus reminded him not to disobey orders on his own again, and even made look him straight in the eye and promise. On the other side, Magna continued to lose at gambling and had all his belongings taken. Importantly, the news that the Golden Dawn had gained another star wide and the gap between them and the Black Bulls. Asta was determined not to lose so easily and to catch up to his rival and surpass Meanwhile, Marks came to report to the Wizard King, but he already knew that an unusual phenomenon had occurred. Moreover, the Wizard King had already chosen the people to participate in this mission in his head. Earlier, a region near the border suddenly experienced a tremor. A nearby explorer couldn't understand what was happening. Upon investigation, he realized an entire dungeon was rising from the ground. The Wizard King's side quickly became aware of this. He had already found the right people for the upcoming mission. At the Black Bull's base, Asta was still trying to get Magna to fight him in an all-out battle. If he refused, luck would eat the pudding in his hand. Magna refused because he was currently acting as a weight for Asta's pushy-ups. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Noelle were still trying to come up with a new name for the bird. Ghosh suggested naming it Marie, after his sister. Magna wanted a cooler name, like Magna the Volcano. Noelle refused because the name sounded disgusting. Meanwhile, Gray and Gordon thought this was quite fun and wanted to join in. But Gordon spoke so quietly that no one heard anything. As for Charmai, she had the idea of fattening up the bird and roasting it. Asta and Noelle started arguing again about the new name. Everyone had their own idea. But in the end, Luck still suggested the name Nero because it was easy to say. Moreover, Nero also means black, just like the bird's color. Just then, Yami suddenly returned. He brought news that a new dungeon had just been discovered. Asta was extremely excited, although he didn't know what a dungeon was. Magna couldn't believe this kid's ignorance and had to start a quick explanation. Dungeons are ancient tombs for the dead, often containing incredibly powerful magic or valuable relics. However, to guard against thieves, the ancients installed extremely dangerous traps that could easily get you killed. No joke. Because of this danger, Magic Knights are usually sent to investigate and at the same time, protect the relics from being stolen. Yami said this dungeon was even more special because it was located on the border between their country and their enemies, the Diamond Kingdom. They had to complete the mission so the Diamond Kingdom couldn't get the treasure. Because the treasure in the dungeon could even be powerful relics or ultimate magic. Hearing this, Asta immediately volunteered for the mission to learn some overpowered spells. Yami said no way, since he didn't have any magic. However, the captain still chose Asta to go because the Wizard King had assigned him. This news was a huge shock to Asta. Magna wondered what he had done to catch His Majesty's attention. Although he didn't understand why, Asta was extremely grateful to the Wizard King. Noelle also had to go along because Yami wanted her to gain more experience. Luck was chosen as the leader for this mission. Yami thought he must be bored staying at the base all the time. And he was also worried Luck would completely destroy the house. Gray and Gordon looked visibly bored from having no screen time. Finral immediately opened a portal for the three of them to set off. Magna told Asta to do his best and be careful. Finral joked about wanting to go too. Seeing that, Ghosh demanded he be allowed to go visit his sister. Their captain agreed immediately, on the condition that they had a death wish. Finral then opened a portal for Asta's group to get near the dungeon. Charmai promised to prepare delicious food for their return. Luck quickly led the group to the dungeon's location because Finral couldn't take them directly to the entrance since he had never been there. Luckily, they were close to the dungeon, so it didn't take much time. Asta and Noelle were very nervous about exploring a dungeon for the first time. As for Luck, he just charged ahead. It was then that Asta discovered Nero had been on his head at some point without him noticing. Back at the base, Magna was still wondering why the Wizard King had specifically chosen Asta. But Yami knew the Wizard King saw the world very differently from them. Yami even called him a weirdo, despite being quite weird himself. Meanwhile, Noelle was afraid of the dark, so she stuck close behind Asta. She suddenly tripped, causing them both to fall and the light to go out, plunging everything into darkness. The three of them then had to fumble around in the dark. Noelle and Asta kept arguing, while Luck had already found a secret passage. As soon as he pressed the switch, a piece of the wall crumbled. Before them was a massive structure, surrounded by flowing water. An incredible sight. It was the first time Asta had witnessed such a fantastical structure, leaving him amazed. Luck guessed that this place had been distorted by magic. The mana in here was much stronger than outside. Noelle had also never encountered a place so overflowing with mana. As for Asta, he couldn't feel anything at all, because he didn't have any mana in his body. Asta felt sad just thinking about it. He was extremely jealous of everyone else who was brimming with mana while he was just a physical day player who had to grind his butt off. While stewing in his resentment, Asta accidentally triggered a magic trap. He quickly drew his sword and sliced away the rising rock. Noelle reminded Asta to be careful, but Luck called him over, pointed to the magic trap sign below, and then pushed Asta onto it to activate it. He treated Asta getting nearly injured like a game of hopscotch. Even Luck personally activated fire and water magic traps, just so Asta could pull out his sword and slice through them. Luck was having a great time, while the other two were afraid he was going to get the whole group killed. On the other side, Vanessa was very worried about Asta's group. Yami believed that facing danger would help them grow. And besides, with Luck along, they should be fine. His ability to sense mana was even better than a noble's. If not for his personality, every squad would be fighting to recruit Luck. Right now, Luck was very intrigued by Asta's magic nullifying sword, hoping they could have a showdown in 2 or 3 years. Thinking that Asta could easily handle all the traps here, Luck decided to use his ability to sense everything around them. He quickly detected that someone else was here besides them, and they were very strong. Luck immediately used his lightning creation magic, Thunder God's Boots, to move there, leaving the rest of the dungeon for Asta and Noelle to handle. With that, he ran off as fast as a bolt of lightning. Noelle had no idea what was going on, while Asta just thought Luck was so cool. Using his lightning, Luck easily determined the direction he needed to go. Noelle complained that the captain had clearly told Luck to look after the rookies, yet he just abandoned them to go play. Asta reassured her not to worry, because he could handle any trap. After all, he would be the one to become the Wizard King. So what's a little dungeon to him? Asta was determined to become the Wizard King before you know. He told Noelle about him and how you know brilliantly got into the gold and on despite being a commoner. Even so, Asta was determined and not to lose. Seeing Asta's ambition left a strong impression on Noelle. However, at that moment, it was just the two of them alone, which made Noelle's mind wander. Even with the bird Nero, it was still a boy and a girl, alone together. Asta wondered what was taking her so long. So Noelle hurried up, only to accidentally trigger a magic trap and get tied up by vines. A giant flower emerged from the water. It was about to swallow Noelle when Asta swung his sword and freed her. But they were both quickly bound by the flower, about to be dipped like hot pot into its corrosive solution. Just then, a gust of wind appeared, and a barrage of swords flew in and defeated the man-eating flower. Noel was stunned because the magic just now was very powerful and precise. Meanwhile, Yami suddenly remembered that the Gold and On had also sent a few people on this mission. He wondered if everyone there could get along. At that moment, Asta realized the person who had just saved him was none other than Yuno. At the Gold and Dawn's headquarters, the subordinates Halleck, Doris, and Lair had gone to see Captain William to question why he would entrust such an important task as exploring a dungeon to a rookie with a low-class background like Yuno. However, William simply asked him in return about his loyalty and trust in him as a captain, and offered no further explanation. He asserted that Yuno was an outstanding member of the Gold and Dawn, so he would be extremely useful in the future. Just then, Noel realized that Mimosa was also in Yuno's group. Klaus wondered why he bothered to save Asta and Noel. Their mission was to explore the maze and get to the treasure room as quickly as possible. They didn't have time for this. Asta immediately demanded to know where his Rude for Fuad Sr. came from. Being insulted made Klaus so angry that he lost control of his words. Mimosa quickly went over to greet Noel. The last time they had seen each other was at the royal banquet last year. It turned out Noel and she were cousins. Mimosa had heard that the Black Bulls were a very savage squad, so she was extremely worried about Noel. Noel, in turn, wondered if a clumsy person like Mimosa was doing okay in the Gold and Dawn. Mimosa smiled and said that everyone at her squad was very nice, and that she could train her magic without any worries. Mimosa suddenly remembered that Noel couldn't control her magic and wondered if her cousin had gotten any better. Mimosa's toughlessness left Noel frozen on the spot. Mimosa even excitedly boasted that her team was awarded a star for their first mission from the Wizard King. Asta and Noel heard this and smiled smugly because they were also awarded a star and weren't losing to anyone. Klaus thought he was lying. There was no way a rookie from the Black Bulls would be praised. Asta was furious because Klaus was so condescending. He even suggested that Asta's group was just a case of a blind squirrel finding a nut. Asta angrily declared that this mission was also personally assigned to him by the Wizard King. But there was no way Klaus would believe that. Getting back to the point, he asked where the other member of Asta's group was. Could it be that he abandoned them to go play by himself? Or maybe he was even killed by a magic trap? Neither was the case. But Asta and Noel didn't know how to explain because they really were left behind. But they didn't know if Luck had gone off to play or not. In any case, Klaus still considered the Black Bulls to be a useless squad, calling them the shame of the Magic Knights. Seeing how rude the other side was, Asta decided he would be the first one to conquer this dungeon. He would teach Klaus a lesson about never underestimating others. However, the fact that he couldn't even remember the name of the Gold and On's captain made Klaus just as furious, and he retaliated by body-shaming the Black Bulls captain's bizarre appearance. Asta refused to back down, arguing that Captain Yami's appearance was extremely manly. The two of them acted like children, neither giving an inch, leaving the other speechless. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Klaus decided to use his strength to prove the difference between the two squads. Mimosa quickly used her plant creation magic guide Post Flower to create a flower that could map out the dungeon's terrain. Thanks to that, she was able to get a general idea of the dungeon's basic structure. Yuno immediately used his wind magic to become a diver and fly his team away while Asta and Noel could only stand and watch. He decided he wouldn't lose like that and quickly set off. Both of them wanted to race to see who would be the first to reach the treasure room. A while later, Noel and Asta were held up by magic traps, while neither of them possessed any tracking magic. Even so, Asta wasn't discouraged and decided to try every path until he found the right one. Hearing this, Noel thought he was crazy. At this rate, they would get lost long before they reached the treasure room. Just then, the bird Nero flew up and pointed them in the right direction. On the other side, Klaus was clearly looking down on Asta. He found it very strange that he couldn't sense a single drop of mana from him. Klaus couldn't understand what the Black Bulls captain was thinking when he recruited Asta. Yuno spoke up. Warning, Senior, don't you dare underestimate Asta. Especially when he's the main character. Klaus didn't pay much attention, as he just wanted to solve this dungeon as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Wizard King received news that the Diamond Kingdom's Mage Corps was also present at the dungeon. Lately, their country seemed to be making great efforts to expand its borders, constantly invading Clover's territory. It would be terrible if dangerous ancient magic fell into the hands of the Diamond Kingdom. The leader of their Mage Corps this time was Lotus of the Abyss. Julius had seen him on the battlefield before. The Wizard King assessed him as quite strong and his magic as extremely interesting. Marx thought this was no time for them to be joking around. However, Julius was still very chill because Captain Yami had sent an interesting kid there. By now, Luck had already defeated many mages from the enemy side. Lotus was getting a headache seeing all his subordinates defeated in the blink of an eye. For Luck, as long as Lotus was strong, it would be fun. He noticed Luck was fighting by enveloping his body in lightning magic. And not only did he know how to use it, but Luck's attacks were also extremely powerful. Luck was very curious about Lotus's magic and wanted to start the fight quickly. But Lotus chose the 36th stratagem, fleeing is the best policy. However, Luck wouldn't let Lotus get away so easily. He quickly threw out smoke and dodged his attack. Lotus understood that the people from Clover were very angry because recently, his Diamond Kingdom had been frequently invading their territory. However, their side had already depleted its resources. So to survive, invasion was the only path. Lotus revealed he had 3 daughters waiting for him at home. But Luck didn't care as long as he had a strong opponent to fight. Lotus sighed, lamenting that he preferred peace but ran into a reckless kid who loved to fight. Meanwhile, Asta and Noel fell into a region of gravitational disturbance. He asked if Nero was pointing in the right direction, but it had been silent for a while. Just then, Asta saw a chest running in front of him and immediately chased after it, thinking it was the treasure chest. As soon as he caught it, Asta was overjoyed, thinking this was his chance to change his life. He quickly opened it, but inside were only internal organs, which made Noel want to puke. On the other side, Luck kept attacking, but Lotus just kept dodging. He remembered having fought the captain of the Black Bulls before. He was just as energetic as Luck. Lotus could never forget Yami because he had left a huge scar on his chest. At that time, Lotus had been so scared that he ran away. Yami's fighting technique was very special. Among all the young opponents he had fought, Yami was the one he had no chance of winning against. As Luck was about to ask more, he suddenly felt strange, and his body lost its balance. His speed gradually slowed down noticeably. This was clearly Lotus's doing, but Luck couldn't remember when he was hit by his magic. Lotus revealed that this entire room was already filled with his magic. It was just that the smoke was too thin for Luck to see. Lotus called this technique Abyssal Haze of the Depth River, a type of magic that weakens the body. He had used it while Luck was busy dealing with his subordinates. Through this, Lotus wanted to teach Luck the importance of teamwork. On the other side, another member from the Diamond Kingdom was also approaching the treasure room. Thanks to Mimosa's guidance, Yuno's group had reached the most important chamber. But while they weren't paying attention, Mimosa was suddenly attacked from behind by crystal shards. The blow was so strong that it pierced through her magic blocking robe. This was clearly not a magic trap. The user was a young man with gemstones embedded in his forehead. On the other side, Lotus thought Luck couldn't fight anymore and was about to leave. But Luck, remembering his mother's words to always win, told him to stay put. It had been a long time since he'd had this much fun fighting. Luck's speed suddenly returned, and the lightning magic surrounding him became even stronger. Lotus really didn't want to kill such a young life with his own hands. At this moment, Luck thought back to his late mother. From a young age, she never understood why Luck always smiled, and that disappointed her. He never showed sadness or cried. Until one day, Luck unexpectedly defeated a noble student in a match. The news of a commoner beating a noble quickly shocked everyone at the school. They all felt that Luck looked truly terrifying, especially the soulless smile that was always on his face. After his mother heard that her son had used magic to defeat a noble, she praised Luck, saying she never knew he was so strong. Luck's mother told him to keep doing that, to keep winning with his magic, because in this world, no one would ever help him. At that moment, Luck was convinced that he had to do whatever it took to make his mother happy. And that feeling led to an obsession about winning. Luck could feel the danger from him. Each of his attacks was faster and more precise than before. However, the man couldn't allow himself to lose this battle either. Lotus used smoke binding magic restraining cross to control the smoke and capture Luck. He hadn't planned on using the spell because it consumed far too much mana. Just then, Lotus checked on the situation and realized the kid on his own team was acting on his own. Mimosa quickly used her wood recovery magic to summon a cage of plants to heal herself. During this time, she couldn't support the others. Klaus told Mimosa not to worry about that and to focus on recovering from her injuries. Their opponent appeared to be a mage from the Diamond Kingdom. Klaus was furious that a self-respecting man would resort to sneak attacking a girl. The other guy didn't understand them, as he saw everyone else as mere pebbles in his path. He continued to control the crystal shards and launch them at Mimosa. But Klaus managed to create a shield to protect his comrade. He ordered Yuno to cover him so he could teach this Diamond Kingdom mage a lesson about the power of the Golden Dawn. Meanwhile, Asta and Noel were getting closer to the treasure vault when Noel sensed the magic in the air growing denser. She reported that it seemed like Luck was fighting someone. Asta wanted to go support his senior, but Noel thought Luck could handle it himself. They should focus on reaching the treasure vault before the enemy, as completing the mission was the top priority. This made Asta hesitate, as he didn't want to lose to Yuno. At that moment, Luck was still muttering when, determined to use his magic to achieve victory at any cost. However, deep down, Luck was also confused, unsure of what he was truly seeking. On the other side, the Diamond Kingdom mage was taking on both Klaus and Yuno by himself. His attacks were incredibly powerful, even without using a grimoire. Seeing the situation was dire, Klaus told to head into the treasure vault while he held off the enemy. No matter what, Klaus didn't want to rely on a commoner like but for the safety of the kingdom, they had to complete the mission. As soon as left, the diamond mage seized the opportunity and trapped Klaus's legs. Meanwhile, just as Lotus was about to deliver the final blow, Asta appeared and sliced through his smoke. On the other side, also decided to turn back and save Klaus. Although they weren't related by blood, they shared the same mindset that they must treat their comrades and friends as family, and under no circumstances should they ever be abandoned. Klaus couldn't understand why returned, but the boy wanted to defeat the mage, and then enter the treasure vault with everyone else, without leaving anyone behind. Just then, Asta and Noelle arrived, causing some trouble for Lotus. In the past, Luck's mother had unfortunately passed away early, but everyone found it strange that Luck was still smiling at his mother's funeral. Now, he still wanted to defeat Lotus by himself. For his mother's sake, he had to win on his own. Luck told Asta and Noelle not to interfere, as his magic alone was enough if he didn't do it this way. Luck was afraid his mother wouldn't accept him. Asta agreed, letting Luck do as he wished. Lotus continued his evasive tactics, then attacked Luck the moment he wasn't paying attention. However, Asta appeared to support his senior. If Luck could do as he pleased, then so could Asta. Although Asta could cut through the smoke, he was quickly weakened by it. Seeing Asta risk his life to fight for a comrade made Luck realize an emotion he had long forgotten. Asta had always considered Luck a friend, and that helped him realize that he still had other friends in the Black Bull squad. Now, Luck understood that he wasn't alone like he used to be. He realized that fighting together sounded like a lot more fun. When Lotus saw them get a friendship power-up, he knew the situation was not looking good. He used a Cane King's smoke prison to create a black smoke that enveloped Asta's group. However, the boy was still confident the Black Bulls would win, no matter the circumstances. On the other side, decided to unleash his full power using wind creation magic. Swift White Eagle and Wind Blade Dance combined to create a massive bird made of wind blades. With his power, declared that the gold and on would definitely be the first to reach the treasure vault, and then commanded his bird to attack. Meanwhile, Asta couldn't get rid of the smoke no matter how much he slashed. Noelle and Luck also helped to clear it, but there was still too much smoke attacking them. Sooner or later, the three of them would be weakened by the poisonous gas mixed in the room. Luck could sense and pinpoint Lotus's location. However, the man would evade all of his attacks because the smoke allowed Lotus to move faster. Not to mention, it also enhanced his ability to sense mana. The only way was to launch a surprise attack that Lotus couldn't possibly see coming. As it turned out, Asta was the key to solving this problem. The truth was, within the smoke, Lotus couldn't see anything either, but the mana radiating from them allowed him to sense his opponents like a lighthouse in the dark. At that moment, Luck switched to firing a continuous barrage of lightning orbs for a long-range attack. Lotus easily dodged them, thinking the boy was just wasting his energy. But mid sentence, he was sent flying into a wall by Asta's sword. It turned out Luck's plan was to use the lightning orbs to lure Lotus in a specific direction. Noelle would focus her senses and fire a blast of water to push Asta forward to intercept and ambush Lotus. However, things weren't going so smoothly for Yuno's team. Klaus couldn't believe that Yuno's powerful magic was being overwhelmed by the massive sword formed from the Diamond Kingdom Mage's crystals. At that moment, after getting hit, Lotus went about why Asta's group would have the heart to hit a weak-willed man like him. Lotus's left arm was broken after taking the blow, along with a few ribs. This made him realize he could no longer continue fighting. Lotus didn't hide his admiration for the strength of the Clover Kingdom mages, especially Asta. Even a veteran mage like himself had never met someone with no magic like him. Lotus thought to himself that he'd rather die than be taken prisoner. But thinking one thing and doing another, Lotus created a smoke vehicle to make a more practical escape. Luck decided to give chase, not wanting to let his opponent get away so easily. However, while no one was looking, Lotus had secretly loaded all his subordinates onto his vehicle, the coiling lazy serpent. Just as Luck thought he had caught up, he was left eating Lotus's smoke. The man had successfully escaped from Asta's group by a hair's breadth. Although it was a bit regrettable, they had a more important mission to find the treasure vault in the dungeon. Just then, Luck sensed an incredibly terrifying magical presence. It seemed there was someone even stronger than Lotus on the enemy side. Meanwhile, the man and his subordinates were preparing to leave and abandon the treasure. Lotus decided to leave the rest to his team's mage, Mars, to handle. After all, he was the Diamond Kingdom's secret weapon. Right now, Yuno knew he was no match for Mars. The man possessed an incredibly terrifying type of magic that he had never seen before. Mimosa was busy healing, and Klaus was also exhausted. What caught Klaus's attention were the stones embedded in Mars's forehead. He had heard about them before, The Diamond Kingdom was rumored to be creating mages with artificially enhanced mana. Children with high magic potential were selected and forced to compete fiercely. In the end, magical items were implanted into their bodies, and they were all forced to fight to the death until only one person remained. It seemed Mars was that survivor. Klaus was furious because as a noble and a member of the Golden Dawn, he had let a comrade get injured and was being protected by a commoner like Klaus couldn't accept things turning out this way. He launched his spiraling burst spear at Mars, but it was blocked by one of his crystal clones. As the clone targeted Klaus, he managed to erect a defensive wall in time. Wasn't having an easy time either when Mars's crystal sword came crashing down on him. Although he managed to dodge it, the sword's pursuit was relentless. If he hadn't used the wind to protect himself just before the blade touched him, would have been split in two. He quickly found a way to escape the sword and attack his opponent. However, none of Yuno's spells were effective against Mars's crystal armor. He controlled the sword to continue targeting The boy didn't give up and tried to use his wind blades to strike Mars's armor. In this perilous situation, instinctively recalled his battles with Asta when they were kids. Back then, Asta had been knocked down by him countless times. Yet, Asta still managed to get back up, determined not to give up until he could land a hit on Every time Asta tried to charge forward, he was blown away by Yuno's wind and landed face first. At that time, had advised Asta to stop, but to no avail. Now, facing Mars, he somewhat understood why Asta was so stubborn. No matter how many times Mars told him his attacks were futile, was determined, just like Asta, not to give up until he could succeed. Mars had no time for moral lessons and coldly commanded the crystal sword to descend upon while Klaus and Mimosa could do nothing. Just then, Asta charged in from behind, shattering the crystal sword with his own to protect He told Mars that he was the only one allowed to defeat because they were rivals. Sighed that he had just paid back his debt to Asta, and now he was indebted to him once again. As for Asta, he was angry that after finally catching up to his rival was getting beaten to a pulp by someone else. It was unbearable to watch. Didn't back down, telling Asta he was about to beat Mars when he just had to button. He was just about to launch a fierce counterattack when Asta swooped in from nowhere and stole the spotlight. The two started bickering, leaving Mars standing there completely ignored. In the end, they decided to compete to see who could take him down first. Klaus witnessed this in disbelief. Mars was so strong that even members of the Golden Dawn were no match. How could a commoner from the Black Bulls possibly do it? The crystal clone took advantage of his distraction and lunged. But luckily Luck appeared in time, otherwise Klaus would have been a goner. He immediately recognized Luck as the one who fought too aggressively during the entrance exam, earning him the nickname the Cheery Berserker Luck. Klaus couldn't accept being saved by the Black Bulls. On the other side, Mimosa was very worried seeing Noelle injured. She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking her cousin was right. She really was as foolish and clumsy as her cousin said. Noelle said that was spot on, and that's exactly why she would protect Mimosa with her water magic. At that moment, Mars was being ganged up on but showed no fear. He believed that the strong live and the weak die, then some and numerous crystal clones. To Mars, the weak didn't deserve to survive on the battlefield. His mission was to eliminate weaklings like Asta's group. The boy gripped his sword tightly, circled behind Mars, and attacked, telling him to try and back up his talk. Mars quickly dodged and controlled the giant crystal sword to attack, but Asta shattered it with ease. He quickly used crystal shards to bind Asta's feet. Asta used his sword to break free then slashed Mars, sending him flying to the dungeon ceiling. Taking advantage of the falling crystal shards, Asta batted them towards Mars. He phased through them and charged straight at Asta with his hands covered in crystal claws. However, Asta's enhanced magic sword knocked him down into the water. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished by his power. Luck really wanted to fight Mars, but it seemed he had to deal with his clones first. At this point, Klaus still couldn't believe that a Magicless commoner like Asta was completely overwhelming Mars. Noelle told him to stop standing there muttering. She explained that nullifying magic was Asta's special ability. Klaus thought Asta must have been lucky or had some cheap power soup. Noelle told him to watch Asta fight and see if he'd still say that. Just then, Mars's grimoire flipped to a new page and began to glow. A series of crystal shards began to appear on the water's surface, then shot straight towards Asta, but he split them in half. However, Asta didn't expect that more crystal shards would emerge from within them, and he was struck. Mars, now clad in a set of giant crystal armor, rose from the water and angrily asked the injured Asta who he was. Hearing him reply that he was born without mana and wanted to become the Wizard King made Klaus scoff. But he was shocked when he saw Asta's muscular, chiseled body. He wondered how long the boy must have trained to get a body like that. On the other side, Mars's mind began to unravel. An image of his old friend appeared, asking Mars what he wanted to be when he grew up. The man asserted that he lived to destroy everything, a way of life completely opposite to Asta's. as the Wizard King is someone who protects everyone. For that reason, Asta swore he would not lose to someone like Mars. He ordered Asta to get out of his way, calling him a mere pebble under his feet. Asta ignored him and rushed forward, swinging his sword, declaring he was the one who could shatter diamonds, let alone Mars's shabby crystals. His giant crystal armor was shattered to pieces by Asta's sword. Everyone who witnessed it was frozen in place, especially because Asta's determined gaze from childhood to the present had not changed. Back then, he had successfully landed a hit on and now, he had defeated a powerful foe like Mars. Klaus then used his magic to bind and simultaneously seal Mars's mana. He was confident that with Mars injured, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what cheap tricks he had. Furthermore, they had his Grimire. So for now, Mars was harmless. Asta advised Klaus not to be so tense and to have some herbal tea to calm down. Of course, both Klaus and refused it. Mimosa was happy that everyone was okay. Noelle was worried and asked if Mimosa's condition was stable. She replied that thanks to Noelle's protection, her body had now fully recovered. Noelle was very happy to hear but still tried to act cool, saying she only did it because Mimosa was too clumsy. She quickly turned and told Asta to do something about his clothes because he was basically showing off his body in front of everyone. Asta didn't understand why Noelle was blushing when no one else said anything. What he cared about right now was that his Black Bull's robe was torn. Luck said it was fine because Vanessa could fix it. As for Klaus, he still couldn't believe that he had been saved by the Black Bull squad. Despite that, he was still confident his team had won overall because they got here first. With a show of good sportsmanship, Klaus said he would allow the Black Bulls to enter the treasure vault first, which shocked Asta. He both thanked him and called Klaus for Hoys, which angered him, but he decided to let it go as they didn't have much time. However, Asta kept repeating the nickname for Hoys, making Klaus unbearably irritated. In the end, he even stole Klaus's line and declared he would lead the whole group into the vault. However, no one knew how to get past the protective door. Asta told Klaus to figure it out since people with glasses usually have big brains. Luck stepped forward, using his lightning to sense and discovered that the door was made of magic, so he told Asta to slash it with his sword. Klaus, of course, didn't believe Asta could do it, but with just a few cuts, Asta created a triangular hole and turned the door into a pile of scrap. Appearing before them now was the gleam of wealth, radiating from the countless treasures and money inside the vault. Asta excitedly ran in, ignoring Noelle's warning that there might be traps inside. There were mountains of gold, and even some interesting magic items and rare silks. The serious Klaus reminded everyone not to touch anything recklessly. These magic items could very well be national treasures, and touching them would land them in jail. Asta then called him a cranky frachise. And so, the two started a verbal brawl right there. Meanwhile, followed a ray of light and was drawn to a scroll that was emitting a strange breeze. He opened it and saw that it contained characters he had never seen before. Grimire reacted to the scroll in his hands. The characters written on it suddenly vanished and then glowed, catching everyone's attention. When looked again, the scroll was now just a blank sheet of paper. Klaus reminded him not to touch things and to put it back where he found it. On the other side, the bird Nero pulled Asta's hair to direct him toward a strange circular plaque on the wall. Klaus examined Mars's Grimire and felt it was very strange, looking as if it were pieced together from two different books. However, next to him was for-sleeve Grimire, and Asta's, which looked so tattered it could have been picked from a trash can. So Klaus thought Mars's book wasn't all that strange anymore. But suddenly, the book reacted and vanished from Klaus's hands. Luck also sensed a terrifying magical presence and yelled for everyone to run. The vault door was suddenly destroyed. Mars had returned with his giant crystal armor. He quickly used his crystals to trap Klaus, Luck, and the man couldn't understand how Mars had escaped his magic healing spell and how he could have recovered in such a short amount of time. Just then, Klaus was surprised to see Mars using flame recover magic. This should have been impossible, as each person only has a single magic attribute. The four main magical elements are fire, wind, water, and earth. They counter each other, creating a harmony between the elements. A mage can only use one of the four elements and one attribute derived from it. Yet Mars ignored that rule and possessed two types of magic. Klaus immediately suspected this was the result of the Diamond Kingdom's experiments. Just as Klaus thought, the flame recover magic that Mars possessed originated from his childhood friend, the one who tried to kill him. Noelle tried to use her water to extinguish the flames but was knocked away and seriously injured by Mars. Seeing this, Asta became enraged, pulled out his greatsword, and charged at Mars. But now he was aware of the ability of Asta's sword to nullify all magic. Therefore, he attacked the boy with extremely fast blades to see if Asta could react to them in time. Just as he struggled to block them all, Mars rushed forward and sent Asta flying into the wall with the golden plaque. Seeing Asta fight for his friends reminded Mars of his deceased friend, and he kept muttering, "The strong will live." and the weak must die. At that moment, Mars noticed Mimosa trying to heal Noelle. The others were trying to break free from the crystal restraints. Fearing she wouldn't be in time to save Noelle, Mimosa decided to use her strongest magic, Princess thus healing Flower Paradise, creating a set of armor and wings from plants to save the life of the critically injured Noelle. As a child, Mimosa was a very clumsy girl, and whenever she fell, Noelle was always there to help her. As they grew up, Mimosa's recover magic was highly praised by everyone. They all believed she could heal anyone with her talent. In contrast to Mimosa, Noelle was looked down upon. Even though they were the same age, the reason was that Noelle couldn't control her own power. Everyone ridiculed Noelle, calling her a disgrace to the royal family. Only Mimosa understood how hard she had tried. If she were in Noelle's situation, Mimosa would have given up long ago. Everyone in the royal family looked down on hard work because it was something only for those without talent. However, Mimosa always respected Noelle because she knew she had always given her best effort. Just then, Mars targeted their location. To him, only the strong deserved to live, while the weak had to die. Both Klaus and the others could do nothing at that moment to protect Mimosa and Noelle. When Asta came to, he saw the two of them in danger. But his sword was too big for him to keep up with Mars's magic. The man could freely change his tactics and use his magic adaptively, forcing Asta to find a new way to counter him. At that moment, Nero flew over and landed on the hilt of his sword, catching Asta's attention. On the other side, the image of his childhood friend trying to kill him enraged Mars. He controlled a barrage of blades and aimed them at Mimosa. However, Asta appeared in time, shattering them with his smaller sword. Mars was stunned and didn't understand where he got it from. Asta didn't bother to explain and charged at him, landing a slash on his opponent's shoulder. Mars immediately used his flame recover magic to heal, simultaneously knocking Asta back. Even if he managed to hit Mars, the man would just use flame recover magic to heal, putting Asta in a tough spot. While Asta was hesitating, Noelle spoke up. Asta is the only commoner I acknowledge, so hurry up and defeat Mars. As she finished, Asta's sword was suddenly enveloped in a blue magical aura. Mars told him to get lost because his goal was to eliminate the weak little girl in front of him. Asta, of course, refused. He used the legendary power of friendship to unleash a long-range slash that shattered Mars's crystal armor. Everyone was astonished because Asta, who had no magic, was able to use water-slicing magic. Luck immediately guessed that he might have borrowed Noelle's power. It seemed that was the ability of Asta's new sword. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized a crystal shard had pierced his stomach. Asta immediately coughed up blood and collapsed in front of everyone. Noelle quickly asked Mimosa to treat Asta since she was fine now. His wound was so severe that she worried if she could even save Asta with her remaining mana. Everyone kept calling Asta's name, telling him to wake up. Meanwhile, the unconscious Mars recalled memories from when he was a child and forced to participate in the training program. He missed his family dearly and was fortunate to meet a friend his age named Fana, who comforted him by saying they had the power to protect their loved ones in this kingdom. Fana and Mars eagerly awaited the day they could leave this place. Mars was the strongest, so she believed he would be the first to return home. Mars promised that he would always wait for Fana to get out too. Then, they would explore the world together. But they never expected that the final test would be two for Saul, the children present to slaughter one another. Only one survivor could get out and become a mage of the kingdom. With his overwhelming magic, Mars quickly defeated many of the other children, until only he and Fana were left. She decided to attack Mars first with her flame recover magic. And then, in a moment of carelessness, Mars accidentally killed Fana with his own magic. Seeing the person he loved die by his own hand threw Mars into a state of extreme agitation. The supervisors then decided to implant magic stones into his body and also merge Fana's abilities into Mars, as she was the last one to die. Now Mars had woken up, believing he possessed the strongest magic. Those without magic were just weaklings who had to die. He decided he had to finish off Asta right here. Klaus realized Mars's flame recover magic had been nullified by Asta. This was their chance to defeat him. Luck, however, would need a little more time to break free from these crystals. Seeing Asta in danger, immediately broke free from the restraints. He flipped through all the pages of his grimoire to find a way to save Asta. Just then, space and time around suddenly stopped. And appearing next to him was a tiny little spirit who had just woken up. She gently blew a gust of wind that shattered Mars's crystal sword. When time resumed, Mars was suddenly blown into a wall and knocked unconscious. Everyone, including didn't understand what had just happened. Mars's magic had now been nullified. Klaus rushed over to ask what magic he had used. But even himself didn't know. Klaus understood that was currently exhausted, so he would ask him later. The important thing now was that they had captured Mars. Discovered that the characters from the scroll now appeared inside his grimoire. At the same time, Asta's new sword returned to his book along with new spells. At that moment, the dungeon began to collapse from the tremors. Quickly used heavenly wind art to summon a gust of wind to carry everyone out of there. Luck used his lightning boots to quickly carry Asta onto the ride, while Mimosa continued to heal him. As soon as Asta woke up, he asked everyone to save Mars, saying they couldn't just leave him there even though he had tried to kill them just moments ago. Klaus disagreed, but Asta said their mission was to explore the dungeon, not eliminate enemies. Before passing out, left with no other choice, and Luck went back to save Mars as Asta asked. But the dungeon was about to collapse on top of them, forcing them to prioritize their own escape. Right now, Mimosa couldn't use her guiding flower spell, so didn't know which way to go. Luckily, Luck could use his magic to lead the way. Boulders continued to fall, forcing Klaus and Luck to destroy them. Noelle didn't sit idly by either and provided support from behind. Just like that, everyone continuously worked together to escape. Mimosa was very impressed with what Asta had done, so she was determined to save him. Immediately sped up and successfully got everyone out safely before the dungeon collapsed. Lotus's group was lucky that they had cleared the way, allowing them to escape in time as well. It was all thanks to the abstruse hermit's smoke that helped them stay hidden, and they had also taken the treasure from the vault long ago without anyone noticing. Lotus also took the opportunity to save Mars, even though he was a bit difficult. At that moment, the memories Mars had forgotten returned to him. In the moment he accidentally killed Fana and was sinking into despair, she had used the last of her strength to heal Mars. It turned out Fan had to attack him so that Mars would fight back. When he woke up and remembered everything, Mars was thanked by Lotus, because thanks to him taking on the whole group, the old man was able to get all this treasure. Thanks to it, the people and Lotus's daughter would be well fed and warm. Mars gazed toward the sunset, dazed, now that he remembered everything. Before she closed her eyes, Fana had told Mars to explore this world for the both of them. At that moment, he unexpectedly thanked Lotus for saving his life, which greatly surprised the man. On the other side, Asta woke up to see everyone surrounding him. They were all very happy that he had recovered. Mimosa was impressed with Asta's toughness and resilience. Said it came from his stubbornness, which made Asta want to challenge him to a solo fight. But his body still ached. Mimosa felt guilty that her magic wasn't enough to help Asta recover completely. Asta told her not to apologize because, after all, Mimosa was his savior. Her being thanked by him made her blush and hide shyly behind Noelle. Luck thought Asta was going to kick the bucket before he had a chance to challenge him. The boy declared he wouldn't die before becoming the Wizard King, so they shouldn't worry. Disagreed, saying he would be the one to become Wizard King. Asta stood up, having to use his sword as a crutch, as his body was still in pain. Klaus walked over to the two of them and hugged them, expressing his apologies. He felt ashamed for not acknowledging their strength and for calling Asta commoners. Now, Klaus acknowledged them as outstanding magic knights of the kingdom. While everyone was having a touching moment, Asta spoke up, telling Klaus he was hugging it tight and he couldn't breathe. Before coughing up blood and collapsing, Luck quickly rushed over to ask to fight him next time, but was immediately rejected. Asta quickly reminded Noelle about her clothes, which were revealing in places that should be covered. Noelle immediately got embarrassed, rushed over, and stomped on Asta, knocking him out on the spot. Luckily, the tough Asta woke up again, but Noelle made him suffer for continuing to stare at her. In the end, both and Asta looked at each other and smiled because they both had such good comrades. After the battle ended and they returned to the Black Bull's base, Asta was shocked when everyone told him he had been sleeping soundly for a whole week. Vanessa told Asta that Noelle had been very worried about him and visited often. She quickly denied it, saying she was just afraid that if Asta died, the show would end early. He thanked Noelle for worrying about him. Besides Noelle, the others were also very worried about Asta. But Noelle, seeing him sleep so much, was worried Asta would get lazy and lose all his muscles. Gauche, however, told everyone to be quiet for a moment because he didn't want his little sister Marie in the photo to hear such boring things. Luck asked if the wound on Asta's stomach had healed so he could challenge him to a fight. Asta clutched his stomach and said it wasn't fully healed because now he had a stomachache from hunger. Charmai and her sheep suddenly appeared, bringing a lot of food. Asta immediately ate like a starved wolf, making Noelle worry he would choke. Seeing Noelle worry about Asta eating too much, Vanessa said it was a good thing that he was easy to raise, and invited Asta to have a glass of wine to clear his system. Charmai was very happy that Asta was devouring her food. At that moment, Captain Yami kicked the door in to greet everyone, planning to have a light breakfast before going to bed. He was very happy to see Asta awake, as he thought the boy had died. Yami praised Asta for being so good at getting himself injured on every mission. He informed them that the Magic Knights' headquarters wanted a report on the dungeon incident and ordered Asta's group to go there. Luck was thrilled because there were a lot of strong people there for him to challenge to a fight. Yami guessed he was planning to cause trouble, so he forbid him from going. He said Magna had a combat-related mission and told Luck to go with him. Upon hearing this, Luck acted friendly and wanted Magna's cooperation, which shocked him so much he suspected the Luck in front of him was actually gray in disguise. But it wasn't. Charmai wanted to go with Asta and Noelle instead of Luck, but was rejected because all she knew was eating. This made Captain Yami so upset he cried and walked away. Ghosh proactively declined because he was busy writing a letter to his sister. But Yami hadn't planned on asking him to go anyway. Gordon wanted to go but spoke so softly Yami didn't hear him. So in the end, only Asta and Noelle went to the royal capital alone. He was amazed to see the castle up close. For the first time, Noelle reminded Asta to tone it down or people would judge him. However, the truth was she was extremely nervous now that it was just her and Asta traveling together. On the other side, Yuno's group also had to go to the Magic Knight's headquarters to report. Asta quickly called out to them and greeted them. Klaus was glad to see he was feeling better. Asta boasted that he could eat and sleep well, which made Yuno think he was talking like a child. Asta quickly turned to thank Mimosa for healing. Hey, but suddenly she ran off, which confused Asta. Yuno thought it was probably because she was shocked by how short Asta's arms were. Noelle rushed over to ask what was wrong and found Mimosa very flustered. She said she felt like she had a congenital heart disease every time she saw Asta. Ever since they met, Mimosa couldn't stop thinking about him. Noelle knew right away this was the love bug and was shocked, asking her cousin why she would choose Asta, a country bumpkin who was not only short but also had a big mouth. But Mimosa thought that what he lacked in one area, he made up for in others, which made Asta cute. Besides, that six-pack was something no one could resist. Noelle tried her best to dissuade her, but then felt confused, not understanding why she was suddenly trying to convince her cousin to give up. And so, the two of them started whining, which made the boys curious. Klaus then led the way. Even though he wasn't familiar with the area, Yuno found it strange that he had accepted being called for highs by Asta, and even spoke to him very gently, just as they were about to step inside the headquarters. Klaus, Noelle, and Mimosa suddenly froze and quickly knelt before a person. Only Asta and Yuno remained standing as they didn't know who the person in front of them was. Asta even bluntly said his clothes were ridiculously flashy. Klaus quickly informed them that the person before them was the Wizard King, Lord Julius. Both Asta and Yuno were stunned, as this was the first time they had met the Wizard King. Everyone then personally reported all the events in the dungeon to him. After examining the strange characters that appeared in Yuno's grimoire, Julius said, "It's the most important sacred relic of the dungeon." He could only roughly decipher what was written in it. Seeing Julius's excited expression, Klaus guessed that the rumors about the Wizard King's obsession with magic were completely true. Julius wanted Yuno to use the spell for him to see, but the boy said he had used it once in the dungeon but hadn't been able to use it again since. The Wizard King knew it was the wind spirit of the four great supernatural attributes. It seemed Yuno was the one chosen in this era. All the Wizard King could say was that this spell would grow along with him. One day, it would surely become unparalleled. So Yuno should treasure it carefully. Asta excitedly showed off the new spell characters in his book to Julius, hoping the Wizard King could translate it. Unfortunately, even Julius couldn't read it. He said he had never seen these things in any book before. Asta quickly summoned his new sword for the Wizard King to see, then gloated to Yuno that he could use his new spell whenever he wanted. An excited Julius asked Asta for permission to touch the sword, but as soon as he held it, he couldn't lift it because it was too heavy. The moment he touched it, Julius felt the sword absorbing his mana. Julius then understood that even he couldn't use the sword. Only someone with no magic like him could wield it. Asta was very surprised that Julius knew he had no magic and about the sword's magic nullifying ability. Julius didn't bother explaining and thanked everyone for doing a great job on the recent mission. Asta hesitantly asked for permission to ask Julius a question. Both he and Yuno asked in unison what they had to do to become the Wizard King. Julius realized it was their shared dream and chuckled, because everyone in the Magic Knight squads wanted the same thing. Klaus quickly reminded Asta and Yuno that asking such a question was disrespectful. He believed that to become the Wizard King, one had to be a noble person. But Julius denied that. He explained that to become the Wizard King, one must have merits. Dignity alone cannot protect the people. They must have merits to earn trust. The Wizard King needs only one thing, the most powerful of merits. The effort to accumulate merits is the key to everything. Anyone who can't do that cannot stand at the top. This answer was exactly what Asta and Yuno wanted to hear. Julius highly praised the determined looks in their eyes and the foresight of Captains William and Yami in choosing them. He announced that today he was gathering the members with the most stars to hold a merit awards ceremony. Julius wanted to invite Asta's group to attend as well. A short while later, the Wizard King personally led them to the venue for the award ceremony. Noelle had a very bad feeling about this. As the doors opened, Julius asked if Asta's group could achieve more merits than the people present here. He stepped inside and declared the merit award ceremony had begun. The Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom have different power rankings, divided into 5 levels with the Wizard King at the top. At the annual Merit Awards ceremony, mages with a certain number of stars are promoted by the Wizard King. First was a member of the Crimson Lion Kings, who earned 7 stars. Named Leopold. He was promoted to the rank of second-class intermediate Magic Knight. His flame magic is as powerful as the Crimson Lion King's captain. So Julius reminded him to be careful not to overdo it. Next was a member of the Blue Rose Knights, who earned 7 stars. The young Lady Saul was promoted to third-class intermediate Magic Knight. Her earth creation magic was excellent, but Julius advised Saul not to be too unrestrained when using it. Next was a member of the Silver Eagles who had also earned 6 stars. The young man Solid was awarded the rank of third-class intermediate Magic Knight. His control over his magic was excellent, but he was too arrogant. Julius reminded Solid to cooperate with others more. Next was still a member of the Silver Eagles, the young Lady Nebre. With 9 stars, she was promoted to the rank of 5th-class senior Magic Knight. Julius praised the illusions from her Miss Magic, but warned that if she used it to show off too much, she would be ambushed by enemies. Next was a member of the Gold and On with 7 stars. The young man Hammond was promoted to the rank of Sec and Class Intermediate. Another member of the Gold and On with 9 stars was called. The young man Siren was awarded the rank of First-Class Intermediate. Contrary to his powerful magic, Siren seemed extremely quiet. The most outstanding was the one who achieved 11 stars from the Gold and Dawn. The young man Alec Dora was promoted to First-Class Intermediate Magic Knight. The Gold and On had a total of 71 stars. Julius encouraged the other squads to try harder and not let them get too far ahead. Julius knew everyone was tired, so he had specially organized a simple party. By the way, he also mentioned that today he had some special guests, who were Asta's group, and hoped everyone could get to know each other. Just then, a subordinate came over to whisper an urgent matter to Julius, so he had to leave immediately. At the party, Klaus felt uncomfortable being stared at by the people there. He didn't understand why the Wizard King was so polite to his group. Asta, on the other hand, was carefree, eating because the food here was delicious. Klaus thought he had a strong, fearless spirit, but said it was just Asta being clueless and enjoying the peace. Mimosa timidly approached and asked if she could sit with Asta. He thought she also liked the dish he was eating. Alec Dora openly looked down on Asta's group and didn't understand why the Wizard King would invite commoners. Nebre, for her part, couldn't sense any magic from Asta, so she thought he just got lucky in the dungeon exploration mission. Hammond only judged him by the messy way he ate. Asta noticed that people around him were gossiping, but he was used to it. Leopold approached and provoked Alec Dora because they always considered themselves the strongest squad and looked down on commoners. Even though one of their members was a commoner and even possessed a Forsleaf Grimoire, Alec Dora stated that only his group represented the strength of the Golden Dawn. Klaus tried to argue, but was shut down. Alec Dora also criticized Mimosa for getting injured during the last mission and having to withdraw from the front lines, disgracing the Royal Vermilion family. Solid spoke up, saying the most useless person here had to be Noelle. He walked over and poured a glass of water on her head, even though they were siblings. Both Solid and Nebre saw Noelle as a disgrace to the Silva family. Captain Nozel spoke up, telling her she didn't deserve to be here, ordering Noelle to get lost and calling her the one who killed their mother. Just as Noelle was about to leave, Asta grabbed her hand. He told Noelle she didn't have to run away from these nasty people. Asta stood on the table and expressed his disappointment that these supposedly great people were just arrogant and despicable. Asta was cut off as he was enveloped by Alec Dora's magic. He immediately used his sword to slash it apart, boldly declaring he would accumulate as many merits as possible, become the Wizard King, and shut the mouths of all the arrogant people here. Meanwhile, a strange man with an Ipshot was resentfully recalling being exiled from Clover. It was clear that in this world, magical power was everything, and though he was no less skilled than the nobles, he was not respected at all. A hooded figure appeared, urging him to carry out their plan to attack the capital. At that moment, after Asta's loud declaration that he would become the Wizard King in front of everyone, he was immediately met with ridicule. Solid and Nebre used their Mercury magic to attack. Solid Sea Serpent's strike lunged forward but was shattered by Asta. Nebre quickly used Mistbinding Net to create a mist around him, but it was also useless. Alec Dora immediately deduced that Asta's sword could nullify magic. However, if they stayed out of his attack range, there was nothing to worry about. Alec Dora immediately used Creation Magic Armor Titan to create a knight of sand to grab Asta, pinning him down. When Klaus tried to speak up for Asta, he was scolded because he dared to cause a disturbance at the Merit Awards ceremony, a crime that could not be forgiven. While Asta was pinned, Solid wanted to use his holy water bullets to shut him up for good. Was about to step in, but Asta summoned his second sword, both freeing himself from the Sand Soldier and deflecting Solid's water bullets. The man was furious because Asta had forced him to his knees in humiliation. Noelle began to plead. But, just then, the atmosphere suddenly became terrifying. The pressure radiating from the captain of the Silver Eagles, Nozel, as he approached, made everyone there feel intimidated. He told Solid that using magic on a lowly commoner was an embarrassment to the Silva family. Asta didn't understand the chilling sensation he was feeling. It was very different from the pressure from Captain Yami. Klaus, watching from the side, was extremely worried for Asta. But just as Nozel was about to make a move, the captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, Hugo Leon, spoke up and stopped him. For such a great family to gang up and bully Asta was truly a disgrace. Leopold then approached and told Asta he was a very interesting person. Just as Mimosa had said. He declared that from now on, he would be Asta's rival, even though he mispronounced his name. Leopold told Asta to smile and be happy to become his rival, though it was a bit forced. Mimosa explained that she and Leopold were cousins. The father of Captain Hugo Leon and Leopold was her father's older brother, and Noelle's mother was Mimosa's mother's older sister. Asta thanked Leopold for choosing him as a rival. But for him, was his true rival. Leopold clapped him on the shoulder and said there was nothing wrong with having more than one rival. He was very impressed with the sturdy body Asta possessed. So he decided to challenge Asta to an arm wrestle. Alec-Dora and Captain Charlotte thought they were acting like children, just stood by, calling men idiots. Leo decided to challenge Asta to an wrestling match. Even though this wasn't the right time, Mimosa greatly admired him, while the others felt they were being too loud. Captain Nozel, however, couldn't accept a royal, acknowledging a commoner. Hugo Lai encountered that Asta was personally permitted by the Wizard King to be here, so they had to recognize him. Nozel then claimed the Vermilion family had grown soft, boasting that he was a great eagle soaring high in the sky and had no reason to acknowledge an insect crawling on the ground. The air suddenly grew tense. The two captains unleashed their magic, menacing each other. It was a clash between an eagle and a lion, and although Asta couldn't sense mana, he was stunned by the pressure they were emitting. Saul asked Charlotte if they should try to mediate, but the Blue Rose captain didn't want to get involved in men's business. Just then, someone arrived with urgent news, and the battle between the two captains finally stopped. He frantically reported that the royal capital was under attack. Everywhere was engulfed in flames, and citizens were being attacked by zombies. The blindfolded man stood on high, laughing, for he was the one behind it all. He reveled in the sight of the capital being swallowed by the flames of slaughter. He ordered the zombies to kill every single innocent person, sparing no one. Mages immediately appeared to attack the zombies. But, even when their limbs were blown off, they kept advancing. The blindfolded man jumped down, using his strange and horrifying magic to summon even more zombies. They all charged forward to destroy the mages who were fighting back. The blindfolded man eagerly awaited the magic knight squads to arrive and try to stop him. At that moment, Klaus quickly used his world modeling magic to construct a model of the capital showing the current situation. Asta was amazed that he could create a 3-to-3-dimensional model of the entire city. Even people's voices and power levels were clearly displayed, thanks to the mana that permeated every nook and cranny. His magic was even more advanced than Mimosa's guidance magic. Hugo Lion found it puzzling, as the kingdom was surrounded by a spatial magic barrier maintained by numerous mages working in shifts. It seemed the attackers had found and analyzed a weakness in the barrier to infiltrate, or it was possible they had an inside man. He then began to think about how best to utilize the members present. Asta didn't have time for such deliberation. While they were hesitating, many citizens were being harmed. He decided to leave, though Klaus worried they still hadn't grasped the full situation. Besides, how would Asta know where to go if he couldn't sense mana? Asta announced he would follow the noise and just took off running. Seeing this, Leo laughed loudly and decided to follow him to see just how strong he was. Hugo Lion knew his little brother loved a good time, but right now, he had work to do. He took command of everyone present, splitting them up to fight. Leo and Asta would go to the North District. Noelle was also told to go with them. The Silver Eagle squad would go to the Central District, the Blue Rose to the East District, and the Golden On squad would split in two, heading for the West and Northwest districts. Just as everyone set out to protect the kingdom, Charmai, who had been snacking under the table, crawled out. She believed that if she performed well, she would definitely be given more delicious food. But when she smelled the fragrant aroma, Charmai forgot all about helping everyone. In the Central District, the Silver Eagle squad swiftly appeared to stop the zombies. In the East District, Saul and Captain Charlotte also arrived just in time to protect the citizens. The Northwest District had Yuno's group, with Alec-Dora present, determined to wipe out the enemies of the kingdom. Yuno attacked from above, realizing the zombies couldn't be destroyed if the magic wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, Klaus's group had reached the West District, and Captain Hugo Lion also arrived in the North District in time. Noelle and Asta had never seen anything like these zombies, wondering which kingdom they came from. At that moment, a little girl in a small corner was surrounded by them. The blindfolded man asked the little girl if she loved this kingdom, because he utterly despised it. He declared he would take over the Clover Kingdom and its people, then destroy it all. Just as the girl was about to become prey for the zombies, Asta arrived in time, wiping out the ones behind her before charging at the blindfolded man. Determined to protect everyone, the blindfolded man expressed disappointment that while the magic knight had finally arrived, it was a member of the Black Bulls, and a kid, no less. He believed Asta's rusty sword couldn't do a thing to his minions. But when he looked again, they had already been knocked to the ground by Asta. Meanwhile, the little girl took the chance while the man was distracted to run to Asta, who quickly told her to hide behind him. The blindfolded man realized he was the anti-magic kid he'd heard about. He confidently declared that someone without magic like Asta was no match for him. And even more zombies. In the Central District, the citizens were overjoyed to see the arrival of the Silver Eagle Squad. In the West District, Klaus and his two companions were having trouble as the zombies kept rising no matter how many times they were struck down. In the East District, Saul and Captain Charlotte felt that the zombies' appearance was nauseating. Meanwhile, in the Northwest, couldn't seem to find their weakness. Alec advised him not to waste time analyzing and to just destroy them all. In the North District, Captain Fugalion's team realized these zombies were no longer living people, so they could strike them down without holding back until they couldn't get up again. Leo then used his spiral flame magic, combining it with a Saul linea of Fugalion to easily incinerate the zombies, leaving Noel and over on Klaus's side. They began to press their attack. Hammond used his glass creation magic Verflurry, causing the zombies to be torn to shreds. Meanwhile, Alec commanded his giants and soldiers to smash all enemies. While the others were fighting, Mimosa took on the task of healing the citizens. The members of the Blue Rose Squad continuously cast spells to prevent the zombies from approaching them and the civilians. Meanwhile, Solid and Nebre easily wiped out a large number of zombies in the Central District. The silver rain from Captain Nozel in no time at all had immobilized all the zombies. On the other side, the captain of the Crimson Lions summoned a lion of fire, incinerating all enemies before him, much to the relief of the citizens, who were now saved. Leo was blasting fire when he heard Dasta's voice and went to find him. He was shocked that with only a sword in hand, Asta could defeat so many enemies. His direct yet interesting fighting style made Leo intrigued. The blindfolded man was surprised, as his corpse magic allowed him to pour his mana into corpses and control them at will. And yet, with a single strike, Asta had severed his connection to the zombies. Asta asked why the blindfolded man was attacking innocent people. He charged forward with his sword, but some kind of purple liquid suddenly shot out, hitting him on the cheek. A zombie, number 4, which the man called Jimmy, appeared. He told Asta the sin of the innocent is not knowing how strong he is. On the other side, Yuno's group was consistently overwhelming and defeating many zombies. Mimosa was also doing an excellent job healing the citizens. Hammond was almost overwhelmed by zombies, but luckily Klaus and Yuno saved him in time, making Hammond want to treat them to ice cream. Meanwhile, Saul was controlling her golem to smash the zombies brutally. Captain Charlotte, on the other hand, used her briars to bind them tightly. The Silver Eagles were also gradually wiping out the zombies in the center. At that moment, the blindfolded man ordered his puppet Jimmy to target Asta. Asta quickly asked why he kept creating monsters with such a bizarre and offensive aesthetic. But then he realized the wound on his cheek caused by Jimmy continued to spread and bleed non-stop. The blindfolded man revealed that it was due to a special curse bullet. Even a small graze would cause the wound to bleed endlessly, since his large sword made him slow. Asta used his smaller sword to slice through Jimmy's bullets. The blindfolded man found him to be a real nuisance, but he was confident he would win soon, as Jimmy still had plenty of cursing unique magic bullets. Before finishing him off, he ordered Jimmy to deal with the little girl behind him. Asta quickly stood to shield the girl. He desperately fought off the incoming bullets while the blindfolded man advised him to give up and save himself. Gradually, the bullets started hitting Asta. But, no matter how hopeless it seemed, he was determined to protect the innocent citizens at all costs. This angered the blindfolded man, who ordered his puppet to continue the assault. Noel came over and, seeing Asta in danger, intended to help him. But at that moment, she was haunted by the insults of her siblings, which made Noel lose her confidence and call out for someone else to help Asta. 3 zombies suddenly rushed to attack her. But fortunately, Captain Fugalion arrived in time to save her. He walked over and tapped Noel on the head, demanding that she focus. Fugalion knew she had been shaken by her siblings' words, but they didn't have time for that now. On the battlefield, Noel was here as a magic knight, so she had to be strong and fight. Being weak is not shameful. Remaining weak is what's truly shameful. After being scolded by the Crimson Lion captain, Noel remembered that Asta was the clearest proof of that saying. If he could be strong, then she could too. At this point, Asta was exhausted and injured. He was hit by Jimmy's bullets and couldn't block two that were aimed at the little girl behind him. But Noelle managed to erect a water barrier in time. She told Asta he should be grateful for her help. Now that he can move freely, Noelle believed Asta could defeat his opponent. Angered by the interruption, the blindfolded man ordered the zombies to charge, but they were incinerated by Leo's flames. He told Asta to hurry up and give the enemy a taste of his own medicine, and not to worry because he had his back. Asta immediately thanked Leo and rushed forward, unleashing a whirlwind attack to sweep away Jimmy's cursed bullets. Then, pushed back the puppet with his sword and finally succeeded in defeating it. Leo, witnessing Asta's fighting style, thought he was incredibly interesting. The blindfolded man frantically called for Jimmy, but he couldn't get back up. Asta wanted him to fight directly, but he had already summoned puppet number 2, named Alfred, ordering it to attack Asta with lightning. Alfred's power created lightning bolts so bright that even from Noelle's location, they could be seen. In the central district, Noelle found it strange that although the zombies were numerous, they were too weak, making him wonder what the enemy's goal or their main force was. The only thing Noelle could think of was that their target was the royal palace. At that moment, the king, with a girl on each arm, was asking where the wizard king was and why he hadn't come to protect him. Marx could only tell the king to relax and enjoy himself, as Julius was a bit busy. The king showed his annoyance that Julius had forgotten his place. Only he held the power to rule the Clover Kingdom. Meanwhile, Charmai followed the aroma and found her way to the kitchen, where the head chef was working tirelessly. Even though everyone had left the banquet, he didn't want to hide because he was in the middle of cooking his finest dish. Hearing that the Magic Knights had left without eating his main course shocked the head chef immensely. Charmai rushed to the chef's feet, begging him to let her eat his exquisite dish. The chef saw her black bull's robe and thought Charmai was an honored guest invited to the awards ceremony. Coupled with Charmai's sparkling eyes and drool, the head chef was convinced and became determined to finish the dish for her to enjoy. The chef performed his legendary salt sprinkling pose while uttering his cringe why recently popular slogan that life is not as important as cuisine. At that moment, Asta couldn't attack Alfred since it was flying high above him. What's more, it continuously attacked him with its lightning bolts. Noelle quickly told the little girl to run. The girl was very worried about Asta and hoped Noelle could help him. She promised she would, because Asta was a friend she cherished dearly. On the other side, no matter how hard Asta tried, he couldn't touch Alfred, so he challenged it to come down and fight for 300 rounds. Of course, the blindfolded man wasn't stupid enough to order his puppet to fly down. Noelle remembered how in the dungeon, Asta had defeated Mars by infusing her water magic into his sword. If they could do that again, he'd be more than capable of hitting the enemy hovering in the air. Leo came over and said he would support Noelle, and together, they wouldn't let the blindfolded man harm Asta. However, he had already summoned his third puppet, which used mud magic, a counter to Leo's magic attribute. Asta was now seriously injured, while Noelle and Leo had to face the third puppet and couldn't help him. The blindfolded man arrogantly told Asta that he didn't have to do anything but stand back and control the zombies to win easily. That was the fighting style that set him apart from other weaklings. Asta was furious and vowed to teach him a lesson to never underestimate others. Asta's glare made the blindfolded man uncomfortable, and he ordered Alfred to fire its lightning to roast him. Noelle wanted to help Asta, but the third puppet's mud magic was too troublesome. On the other side, Asta, with a sword in each hand, prepared himself to face Puppet Alfred's strongest attack. But, just then, Captain Fugal Lion's flames incinerated Puppet Alfred to ashes before the blindfolded man's astonished eyes. Asta felt disappointed that he couldn't defeat the opponent himself. Fugal Lion apologized for interfering in his fight, because he didn't want Asta to die here. The Crimson Lion captain praised Asta for holding out this long, saying he was very skilled. He admitted his judgment of people wasn't as good as Yami's and regretted not picking Asta during the selection exam. Fugal Lion asked about his goal of becoming the Wizard King, which made the blindfolded man say Asta would never make it. But the Crimson Lion captain didn't laugh at his dream and even considered Asta his rival. The blindfolded man was thrilled to see Fugal Lion enter the battle, finally having a worthy opponent. He told Asta to leave everything to him, his fighting spirit blazing. Asta was deeply moved to be acknowledged by a Magic Knight captain. He was so fired up that he recklessly charged forward to fight again, but was tapped on the head to bring him to his senses. Because a good warrior must know their own limits. In Asta's current condition, Fugal Lion knew for sure he couldn't fight anymore. He advised Asta to learn to be more calm if he truly wanted to become the Wizard King. Returning to the main issue, Fugal Lion asked what the blindfolded man's true purpose was. His attack was too disorganized for an invasion and too methodical for a terrorist attack. Seeing the Crimson Lion captain didn't recognize him disappointed the man. He revealed that 6 years ago, he had been selected for the Magic Knights with an incredibly high score. After a closer look, Fugal Lion realized the blindfolded man's identity. He was originally a commoner but possessed unexpectedly powerful magic. His name was Raids. He had joined the Purple Orca Squad but was expelled. This seemed strange to Hugo Lion, as Raids was very talented. He explained that his corpse magic was deemed dangerous and was forbidden, so he was kicked out of both the Magic Knights and the kingdom. Because he was a commoner, no one stood up for him. Raids couldn't understand why. Despite being more talented than the nobles, he was still treated like trash in a kingdom where magic is valued most. That's why he decided he had to destroy the Clover Kingdom to satisfy his hatred. Hugo Lion felt that reason was incredibly childish and ignorant. Raids, however, felt that reason was more than enough for him to act. He summoned his strongest puppet. Number 1. Hugo Lion asked Leo if he needed any help. Although he was struggling, he was confident he could handle it. The confident attitude of the two brothers filled Dosta with admiration. Raids was about to mock them when he was stunned to see the lion-shaped flame of Hugo Lion. He unleashed a lion's roar, but the flames were blocked by the magic shield of puppet number 1. In life, he was a master of defensive magic. Combined with his own curse technique, Raids was confident this defense was impenetrable. Hugo Lion ignored him, and Hai Xiu took the opportunity to teach Asta a lesson about calmness in battle. Raids ordered the sand puppet to attack, forcing the Crimson Lion captain to erect a wall of fire for defense. Raids was incredibly smug, believing Hugo Lion could only stand there and take it against his impenetrable defense and relentless attacks. Unexpectedly, a ray of light shot through the shield and incinerated the sand puppet in an instant. It was Hugo Lion's Sol Linea spell. When Raids attacked, he had noticed that the mana on the puppet's shield was reduced in a few places. So, he just needed to aim carefully at that exact spot to counterattack. Hugo Lion shouted, encouraging the others. As long as they calmly assessed the enemy's abilities and had courage, they would definitely be able to overcome the challenge before them. In just a moment, Hugo Lion had found the enemy's weakness and boosted the whole team's morale, which made Dosta understand the true power of a squad captain. Raids couldn't believe his strongest card was defeated so easily. Hugo Lion taught him a lesson: talent without virtue is just useless, as his teacher used to say. At that moment, Marx was reporting that the situation was under control to the king. Feeling tired, the king lay down to rest, constantly complaining about why the Wizard King hadn't come to see him yet. Marx explained that he was on an important mission, but the king argued nothing was more important than him. Meanwhile, the zombies all stopped moving at once, making everyone think the battle was over. Only Nozel felt that something wasn't right. The citizens were cheering for the Magic Knights who risked their lives to protect them, not noticing a witch watching everything from above, her mouth craving the fresh mana from the people below. Raids was utterly shocked that his years of hard training had now gone down the drain. On the other side, his number 3 puppet was being jointly attacked by Leo and Noel. Thanks to the water shield, Leo no longer feared the enemy's liquid. He charged forward to close in on the 3rd puppet, then used Spiral Flame to burn it to a crisp. Hugo Lion praised his younger brother, saying he was worthy of their family, which leads the kingdom. Unexpectedly, Noel instinctively made a cheering gesture for both of them. Raids was now like a fish on a cutting board, easily captured and bound by Hugo Lion's Flame Lion's paw. He struggled and didn't want the Crimson Lion captain to inspect his grimoire. After a glance, Hugo Lion realized his grimoire only had 1 page. This meant Raids could only use a single spell. Scared, he begged the other not to look at him with contempt. However, Asta only felt disappointed because, although he wanted others to recognize his power, he chose the wrong path instead of working hard. Asta acknowledged that Raids possessed very powerful magic, even if it was just 1 spell. Noel, seeing that Asta couldn't stand properly, agreed to let him lean on her arm. Hugo Lion asserted that Raids could have been someone who overcame adversity, but instead of choosing that path, he lacked a righteous heart. Just then, a voice came through his earpiece. Asta heard it but didn't know where it came from. The person on the other end told Raids to stop acting on his own and to proceed according to the original plan. Meanwhile, a large crowd of citizens gathered around the Magic Knights who had driven off the enemy. Only Nozel remained vigilant, as he was still unclear about the enemy's motives. Was thinking when he suddenly felt his grimoire glow. A dark portal appeared under the feet of the Magic Knights, enveloping them and teleporting them all away before anyone could react. They were dropped in a place hundreds of miles from the royal capital. Captain Charlotte was shocked they could teleport them so far away. Alec-Dora was furious for falling for such a painful trick. Back with Hugo Lion's group, Noel and Leo found it strange that they couldn't sense anyone else's mana. Hugo Lion asked Raids about the person behind the teleportation magic, but he refused to speak. At that moment, the witch appeared, slightly disappointed that the Magic Knights had fallen into their trap so easily. She decided to use her cursed magic ash absorption to drain the life force of the innocent civilians, which would make her skin smoother and more youthful. Seeing the young women running away angered her, and she resolved to drain all their life force for herself. Spotting a handsome young man, the witch asked him if she was beautiful. When he called her a demon, she immediately drained his life force. Just then, a gust of wind appeared and attacked her. It turned out had avoided the spatial magic spell. Seeing that he was quite handsome, the witch wanted to invite to have some fun with her. However, he called her an old hag, which made the witch determined to take Yuno's life. She used her ash magic to fire her cursed bullets at him. As dodged, he asked who she was and what her purpose was. The witch didn't elaborate, only telling him that there was someone they wanted to eliminate. Immediately thought of someone in the royal palace. On the other side, the Crimson Lion captain continued to question Raids about the spatial magic user. Although they had succeeded in removing the magic knights from the kingdom, Raids alone was not strong enough to take over the capital. Hugo Lion then guessed his target was not the king. His motive was clearly revenge. But he still didn't understand what Raids was after. He let out a meaningful laugh, then revealed that their true target was Hugo Lion himself. Suddenly, a spatial magic portal appeared under his feet. But instead of teleporting Hugo Lion away, it sent him to a white space. Meanwhile, tried to dodge the opponent's curse bullets, but was still hit. The witch attacked relentlessly, making him feel that his opponent had a frighteningly large amount of mana. Being hit repeatedly caused Yuno's senses to dull. Even his hearing was weakening. All due to the curse magic, which would gradually render the victim unable to hear or move. At that moment, blamed himself for being the owner of the legendary four-sleeve clover grimoire, yet still being overpowered. He had always ignored the disdainful words from others in the gold and on squad about his commoner status. Always believed that as long as he tried hard, he would achieve victory. However, in the clash with Mars, had luckily defeated him thanks to a magic he couldn't control. Even avoiding the spatial magic earlier was thanks to his grimoire reacting and warning him. Tried to unleash it tornado to attack his opponent, but he currently couldn't aim accurately. The witch said if knelt and begged, she would spare him. But he would never do that. By now, senses had been neutralized. But just then, he was able to feel the flow of mana. Wind magic users are naturally gifted at sensing mana. When his other senses were severely affected, his absolute focus helped grasp mana even better. The witch was unaware that while she was rambling, had unlocked a new power. He didn't care about her at all because, in his heart, had only one goal: he could not lose to Asta. Just as the witch realized was the owner of the four-leaf clover grimoire, the wind began to rise, and all the mana was gathering into a whirlwind around him. Had now summoned a spirit and was controlling the flow of mana around him. The reason he could only use it now was because he had previously relied too much on his sight and hearing. So he couldn't notice the signal the spirit was sending. Declared to the witch that he hated losing, then unleashed the spell spirit's breath towards her. On the other side, a mysterious person had approached Hugo Lion, and he was immediately surprised to see him. While everyone was fighting with all their might, Sharmai was having a feast all by herself. The head chef was delighted to see her eating his food with such relish. Only the two cooks beside him couldn't understand what they were doing in such a dire situation. Just then, the witch, sent flying by landed near them. She realized she was low on mana and targeted Charmai. Sensing she was overflowing with it, based on her shiny forehead, she approached Charmai and demanded her youthful mana. But Charmai thought she was asking for her food and vehemently refused. Outside, was chasing the witch, but his body was now at its limit. He suddenly realized she was using some kind of powerful magic. Inside, Charmai, seeing her meal was about to be stolen, switched off her cheerful mode, turned on her battle mode, and summoned her most gangster sheep, which absorbed all of the opponent's magical power. She used Sheep Cook's one-hit wonder, ordering the sheep to punch the witch, sending her flying outside. The head chef, seeing how strong Charmai was, proudly claimed his food had powered up her magic, successfully fooling the two cooks beside him and earning their deep respect. The witch was then quickly captured by the magic knights. As soon as she fell unconscious, those whose life force had been drained immediately returned to their handsome and beautiful selves. Charmai heaved a sigh of relief and released her spell, but accidentally caused the giant plate of food to nearly fall. Luckily, caught it in time and was surprised to see that the one who defeated the witch looked like a child and was even wearing a black bull's robe. Charmai rushed over to get her plate back. She suddenly realized holding the plate was like a prince saving her stomach. So, with meat in one hand, Charmai asked for his name and invited him to eat with her. However, the magical strain on him had overwhelmed and he collapsed. Charmai immediately summoned a sheep cushion to catch him while still holding the plate of food. Meanwhile, the king complained it was too noisy outside when it was his nap time. Marx immediately went to check on the situation. He was very worried because he hadn't seen the wizard king return. Meanwhile, Leo was desperately questioning Raids about where he had taken his brother. Noel knew he couldn't use spatial magic, so it must have been done by a mage nearby. Everyone immediately looked around to find his location. Asta focused his hearing, then suddenly charged with his sword towards a pile of zombies. Knowing the man was hiding among them, the mage appeared and praised him for catching him. To disguise himself, he had to wear this horrible zombie shell. But now it wasn't needed. He had news. For them, everything was over now. He dropped the heavily injured Captain Hugo Lion to the ground, infuriating Asta and Leo. Asta was badly hurt and couldn't understand how someone as strong as Hugo Lion could be beaten so badly, even having his arm blown off. Leo looked at the brother who had always been by his side, training and caring for him, and couldn't accept that Hugo Lion had lost. Noelle saw that his Grimire hadn't disappeared yet and realized he was still alive. She immediately tried to find a way to stop Hugo Lion's bleeding. Seeing the Grimire begin to disintegrate, she desperately called for Leo's help. But he was currently in a state of shock. Raid seized the opportunity to send Leo flying. He walked over to the injured Noelle and the Crimson Lion captain. Remembering how he had dared to lecture him, which filled Raid's with spite, he decided to send Hugo Lion to the afterlife to preach his morals. His accomplice reminded him that they had achieved their goal and should leave before the remaining magic knights returned. Asti immediately called out to him, as there was no way he'd let them get away so easily. Raids vowed that one day he would kill Asta and turn him into his new toy. He charged forward with his sword, but considering his injuries and the distance, Asta realized he couldn't reach them in time. Noelle looked at Asta's wound, which would continue to bleed, and grew worried. He remembered Captain Hugo Lion's advice to always stay calm in any situation. Of Captain Hugo Lion, Asta racked his brain, thinking of what he could do to stop them from escaping with spatial magic. He suddenly remembered that his magic was never giving up, and his sword could reflect magic. Because of that, Asta threw his sword at the teleportation magic circle to dispel it, then rushed forward and swung his sword, leaving a scratch. Seeing the situation was bad, the spatial magic user tried to take him away. But Asta used his sword to stop it. Determined to make Raids pay for having harmed so many people, he repeatedly punched him. But Raids remained unrepentant. To him, those with weak magic deserve to be oppressed by the strong, especially Asta, someone with no magic. However, Asta was here to stop him from doing foolish things and to prove that even someone without magic could become the strongest. At that moment, Raids called for his comrade Vialtos to find a way out of there. But he couldn't either. Asta's anti-magic was more troublesome than Vialtos thought, so he planned to deal with him to prevent further complications. Noelle saw him gathering magic in his hands and realized Vialtos was attacking with spatial magic from behind Asta. She quickly warned him, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leo managed to attack Vialtos with his flame magic. He was filled with self-reproach for losing his composure for a moment. Raids was now cornered with nothing he could do. Just then, a voice rang out, mocking him for losing to someone with no magic like Asta and becoming a disgrace. A cold wind suddenly swept over Raids and everyone else. Appearing from within the wind were 5 other figures wearing white robes. At that moment, Asta felt he was losing too much blood. The woman with glasses, one of their comrades, told Raids he should be grateful, because if they hadn't come, he would have been caught and dismembered. Raids knew he couldn't act arrogant in the situation. Unexpectedly, Asta suddenly used his sword to cut his own wound to dispel the puppet's corrosive magic that Raids possessed. The woman with glasses found him very interesting and asked to dismember Asta herself. But their group had its own rules. Even though they were outnumbered now, Asta wasn't afraid, because he had faced countless difficulties since birth. Therefore, no matter how many people stood in his way, he was determined to overcome them. He told them if they were so tough to come at him, and he'd take them all on. The situation was now gradually being brought under control. As for Charmai, she was lucky enough to have both a delicious meal and a handsome boy to lie on. The little girl Asta saved was now very worried for him. As for Asta, after cutting himself to nullify the enemy's magic in order to continue fighting, he left everyone there astonished. They thought he was desperate from being cornered and was just bluffing. All 5 of them attacked at once, forcing Asta to use his signature whirlwind technique to disperse all the incoming magic spells. Remembering the advice about the calmness needed to become a wizard king, Asta resolved to calmly take down each enemy one by one. Just then, Leo used his explosive flame to launch fireballs at the white-robed figures. He asked Asta to let him join the fight, so they both charged forward to attack, making the Scarmaze face men among them feel like he had run into 2 guys who were both reckless and dangerous. Just as all 5 of them were about to attack in unison again, Noelle erected a water shield. The woman with glasses recognized this powerful magic and the Black Bull's robe, guessing that Noelle belonged to the royal Silva family. Another one decided to use his wood creation magic from his Grimire in response. He used Demon Wines Dweller trees avid to summon trees that surrounded and absorbed the water from Noelle's shield. Seeing Asta and Leo charge forward, the Scar Mine used his wing creation magic violent piercing needles to attack and take them both down. He was about to deliver the finishing blow when he was suddenly blocked. The other magic knights had returned just in time to get some screen time. Alicdora was furious for being teleported so far away. Veta wondered how they could have returned so quickly, though they didn't like it. Alicdora and the others had to combine their magic to bring everyone back to the capital quickly. Although he felt unhappy thinking about cooperating with another squad, The purpose of the Magic Knights is to protect the Clover Kingdom, so they still had to do it. Mimosa quickly went to Captain Hugo Lion to heal him, and was surprised to see both Asta and Leo defeated. Klaus was glad to see he wasn't dead yet. He wondered how they could have defeated the captain of the Crimson Lions. Vette ordered his comrades to retreat, but Silver Eagle Captain Nozel disagreed. He attacked with Silver Rain, forcing the woman with glasses to use her gel magic to summon a salamander for protection. She even added a special dark magic property to the salamander, allowing it to easily absorb Nozel's magic. The woman wanted to take Asta with her while she was at it. Before leaving, the scar-mask-faced man told the Magic Knights to remember their name, the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and that they would destroy the Clover Kingdom. With that said, Asta was taken away by the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Noel was extremely worried and wanted to save him, but Klaus said it was impossible because they didn't know where the enemy's magic had taken them. Nozel wanted to prioritize ensuring the safety of the royal capital, as it wasn't certain they were the only enemies that had been revealed. Right now, they didn't have the Timur Armada to search for Asta. At the moment, Mimosa could only provide temporary first aid for the Crimson Lion Captain and Leo. They had to take them both to a medical ward for treatment with stronger magic, or the consequences could be dire. Solid, seeing the Crimson Lion Captain defeated, mocked him, saying the Vermilion family had gone downhill and was no longer worthy of being ranked alongside the Silva family as royals. Nozel asserted that a magic knight who can't win a battle is meaningless, and the Crimson Lion Squad's reputation would also be affected by this failure. However, someone like Solid who couldn't even participate in the battle was even more pathetic than Hugo Lion's defeat. Seeing his captain get angry made Solid shut his mouth. Alidora reported that the enemy had used a spell to block their magical communication. The command system was currently in chaos, meaning reinforcements from outside the royal capital couldn't arrive in time. So those present had to heighten their vigilance to strengthen the defense. Alidora ordered Klaus to quickly contact headquarters, while Noel was extremely worried about Asta. On the other side, the Eye of the Midnight Sun had returned to their base. The scar-faced man scolded Raids for causing so much trouble with his recklessness. He reminded Raids to give up on the idea of challenging the squad captains or destroying the Clover Kingdom by himself. Raids paid no attention to his words, only caring about the fact that he had lost his toys. Our concern was that their comrade Catherine had been captured, but Raids couldn't care less. Vette reminded Sally that she couldn't bring Asta with them and demanded she kill him immediately. But Sally was very interested in Asta's anti-magic and wanted to study it further. Scarface stated that they needed the master's permission to bring Asta to their base. They had to kill him before the master arrived and saw him. Raids volunteered immediately, wanting to turn Asta into his new puppet. Just then, Sally noticed that Asta had woken up. She asked him to beg her comrades to let her research his grimoire. Then she wanted to dissect and study every cell inside him. Asta knew this was a one-way trip, and currently, he couldn't move or escape. The Eye of the Midnight Sun was about to drag him away when suddenly, the Wizard King, Julius, appeared, shocking everyone. The scar-faced man quickly made a move, but a single spell from Julius froze them all in place. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch him. They couldn't understand what Julius's ability was. He assessed that each one before him was very capable. Fighting them all at once would be quite tiring. So, Julius proposed leaving one survivor and asked which little one wanted to raise their hand for the spot. Enraged, the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun all attacked at once. But all their attacks were dodged by the Wizard King, who appeared and disappeared so fast their eyes couldn't keep up. Julius suddenly appeared behind them, using his time-restraining magic, Chronostasis. He froze time, trapping all his enemies in a temporal sphere where they couldn't move. The Wizard King said they were weaker than he thought, and now they could enjoy eternity. Seeing Asta, Julius was surprised they would meet again like this. Asta, on the other hand, couldn't understand how the Wizard King could capture such skilled people as easily as flipping his hand. Julius walked over and told Asta to look closely, because before him now was the power of a Wizard King, which Asta aspired to become. This was just a small part of what Asta would have to overcome if he wanted to achieve his goal of becoming the strongest. Julius then extended his hand to help him up, but his power overwhelmed Asta. He told himself not to tremble and that he had to stand up on his own. Julius now had many questions for the Eye of the Midnight Sun about the carvings on the stone tablet in their base, but even if he asked, they couldn't answer, because, once caught in Julius's chronostasis, they couldn't even open their mouths. So, the Wizard King decided to take them all back to the Clover Kingdom for a chat later. Just then, a beam of light appeared from behind, blinding Asta. A mysterious person suddenly emerged from the light. After the light faded, Asta looked again and saw that the entire Eye of the Midnight Sun had vanished. The Wizard King guessed they had been tau-played. Someone had used light magic, and it was even faster than his own, making Julius wonder who their leader really was. This was both interesting and worrying. But luckily, he still managed to capture one of them who couldn't get away in time. At that moment, Marx managed to contact Julius and asked where the Wizard King had been. Julius apologized for being a bit busy and had temporarily disabled his magic communication device. Marx urgently told Julius to get to the medical ward, as the Crimson Lion captain's condition was critical. Outside, the other magic knights were very worried for the injured. They had now reinforced the magic shield and restored magical communications. Many knight squads were dispatched to ensure there were no more enemies. Now that the royal capital was temporarily safe, the chubby Hammond suggested they should go rescue Asta. However, no one had any clues at the moment. Klaus believed he wouldn't die so easily, and that when he returned, he would smack Asta on the head for his recklessness. Just then, they felt the mana of the Wizard King returning, carrying Asta in his arms. Mimosa and Noelle were overjoyed, though Noelle still tried to act aloof. Klaus, on the other hand, rushed over to check on Asta's condition, thanking the heavens that he was still breathing instead of hitting him as he'd sworn to. Mimosa hurried over and hugged Asta, as she had been worried sick about being widowed. After understanding Captain Fugal Lion's current situation, the Wizard King realized he had miscalculated. The Magic Knights noticed that his necklace was missing, wondering if that was the reason Fugal Lion was targeted. From what the Wizard King had learned, the enemy was a terrorist organization with a grudge against their kingdom. However, Julius believed it wasn't that simple. The stones, embedded in that tablet, Julius suspected, were the same type as the pendant on Fugal Lion's neck. There were still empty slots, and he wondered what would happen if the tablet was completely filled. It was possible the pendant was the reason Fugal Lion was attacked. Or it could be because the Eye of the Midnight Sun feared his strength and intellect would hinder their plans. Julius had been secretly investigating some suspicious events, but they only yielded a few clues. He just hadn't expected the enemy's potential to be more terrifying than he thought. It seemed Julius should stay in the royal capital for now, and the captured individuals would be interrogated later. He asked the Magic Knights to fight with all their might for the peace of the kingdom. While everyone was united, Captain Nozel and his people left, which confused Asta. Julius guessed it was because Nozel was furious that his lifelong rival was now bedridden. He vowed to make the person responsible for this pay the price. The others felt useless after this incident. Leo suddenly sat up, even though he still needed to rest. He told Asta that they were the who had escaped death and would become stronger. Leo vowed he would get stronger and surpass his brother, becoming the next Wizard King and competing with Asta. To prove this declaration, Leo carved a mark on his own forehead, just like Captain Fugal Lion. According to him, this action signified his determination to surpass his limits and become the Wizard King. It was the mark of his personal oath. Asta had no idea what Leo was rambling about, but he admitted he was a worthy rival. It's just that Asta had forgotten Leo's name. Everyone watching the two clowns could only burst out laughing. The Wizard King then concluded that the attack on the royal capital was carried out by a terrorist group targeting the Clover Kingdom. He clearly declared his determination to fight to the end to all the citizens to calm their fears. On the other hand, the enemy's invasion went so smoothly because a few designated mages in charge were responsible for creating the magic shield suddenly disappeared. It's unclear if he was defeated by the enemy or was swayed to betray them. This information wasn't made public, but Julius, though reluctant, concluded there were several traitors among the kingdom's magic knights. In the interrogation room, because of a protective magic layer, Asta's side couldn't get any more information from the two captives. Catherine said that even without that barrier, she wouldn't talk, as she sees her master as a guiding light, a representative of God. Scarface also believes his master won't abandon him and swears he will never betray him. It seems the one they serve is highly respected by his subordinates and possesses terrifying power. Asta guessed he was the one who defeated the captain of the Crimson Lions. Julius believes they can only investigate further after he wakes up. Meanwhile, Licht is furious about the wound on his face that Asta gave him. He swears he will kill him one day. However, Sally asserted that he couldn't do that, because she needs Asta alive as a test subject for her experiments. Although the wound on his face was healed by Sally, Licht still felt an excruciating pain. They started arguing over who Asta belongs to. But Sally didn't care what Licht had to say. Until she can meet Asta again. She has a sample she took while he was captured to conduct her research. Thinking of the two captives, Catherine and Geezer, Vet 2 is certain that they won't reveal anything. The leader doesn't care about that. As long as the two are alive, he'll find a way to rescue them. One of the man's arms was injured by a hit from the Wizard King's attack while trying to make a quick getaway, making him remark that Julius truly possesses extraordinary power. The leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun will continue to increase his strength and will then be able to destroy the Wizard King. He declares to all his subordinates present in the cave, promising to take revenge on the Clover Kingdom and establish a separate kingdom for them all. At this time, Austin met the little girl he had saved and received her thanks. The girl even gave him a basket of cakes as a gift before saying goodbye. But then Charmai suddenly appeared, asking to try the cakes. Wherever there's good food, she can't be far behind. Charmai even generously invited Asta and Noel to have some cake, even though the basket was for him. They were both quite surprised that a girl so young could make such delicious cakes. As for Charmai, she was very happy today because she had met the love of her life. Noel quickly asked her how she managed to get into the royal capital. Charmai demonstrated her cotton magic, wrapping herself in it, then shrinking and hiding behind Asta's hat, leaving Noel shocked that she possessed such powerful abilities. Just then, Asta saw Yuno's group and quickly greeted them. Mimosa was very happy and waved back immediately. And Klaus asked if Asta had recovered. But what Asta cared about was the rumor that Yuno defeated his enemy without breaking a sweat. When Charmai saw her Prince Charming, she appeared and was very surprised that he was an acquaintance of Asta's. Yuno, seeing Asta's constant trash talking, pulled out his grimoire and launched a wind bird toward Asta. He immediately drew his sword and slashed it apart. Yuno then realized he might have gone a little overboard. If Asta hadn't swung his sword in time, both he and Noel would have gotten a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The remnants of Yuno's spell gathered to form the word "see you later," and also called Asta short, which made him furious, telling Yuno to come down and fight 300 rounds if he dared. But he refused. Charmai was currently on cloud 9 after tasting the wind of love. Klaus realized Yuno's magic power had increased rapidly and wondered why. As for Mimosa, she was determined to become stronger so she could fight alongside Asta next time, and after that, live under the same roof. But right now, Asta only wanted to have a sword fight with Yuno. Returning to the base, Magna quickly bragged to Asta and Noel about how he and Luck had both received a star for their last mission. Luck was extremely excited about their awesome exploding lava cyclone combo move. But Magna had almost died back then, so he didn't want to use it again. Magna confidently declared that he would lead the Black Bulls because his time had come, telling Asta to just follow his lead. Asta quickly showed off that he had been commended during the fight in the royal capital. Thanks to that performance, he was promoted to Junior Magic Knight, 3rd class. However, Magna and Luck had no idea what that title even was. Yami couldn't believe that after being Magic Knights for so long, these two boneheads had no idea that was their ranking. And both Magna and Luck had not been promoted since joining. They were still Junior Magic Knights, 5th class. In other words, Asta now had a higher rank than them. Charmai had also been promoted to Junior Magic Knight, 1st class. So she immediately started gloating. Yami heard that in the capital, she had caught an invader and was even planning to torture him to death. After hearing that, Magna and Luck had to bow down respectfully before her. Yami praised Asta, but he was currently very worried about Captain Hugo Leon. Yami believed that hot-headed and serious royal wouldn't die so easily. He was sure he would return soon, stronger than before. Hearing this, Asta was overjoyed and decided to go back to training to get stronger. But Yami wouldn't let him, worried he might die from his serious injuries. Noel also forbade him from training and told him to rest. Finariel said if he had free time, he could go on a group date with him. But this was a Magic Knight squad, not a dating show. So Captain Yami forbade it. A while later, Finariel faced a problem that gave him a headache. But it had nothing to do with any mission. Because what Finariel was worried about was the mixer happening tonight, where men and women would have dinner and get to know each other. Finariel had arranged a date with 3 girls. The problem was, he didn't know who to bring along for the group date. Asta could liven up the atmosphere, but Finariel still needed one more person. Meanwhile, Magna was busy practicing his exploding murder flame ball. Finariel secretly observed and imagined Magna, looking like a delinquent on a broom, would scare his 3 girls away with that fierce expression. He then noticed Gauche next to him, carving a wooden statue of his little sister, Marie. Finariel thought about the possibility of bringing the Siscon on a date and how badly he'd be judged. Gordon behind him said he wanted to go with Finariel, but there was no way he would agree to go with a creep like him. Choosing Luck was also not an option because he was busy lifting weights. Finariel thought of Charmai because if she came along, the atmosphere would be much more lively, just like a party mascot. But Charmai's bottomless stomach would make the restaurant go out of business. Vanessa was even worse, as she was currently dead drunk. Finariel had to consider asking Captain Yami, since maybe some girls have a thing for mature-looking men. But thinking about how difficult Yami was, he decided to just drop it. The only person left Finariel could think of was Luck. But besides fighting, this guy had no idea what a group date was. Well then, the list was final. Asta and Luck were chosen because they were the 2 most normal mice-looking individuals. Finariel asked them to wear their Black Bull robes to show off that they were Magic Knights from the kingdom's most admired squad. Luck was very excited, wondering if his date was any good at fighting. Seeing the 2 boys so energetic, Finariel immediately opened a portal. Unexpectedly, Noel had secretly followed, and Gordon wanted to tag along but wasn't fast enough. The place they arrived at was a town in the common realm called Nian. Noelle safely tailed them and quickly found a place to hide. Hearing these three were going on a group date made her extremely worried. Although in her heart she was worried about her man being stolen, Noelle convinced herself she was just following to get some screen time. Thinarayanatsu quickly found his way and saw that the meeting place was a pub. They quickly went to meet the three girls at the group date. Thinariel confidently introduced himself first, performing a spatial magic trick to summon a bouquet of flowers while stating his name. He quickly gave each of the girls a beautiful flower he had just picked. It seemed his initial attempt to attract their attention was a success. Thinariel was certain he would escape his single life this time. He quickly told Asta and Luck to introduce themselves. Luck thought he just had to say what he liked. So after giving his name, he revealed that he enjoyed bloody battles with strong opponents, and then shot out some lightning. As for Asta, he got flustered, quickly lifted his shirt to show off his muscles, while stating his name and his dream of becoming the Wizard King. After hearing this, the boss Kulop turned to threaten. The three girls concluded that these two were both childish and dangerous. They had heard that the Black Bulls were the worst squad. Not to mention Asta was from a poor village and was also short. So the black and blonde-haired girls rejected him right off the bat. Thinarael, noticing the three were not happy, changed the subject and asked the girls to introduce themselves. The black-haired girl, named Ajika, worked at a tailor's shop. The blonde, named NN, worked at a hair salon. And the quiet red-haired girl, named Rebecca, worked at a restaurant. Thinariel, seeing the mood sinking, asked each of them for advice in the fields they worked in. However, none of the three were interested. He then offered to tell the three girls stories about the Magic Knight squads. All three immediately became interested, making Thinariel proudly boast that he could use spatial magic to travel anywhere. Thinariel's most recent mission was taking Yami to the bathroom and the bathish in the base, but he didn't dare mention it. Thinking back, he was nothing more than Captain Yami's heir and boy. So Thinariel changed the subject to Luck. He honestly recounted his experience. How not long ago he fought a group of 10 thieves, then gave them a good beating without getting into trouble with the law. Hearing Luck brag about how he only broke a few bones of the criminals left the lady speechless. Thinariel quickly stopped Luck, fearing they would leave, then turned the conversation to Asta, because he had recently successfully defended the royal capital from attackers. Ellen and Ijika had also heard about that incident and were very interested in hearing him tell them more. Thinariel was overjoyed, hoping Asta could liven up the atmosphere. However, he bluntly shut off the injury holes in his stomach in front of them. Thinariel was at his wits' end with the two troublemakers he brought along. Bringing them here was like shooting himself in the foot. From a distance, Noelle had disguised herself as a waitress and was hiding in a corner to observe. She was clearly worried when she heard Asta was invited on a group date and was now feeling very happy that this date was not going smoothly. Just then, a customer called for Noelle to bring another cup of beer, but she just gave him a contemptuous look. On the other side, Noelle overheard Desi Kai bragging about his feats of defeating some bad guys and protecting the royal capital during the recent attack. Thi Kake's talent for boasting was second to none, but he exaggerated so much that the three girls with him were fed up. It turned out his group was also having a group date, but looking at the three of them, the three girls had wanted to leave for a long time. Mike Kevin had a strange habit of squeezing lemon over fried chicken without asking anyone's opinion. From a distance, Noelle felt sorry for those three girls, for having to deal with a guy who was not only a braggart but also tactless. And excited as Ike demanded the waitress pour him more beer. But Noelle unceremoniously splashed a blob of water in his face. Meanwhile, Asta's group seemed to be doing better, as Luck was very impressed with the way the girl Ellen skillfully used magic to do hair. The two seemed to have found a common topic to discuss, and with Luck's innocent eyes, Ellen couldn't refuse his offer to go outside and see him perform his lightning magic. Thinariel, seeing Luck successfully ask a girl out, was very proud. He smoothly asked the girl Ijika if she wanted to teleport with him to a mountain to watch the sunrise sometime. Ijika thought that since Thinariel was a noble and knew how to sweet-talk a girl, and his way of speaking was also very gentle, she agreed to go out on the balcony to enjoy the view with him. Now, only Asta was left sitting with the girl Rebecca, making him very nervous. Asta noticed that she had been looking down the whole time and thought she was uncomfortable with him. Determined not to let the atmosphere stay this way, Asta decided to make a move by asking Rebecca what she liked to eat. She told him he didn't need to force it. She only came at her friend's invitation to find a good man for her siblings' sake. But she ended up meeting a bunch of kids. Plus, she was always worried about her siblings at home, so she wasn't in the mood. When Asta heard she lived with her siblings, he said he did too, though they weren't blood related. For Asta, the kids at home always drove him crazy. But when he was away, he missed them terribly. After joining the Magic Knights, Asta got his own room. But he still remembered the days when 5 of them were crammed together, sleeping side by side. Rebecca was very happy to see that Asta was just like her. because her siblings were very noisy. But to them, their older siblings were the coolest people ever. Seeing Asta and her talking happily, Noelle was so angry that she broke the plate in her hand. The owner quickly reminded her, but she immediately yelled at him to shut up. As Asta and Rebecca were in the middle of talking about their families, a customer approached from out of nowhere. He was wasted and couldn't understand how a short guy like Asta could become a magic knight. Seeing Asta out with a beautiful girl made the man jealous. He quickly recognized Rebecca as the waitress who worked at the nearby restaurant. She was always carrying a baby on her back and working up a sweat. He laughed at Rebecca, calling her a single mother abandoned by her husband, trying to find a magic knight for a better life. He even rudely asked Rebecca to go out with him and offered her money. But Asta grabbed the man's hand because there was no way he would let someone be rude to a girl in front of him. The man asked Asta what kind of magic he planned to use, but he honestly said he couldn't use magic. However, Asta could still teach him a lesson in public decency through physical means, easily sending the rude man flying towards AC Kike's table. This inadvertently helped the three girls who were stuck with them find an excuse to leave. Rebecca, seeing the owner was about to make them pay for the damages, quickly grabbed Asta's hand and ran. Seeing this, Noelle immediately quit her job and chased after them. She discovered that Asta and Rebecca had run to a small alley. She thanked him for protecting her. She suddenly realized she had fallen for Asta at some point without even knowing. Rebecca blushed and asked if Asta liked anyone. He honestly said he was in love with someone. Rebecca guessed she must be wonderful and said she would support him. Rebecca also invited Asta to visit her place when he was free, saying her siblings would play with him. Noelle, eavesdropping from a corner, somehow misheard and thought Asta said he liked someone from his squad. Her mind immediately jumped to the conclusion that he was talking about her and then came up with 7,749 romantic and Mason Arios. But the truth was that the person Asta was talking about, the one who held his heart, was Sister Lily. As for Rebecca, she said she supported Asta, but she still hadn't given up on winning him over. It's just that Asta was so naive that he still didn't know what dating meant. Meanwhile, Asta's action of throwing a civilian in the bar gave luck and Finare a bad reputation. As a result, they were immediately dumped by the two girls. The next morning, Asta continued his grueling training routine. First, 3,000 sit-me-ups, then 1,000 push-ups, then run, and finally, sword practice. Asta swore he would get stronger to become the Wizard King before you know. And then he would marry Sister Lily, making her the first lady of the Wizard King. At that moment, Sister Lily suddenly sneezed because someone mentioned her, and the priest was very emotional when he heard the tower mouse that Asta and had become excellent members of the Magic Knights. He remembered that 15 years ago, the two were just little babies, but now they were repaying their debt of gratitude and bringing honor to the entire church. They were even sending money back to fix the leaky roof. This winter, the whole family wouldn't have to survive on just potatos. The priest was so moved that he blew his nose all over Sister Lily's handkerchief. As for the Tower Master, he was still amazed, because before now, no one in this region had ever dreamed of becoming a Magic Knight, let alone the Wizard King. Yet on the day of the Grimoire acceptance ceremony, was chosen by the legendary Leaf Clover Grimoire. Asta, on the other hand, was not chosen by any Grimoire at all. But from that day on, he never gave up on his dream, and even trained harder. The mystery of the 5 Mace-Leaf Clover Grimoire that suddenly appeared and chose Asta as its master is yet to be revealed. But thanks to it, Asta gained the ability to nullify others' magic, which he can use to achieve his dream of becoming the Wizard King. In the end, everything turned out fine. The Tower Master believes both Asta and can now be proud of themselves for bringing honor to the village. That night, at the Black Bull's base, Gordon sat alone in his room, reading the observation diary he had written about Asta. Ever since he first met him at the Magic Knight's entrance exam, Gordon had been very impressed with Asta. Among the countless anxious candidates, only Asta had a confident demeanor about the goal he had set for himself. Despite becoming a laughingstock to those around him, at the final test, which required the candidates to pair up and fight, Asta was tricked by who looked down on him and only saw him as a stepping stone to show off his magic. However, it was unlucky for his IK to pick on the main character. As a result, he was defeated by Asta in a single move. In an instant, the moment he witnessed that cool moment from Asta, Gordon's heart skipped a beat. Even afterwards, when he was pressured by Captain Yami to test his determination to become the Wizard King, Asta, despite understanding that he was just a small fry compared to the captain, still wasn't afraid and didn't take back what he said. Even if he failed or wasn't accepted, one day he was still determined to become the Wizard King. Thanks to that determined and look in his eyes, Asta caught Yami's attention and received a last chance ticket to join the Black Bulls. That was how Asta became a member and Gordon's teammate. As for his childhood friend, Gordon was very impressed that he was the very definition of a model child. Any captain would want to choose to join their squad. Even the Golden Dawn, which usually only accepts nobles. To Gordon, if was Asta's best friend, then he would also be his best friend. His logic was flawless. Gordon spent an entire day observing Asta. From how energetically he did the cleaning in the morning to the laundry, and how he composed himself in front of a drunk Vanessa. The most difficult and dangerous job was feeding the captain's pets. Despite facing the risk of needing 3 rabies shots for 900, Asta still performed very well. Recalling the time he bathed with Asta and everyone else was the moment Gordon liked the most. The more he remembered it, the more excited he became. On the other side, Noel was very angry at Asta's recklessness, as he kept pushing himself to train without taking any rest. Recalling the previous wild boar hunting mission, Noel still hadn't forgotten that dangerous experience. When the group unexpectedly encountered dangerous, cold man-blooded people who were ready to execute innocent civilians. If it weren't for Asta's timely intervention, many people would have died. Asta then faced great difficulty, and was injured when he had to face a strong opponent who used ice magic. However, he still refused to give up, because if he did, there would be no one to protect the people here. At that moment, Asta realized he wasn't doing it just because of his promise to become the Wizard King, but also because he wanted to protect everyone. Noel was extremely angry at that moment because Asta talked big, but without her, he would have been dead long ago. But thinking back, she felt that he was still very capable at times. After a moment of thought, Noel became flustered and denied that she had fallen for Asta, telling herself that as a royal, she couldn't fall for a foolish person. But the more she said it, the more Noel remembered the time they conquered the dungeon together. At that time, if Asta hadn't risked his life to fight the diamond user, everyone would have died. Noel herself believed that even though Asta had no magic, he could still defeat a strong opponent like him. Thanks to that trust, Asta's anti-magic sword was surprisingly able to use Noel's magic. In the end, he delivered a long-range water-slicing attack to defeat him, thanks to the legendary power of friendship. But at that time, Asta was also hit by a fragment that went straight into his stomach, causing a serious injury. Fortunately, his luck hadn't run out, and it was still the beginning of the series, so everyone was able to save him in time. However, what annoyed Noel was that more and more people were starting to like Asta. And because she mistakenly thought the person Asta liked was her, Noel was now very worried about him. Just then, Asta returned from training and asked what Noel was doing. But unexpectedly, she shot a water ball at him, blasting him away for daring to be shirtless in front of a young lady. Meanwhile, Klaus's group was preparing to set out on their assigned mission. He asked about his injury, but said it was fine. Mimosa felt that Klaus was very thoughtful, but he made the excuse that he was just worried that an injured would slow down the team. Klaus quickly summoned his carriage, but Mimosa wanted to ride a broom today. Klaus thought they were criticizing his magic carriage, so he got angry. Ignored him and took off on his broom first. Mimosa quickly followed behind. Right now, really wanted to get stronger because he knew Asta on the other side wasn't stopping to rest. He was the one who gave him hope to change his destiny. No matter what their origins were, they could both become great and one day make the people they care about happy. That day, Asta and made a bet to see which of them would become the Wizard King first. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, Ghosh was casually sitting on a group of bandits that he had single-handedly defeated. One of them begged Ghosh to spare his life and promised not to attack the village again. Luckily for them, Ghosh let it go this time. But that was because today was his little sister Marie's birthday. He demanded the man use all his best words to wish his sister a happy birthday, even though they had never met, and then told him to go die. At this time in Hajj village, Sister Lily happily announced that Asta and had sent letters and money again. Sister Lily quickly opened the letter and said that had been promoted to Junior Magic Knight, first class. The priest was extremely proud of him. But as for Asta, he thought he must have caused some trouble in the royal capital. Even if Asta got kicked out, the family would still welcome him with open arms. However, when Sister Lily opened the letter, she was amazed to discover that Asta had been promoted to Junior Magic Knight, third class. The priest immediately changed his tune, expressing pride for both of his adopted sons who were away from home. At the Golden Dawn's base, Klaus called over because he heard he had been promoted to Junior Magic Knight, first class. So he and Mimosa came to congratulate him. However, felt that it was no big deal. Klaus praised his humility, while not forgetting to mention that he was still superior to in rank and experience to flex on his junior. But, in the end, Klaus gave a bag of money as a congratulatory gift from a senior, because he knew full well that sent all his salary back to his family in his hometown. Mimosa then whispered to how happy Klaus was when he heard the news of Uno's promotion. Felt annoyed by his TS under personality. Meanwhile, at the Black Bull's base, Captain Yami gathered everyone to hand out their salaries and also give all the members a day off. Asta planned to use the rest of the day to train until he went. But Magna took the opportunity to butter up Yami. Vanessa planned to get drunk all day. Charmai decided to do a challenge of eating cake from morning till night. Finariel, as usual, was enthusiastically looking for a date. Yami praised Ghosh for completing the mission of dealing with the bandits. He took this opportunity to ask the captain for leave from now until his sister's next birthday. But he was denied. And Luck, being bored, wished for someone to attack the royal capital so he could fight to his heart's content. Everyone was immersed in the joy of payday and a day off. At this moment, Charmai quickly used her cotton creation magic sleeping sheep chef to summon her sheep chefs to cook po-po.os for her. Asta was extremely surprised to see it. Charmai explained that this was a specialty dish from the village of the person in her heart. Asta ate it and was moved because it reminded him of home. As for Captain Yami and the others, they felt this dish had too much fiber and starch. Vanessa thought it would go well as a bar snack. The young man, Ghosh, didn't care about eating and went straight to buy a birthday gift for his little sister, Marie. And Finariel was about to open a portal to find some girls to date when Yami called him back, because the effect of the po.tos was so fast that he needed to go take care of business urgently. A moment later, Noelle was wondering what to do on her day off when she saw Asta asking Magna to borrow his crazy cyclone to go somewhere. He agreed and asked where Asta wanted to go. Hearing Asta mention the town of Nian, Noelle immediately remembered that was where the group date organized by Finariel took place. She anxiously waited to see what Asta was going there for, but he said he would tell Magna on the way. Leaving Noelle hanging, she told herself to let Asta go wherever he wanted. She didn't need to care. But when she saw Magna driving the crazy cyclone and waiting for Asta to leave immediately, Noelle couldn't ignore it anymore. In the town of Nian, it just so happened that Ghosh's sister also lived here. Although the job of a magic knight was not easy, for the sake of his cute little sister, Ghosh decided to do it to earn enough money to buy gifts for Marie. He used to be a wanted criminal, but now he had turned over a new leaf and was living an honest life. It was all thanks to the presence of his cute little sister, Marie. The mere thought of the little girl made Ghosh's nose bleed uncontrollably. Just then, a shopkeeper who had been waiting for him since morning appeared. Because he knew today was his sister's birthday, he had prepared some gifts for Ghosh to choose from. First were the soft and adorable stuffed animals. Ghosh immediately imagined Marie comfortably hugging them. His nose started gushing, and he decided to buy them all. Next, the shopkeeper introduced a mini toy mansion. In Ghosh's mind, he pictured his sister waiting for him to return. Without another word, he also put the mansion in his shopping basket. The last item the shopkeeper introduced was a dress with angel wings. Very suitable for an innocent girl as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Just thinking of Marie wearing it made Ghosh's nose gush like a fountain. He decided to take everything the shopkeeper had with the salary he had just received. On the other side, Asta told Magna the reason he came to Nian was because he had promised Rebecca that when he was free, he would come play with her siblings. Magna praised Asta for being clever enough to win over the younger siblings before wooing the older sister. In no time, Magna's crazy cyclone brought them close to the town. That afternoon, all the people on the street noticed Ghosh. He was late for his meeting with his sister because he had lost too much blood from his nosebleed. He had spent all his salary on gifts for Marie, but Ghosh felt it was worth it. The excitement and anticipation of seeing his sister again filled Ghosh's heart, making him unable to delay any longer. But unexpectedly, when he arrived, he saw Marie laughing happily next to Asta. Ghosh immediately froze and then rushed to kick Asta. Fortunately, he was the king of taking hits, so these kicks were nothing. But Ghosh was currently furious because he only got to see his sister once a month at the church where she lived. Today was the day his pent Mayup longing was supposed to be released. After doing all sorts of things with Marie, Asta dared to steal her away. Seeing Asta dare to point at his sister made Ghosh want to give him 9 fingers. Asta didn't realize she was Ghosh's sister, even though he'd seen pictures. Because he had short memory, he had just accidentally met the little girl while playing with Rebecca's siblings. The kids were terrified when they heard all the things Ghosh wanted to do with Marie. Asta innocently called the little girl cute in front of Ghosh, which made him want to castrate him on the spot. Marie innocently spoke up to stop her brother because she had decided that when she grew up, she would marry Asta. That statement shattered Ghosh's entire heart and body. As for Noelle, who was hiding and spying from a distance, she was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. She quickly paid the driver who gave her a ride on his broom and continued to watch the drama unfold. At that moment, Ghosh swore he would make sure Asta stayed 15 forever. He possessed mirror magic and used a reflection beam to attack him. Things were getting out of control when the nun who raised Marie appeared. Ghosh asked her to go back alone because he and his sister had a date. However, since it was already late, the sister didn't allow it. She told Ghosh to go home, afraid he would have a bad influence on Marie. At this point, Ghosh also had a bad attitude and rude behavior that worried the sister. Ghosh retorted, wanting to attack the sister right there for bad-mouthing him. Neither of them would back down, forcing Asta to step in and stop Ghosh, because being disrespectful to an old woman was wrong. The sister then took Marie with her and told Ghosh to go home. Everyone waved goodbye to the little girl, except for Ghosh, who was wallowing in misery. Rebecca told everyone to come to the restaurant where she worked for dinner while waiting for him to wake up. Asta could also stay at her house tonight if he wanted. Noelle, nearby, heard the word sleep over and became extremely agitated. As Marie and the sister were leaving, a strange person was secretly observing them at the restaurant. Asta and the kids were eating heartily, while Ghosh was still in shock and couldn't recover. The bird Nero was also invited to try some berries. Rebecca was very happy that Asta liked the food she cooked. He innocently complimented her, saying that one day she would surely become a good wife, which made Noelle, who was disguised nearby, so angry that she couldn't control her magic power, causing the water in her glass to overflow. Rebecca's brother curiously asked his sister if she would really marry Asta. That made Noelle lose control even more. Her younger sister then whispered to her to try to seduce Asta tonight. Those words officially left Noelle completely speechless. Even newborn baby on Rebecca's back seemed to approve of having a brother-in-law like Asta. But Rebecca thought she would get arrested for preying on a minor. That night, Noelle had to transform into the little match girl, waiting outside Rebecca's house in case her future husband was stolen. She had to light matches to keep warm because she didn't understand why the weather, which was normal, suddenly turned cold. And then Noelle suddenly realized it was snowing because of someone's magic. And the children in the town were dazed, like opening their doors, all walking in the same direction. Meanwhile, Asta and Nero were still sound asleep, completely unaware. On the other side, Rebecca was tossing and turning, unable to sleep because of the advice her sister gave her in the afternoon. She decided to get up and check on her siblings to see if they were asleep. At that moment, in Asta's room, someone's shadow quietly opened the door. That person was none other than Ghosh, who had come to put Asta into an eternal sleep, just in case he became his brother Kenan in future. Asta was hit by his reflection beam and suddenly woke up. Ghosh swore he wouldn't let Marie marry Asta, so even if he had to use dirty tricks, he was determined to eliminate him here. Asta quickly drew his sword because he couldn't believe Ghosh would believe an innocent child's words and attack him while he was sleeping. Ghosh didn't care if he wasn't being honorable and used Real Double to create a clone of himself to punish Asta for the crime of meeting his sister. Asta tried to defend himself but was shot outside. He suddenly felt it was strange for snow to be falling at this time of year. Ghosh had no interest in the weather and only wanted to kill Asta. Rebecca came and asked what they were doing, then frantically reported that her siblings had disappeared. It wasn't just Rebecca's siblings. All the children in the town were nowhere to be found. It turned out they were all hypnotized and were walking together to some unknown place. The mastermind was a man on a broom high above, using a grimoire. He joyfully declared that from now on, they would all be his friends. Rebecca was very worried because she didn't understand where her two younger siblings, Luca and Mao, had gone so late at night. Asta didn't have time to figure that out as he had to dodge Ghosh's attacks. To him, nothing was more important than his sister Marie being stolen from him. Just then, Noelle appeared and asked if there was something wrong with the town's weather forecast. Why was it suddenly snowing? When Asta asked why she was here, she made the excuse that she was just passing by. Rebecca quickly asked who Noelle was and immediately sensed they would be rivals. Back to the main issue. Noelle had seen all the children walking up the mountain and thought the town was having some kind of festival at night. Ghosh immediately had the idea of using Asta's blood as a sacrifice. At that moment, Sister Teresa appeared and sensed magic power mixed in the snow. She guessed it was being used to control people's minds, only affecting children whose magic was not yet strong enough. Ghosh, hearing that some children from the church had disappeared, worried if his sister was among them. Hearing that Marie had been taken, he lost his cool and lunged to grab Sister Teresa by the collar. However, she was not afraid and even criticized Ghosh's easily agitated state. Even if he hit her, it wouldn't bring Marie back. Ghosh knew she had a point, but if he didn't vent his anger on Sister Teresa, he didn't know how else to cool down. Asta immediately ran over and put his face in front of Ghosh's fist to protect the sister. He advised him to calm down, saying there's always a solution, then proceeded to knock Ghosh down. Asta took the opportunity to quote the captain of the Crimson Lions, who taught him that a magic knight must always remain calm. Just when he thought he had convinced Ghosh, he unexpectedly agreed to kill Asta as calmly as possible because he had hit him really hard. However, while beating him up, he suddenly remembered he had given Maria a mirror and told her to always carry it. The snow was causing interference, but as long as he followed the trail of the magic item, Ghosh could pinpoint his sister's location. Even though he found a way to save Marie thanks to Asta, he still hadn't given up his intention of eliminating him. Sister Teresa wanted to go with them so she could bring the children safely back to the church. Asta advised her to stay, but Ghosh, though reluctant, understood that having Sister Teresa along would be a great help to them. At this point, Rebecca was in a panic, worried about her two siblings. Asta quickly patted her head and told her to calm down. He promised he would bring them back safely. If Luca and Mao saw Rebecca so flustered, they would probably laugh at their big sister. Asta was trying to act cool when he was hit on the head by Gauche's broom and dragged away. Noel wanted to go along but didn't want to be strung up like Asta. Moreover, the town could be attacked, so Sister Teresa asked Noel to stay and protect the place, while also calling for more reinforcements. Meanwhile, in the cave on the mountain, the white-haired man was overjoyed because he possessed a massive collection of children, larger than any creepy old man's basement. Oh, the children were in a dazed state. Only Marie was conscious again, thanks to the mirror from Gauche that she had with her. Marie quickly observed her surroundings and grasped the current situation. The white-haired man realized she had broken his spell and called Marie a bad child. He demanded she be a good girl and let his magic control her. Only then could they be friends. Marie didn't agree with that kind of friendship. She pointed out that his methods were wrong and that she would call the authorities. This angered the white-haired man, and he struck Marie. Just then, a fat man appeared and called him Nij. The fat man, named Barrow, immediately pulled Nij's hair for failing to control the children. With his glasses, Barrow saw that Marie was a gold mine, as she possessed a lot of magic power despite being so young. He then checked all the children and realized that magic power was worthless. Barrow callously threw the boy out like trash while he was still hypnotized. The purpose of Barrow was to steal the children's magic power using the machine in the cave. On the other side, Gauche could feel the magic item getting stronger, meaning they were getting closer. Sister Teresa told them not to let their guard down because the enemy was very strong. She knew full well that Gauche was very eager to save his sister. On the other side, Noel was reassuring the parents because the magic knights would surely bring the children back safely. The two of Rebecca's siblings asked their sister what was happening and why there was a big hole in their house. Noel quickly told them that Idiot Tosta and the others would definitely fix it, so don't file a lawsuit or anything. She quickly contacted the nearest magic knight, but unexpectedly, it was S.E. Quake. He was put on switchboard duty by Captain Rill, but boasted that he was so good he was given this important job to rest. Noel didn't have time to listen to his boasting and quickly told him that snow was covering the town of Nian, but Asakeke thought she was talking about something romantic, which made Noel sick with anger. She had to explain clearly that someone was using enchanted snow to kidnap the children in the town. Asakeke then cluelessly asked if Noel had reported it to the police, even though he was a magic knight himself, which made Noel lose all faith in him. At this point, Gauche had located the cave where the children were. Asta saw Mao lying outside the cave entrance and asked Gauche to let him down, but he didn't care who that kid was. So if Asta wanted down, he could just let go himself. So he had to let go and landed, rolling several times on the snow. Sister Teresa, witnessing this, couldn't understand how Gauche became a magic knight with such a terrible attitude. He didn't care and flew straight into the cave. Because the most important thing that Gauche always believed in was protecting the people he cared about. On the day he met Captain Yami, it was he who taught Gauche that. At that moment, Sister Teresa was extremely worried because the little boy Mao was covered in bruises and frostbite. Asta called his name repeatedly, but he didn't respond because he was under a spell. He immediately drew his sword, making Sister Teresa think Costa was going to hit the child, but Asta only used his sword to gently touch Mao's head, which helped the boy regain his senses. Sister Teresa then used her flame recover magic heaven's candle to create candles to warm and heal Mao. Asta told Mao he could stay in the cave alone because he and Sister Teresa had to go save his sister and the other children. However, Mao was currently very scared and wanted Asta to stay with him. He then encouraged Mao, telling him to be a brave young man. A tough guy like him shouldn't be weak. Asta lent the boy his black bull robe, reassuring him that he would be safe wearing it because it contained courage. After successfully coaxing the boy to stay in the cave alone, Asta didn't forget to tell Mao to return the robe and not get any snot or tears on it. Meanwhile, although the cave was like a maze, Gauche was getting closer to his sister by following the trail of the magic item. At this moment, Barrow was starting to operate the machine to steal the children's magic. After finishing with one child, the next person was Marie. He advised the little girl to be good and not to disobey her big brother Barrow. However, just then, Gauche, from a distance, shouted his sister's name. Seeing the wound on Marie's cheek, he immediately became enraged and attacked Nij. Barrow ordered his little brother to do something to stop Gauche. Nij then used his snow magic howling blizzard to attack. But with his mirror shift magic, Gauche easily dodged, making it impossible for Nij to hit him. He immediately switched to another spell, summoning a series of snowmen to attack Gauche. Seeing that he was surrounded by the snowmen, Barrow was confident that Nij would win because he could create countless snowmen. But Gauche used Reflect Refrain, creating a continuous, flashing reflection beam that blew away the snowmen surrounding him. Nij knew he had run into something tough, and Barrow felt like he had been tricked. Originally, the job was just to take the kid's magic and get paid. But now he had run into someone who was both strong and terrifying. He tried to think of a way and turned his attention to the little girl, Murray. He then demanded that Ghosh not move. Otherwise, his sister's life would be in danger. Barrow was about to order Nietzsche to attack at that moment when Austin's sister Teresa arrived in the nick of time. He threw his sword, which not only took care of the snowman around Ghosh, but also hit Barrow and rescued Murray. Seeing his angelic little sister running towards him, Ghosh's heart exploded with emotion, ready to open his arms and embrace his sister. But Maya swerved to hug and thank Austin instead, causing Ghosh's broken heart to want to punish him. Out of jealousy, Ghosh grabbed Asta by the collar, demanding to know what would have happened if his sword had hit Murray. Asta asked the same about Ghosh's earlier attack on Nietzsche. Even though he was near Murray, Ghosh stubbornly said that his love for his sister was too great for anything to happen and was about to attack Asta. Fortunately, Murray stepped in to stop him in time. At this moment, Sister Teresa realized that the children had had all their magic sucked out. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to use magic anymore. This made Asta extremely angry. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Barrow switched to coward mode. But when he realized that Asta didn't have any magic at all, Barrow scoffed, saying he had never met anyone as worthless as Asta. Seeing that he wasn't wearing a magic knight's robe, the man looked down on Asta even more. He assigned Nietzsche to handle Ghosh, while he took on the responsibility of dealing with Asta himself. However, he only needed one swing of his sword to easily send Barrow flying, surprising everyone present, and Barrow learned the lesson to never underestimate others. At this time, at the Black Bull's base, Zikyakia had arrived to seek help from the place closest to the town of Mian. The reason he had to come in person was because he kept calling but no one answered. However, Zikyakia was very worried because the Black Bulls were famous for being full of strange and unpredictable people. Having no other choice, Haishaka had to carefully open the door to scout and see if anyone was home. But inside, it was pitch black, and things were scattered everywhere. Miyukai was about to leave, thinking that everyone must have run away because they were scared of him. Everything. He had planned to use this as an excuse to go to the Blue Rose squad for help. But just as he turned around, Zikyakia unexpectedly ran into Godon. He complimented the beautiful moon, which startled Desikyaika. Godon politely introduced himself, but Zikyakia backed up 10 meters, because Godon looked like a boogeyman who wanted to steal his marbles. Godon realized Desikyaika was from the Green Mana squad, so he gave the friendliest smile he could muster. However, that only frightened Desikyaika even more. Just then, he accidentally tripped and fell. Seeing the hideout, Zikyaika shouting at the top of his lungs woke up Captain Jack. When Desikyaika saw him, he finally found the courage to show his face. But before he could say anything, Jack grabbed him by the head. Thinking he was a debt collector, Zikyaika hurriedly tried to explain. But the more he spoke, the more Jack threatened to kill him, making him think he should have just chosen the Blue Rose squad from the start. Meanwhile, realizing he had messed with the wrong people, Barrow ordered Nietzsche to attack with all his might. However, Ghosh's mirror refrain easily wiped out the man's snowman. Seeing the murderous Ghosh approaching, Nietzsche panicked and used his snow croc to bind him. Asta anxiously wanted to save Ghosh, but he was told not to try and act cool in front of his sister, as he would handle Negi himself without anyone's help. As he finished speaking, Nietzsche was hit from behind by Ghosh's reflection beam. It turned out he had managed to use Real Double to summon a clone from the mirror world before Nietzsche could restrain him. Sister Teresa saw a powerful mage capable of making it snow over a very wide area. Yet Ghosh was able to fight back and even win, which impressed her greatly. Although Ghosh's attitude was as obnoxious as ever. Seeing the dire situation, Barrow remembered he still had one more option. Asta grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know why he'd cruelly drained the children's magic. However, Barrow didn't care whether the kids died or had their magic drained. That enraged Asta, and if the sister hadn't spoken up in time, Barrow's mouth would have met his furious fist. Asta swore he would make Barrow pay. Sister Teresa came over to restrain him with her sealing magic. Asta forced the man to tell them how to return the magic to the children. Barrow demanded to be released first, but Asta refused. Sister Teresa warned him not to try anything funny. But while they weren't paying attention, Barrow used his mud magic to create a mud doll that snuck away. On the other side, Asta used his sword to gently tap the children's heads to wake them from their stupor. Sister Teresa quickly reassured them while Rebecca rushed over to Asta. Ghosh demanded the sister heal his little sister immediately. Sister Teresa told him to be patient and used her holy light of healing to create a large healing area with a series of candles. Ghosh demanded the other children make way for his sister in the center so she could recover faster. An angel deserves the most blessings. After all, even though Sister Teresa said the magic worked the same no matter where you stood. While everyone was distracted, Barrow's mud doll secretly activated a signal device. At this time, Sister Teresa asked Asta if he was from Hage Village. because Sister Lily had once come to her church for training and told her all about him. Sister Teresa praised Sister Lily as a very kind person, and Asta was curious what she had said about him. She said Sister Lily told her Asta talks a lot, but she also praised him as an incredibly hardworking person. She told Sister Teresa how Asta, despite having no magic, still dreamed of becoming the Wizard King. So he trained non-stop every single day. No matter how much she tried to advise him, Asta would always say, "Not done yet," and push himself every day. Because of that, Sister Lily was also inspired by him to become more diligent. Sister Teresa could feel just how proud she was of Asta. Hearing her share this made him very happy, and he declared he would definitely become the Wizard King and then marry Sister Lily. Elsewhere, Ghosh was about to give Nij a piece of his mind after Marie told him Nij was the one who hit her. Sister Teresa and Marie wanted to stop him, but Ghosh feared Nij would harm his sister again. So he wanted to end him right here and now. Sister Teresa advised him to first ask how to restore the children's magic, because children are the seeds in the future of the kingdom. The naive Nij didn't understand what he had done wrong to deserve this pain and burst into tears. And Barrow blamed everything on the girl who tricked him into doing this for money. He had sent the signal, and finally, she arrived via spatial magic. She recognized Asta, and he knew his opponent as well, because that person was Sally of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. On the other side, Captain Yami, after hearing Ezekiel's whole story, was in no rush at all, because it was the middle of the night. He had no desire to work overtime. Meanwhile, in Mian village, in Nilij, Rebecca was very worried about the children, but Noel comforted her, saying everyone would return safely soon. Because although Asta and Ghosh look like troublemakers, they are still reliable magic knights. Besides, their reinforcements were on the way. Rebecca decided to cook dinner while waiting for everyone to return and called the other kids to help. As for Noel, despite her optimistic words, she was still very worried. At that moment, Sally complained about why Barrow hadn't drained more magic power, and he immediately blamed Asta's group for interfering. Sister Teresa had heard of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. They were the terrorists who attacked the royal capital. Realizing Sally was the mastermind behind everything that endangered his sister, Ghosh attacked, but her gel magic salamander blocked his attack. Asta quickly warned everyone to be careful, as her magic could even block the magic of the Silver Eagle's captain. Sally quickly jumped inside the salamander and charged forward. Asta rushed in with his sword, but she dodged it. He quickly turned to slash again, but Asta's anti-magic was completely useless if he couldn't hit Sally. Below, Ghosh's mirror refrain attack was also completely refracted by her salamander. Sally told Ghosh to use stronger magic before continuing the conversation, then trapped him with a sheet of gel. She quickly approached Asta and bound his hands and feet. Sally was overjoyed to have finally captured Asta. She was incredibly curious about his body, so she took a bite to satisfy her craving. After analyzing it, Asta's blood was completely normal, so Sally wanted to take his pinky nail for research. Fortunately, Sister Teresa attacked in time, forcing her to abandon that idea. Sally's salamander melted away, and Sister Teresa lunged forward with a flaming fist. But she dodged. Even so, Sister Teresa's incredible combat ability still left Asta in awe. Despite her age, she was once a magic knight known as the Crimson She-Panther. Through their conversation, Asta learned that back when she worked in the capital, Sister Teresa herself was in charge of training Captain Hugo Leon when he was just a snot-nosed kid. She also knew his current condition was caused by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so she was determined to capture Sally. Ghosh quickly called out, asking Teresa to help him get free. Meanwhile, Sally realized fighting 1-3 would be difficult. Just then, Barrow said he could help her with his mud magic, as long as he was freed. Sally asked if he was sure, then asked again carefully so he wouldn't regret it. Seeing the urgency, Barrow told her not to waste time and that as long as he got paid in full, he would help. But in reality, he planned to take the money and run. To his surprise, Sally suddenly walked over and injected a strange compound into his neck, causing Barrow's body to react and break his magical restraints. The magic power in Barrow's body erupted, turning him into a mud monster. Drowning in rage, Sally scratched her head, admitting she had miscalculated the dosage, causing Barrow to lose all humanity. The them were immediately terrified upon seeing the monster appear. Ghosh quickly grabbed his sister Marie and fled from the scene. He didn't care about anyone else, as long as his sister was safe. And so, only Asta and Sister Teresa were left to deal with the enemy while protecting the children. As for Ghosh, he remained cold and had no intention of returning. Seeing the growing danger from Barrow, Sister Teresa decided to prioritize getting the children out of there first. She summoned a fire panther and ordered the children to quickly climb on its back, estimating it would take about 10 minutes to get all the kids out. On the other side, Asta took on the responsibility of keeping Barrow away from the children. Nij sat up, terrified to see his brother turn into a monster. But Barrow didn't even recognize his own brother and was about to attack. If it weren't for Asta's timely intervention, this day next year would have been Nija's memorial. He was very surprised that Asta saved him. Asta did it because Nij had not yet taken responsibility for his wrongdoings, so he couldn't be allowed to die like this. He charged towards Baro, certain that his anti-magic sword would be effective. However, the arm he had just severed from Baro quickly grew back. Sally was confident that now, even his anti-magic couldn't easily defeat Baro. The dark magic tool she put into his body would corrode its host life force in exchange for generating an explosive amount of magic power. At this point, Asta was having a very difficult time fending off the relentless barrage of attacks. Sally planned to strike from behind while he was distracted. However, Sister Teresa stepped in to protect him. Sally had no interest in an old woman with weak and magic power, so she demanded Sister Teresa stay out of her way. It was true that Sister Teresa's magic power had weakened over the years, but her ability to manipulate mana from nature had improved at any age. Because of this, Sister Teresa taught Sally a lesson about how the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Sally was annoyed that she would always get in her way. Sister Teresa was fighting Baro while maintaining her magic to evacuate the children, putting her at a great disadvantage. She was furious that at a time like this, Ghosh would abandon everyone to flee with his sister. Meanwhile, Marie tried her best to convince her brother, but Ghosh was extremely worried, because Sally could counter his magic and could also create monsters with powerful magic. If Ghosh fought her with all his might, Mayuk would be in danger. As for whether the others were safe or not, Ghosh didn't care. The reason Ghosh thought this way was because his family was once a wealthy noble family. Ghosh was lucky to be smart like his father instead of the neighbor, and Marie was beautiful like her mother. However, one day, a nobleman appeared and proposed a business deal with Ghosh's parents, but they both lost their lives to robbers on their way back from his office. That merchant then informed them that according to the will, all of Ghosh's family's assets now belonged to him. Ghosh and his sister, of course, did not comply and were kicked out of their own home. From that day on, Ghosh alone decided he had to protect his young sister, stealing food from stalls every day to bring back for her. Over time, he became a notorious robber in town. But one time, while trying to borrow something from a noble, Ghosh was caught and thrown in jail. At that time, he swore that he wouldn't care what happened to anyone other than his sister. Just then, Marie suddenly punched her brother, calling him a pathetic big brother, which left him stunned. To her, Sister Teresa and the children at the church were also her family. Whenever her brother wasn't around, it was thanks to everyone's help that the two of them had made it to this day. Moreover, as a magic knight, Ghosh was supposed to protect everyone, and that was what made Marie proud of her brother. After a while, they two finally met up with Mako and the other children waiting at the cave entrance. Mako even showed Ghosh and Marie the cloak Asta had lent him to boost his courage. Marie told her brother she would stay here with Mako, while he should go save the others. Mako stepped up, promising to protect Marie. Ghosh immediately threatened the boy, warning him to watch out if he didn't keep his word. The other children quickly called Marie over and expressed their worry for Asta and Sister Teresa fighting. Inside, Mai told them not to worry because her brother was very strong and a magic knight just like Asta. After his sister's pep talk, Ghosh decided to go back into the cave. He didn't understand why everyone always mentioned Asta. The captain and other members held him in high regard, but Ghosh saw Asta as easily countered by the enemy. He thought that when people face danger, they would drop their mask and only care about themselves. However, when Ghosh arrived, he was stunned because Asta was still fighting resolutely despite the disadvantage. Sally was also fed up with Asta's stubbornness. She advised him to just obediently let himself be captured and stop protecting the others. But as a magic knight, even if he stopped breathing, Asta was determined and not to let go of his sword. He talked a big game, but he was nearly sent to meet his ancestors by Baro if not for Ghosh's timely rescue. He kicked Asta down and explained that he wasn't running away earlier. It was just a tactical retreat. Sally thought that even with reinforcements, the outcome wouldn't change. Ghosh quickly used Real Double to create a clone, then used refraction magic to launch a double ray of condemnation, attacking both Baro and the salamander simultaneously. However, the constant magic radiating from Baro allowed him to recover instantly, and Sally was completely unharmed. Other than Captain Yami, Ghosh had never met such a formidable opponent, so he planned to use his trump card. Just then, Ghosh was hit by Baro and knocked off his broom, forcing Asta to rush out and protect him. He told them that as teammates, they should help each other instead of charging in one by one to their death. Asta also boasted that he had thought of an amazing plan. Ghosh knew it was probably some reckless plan, but he thought it was very similar to the captain's recklessness when they first met. Yami was willing to invite Ghosh to join the squad, even though he was an escaped prisoner. After learning his reason was to see his sister, because Yami believed if one could protect the person they wanted to protect, then one day they could also protect others. At present, Sister Teresa had almost gotten all the children out. As for Gauche, he agreed to cooperate because, if they died, his sister would be very sad. Asta didn't understand why the Siscon was suddenly being so nice. But Gauche told him to respect his senior, and asked why his sword was glowing. Asta realized it was similar to what happened in the dungeon. And just then, Barrow came over, giving Asta a chance to test his new move. Although he was hit, he quickly recovered and grew another arm. Sally, on the other hand, was extremely excited by Asta's recent anti-magic slash. At this point, Gauche and Asta coordinated their attacks on Barrow relentlessly to prevent him from recovering. Realizing Asta's last attack was very effective but lacked intensity, Gauche suddenly had an idea to combine his magic with someone else's. He had never trusted anyone before, so he never done it. But successive failures and his acknowledgement of Asta helped Gauche form a new spell in his grimoire. The problem was his current magic power wasn't enough to use it. Gauche immediately asked Sister Teresa to buy him more time. Although she didn't like how Gauche ordered her around, she had no choice but to help. Seeing Sister Teresa's weak flame magic made Sally scoff. She suggested Asta use that anti-magic slash again, but Asta couldn't even if he wanted to. At this point, Gauche had to play his trump card. He told Asta to look into his magically altered left eye. Gauche wanted to use the magic accumulated in the mirror magic tool in his left eye to activate a new spell. With it, Gauche used the technique Mirror Brigade, creating a series of Asta clones. At the same time, his sword lit up, and all the Astas attacked in unison, using a flurry of mirror slashes to continuously slice up Barrow and Sally Salamander, blasting her away and securing their victory. Witnessing this, Sister Teresa was astonished, while Nietzsche, seeing his brother gone, clutched the remaining piece of his coat in sorrow, crying as he remembered the past. However, deep down, Nietzsche also understood that this was all his own fault. He decided to take responsibility for both his and his brother's sins. Asta advised that once Nietzsche had atoned, the two of them could be friends, because he was very impressed and believed Nietzsche's magic would be extremely useful in the future. But just then, a sword of light flew in and stabbed Nietzsche from behind. A large source of light appeared, and Gauche felt a terrifying amount of magic power emanating from it. He was instantly injured without even seeing what happened. Sister Teresa realized she was the next target and ran to block the attack for him. The newcomer appeared, angry that Asta's group had injured his comrade. He introduced himself as the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, named Licht. Asta was shocked to realize the four-leaf clover on his grimoire was identical to Yuno's. Sister Teresa was critically wounded, and Nietzsche could hardly fight. Gauche struggled to his feet, telling the sister she couldn't die, because his sister would be very sad, and so would he. However, Sister Teresa knew she didn't have much time left. The weak always have to be sacrificed in war, just like the innocent children out there. She used her last bit of strength to get the remaining children to safety, fulfilling her duty to protect them. Lick showed no respect for what Sister Teresa said, which infuriated Asta. However, the man began to cry when he saw Sally's serious injuries. Licht ordered Vialtos to quickly teleport her back. Before leaving, Sally didn't forget to ask Costa for a date, but he was thoroughly creeped out by her now. Vialtos felt guilty for letting Sally go alone and get into trouble, but Licht didn't blame him, assuming the enemy must have used some kind of sneak attack strategy for her to get injured. Asta didn't understand his tone, since the real villains here were them, for targeting innocent children. This was completely contrary to Licht's truth. He believed that the victims are always the strong, because they are always envied, feared, and discriminated against. That was why he would never forgive the Clover Kingdom and decided to destroy it to build a separate kingdom. Asta was about to give him a lesson in morality when he was stabbed in the leg by Licht's light sword. He couldn't understand how a lowly human like Asta could possess a 5-leaf grimoire. Licht's attack was so fast, Asta couldn't see a thing. The only thing he could think of now was to charge forward and use his sword as a shield. But before Asta could even do that, Licht had already flashed behind him, determined to reclaim the 5-leaf grimoire. At that very moment, Captain Yami suddenly appeared and slashed through his attack. Gauche and Asta were completely surprised to see their captain here. As for him, he just sighed and said he just happened to get lost. No big deal. Of course, that was just Yami's joke. But he didn't expect Asta to actually believe it. Because everyone at the base was currently unable to move, Yami came here personally, planning to fire the whole lot of them when they got back. He was furious because he had specifically told Asta to rest on his day off. Yet he still managed to dive headfirst into trouble. The captain turned and asked him about Licht. He thought the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun would be big enough to swallow a cow. Not some intellectual my-looking guy, pretending to be a thug. Finariel thought that was irrelevant. What mattered was that Licht had immense magic power and possessed light magic. Only a few mages in the history of the Clover Kingdom possessed this rare magic. Finariel at this point just wanted to go home and not be in this dangerous place. Vialtos asked his leader if he should call the third eye, but Licht wanted to personally fight the dark magic user. Asta asked Finn Ariel to take the injured back to the village. Knowing the upcoming battle would be very dangerous, he could still fight, so he would stay. Besides, this was a rare opportunity for him to witness his captain fight. On the other side, Ghosh called for Finn Ariel to quickly help Sister Teresa. Finn Ariel, being everyone's heir and boy, had to ask Captain Yami for permission to leave. He didn't forget to threaten Finn and Ariel to come back, knowing the guy was just looking for an excuse to escape. Finn Ariel was about to leave when suddenly Yami slashed through an attack from Licht aimed at him. Finn Ariel immediately bolted, leaving this dangerous place to his captain. Asta, in awe, asked how Yami could be so cool and was curious about the weapon he used. Yami said it was called a Kadon, a weapon from his homeland, Hino country. In the middle of his sentence, Yami had to take a stance because Licht quickly directed his light swords towards him and attacked. But every one of his blades was cut down by Yami. The reason Yami could do this was because he was using reinforcement magic to enhance his physical abilities and had coated his sword with dark magic to counter Licht's light magic. The man immediately circled behind Yami, but he was still able to react. Yami asked Licht if they had met somewhere before, then attacked. He slashed through Licht's techniques while trying to figure out who he was. Instead of answering, Licht began to tell a story. Once upon a time, in a certain village, there was a group of people with boundless magic, blessed with an endless supply of mana. They could control the weather and even change the earth. They were likened to gods. But outsiders went from worship to fear, envying the power that those in the village possessed, and they massacred everyone to seize it. Of course, Yami wasn't interested in such gloomy stories. He decided to return the favor with a different story of his own, about a young boy with a pure heart whose parents were fishermen. Then one day his boat sank and he washed ashore in a strange kingdom. Everyone there laughed at his different appearance. However, he made them all stop laughing with his fist and eventually became a captain. Finishing his life story, Yami asked Licht if it was a good one. The Altas told him not to mock his master, but Yami told him to shut up, with his weird face looking like some poser who got a bit of ink to look cool. Just then, Licht's attack managed to hit Yami, as he had gotten faster. Gradually, Licht's light swords began to injure Yami. Licht knew the Black Bull's captain had dodged the fatal blows, but for how much longer? Yami asked if he was the one who defeated the captain of the Crimson Lions. Licht didn't hesitate to admit he did it by setting up a. Licht shamelessly admitted he did it by setting up a long-term plan to lure Fugo Lian into a pre-shed trap. But Yami asserted that his light magic could never take him down. Captain Yami sped up and charged, forcing Licht to create distance, then launched a series of swords to force Yami to retreat. However, with his sheer toughness, Yami was able to close in on him. No matter how his opponent flickered in and out of sight, he threw a punch to send a boulder flying at Licht, then skillfully dodged Licht's destructive light rays. Using dark magic dark cloak dimension slash, Yami's sword, cloaked in dark magic, had cut through all of Licht's light swords and wounded his face. Asta witnessed everything and couldn't help but admire his captain. Yami stated that this time there were no traps set, so Licht should just come at him, and he would show him the magifying power of a magic knight captain. Yami told Asta that if he was watching, he should try to do the same thing, which shocked Asta, as there was no way he could do that. The captain immediately grabbed Asta's head, saying when he tells him to do something, he should just do it without question. After witnessing what he could do, the Altas wondered if the Black Bull's captain possessed power rivaling even the Wizard King. Seeing his face injured, Licht quickly used light recover magic to heal it. This surprised both Asta and Yami. It was rare to find someone who possessed both offensive and healing magic. Yami quickly told Asta to hurry up and fight like him. Asta quickly asked how his captain expected him to use dark magic when he had no magic at all. Yami told Asta that he wasn't telling him to copy that. What Yami wanted was for Asta to learn how to counter attacks that the eye cannot see. Since Asta was too slow to understand, he was forced to explain it again, and he was definitely charging for it. The reason Yami could block Licht's attacks was because he could sense what people call ki. It's not at all like mana. A look, a breath, a scent, the movement of muscles. Anything that comes from the body's life energy is called ki. Yami observed Licht's ki to predict his attacks. Asta had actually done this unconsciously once before while fighting in the royal capital. Yami's fighting style is a combination of magic and muscle power. You could say he's a magic swordsman instead of a wand-wielding mage. Asta now understood why his neck and body were so huge, though he wasn't much different from him. The Altos was annoyed that the two were chatting while fighting his master. He begged Licht to allow him to provide support. Licht agreed and assigned the Altos to handle Asta. He wanted the Altos to capture him, even if he got injured. The Altos immediately obeyed and attacked Asta by teleporting behind him, but his attack was blocked. Seeing a perfect practice opponent, Yami gave Asta the mission of dealing with the skinny, enigmatic-looking guy. In his homeland, there is a saying: a good warrior never betrays his promise. Asta himself said he wanted to become the Wizard King. So Yami wanted him to surpass his own limits right here and now. The only way to do that is to fight. Asta quickly followed Yami's words. Vialtos couldn't believe someone like him could hit his attacks. Yet Asta was able to predict the direction of his magic, though his judgment was still off. Yami kicked him for knowing Asta had just used his ears to listen. Reading Ki requires enhancing all your senses with your whole body. If he only relied on his hearing or sight, Asta wouldn't be able to do it. He threatened that if Asta failed next time, he would kill him. Facing the line between life and being killed by his captain, Asta took a deep breath and decided this time he would activate all his senses at once. He closed his eyes and focused. In an instant, Asta read the position of Vialtos' magic and countered, defeating him. This stunned Lit, and Captain Yami called him a freak, because even he didn't expect Asta to be able to do it right away. Seeing Vialtos beaten to a pulp, Lit angrily used a spell to summon whips of light. With this fluid movement, he believed Yami and Asta couldn't possibly predict their trajectory. Lit used Light Whip of Judgment, lashing the light whips around and destroying everything. Captain Yami struggled to defend, but the cave couldn't take it and collapsed. In the end, Lit arrogantly stated that, although he had suppressed his own power, Asta's group was still too weak. Just like this world, Vialtos obsequious life laddered his master, claiming that if he wanted to, Lit could easily wipe out the Magic Knights in an instant. However, from under the rubble, Asta and Yami rose up to continue the fight, thanks to their ability to sense natural ki. Both he and his captain had dodged the falling rocks. Yami and Asta were both extremely excited because now, they weren't afraid of anyone. Asta was on a roll after mastering ki, but got kicked, because now it was time for Yami to have his moment in the spotlight. It had been a long time since he had the chance to unleash his full power. Seeing Yami aggressively charge forward forced Lit to retreat. He and his Kadon easily cut through his attacks. Yami just kept rushing forward, ignoring Lit's light swords. The man then used a light whip to grab Yami's sword and pull the Black Bull's captain away. But Yami's dark magic quickly dissipated the light whip. Yami took a stance and used Dark Cloak Dimension Slash, launching a series of cuts that absorbed Lit's magic. However, he was confident that now he knew the secret to Yami's magic, so he couldn't be hit anymore. Yami found him incredibly dull. The Black Bull's captain attacked, while asking him the reason for attacking the Clover Kingdom. Despite being one of its citizens, Lit didn't answer and instead engaged Yami with his light sword. He flexibly switched back and forth between a sword and a light whip to exploit his openings. But Yami had intentionally left it open to lure him into a trap and unleash his move. Yami continued to ask Lit why he attacked the kingdom. Lit believed that an outsider like him should understand the depravity of this place. Many people starve in the streets while others have plenty and waste it. In a society where status is determined by magic power, even the strong born in poverty will still be discriminated against. Lit's purpose was to change that. Yami couldn't understand his reasoning because what he was doing was wrong. Lit argued that he was only responding to the sins of this kingdom with another sin. Although Yami liked his resolute attitude, Lit's logic made him very uncomfortable. Lit used his light whip for both offense and defense to keep Yami at a distance, and even when it came to close combat with Yami, he didn't hesitate. Asta could only watch from the sidelines as their battle was on a completely different level. He wondered if, without magic, he could ever surpass Captain Yami. And after that, there was still and the Wizard King, Julius. On the other side, Vialtos saw Yami fighting on par with his master and decided to lend a hand. As soon as Yami blocked his sneak attack, he scolded Asta for getting distracted and letting the enemy get a cheap shot in. The captain demanded Asta handle Vialtos in his own way. Receiving his orders, Asta quickly regained his composure, as there was no time for self-doubt. Now, with a sword in each hand, he rushed forward, determined to defeat Vialtos. He couldn't believe Asta could block his attack twice. Vialtos used his spatial magic blackout, creating teleportation holes all around and simultaneously launching magic through them to attack. While Asta struggled to deal with this, Vialtos moved around to prevent him from getting close. After fending off the attacks for a while, Asta was grazed across the stomach. Vialtos continued his tactic to make Asta pay for his disrespect towards Master Lit. Asta knew he couldn't just keep defending until Vialtos ran out of magic power. If he didn't counter Mein's attack soon, he would die. Asta tried to remain calm as Captain Fugo Leon had taught him and recalled Captain Yami's fighting style. He suddenly dropped both his swords, making Vialtos think Asta had panicked and become reckless. He prepared to finish Asta with a final attack. But at that moment, Asta reached a state of extreme focus. As soon as he sensed the moment had come, he jumped straight into one of Vialtos' teleportation gates to get a surprise close-up and punch him. Seeing Vialtos sent flying by Asta made Yami very amused. Lit took advantage of his opening to attack but fell right into Yami's trap. He used his sword to absorb Lit's light whip while using dark magic to lock down his movements. Finally, he used Dark Cloak Black Blade, slashing his chest and heavily wounding Lit. He admitted his defeat and acknowledged that dark magic was truly exceptional, as it was the only magic attribute that opposed his own. Its weakness is that it's extremely slow, the complete opposite of light magic's speed. To compensate for that, Yami used a weapon coated in dark magic, creating a fighting style that uses reinforcement magic to overcome his magic's weakness. Yami frankly admitted Lick's analysis was completely correct. He asked him why he wasn't healing quickly, though even if he did, Yami would just use his sword to take some more blood. Lick acknowledged Yami as the second person strong enough to defeat him, so he couldn't waste any more time with him here. The first person Lick mentioned was the one who had injured his right arm beyond recovery, the Wizard King, Julius. Lick decided to use his strongest magic, believing it was too fast for Yami to dodge, and too powerful in its area of attack for his magic to absorb. Asta, of course, thought he was bluffing, but he could feel that the upcoming attack was going to be terrifying. Asta himself would also get hit, as he had earned Lick's sire. The magic power of a fourth-leaf Grimmer was not to be underestimated, forcing Captain Yami to take a few seconds to think of a counter. Meanwhile, the children had safely returned to their families thanks to Finarale's spatial magic. However, Sister Teresa was severely injured and was receiving intensive treatment. Ghosh ignored his own injuries, wanting everyone to focus on treating Sister Teresa. She told him to quiet down and weakly used her flame magic to treat Ghosh, believing he must be anxious to go help Asta and his captain. Sister Teresa felt that Ghosh had changed a lot since meeting Asta, then closed her eyes. Everyone in the room was overcome with grief. Ghosh grabbed the healing mage by the collar and demanded he revive Sister Teresa. But he couldn't do that. And besides, she wasn't even dead yet. Sister Teresa had only closed her eyes to rest for a bit, but these kids were overreacting. She asserted that she was the evil old witch Ghosh claimed she was, so she wouldn't die so easily. The sister urged Ghosh to go help Asta's group. The other children volunteered to give him the magic power. Even Nage wanted to. He apologized for hitting Marie and transferred his magic power to Ghosh, begging him to go help Asta. Mairi also wanted to contribute, as she didn't want to lose her future husband. At that moment, Ghosh finally understood what Captain Yami had told him about protecting those he cared about, and how that would lead to protecting others. He demanded Finarale take him back to that cave. But Finarale asked if Ghosh was sure, because the opponent was very strong. They should stay here and wait for headquarters to send reinforcements. However, Ghosh said he had an idea, and if it worked, he would have a chance to win. Finarale warned him that he couldn't perform a sneak attack through his portals, because a powerful mage like Licht has a mana field around him, preventing him from getting close. Moreover, after teleporting so many people, Finarale nearly exhausted, with only enough energy for one more teleport. But Ghosh still wanted to go to the cave and begged Finarale to help him. At that moment, Captain Yami quickly used Black Cocoon to surround himself and Asta with a defensive layer of dark magic. But even after doing so, Yami calmly stated that their chances of survival were 0.01%. Asta planned to counter with his sword, but Yami pointed out he would evaporate before he could even swing it. Right now, Yami could only advise them both to fight to the very end, even though he knew a tragic end awaited them. Just then, Finarale and Ghosh teleported to the scene, just as Licht used his ultimate technique, Light of Divine Punishment, creating a destructive beam aimed straight at Yami and Asta. Ghosh instantly appeared, using his left eye to activate his full reflection technique, firing Licht's destructive attack right back at him. It was true that Licht's magic was powerful, but he had forgotten that a mirror can always reflect light. On the other side, the three most dangerous members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun were furious to see Sally seriously injured, and decided it was time for them to retaliate, having narrowly escaped death. Asta couldn't believe he was still alive. Although Ghosh couldn't see clearly because Licht's last attack moved at the speed of light, he could still confirm he had hit him. Yami was very happy that he had returned at the right time and place, but Ghosh didn't take all the credit for himself, stating that today's achievements were thanks to Yami. When Asta disagreed, the captain grabbed his head to stop him from voicing his opinion. When Finarale tried to mediate, he got yelled at for not doing much the whole time. Ghosh was overjoyed, thinking that with his victory, he would receive a lot of praise from Marie. He ordered Finarale to teleport him back, but it would take a while for his magic power to recover. This made both Ghosh and his captain click their tongues, saying that raising Finarale was a waste of food. Putting that aside, they went to check on Licht's condition. However, the strange thing was that he said he couldn't let Ghosh get hurt. Yami thought they were acquaintances and was about to apologize, but Ghosh denied it. Regardless of whether Licht had family ties or connections with officials, Yami planned to take him to the Magic Knight's headquarters to make him spill everything about the Eye of the Midnight Sun. That way, the captain of the Crimson Lions could rest in peace in heaven. Although he wasn't dead, just in a very deep sleep, Yami told Asta not to mind the details in his words, then used dark binding to restrain Licht. On the other side, Noelle contacted Kichu, asked about reinforcements, only to learn her captain had arrived a long time ago. Just then, she and Rebecca heard people's voices and rushed outside to check. As for Esikache, he could finally go to sleep as his shift was over. Of course, the boss Kova began to threaten him. That was after he had to report everything to Captain Rill, lest he be cut in half. Outside, the children had now returned safely thanks to the help of the Magic Knights. The parents expressed their gratitude, although Noelle felt like she hadn't been much help. What interested her was why Captain Yami had gone straight to the cave without stopping by the town. Rebecca was frantically looking for the two children, while Noelle was wondering where Asta and Gauche were. Thanks to Nero leading the way, they arrived at the room where Sister Teresa was being treated. There, seeing Mako and Rebecca again made Rebecca overjoyed. As for Sister Teresa, her wounds were gradually getting better. She was confident she could live for another 100 years. Rebecca thanked the sister for saving the children and bringing them back safely. Noelle noticed the black bull's cloak Mako was wearing. The boy explained that Asta had lent it to him, and it was very effective, making him feel braver and stop crying. Noelle quickly asked where Asta was. Marie said he stayed behind in the cave and the battle wasn't over yet. Sister Teresa said enemy reinforcements had arrived, including a man calling himself Licht, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Captain Yami was also there, and Goshen Finarhul had gone to help. Marie believed they would definitely be fine. Noelle also asserted that everyone would return victorious, but she was still sulking because Finariel and Gauche didn't take her with them. Although deep down, she was very worried about Asta. Noelle made the excuse that members of the Black Bulls had to care for each other. She then turned and asked who Nij was, which made him freeze on the spot. On the other side, after tying up Licht and V. Altos, everyone decided to rest for a bit while waiting for Finariel to recover. Gauche was very impatient because he didn't want to make his little sister wait. But on second thought, maybe the longer the wait, the happier the reunion would be. Asta wanted to ask him why, but Gauche wouldn't say. Because anyone who got close to Marie would be considered his enemy. Captain Yami was starving and asked if Finara could use his spatial magic to get him some food. Suddenly, everyone reacted as they sensed something approaching. Only Asta didn't know what was happening. They all stood up as they sensed the mana. A teleportation gate appeared, and inside were three strange members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Asta found it very strange, because the spatial magic user, the Altas, was currently unconscious. So how could that gate have appeared? A sleepy mindless-looking guy saw that Licht and Vialtos have failed inside. In a flash, he teleported close to Yami and examined his grim iron detail. Yami quickly drew his sword and slashed, injuring the man's arm. The remarkable thing was that this guy could also use light recovery magic to heal his wound. Licht was very happy that reinforcements had arrived and apologized to them for acting on his own. The girl named Finna quickly used her Phoenix Robe Flame recovery magic to break Yami's dark magic restraints and heal. Hey. All three newcomers were furious that Asta's group had injured their comrades. Their strange way of speaking made Asta feel uncomfortable. Licht introduced them as the three strongest members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. They surpassed even him in terms of combat and were called the Third Eye. If the Clover Kingdom has the three clover as its symbol, representing faith, hope, and love, then Licht gave the Third Eye three names that were the opposite of each word, including our Hy the disloyal. The opposite of faith, going against hope, is Vet to the despair, and the opposite of love is Fan of the hateful. Yami thought they had some cool names, but that couldn't speak to their strength. Our Hy decided to show off a bit by using Yami's own dark magic, surprising everyone. He revealed he had copied the Black Bull's captain's dark cloak dimension slash. This pissed him off, and he wanted to sue our Hy for copyright infringement. As soon as Yami countered his attack, Vet rushed in with his beast magic bear claw, attacking the group. Gauche couldn't fight right now as his magic hadn't recovered yet. Vet too was about to target Finariel, but Yami blocked him. Asta and the Black Bull's captain quickly realized he could also sense ki with his bear claw. With just a few scratches, Vet managed to break Yami's sword, making him demand compensation because it was custom made and he hadn't even finished paying it off. But before he could get a scent, a fireball from Fan shot towards them. Luckily, Yami managed to put up a magic defense in time, or they'd be toast. He realized that on her shoulder was a salamander, a magic spirit. Asta knew it well. It was just like he knows. Yami was worried because it was clearly the magic of the fire spirit, one of the four great spirits, though it wasn't fully developed. Realizing the three before him were no easy opponents, Yami ordered everyone to stay within his dark magic while he alone fended off the Third Eye's attacks. Gradually, Yami's body became covered in wounds while Asta and the rest of them could do nothing. Asta wanted to help, but Yami ordered him to stay put. He told him if he wanted to join this fight or worry about him, he'd have to wait another 100 years. Licht believed Yami's luck had run out, as each member of the Third Eye was stronger than a Magic Knight captain. At that moment, all three of them simultaneously unleashed their finishing moves towards Yami. However, just then, Their magic was shattered before it could even touch the captain of the Black Bulls. Through the smoke, Captains Jack, Charlotte, and Nozel had appeared just in time. Jack was eager to join the fun, having heard they claimed to be stronger than the captains of the Magic Knight squads. Yami demanded they compensate him since they almost got him killed. Nozel told him to shut up and swore to one day eliminate Yami himself. As for Charlotte, she felt secondhand embarrassment that he had to wait for them to save him. The surprising thing was that Gray didn't even recognize the three newcomers as captains, which made Finn Ariel facepalm, since this guy couldn't remember anyone but his little sister. He had to reintroduce them, explaining that before them stood the captain of the Green Menace, Jack the Ripper, who claimed he could slice through anything. Finn Ariel had heard that he once split a mountain in half after arguing with Yami. Standing beside him was the captain of the Silver Eagles, the handsome and cold Nozel. The last person was the captain of the Blue Rose, Charlotte. The mention of a beautiful woman immediately piqued Finn Ariel's interest. Right then, the battle between the third die and the three captains of the Magic Knight squads was about to begin. Meanwhile, Vanessa was overjoyed that her two younger squad mates had returned home safely. As for Neej, he honestly confessed everything to Noel. After all, he and his brother were pawns of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Neej wanted to atone for his mistakes by turning himself in to receive leniency. Moreover, after being enlightened by Asta, he really wanted to be able to proudly call himself Asta's friend one day. Noel was annoyed by Neej's constant apologies. Instead, he should be praying to every god and saint in the four corners of the world for Asta's safe return. Neej immediately did as he was told. Both he and Noel were thinking of Asta, even though she didn't want to admit how worried she was about him. Vanessa, peeking in, realized Noel was just like her, and worried if Noel was the person Asta had a secret crush on. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Vanessa decided she had to do everything she could so Asta and everyone else could return safely. On the other side, Captain Jack criticized Yami for sneaking off to fight alone, getting into all the fun without telling his buddies. Yami denied he was about to die, saying he was on the verge of a successful one-degree when Jack and the others flew in to steal his kills. Jack found his bragging impressive. Despite him being beaten to a pulp, he considered taking this opportunity to slice Yami into for convenience, settling the long-standing grudge between the two of them. Yami immediately changed his tune, calling Jack his bro. Luckily, the Green Mantis captain was just joking, as he wanted to have a proper showdown with the Black Bull captain when he was at his best. The Blue Rose captain told the two of them to stop their comedy routine. Yami made an excuse that his butt loved the ground too much to get up, but Charlotte told him to cut the crap. Yami immediately retorted that with a personality like hers, not even a dog would love her. That immediately got him threatened with a one-way ticket to the afterlife. To the Blue Rose captain, men were unnecessary. The battlefield was her true love. Although her words were harsh, deep down, Charlotte was blaming herself for being so mean to Yami. She didn't understand why every time she met this blockhead, her face would turn red as a chili pepper and her heart would beat as fast as if she had a congenital heart disease. Her mind couldn't think of anything other than I like you. But due to her pride and not wanting to disappoint her squad, Charlotte had to temporarily put those feelings aside. In contrast to the other two who were busy joking around, Captain Nozel was eager to make the Eye of the Midnight Sun pay for their attack on the royal capital. Yami immediately complimented his cool demeanor, noting his arrogant attitude and unique hairstyle. Asta and the others thought that since Nozel was royalty, he must have a personal hairstylist. But in reality, he spent a lot of time every morning styling his own hair. As the old saying goes, your teeth and hair are a reflection of who you are. And being insulted about his hair made Nozel want to bury Yami's group first. Putting that aside for now, the three captains were now ready for battle. Asta was eager to join in, but Nozel stopped, because someone who couldn't use magic like him would only get in their way during their fight. Vet too was incredibly excited, as bringing despair to the strongest warriors was his greatest pleasure. Unlike Vet too, Thana found this all to be a hassle, but for Lick's sake, they would have to fight with all their might to please their leader. RHYA quickly called dibs on the toughest opponent, Charlotte. If he won, she would have to agree to go to dinner with him. However, the Blue Rose captain said not a chance, and used her briar magic briar hunting rose garden. Charlotte controlled the thorny lines to attack her opponent, forcing RHYA to flee. Meanwhile, Captain Jack quickly used his slashing magic death scythe to create a shockwave slash aimed at Vetu, kicking off the battle between the Mantis and the Lion. Vetu scornfully called Jack a mere insect and vowed to tear off his limbs and wings. Nozel took this chance to challenge the heavily injured Lick to a fair duel. However, Thana wouldn't let that happen. Jack mocked Nozel as his Mercury was incinerated by his opponent's flames. But for years, Nozel had a legendary rival who specialized in extremely powerful fire magic. Thana's little flame was hardly enough to make him hesitate. The battle between the three Magic Knight captains and the third eye raged on fiercely. Asta and the others could only stand and watch. From the sidelines, Yami praised his colleagues for doing a great job. Only he was able to follow their every move and technique. Asta and the other couldn't keep up. So Yami advised him to use Ki Shinsing. Yami quickly asked Fin Ariel if he had recovered enough mana to open a portal. The thought of going home excited him. But that wasn't what Yami meant. Although Fin Ariel knew the Magic Knight captains were strong, he believed they couldn't defeat the third eye, as all three were chosen by mana. However, the situation was now very balanced. Thinking about how a Magicless boy like Hosta was chosen by a 5-mice leaf Grimoire, Lick decided he had to retreat it immediately. Just then, Yami appeared from a portal directly above his head, intending to attack. But Lick had already anticipated this move. The third eye believed the Black Bull captain had made a fatal mistake. But unexpectedly, Asta appeared from within the smoke, following Yami's instructions on Kai Sensing. He had been able to read the rhythm of the battle. Lick couldn't detect Asta because he had no magic. Yami's only role was to be a decoy to draw his attention, creating an opportunity for Asta to get close and nullify his magic, allowing his captain to land a decisive blow. Asta then also served as Yami's landing cushion. He praised Asta for surpassing his limits, while the third eye watched in alarm as their leader was struck down. Seeing their glory in the spotlight being stolen by Asta, the three captains got fired up, aiming to reclaim their screen time. Yami's group was about to finish Lick before enemy reinforcements could arrive. But suddenly Lick's body began to glow. Vetsy grew worried, because Asta's anti-magic attack had broken the seal on their leader. Lick was furious that someone like Asta possessed that Grimoire, wielding the Demon Lair Slayer sword and the Demon Dweller's sword. No one understood what Lick was saying, but he insisted that Asta's two swords belonged to his master. According to the information the Silver Eagle's captain had received, Lick was the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so he didn't understand who this master was. Asta quickly asserted his ownership of the Grimoire, telling Lick not to accuse him of theft without any proof. But Lick was stubborn as a mule, determined to get his property back. Jack, seeing him about to send them all to the afterlife, tried to attack, but his slash was absorbed. Lick's magic was truly terrifying. If he succeeded, his next move would blow this entire area away. Finar's realized he had been hiding his true power all this time and panicked, wishing he had never joined the Black Bulls and gotten into this mess. Yami, on the contrary, was extremely excited. If they could defeat Lick, they would have a chance to surpass their own long-held limits. Asta, as if under a spell, followed his lead, while Ghosh reminded Finar not to discourage everyone. His magic hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't counter Lick's attack like last time. The third eye had to temporarily halt their battles to use a 3-pronged sealing spell to stop Lick, afraid he would exhaust himself. They managed to freeze Lick just before he vaporized the place. Arhwy then went to retrieve Vet2 and used spatial magic to retreat with the whole group. They didn't forget to leave behind a threat. In the name of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, they would always be watching them from the shadows. Then, vanish. Captain Jack commented that the third eye was no joke, possessing a vast amount of magic and controlling it on a whole different level. Fortunately, the enemy chose to retreat, so they could consider this a victory. Asta was overjoyed and went to celebrate with everyone. Ghosh clarified that Finar did absolutely nothing, yet shared as if he did. Jack impatiently asked Yami how he planned to thank them. After this, Yami immediately acted high and mighty, saying that if he had gone all out, he wouldn't have given the enemy a chance to escape like his colleagues did, so they shouldn't expect any thanks. Charlotte, though scolding him for his loud bragging, was still impressed that he had single-handedly fought off the 3 members of the third eye, just when she was thinking something nice about him. Yami just had to tease her about being too uptight to get a husband, which flustered Charlotte. She even swore that she would rather die an old maid than marry him, even though, deep down, she dreamt of it constantly. Just then, Asta collapsed from exhaustion. Yami ordered Finar to open a portal and bring his little tin soldier home. On the other side, the third eye quickly took Lick and their 2 comrades for medical treatment. Arhwy appeared, mocking them for being unworthy of the name Third Eye. More importantly, Lick's identity had been exposed. The Wizard King might personally investigate. 2 of their comrades had also been captured. Arhwy was afraid they would reveal this location. Fauna agreed with Arhwy, but said it was still too early. Besides, if the other side attacked first, they would be at a disadvantage. Although he didn't want to go, it seemed he would have to do something in this situation. Asta opened his eyes. Feeling incredibly refreshed, he mistakenly thought he was in heaven and suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Noelle was clearly happy but still tried to play it cool. Asta was surprised to see Mimosa and Klaus here as well. Mimosa was so emotional that she ran over to hug Asta, which sparked Noelle's jealousy, causing her to run over and push him down, even though he was injured. From what everyone told him, Asta learned he had been asleep for a whole day, and he snored very loudly. Yuno's group really wanted to help him fight, but by the time they drove there, the battle was already over. The Eye of the Midnight Sun had long since fled, so they took responsibility for taking care of Asta and brought him to this church. Asta expressed his thanks to Mimosa, but she told him that the person who took care of him the most was Klaus, not her. After all, it was thanks to him that the kidnapped children could return safely and the culprit, Mage, could sincerely turn over a new leaf and confess his crimes. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so they couldn't get any more information. Because Mage showed sincere remorse, his punishment was to do volunteer work at this church to atone for his sins. While everyone was praising Asta, spoke up, saying that if he had been there, the Eye of the Midnight Sun wouldn't have dared to run away. Asta was determined to catch them next time, vowing to become stronger so he wouldn't lose to on the path to becoming the Wizard King. Mimosa deeply admired their close bond. Klaus told them it was time to leave. Before going, Mimosa mentioned that Sister Teresa had woken up and Gauche was currently with her. He was still maintaining his insolent attitude, forcing the sister to reprimand him, even challenging Gauche to lay a hand on her, warning that he'd end up in jail for sure. Seeing the two of them arguing, Marie had to shout to make them stop. Despite being like oil and water, Gauche was very grateful to Sister Teresa for taking care of and protecting his little sister. She acknowledged that Gauche was at least mature enough now to appreciate others. At that moment, Gauche was able to admit he was truly happy that Sister Teresa was still alive. After saying that, he turned to his sister, wanting a reward, but she immediately ignored him when she saw Asta. Asta quickly went to greet Sister Teresa. She told Asta that Sister Lily would be so happy if she knew about his achievements. This made Asta ecstatic, determined to become the Wizard King quickly so he could go back and marry her. Noelle came to tell him it was time to go. However, before that, they had to stop by Rebecca's house for a meal with her younger siblings. The food was so delicious it surprised Noelle. As for Gauche, he wasn't in the mood to eat and just wanted to eliminate Asta. Noelle was very worried because boys often like girls who know how to cook. Just then, the young boy Marco came to return the Black Bull's robe and thanked Asta for letting him borrow it. Seeing the robe was very well preserved, unlike Asta's bruised body, Noelle smugly remarked that this is what happens when she's not with him, even though Asta never returns unharmed. Rebecca realized Noelle was always fighting alongside him and felt she was being outdone, so she immediately gave Asta a kiss to regain her advantage. She said it was a gift for saving her to younger siblings. Noelle stood there in shock, her mouth wide open. That evening at the Black Bull's base, Magna and the others had prepared a grand feast to celebrate Asta's recovery. He and Charmai organized the Black Bull's new traditional eating contest, with the main dish being Tatos. Vanessa had never heard of the squad having this tradition, and Luck preferred punching people to eating pastries. All the other members gradually arrived. Finral declined to participate, saying eating all that would be a death sentence. Noelle also refused, as her royal status prevented her from engaging in such ridiculous antics. However, Yami demanded that as a member of the squad, she had to participate. Captain Yami would serve as the referee. As soon as the starting bell rang, Asta dove in, eating voraciously, while the others felt thirsty and full after just one bite. Finral cheated by using his spatial magic to stuff the pastries into Luck's stomach. Magna was even more extra, using his flame magic to burn the pastries to charcoal to make them easier to swallow. But he couldn't eat more than a few bites. As a result, both of them were disqualified by Yami. While Asta was continuously mukbanging, Gordon suddenly appeared amidst the pile of pastries, wanting Asta to eat him. Because his fetish was too weird, he was also disqualified by Yami. Gauche and Gray hadn't eaten anything, so they were promptly kicked out. Noelle couldn't take it anymore, and Vanessa had already thrown up and been disqualified long ago. Now, only Asta and Charmai were left to compete. The two competed to see who was the strongest eater in humanity. Asta swore he would win even without magic. However, in the end, Charmai was crowned champion with her monstrous appetite. Just then, a letter bearing the seal of the royal capital arrived. Asta thought it was a mission, but the captain just told him to get some rest. It seemed the Wizard King wanted to see Asta. All captains had to attend a conference tomorrow. Yami was instructed to bring Asta with him. On the other side, Marx had finished delivering the letters to all the captains about tomorrow's conference. Wizard King Julius didn't want to believe there was a traitor in their ranks, aiding the Eye of the Midnight Sun. However, tomorrow they would find out the identity of that person. Marx was a bit worried about the proposed plan, but Julius believed its success depended on Asta. The next morning, the Wizard King's attendant, Marx, personally welcomed the Black Bull's captain and Asta. Before he could introduce himself, Yami cut him off, calling him Mushroom Head. Marx had to properly introduce himself as the advisor to the Wizard King. Despite the impressive title, Yami just kept calling him Mushroom Head and asked where the conference was. Marx said it would take some time to prepare, so they had to wait a bit. As for Asta, he was told to follow him. Marx praised Asta for his excellent performance, saying he might even get a 10-star reward soon. Asta was extremely excited but also curious about where they were going. Marks revealed it was a secret underground prison that few knew about. Important prisoners were usually held here. Marks mentioned the two members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun who were captured during the attack on the royal capital. Their memories were protected by magic, so they hadn't been able to extract any more information about the Eye of the Midnight Sun yet. However, the Wizard King had a plan to use Asta's anti-magic sword to break the memory protection spell on the prisoners. Before this, the Eye of the Midnight Sun always had meticulous plans, seemingly always one step ahead, which made Marks fear there was a mole within their ranks, and that person must hold a high rank, like a magic knight captain. Even, he didn't want to believe it, so he wanted to uncover the truth as soon as possible. Asta was then brought to meet Wizard King Julius and the two prisoners. He apologized for calling him here while he was still tired, but only Asta could wield the anti-magic sword. On a side note, Julius excitedly asked Asta about the kind of magic the higher-ups of the Eye of the Midnight Sun used. With just a light touch, the Wizard King was immediately able to see the magic of the third eye. Marks quickly reminded the Wizard King to stay on topic. Asta immediately drew his sword and followed the Wizard King's instructions. George immediately realized he intended to use the anti-magic sword to nullify the magic protecting their memories. With just a light touch to their heads, Asta successfully broke the spell. Marks immediately used his memory-sharing magic, Absolute Recall, to directly connect with the true memories of George and Catherine. Julius's eyes widened as he showed off his subordinate's amazing magic to Asta. Marks told them both to be quiet so he could focus. Meanwhile, the waiting captains started to chat. Jack and the Purple Orcus captain, Gu Eldry, seemed to get along quite well. Yami was busy admiring his new katana, which he had to pay for in installments over 10 years. The Coral Peacock's captain slept soundly despite the noise. Nozel spoke up, requesting that a foreigner like Yami should have the decency to be quiet. Charlotte said men were too foolish to be worth talking to. In reality, she was very nervous because Yami was sitting next to her. Real, the captain of the Aquadeer, wondered if the Crimson Lion Kings had elected a temporary captain yet. If Hugo Leon were here, he would surely resolve all the disagreements among everyone. Noticing the tense atmosphere in the waiting room, as the youngest one there, Captain Rill wanted to lighten the mood by imitating the Crimson Lion captain's face. However, it had the opposite effect on Nozel and Jack. Only Yami thought he was funny. Just then, the captain of the Golden Dawn, William, who was late, arrived. Captain Gueldry commented that the squad with the most stars was surely busy. If only he would reveal his secret to making his squad the strongest. Hearing that everyone who joins William's squad becomes exceptional, Gueldry wondered if he had the ability to see the future. The Golden Dawn's captain replied, with the textbook and Sir's squad was good because everyone worked hard. On the contrary, he was very jealous of Gueldry's ability to make money so quickly. Yami, however, found the Purple Orcus captain's laugh disgusting. Nozel quickly turned to ask William what he was doing on the day of the War Merits conferment ceremony, as all captains were required to be present with their honored members. Yami apologized, saying he was busy gambling and was absent, but Nozel wasn't asking him. The atmosphere immediately became tense again. So, Real tried to crack a joke, but Nozel immediately shut down his attempt to mimic his hairstyle. No, even if he wanted to, Real could never replicate the strange ponytail on Nozel's forehead. Yami immediately praised Real for being hilarious and then turned to ask William if he was a light magic user. Wasn't he? Seeing the situation getting tense again, Real imitated Yami. This time, however, he was threatened with castration, being told that kids these days were spoiled rotten. Yami even turned to criticize Captain Orthy for only knowing how to sleep, communicating only in snores that no one could understand. He was getting angry, wondering what the Wizard King was doing that was taking so long. Just then, Marks announced that everything was ready and asked them to move to another room for the meeting. But Yami wanted him to just come over and say it. A moment later, all the captains were summoned into the interrogation room. Yami asked Asta if he did the job he was given. The Wizard King announced that thanks to him and Marks, they had learned a very important piece of information: the identity of the traitor among the captains who was secretly helping the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The news that there was a traitor among the captains left everyone in shock, though some had already anticipated it. Asta was furious at the thought that Captain Hugo Leon had been harmed because of this, wondering how someone could be willing to betray them. Julius turned and demanded George and Catherine to name the traitor. From their mouths, the name of the Purple Orcus captain was spoken. Gueldry quickly tried to defend himself. They couldn't believe the words of the terrorists and suspect him. However, Captain Charlotte had heard some unpleasant rumors about him. Even Nozel and the others had their own share of information. Yami always had a feeling that Gueldry was involved in some illegal activities. The Purple Orcus captain denied it, claiming the two Eye of the Midnight Sun members were trying to frame him. But Marks asserted that the information from his magic was never wrong. Yami suggested that Marks use his magic to check Gu Eldri's memories. That is, if he was truly innocent and willing to accept it. Seeing Gu Eldri hesitate, everyone immediately concluded he was guilty. Gu Eldri claimed it must be a trap and that he would clear his own name. He used his Primation magic Invisible Scout to make himself invisible in an attempt to escape. But that only made him look more like a traitor. The thing is, Primation magic allows Gu Eldri to be invisible for a certain period. All magic would just pass through his body without touching him. Gu Eldri quickly used his Invisible Soldier's spell, summoning a group of invisible soldiers to block the way for his escape. All the other captains quickly defeated the soldiers, but Gu Eldri had already taken the opportunity to flee. Yami wondered how they could catch him if they couldn't see him. But Yami already had a plan. At that moment, Gu Eldri was still confident that with his Primation magic, no one could catch him. Thanks to his business acumen, Gu Eldri had quickly become wealthy. A mage, with both talent and fortune. Which is why there was no way Gu Eldri would let his life end here. However, just as he thought he had escaped, he was suddenly hit by Asta's Antium magic sword, revealing himself. The reason Asta could hit him was because Gu Eldri's magic could only conceal his magical power, not his ki. Therefore, Asta's anti-magic sword could touch him. Plus, with his ability to sense ki, Asta was the natural enemy of Gu Eldri's ability. But he was still a captain in Medan Bleak, and his strength was no joke. It took Asta a lot of time to take down Gu Eldri's invisible soldiers, but as he was about to retreat, he was provoked by Asta. Gu Eldri decided to teach Asta a lesson. But just then, Captain Rill arrived, using his magic to surround the purple Orcus captain, trapping him within his painting magic spring of restriction. The cheerful Rill named the painting trapping Gu Eldri drowning captain. The other captains were annoyed that he had acted so quickly to claim the glory. Nozel had intended to use his mercury to throw rocks at Gu Eldri, and had accidentally destroyed the tower behind him. No one wanted to be useless, except for Captain Orathy, who had been sleeping soundly this whole time. Charlotte cursed Gu Eldri for only knowing how to run, unworthy of the title of captain. Actually, she was angry because Yami had only been paying attention to Captain Orathy. William stepped in and told everyone to calm down, as it was possible Gu Eldri was being controlled by someone else's magic. The Wizard King was relieved they caught the traitor, because if he had to step in, it wouldn't have been so gentle. Rill praised Asta for doing a great job and asked how he knew where Gu Eldri was to ambush him. Even though he was a captain, Rill was still young, so he treated Asta very warmly, to the point of bad-mouthing the other captains right in front of them. Back to the main topic. The Wizard King advised Gu Eldri to confess what he knew to receive a lighter sentence. He then confessed all his wrongdoings, such as abusing his members and selling the kingdom's precious magic items. He had also secretly smuggled dangerous magic drugs from other countries. Yami heard this and thought someone this scummy should have joined his Black Bull's squad. The reason he refused to have his memories read was because he had blackmailed the mages creating the magic shields at the border. This meant he had colluded to secretly help the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The reason he did it was to obtain their rare magic items, so he agreed to cooperate with the enemy. Marks guessed the blackmailed mages must have been eliminated. Julius saw this as a major failure on their part. The magic knights were supposed to protect the people, yet there was a traitor to the kingdom among them. To avoid a major scandal, the Wizard King proposed not to make this public. But to prevent this from happening again, Julius ordered the captains to check every member in their squads to see if any of them were imposters. However, as the captains left, no one realized the real traitor had disguised himself as one of them. At that moment, the Wizard King called Asta and Yami for a private conversation. He was very sad to be betrayed by a comrade he had once fought alongside. It seemed he had made a mistake somewhere without realizing it. Yami thought Julius asked him to stay behind for a heart and told him he had picked the wrong person. The real reason the Wizard King called them was because Julius had extracted another piece of information from the two captives. He reminded Asta of the stone slate they had both seen at the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base. They called the stones and betted on it magic stones, believing that if they collected enough, they would be reborn in their true form, with a stronger connection to magic, possessing an immense source of power. It seemed the reason they targeted the Crimson Lion's captain was for the magic stone on his necklace. Yaman asked if these guys were delusional for reading too many novels, whether their story was true or just nonsense. They still had to stop them from collecting all the magic stones. They were only missing 3. And they already knew the location of one of them, the Seabed Temple and the Grand Magic Zone. Asta didn't know what a Grand Magic Zone was. Yami was exasperated, as not knowing such basic knowledge would reflect poorly on their squad. The Wizard King explained it was a region with a vast amount of magic, where all sorts of magical phenomena converge to prevent outsiders from entering. One of the most famous locations there is the Seabed Temple. Thetan then Asta once had a mission and was just an appetizer compared to it. The Wizard King wanted Yami's squad to get to the Seabed Temple before the Eye of the Midnight Sun. because the members of the Black Bulls weren't bound by family or social status. And moreover, there might still be traitors in their ranks. So sending the squad with more guts than brains was the most logical choice. Yami agreed that he wasn't wrong. Being unbound had been Yami's motto since becoming a captain. As a foreigner, Yami was always talked about by others, who worried he would cause trouble. So they tried every way to push him away. Even after receiving his grimoire, people still talked behind his back because of his fearsome magic. Being unbound also meant that Yami was always lonely. That was until Julius heard about Yami's dark magic and eagerly sought him out. At that time, Julius was still a captain of a Magic Knight squad on his travels. Seeing Yami didn't know what a Magic Knight was, Julius invited him to come along with him, but thought it might be difficult. To his surprise, Yami said he would follow Julius if he treated him to a meal. It seems the Black Bull captain was pretty easy to persuade back then. Since their meeting that day, Yami believed his fate had been tied to Julius. He used the Magic Knight salute to show that Julius wasn't trying to place his trust in him. The Wizard King had high hopes for the Black Bull captain and Asta. The Grand Magic Zone would prevent anyone with strong magic from entering. Without his anti-magic, it would be difficult for anyone to get in. Plus, since Asta had already fought the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Julius was counting on him. Asta immediately placed his hand on his chest to show his fighting spirit, but he was so pumped up that he hurt his own chest. Upon returning, Yami was quite surprised that Asta had been so tense earlier. It was because, until now, he had never had someone as amazing as the Wizard King place their hopes in him. People had always just laughed at him as a magicless kid with a pipe dream. Yami quickly patted Asta on the back, reminding him that he had let him join the squad precisely because he believed Asta could do what he said he would. Back at the base, Magna was thrilled to hear the whole squad was going to the Seabed Temple. Asta had never been to the sea either, so both of them were extremely excited. Vanessa liked the idea of drinking cold liquor under the scorching sun, while Finarael wanted to show off his bartending skills to flirt with beautiful women in swimsuits. Noelle became restless when she heard she could wear a sexy swimsuit at the beach, while Charmai was only concerned about being able to muk bang seafood to her heart's content. Gordon hoped everyone could apply sunscreen for each other to strengthen their bond. As for Gray, she had already inflated a flow tie. Seeing the whole squad so happy about going to the beach, Yami slammed his fist on the wall, reminding them they were going there for a mission, not a vacation. Asta was extremely curious about the Seabed Temple, wondering what it would look like. Meanwhile, Yuno's group had completed their assigned mission and were on their way back. Klaus asked him about the wind spirit, Sylph, and although she possessed very powerful magic, he advised Yuno not to fight alone like he did today. However, it was clear that Yuno was ignoring his senior's warning. Klaus seriously told him not to act on his own and rush in to defeat enemies anymore. He must follow the strategy he laid out as a team. Just then, they heard a scream, so Klaus quickly drove towards the sound. The three of them rushed to the house where they suspected someone was in trouble. Klaus quickly opened the door and burst in, asking who was calling for help. Unexpectedly, he saw Noelle trying on clothes and immediately had a nosebleed and passed out. Yuno suddenly realized this was a swimsuit shop. Vanessa explained that they were going to the sea tomorrow. Noelle didn't have a swimsuit, so she was helping her choose a very revealing one. Vanessa suggested Noelle could try on one of her swimsuits, but hers were all just strings. It would probably reveal everything that needed to be covered. The scream Yuno's group heard was from Vanessa suddenly stripping Noelle. At that moment, she suggested a seashell swimsuit for Noelle to blend in with the sea. But Noelle couldn't wear something like that. Klaus asked them, "You still have time to choose Beachwari now. Don't you have anything better to do?" Vanessa boasted to Yuno that her squad had a secret mission and invited his team to join in for fun. However, Yuno declined, saying he didn't want to go. Mimosa really wanted to go to the beach, but she had a mission tomorrow. Charmai, from behind, gazed at Yuno, wondering how he would fall for her when he saw her in her latest childish swimsuit. But when she snapped out of her daydream, Yuno's group had already long since left. The saleswoman, seeing Noelle taking so long to choose, suggested a more suitable swimsuit for her. The only problem was that it was a bit expensive. For Noelle, money wasn't an issue. The important thing was she felt the swimsuit was still too revealing, and it was also adorned with many sparkling jewels that were dazzling to the eye. The saleswoman said that's what would attract all the attention. Noelle immediately wondered if Asta would be interested in it, and maybe he would even praise her for being fashionable. So, Noelle decided to buy the swimsuit the saleswoman recommended, and even tipped her generously with the change. The next morning, everyone was ready to depart. Everyone was excited for the upcoming beach trip. Only, Magna was annoyed that Asta and Noelle had gotten on his crazy cyclone without asking permission. On top of that, Noelle had a really bad attitude, which made him want to kick her off to someone else's ride. Asta didn't see Yami and wondered if the captain was still asleep. Finariel said he was busy checking something and had gone on ahead. Hearing this, Vanessa joked that the sun must have risen in the west. With nothing else to worry about, the whole squad quickly set off for the coastal town called Rockyu. The powerful mana here allowed for warm weather year-round around, making this place a famous resort for nobles, royals, and magic knight squads. Asta wondered why they didn't just use spatial magic to get there faster. But Finnar had never been to Rocky before, so he didn't know the way. Ghosh sneered that he was useless, despite Finnar being his senior. Vanessa was a bit surprised, thinking Finnar would have frequented this place to flirt with girls. But he was too poor for that. Finnar was extremely excited to go there to feast his eyes on all the pretty girls. Noelle suddenly wondered where Gray was. It turned out he had transformed into Gordon as a disguise. Seeing this, Asta asked where the real Gordon was. Of course, he was at home, punished for oversleeping and being left behind by everyone. Magna was annoyed because they should have seen the sea by now. Asta felt the same, thinking it would still be a while. Noelle was exasperated with the two country bumpkins, as the sea was looming right in front of them, and neither of them noticed. Magna and Asta were shocked at how vast the sea was. So, why they couldn't see the other side? The group then quickly experienced the joy of swimming in the sea. Asta wished he knew, and the kids back home could also see the sea. He forgot about the father and was dead set on one day bringing Sister Lily here. He imagined the beautiful sunset scene, but Sister Lily would be even more beautiful. Then he would propose to her here, where the waves crashed, and she would say yes. Noelle saw Asta standing there dazed and thought he was reliving Rebecca's kiss. At that moment, she planned to show him her new swimsuit to prove she was much more attractive than Rebecca. However, Noelle still felt very embarrassed. Mustering all her courage, she finally stepped out and asked Asta what he thought of her swimsuit. But to her dismay, Asta was distracted by the loincloth Magma was wearing to imitate Yami. Vanessa came over and asked the two guys what they thought of her swimsuit, but it was no different from what she usually wore. Just then, Luck, when Magna wasn't looking, set his loincloth on fire, causing Magna to literally run for his life. Ghosh ignored these clowns and focused on making a sculpture of his little sister, Marie. Using his mirror magic, he could let her see the sea from afar. But seeing Asta there made Marie just want to play with him. So, just as Noelle was about to ask Asta to look at her swimsuit, he was attacked by Ghosh and fell into the sea. Meanwhile, the happiest person right now was Finnar. He got Gray to transform into him to execute their hilarious winds plan to attract girls. On the other side, Charmai was playing the watermelon splitting game alone, under Vanessa's guidance. Gray got so bored with Finr's game that he transformed into Vanessa and slipped away. Noelle, time and again, tried to get Asta to look at her, but he was being a distraction, causing Charmai to mistakenly hit him on the head instead of a watermelon. Gray then came over and told Asta that when he transformed into him, he had an insane amount of muscle. Noelle still refused to give up and wanted Asta to pay attention to her. But he had switched to using the sand for his lower body training. Seeing this, Noelle angrily punched the sand and unleashed a water spell. But the orb flew off course and hit Magna. Even after hitting someone, Noelle was still very arrogant. Instant karma came when Magna's loincloth string broke right in front of Noelle. This time, she launched a spell with perfect accuracy, hitting his little bird. Meanwhile, Chitike was at the beach. Even though he was skipping work, he was still bragging that he worked very well and was rewarded with 100 stars by the Wizard King. Therefore, he had to treat himself to a vacation. Seeing Finnar trying to flirt with girls on the beach but getting rejected, Vikak immediately sneered at him, calling him a pervert who didn't know how to talk to women. Vikak told his two friends to go show off their skills, while he himself couldn't be bothered with girls, even though he was the one who ruined their group date earlier. The two friends, following Ezequiel's advice, targeted Noelle. The result was predictable as they got an earful from Noelle. Vitnake realized she was a member of the Black Bulls and felt a bad omen. Sure enough, Asta's group rushed up from behind, and Ezequiel got caught in the crossfire and was sent flying into the sea. At that moment, Asta realized something was wrong. Their mission was to find the magic stone here, not to play around. Yamo immediately kicked him, since he himself had been playing around all this time. He then buried this destructive bunch in the sand and said he had gathered quite a bit of information about the seabed temple. It was located on this beach, but the magic here made the tides extremely strong, making it difficult for even high-level mages to get close. The full moon was the only time the magic was weak enough for them to enter. Everyone was shocked that their captain had actually done some work. Yami quickly gave Asta a smack and continued. Since the seabed temple was on the ocean floor, Noelle would have to use her water magic to get everyone there. However, she was worried that she still couldn't control her magic well and suggested Yami find someone else. If she made a mistake, everyone would be swept away by the current and drown. But this was a secret mission assigned to the Black Bulls, so they couldn't ask for outside help. There was only one week until the full moon, So the captain ordered Noelle to learn how to control her magic by then. So, Noelle practiced late into the night on the beach. Sea dragons, roar was her only spell. But Noelle still found it very difficult to control her magic. Despite getting some tips from Vanessa, she blamed herself for not having any talent. However, this was not the time to give up. She had to keep trying until she succeeded. Just then, Asta suddenly appeared, screaming because a crab had pinched his hand while he was practicing his sword swings. The two sat down to rest, and Asta invited Noelle to train with him. Although she played hard to get, the thought of being alone with just the two of them made her lower her pride and agree. But, just then, Asta heard something. The two followed the sound of singing and saw a girl singing her heart out under the moonlight. In the royal capital, Wizard King Julius was about to sneak out when he was discovered by his advisor, Marx. He said he was just getting some fresh air, but his feet were automatically moving outside, so he couldn't deny it. Marx reminded him that this was not the time for Julius to go out and experience magic, and ordered the Wizard King to close the window immediately. Julius advised his assistant, "Don't be so grumpy. You'll get old fast." Regarding the Eye of the Midnight Sun, he didn't know how Yami's team was handling it. Marx just hoped they wouldn't play around too much. The Wizard King, on the other hand, wished he could visit the Seabed Temple instead of sitting here doing paperwork. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Bulls were still comfortably enjoying their rare beach trip, while also wrecking the place, not even letting their captain poop in peace. At that moment, the strange girl's singing mesmerized both Asta and Noelle. The surrounding scenery and the ocean seemed to be in harmony with her voice. Noelle thought she must be a singer or a musical prodigy. The bubbles around her were created by magic, which made Asta believe she must be a water spirit. The girl realized they had been watching her sing all this time and got embarrassed, saying that the fates of the three of them were now intertwined, so they should become friends. She introduced herself as Kahono and quickly became friends with Noelle and Asta. Noelle asked if Kahono was heartbroken or something, singing on the beach late at night. She said she was practicing her vocals and loved singing here. Kahono had a dream to be able to sing, dance, and use magic to become an idol. However, Asta and Noelle didn't know what an idol was. Kahono explained that in the common realm and some parts of the noble realm, idols were considered the king of all professions and were very popular. Kahono wanted to start her career as an idol and become super rich. Noelle thought money was nothing special. More money just meant more trouble. Asta, being a poor country boy, disagreed. Money can't buy, but a lot of money can. Without money, you can't even afford to eat tacos. However, Noelle said she only eats steak and wouldn't deign to eat potatoes, which shut Asta up. Kahono agreed with Asta that money was very important. After shaking his hand a few times, she suddenly realized his body felt strange. Kahono asked Asta, "Is your body feeling weaker?" His muscles were sore and he felt an ache when he walked. Her diagnosis was as accurate as a YouTube doctor's, which surprised Asta. The reason she knew was thanks to her magic when she touched him. She then offered to help him relax by using her healing music magic recovery song, creating healing bubbles that precisely target his sore muscles. And tries moving his limbs and is amazed to feel completely relieved of all muscle soreness. This is the first time Noelle has seen song recovery magic. As for Kahono, she charges at 100 coins, because nothing in life is free. Ada thought she was joking, but Kahono wasn't in a playful mood. So, he had to reluctantly fork over the money, feeling quite regretful. That amount could buy 10 potatoes. Noelle, however, thought it was a trivial amount, since royalty never lacks for money. Finding them amusing, Kahono asked their age. Coincidentally, all three of them are 15. So Kahono suggests they become sworn siblings. Noelle sees this as a chance to become Ada's first ever friend of the opposite sex and same age, and she's thrilled. Kahono is so happy to have made close friends that she shouts uncontrollably. A moment later, Kahono learns that Ada and Noelle are magic knights, and about their respective royal and commoner backgrounds. She asks why the two of them came here. Ada inadvertently reveals their mission to the Seabed Temple, forcing Noelle to quickly cover his mouth. Kahono doesn't pay it much mind, instead wondering why Ada and Noelle are here at this hour. She teases that maybe the two of them were planning a romantic date under the clear moon and cool breeze. Although Noelle loves the idea, she quickly explains that she's here to train. She has to learn to control her magic power for their crucial mission before the full moon. Kahono suggests that Noelle show her what her magic can do. Noelle's massive water is massive and fierce, but she can't control it for long and quickly becomes exhausted. Since they're now friends, Kahono offers a piece of advice. Noelle is suppressing her magic power too much, causing her to overdo it when she casts a spell. She tells Noelle to try listening closely to the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The very feeling of tranquility it brings is what helped Kahono use magic as she pleased. She believes true concentration can only be achieved when one feels at peace. Ada thinks that makes perfect sense. because his own mind goes completely blank whenever he swings his sword. Noelle tells it to keep his mouth shut, since he doesn't have any magic and isn't known for thinking. Anyway, Kaho no asks Noelle what her most beautiful memory that brings her peace is. Something about her family, for instance. However, in Noelle's mind, memories of her family are intertwined with her mother's death. The coldness and contempt her siblings showed her for her weakness in controlling her magic power. They only saw Nali as trash and refused to acknowledge her as family. Even, Captain Nozen blamed Noelle for their mother's death. Remembering these things makes Noelle's heart fill with resentment. She quickly turns away and resolves to keep training hard by herself. Kaho no tells her to call if she gets tired and needs healing. And since Noelle is royalty, she'll get a special discount where the price is 10 times higher. The next morning, Thanariel continues his usual job of hitting on girls, while Noelle struggles to control her magic power. By the afternoon, Gauche has finished a giant's and statue of his sister Marie, making onlookers wonder if there's some kind of statue building contest going on. At night, Noelle trains diligently and gets healed by Kaho no's song Recover Magic. For a fee. In the following days, while everyone else is having fun and enjoying themselves, Noelle continues to try and improve her control over her magic power. Meanwhile, Gordon is at home, sulking alone and waiting for everyone to return for him. But no one shows up. Tonight is the final night for Noelle to train. Eda and Kaho no actively encourage her to keep going. However, if things continue like this, Noelle is afraid the squad's mission will fail because of her. Eda suddenly has an idea. He advises Noelle to stop thinking so much and just unleash all her power. He remembers the time Noelle lost control. The sphere of water she created was enormous. Maybe with that, they could get to the seabed. He says that if anything happens, he'll use his sword to save Noelle. So she shouldn't worry and just give it her all. Noelle thinks that makes sense. If anything goes wrong, she can just let Eda take the fall for it. She unleashes all her magic power, creating a massive sphere of water. But, just as Noelle feared, she's completely unable to control it. She soon realizes that she always fails because, deep down, she has no good memories at all. At the moment Nellie thinks of giving up, she suddenly hears everyone's voices calling out to her. When Noelle looks back, she sees that everyone has gathered on the beach, watching her train since who knows when. Charmai even prepared food for Noelle in case she got hungry. Thanariel also vows to catch her if she falls. Everyone is wholeheartedly cheering Noelle on, believing she can definitely do it. At this moment, Noelle realizes that she has beautiful memories in her mind. 2. She recalls her first private conversation with Yami. He had told her that her brother, Nozen, called her a loser who couldn't control her magic and would surely fail the entrance exam. It was the first time Yami had seen a royal fail. But, just as Noelle was about to walk away, he told her that if she had the fighting spirit, she should join his squad. That squad was the Black Bulls. The absolute worst squad. A gathering of losers, which was a perfect fit for Noelle. Now, Noelle realizes that being with her family for so many years never made her as happy as being with the Black Bulls for the past few months. She has made so many beautiful memories with her squad mates. Furthermore, everyone acknowledges her and is willing to entrust this important mission to her. For that reason, she cannot afford to fail. Drawing on the power of her memories, Noelle awakens a new spell water creation magic seed Dragon's Roar, which allows her to stabilize the mass of water. However, she is now exhausted and starts to fall. Thanariel was about to play the hero and catch the damsel in distress, but Eda was quicker and snatched her first. Finding herself in Eda's arms, Noelle gets embarrassed and slugs him, then quickly turns to thank Kaho no. But she's nowhere to be found. Magna and Luck, to celebrate the occasion, combine their fire and lightning magic to create a firework display in the night sky. Yami is very pleased that Noelle has overcome her own limitations. They are now ready to descend to the seabed temple. Meanwhile, Kaho no is happy that Noelle has so many good teammates. She tells them they will meet again deep inside the temple, before diving into the sea. The following evening is the full moon, the time when the magic current is at its weakest, allowing Eda's group to enter the seabed temple. Everyone is ready and can't wait to go. Eda puts his faith in Noelle, but she seems quite anxious. Seeing this, Vanessa suggests Noelle take a few sips of her wine to build up some courage. Magna immediately stops her, because if Noelle gets drunk and messes something up, they'll all be sleeping with the fishes. Yami advises Noelle not to put pressure on herself. If she happens to mess things up, he'll kill her. Hearing that is just as stressful. Noelle calms herself down, telling herself not to overthink, not to worry like an idiot, because no one ever doubted that her magic would fail. Noelle regains her confidence and rushes forward, using water creation magic seed Dragon's Roar to create a large, stable sphere of water surrounding everyone. Although the spell was a success, inside, the fat gray is taking up way too much space. He quickly transforms into a smaller Charmai, and even imitates her arrogant personality. Captain Yami praises Noelle for doing a great job, which she really loves. The squad quickly descends into the sea and moves along smoothly. The many species of fish stimulate Charmai's appetite, while Ghosh immediately contacts his sister to show off. However, the deeper they go, the worse the signal gets, and the magic current grows stronger. Right before them now are the massive whirlpools, signaling the entrance to the seabed temple. Although the magic current has weakened considerably, its power is still terrifying. Magna gets scared, and Luck teases him for nearly wetting his pants. Atta and Charmai, along with her clone, cheer Noelle on with all their might. But their no is in as makes it difficult for her to concentrate. At this moment, Noelle feels as if some other magic current is helping them go deeper. Getting spun around makes Vanessa feel dizzy and nauseous. The current gets weaker and weaker, and after a blinding flash of light, the black bulls finally see the peaceful seabed along with many strange creatures. Finari spots a fish glowing with magic. It seems the creatures here have all evolved in a special way due to the magic current. Charmai and Gray wonder if they taste good and want to rush out to catch one. Fortunately, Magna manages to stop these two troublemakers in time. At that moment, a magic barrier suddenly appears, with tremendous magic power. Yami tells Atta it's his turn to step up and use his own-team magic sword to destroy it. However, this is Atta's first time going underwater. He's just discovered a crucial fact: he doesn't know how to swim at all. Yami says it's fine, because that's not a big problem. He grabs Atta, ignoring his pleas that he needs time to practice swimming, and says, "My precious time is mine, and your time is mine, too." With that said, Yami throws Atta toward the magic barrier. Luckily, Atta summons his sword in time to cut a path through it and land safely inside. He thought he was about to drown, but was surprised to find there was air here. The others then land where Atta is standing. Magna is happy that the whole squad is still alive, while Luck asks him why the crotch of his pants is so wet. Ghosh is extremely worried because he can't contact his sister, completely ignoring the fact that he's stepping on Atta. Luckily, everyone made it to their destination safely. Before them now is the seabed temple. Nezo, the bird that follows Atta, flaps its wings and flies toward the tower. Yami uses a cupcake to order Charmai to create a cotton cloud to carry everyone there. Strangely, there are no magic traps here, so everyone starts to get bored. Magna reminds them not to let their guard down. After all, this is a famous grand magic zone. When they arrive, Atta and the others are amazed by the architecture of the houses. Luck wonders if people live here and if they're strong enough to fight. No sooner had he mentioned it than the group encounters the residents of the seabed temple. Fortunately, the squad is warmly welcomed by the people. The reason is that it's rare for outsiders to visit this place, and the residents quickly recognize Atta's group as magic knights, so they are very curious about what's happening in the outside world. Atta is extremely surprised. He thought this place would be more like a dangerous magic dungeon. Vanessa suggests asking the locals about the magic stone. Yami agrees, but the way he talks, combined with the thuggish face of the Black Bull's captain, makes it look like he's here to collect a debt. The resident directs them to the high priest, saying they just need to go up the stairs to meet him. Finara notices many beautiful girls here and tells Gray to transform into him to execute the twins' strategy. But to his surprise, Gray has already transformed into Ghosh and is flirting with the girls masterfully. As for Charmai, every crab or fish he sees, she wants to throw into a pot. Atta feels that up until now, everything has been going very smoothly. Noelle thinks he must be disappointed because he was hoping for a life-death battle, right? Before long, everyone arrives at the high priest residence. As soon as they step through the door, the residents cheerfully wave them goodbye and say, "See you later." That is, if they get the chance to return. After walking for a bit, Atta's group encounters the supposed high priest. However, behind them now is a demon fish with a mouth full of teeth. Noelle and Atta are so scared, they're frozen in place. Luckily, Magna, Luck, and Ghosh have a thug's mentality and attack without a second thought. The old high priest steps out to welcome them to the seabed temple. Yami complains that his way of greeting people by scaring them is quite rude. Charmai wonders if the meat of that fish they just fought is tasty. But before she can even touch it with a knife, the fish is sliced up. The high priest explains that the fish was created with his magic, so it's not edible. He also knows that Yami's group came here for the magic stone. However, if they want it, they have to play a game with him. Thinarinail is certain the high priest must be a dangerous old man. Although he calls it a game, it will probably involve something with a high risk of death. However, the game the high priest mentions is playing tag. Noelle immediately punches him for being so shameless at his age. Since she's a royal, she mercilessly stomps on the old man. The high priest explains he was just joking. Magna impatiently tells him they don't have time to play and asks how the high priest knew they were looking for the magic stone. Hearing him boast about his keen eyes, Magna immediately plots with Luck and Ghosh to just beat up the old man and steal the stone, skipping the game entirely. Hearing this, Ade advises them not to bring shame upon the Magic Knights. At this point, Vanessa, Charmai, and Finn Ariel are getting bored and distracted from the mission. But when they hear the old high priest say that if they beat him, he'll treat them to beautiful women, delicious food, and fine wine, they immediately change their tune. Yami, seen at a buzzing around, coldly kicks him away. The captain decides to participate in the high priest's game to get the magic stone. He thinks the old man wants to play cards. But what the high priest wants is a heated temple battle royale. Just saying it gets him so excited he becomes hyperactive. Using his magic, the high priest summons the temple mages. They are 9 individuals, wearing sea animal masks. Finariel can sense they possess very powerful magic. The high priest immediately declares the game has begun. Water suddenly rushes in, teleporting everyone out of the hall. Ade is carried by the current to a cave. The high priest announces that he has transported each person to different locations in the temple. Each one of them will have to fight one of the 9 temple mages. Noelle is now very worried because she hasn't learned any proper attack spells yet. The high priest says the rules are very simple: fight until one side surrenders. The side with people still standing at the end will be the overall winner. There are no limits on the fighting style. They can fight one-on-one, run away, or get help from family and friends. However, if they let someone else fight in their place, the high priest will intervene. As for this fighting business, Luck is the most excited. Ade is ready to take on any enemy. But his opponent, the octopus mage, looks down on Ade because he can't sense any magic power from him. Ade immediately draws his sword, determined to teach the guy a lesson about never underestimating others. Meanwhile, Captain Yami is invited by the high priest to sit with him, enjoy a feast, and watch the battles from afar. He's annoyed that the old man benched a strong player like him. The high priest knows Yami is way out of this tournament's league. Adding him would just bore the audience. Yami thinks the old man has a point, so he sits down to drink and dine with the high priest. He believes his squad members will win. If any of them lose, they'll have to answer to him. Meanwhile, Magna is teleported into a puddle of water, getting all wet, and he swears to make the high priest pay for it. The temple mage feels it's unlucky for him to have to use flame magic underwater. Elsewhere, Luck has also quickly met his opponent. Ghosh, on the other hand, is taunted for being a member of the weakest squad. But he doesn't care much, since his sister Marie is still waiting for his call. At this moment, the octopus mage says that his sword is completely useless, because his magic is so flexible, it can block any attack. The high priest, watching from afar, is extremely excited. He asks Yami what rank his mages are. Hearing Yami say they are only junior level mages makes the high priest confident of his victory, because his temple mages are even stronger than intermediate magic knights. However, the high priest's calculations didn't account for the author's plans. As many members of the Black Bulls are stronger than their titles suggest, the temple mages are quickly knocked unconscious by them. The octopus mage, hit by one of Ade's attacks, can't understand why his flexible magic didn't work. Ade honestly tells him that his sword is an anti-magic sword, a hard counter to all magic users. Before long, the Seabed Temple has already lost 5 members. The captain of the Black Bulls excitedly proposes a 10-0 coin bet with the high priest. However, the high priest is still very confident that his remaining mages are no joke, especially the top 3, who are senior-level mages. In contrast to the other members, Finariel is in a cowardly position, only able to use his spatial magic to flee. The high priest voice echoes, reminding him that no one can escape his battle arena, so Finariel shouldn't even think about sneaking out with spatial magic. Yami also reminds Finariel that if he doesn't fight properly, he'll have to deal with him. He frankly reveals that he's feasting with the high priest and watching their every move from afar. To add a little excitement to the game, the high priest uses game magic toy demon to summon a fish to chase Finariel, making him run for his life. Yami thinks this game looks fun and asks the high priest to create a scary fish based on his drawing. Checking in on the others, Gray has turned into a crab to camouflage himself. Charmai, on the other hand, is panting and sweating profusely, making everyone think the battle is intense. But it turns out Charmai is busy having a fresh seafood party deep under the sea. She wishes Yunel was here so she could feed him. Charmai decides to claim all the seafood here, creating a cotton net to scoop up all the fish, leaving the high priest and Yami speechless. While Charmai is busy pulling her net, the dolphin mass mage from the Seabed Temple finds her. As it happens, Charmai was looking for something to do to burn off the calories she just consumed, so she challenges her opponent to come at her. The dolphin mage immediately uses song Magic Mother's Lullaby, creating a relaxing tune that makes Charmai's full stomach and heavy eyelids give way. And just like that, one of the Black Bulls is defeated, as sleeping counts as being unconscious and unable to fight. By now, Magnus' clothes have dried, so he decides to look for another opponent. Coincidentally, He runs into Luck, who is also looking for someone to fight. He sensed something powerful and came here. It's emanating from the hammerhead shark mage in front of them. Magna decides they'll race to see who gets to him first. But before he can even count, Luck has already launched himself forward. He leaps high behind the opponent, using lightning magic thunderclap crumbling orb to fire a ball of lightning. However, the hammerhead shark mage uses water creation magic sea god's shield to erect a water shield to block it. Luck is quite surprised, as element ally. His lightning should have had the advantage. Meanwhile, Ada runs into some giant fish and is busy taking them down one by one. He senses someone up ahead. From the shadows, a mage from the seabed temple is taking out other magic fish as a warm cue. He wears a swordfish mask and knows Ada's name. Even knowing about his anti-magic sword, Ada asks where he got his personal information from. But the swordfish doesn't say. He suddenly starts dancing with the swords in his hands. Ada doesn't get it. But it does look pretty artistic. The swordfish mage introduces himself as Kirtu, and his dream is to become a famous dancer in the kingdom. But the rules of the seabed temple only allow residents to go near the beach, not onto the mainland. Kirtu's grandfather promised that if he wins this match, he will take his grandson ashore to fulfill his dream. By the way, the high priest is Kirtu's grandfather. He boasts that he will then run a business to get rich while pursuing his dream of becoming a dancer. Ada feels like he's heard this line somewhere before. Kirtu is determined to win at all costs. He suddenly closes the distance, attacking Ada with his dance and his swords. Seeing how his opponent loves talking about his dreams and ambitions, Ada decides to return the favor by stating his own dream of becoming the strongest to protect the kingdom, to become the Wizard King. Therefore, he can't lose this battle either. With his sword, Ada successfully slashes and breaks Kirtu's mask, revealing his face. On the other side, Noelle is worried because she hasn't learned any decent offensive spells. When the dolphin mage finds her, she knows Noelle's name and thanks her for coming here. Seeing that Noelle still doesn't recognize her, the dolphin girl removes her mask. It turns out the dolphin mage is none other than Kahono. Noelle doesn't understand why. If she was from the seabed temple, she would help her train. Kahono explains that she often practices singing at the beach while looking for anyone intending to come here. Because if she did, her grandfather, the high priest, would set up a game. And if Kahono won, she would be allowed to go to the mainland. From there, she could realize her dream of becoming a youth idol. Noelle thought she was being used all along, but that's not the case. Kahono genuinely wanted to help her control her magic and also really wanted to be her friend. However, in this game, they are now rivals. Noelle doesn't want to fight her friend, but Kahono ignores her and uses Song Magic Mother's lullaby to try and put her to sleep. Noelle immediately uses water creation magic sea dragon's nest to block it. Kahono then changes her strategy, using destructive melody to attack Noelle with sound waves. She tells Noelle she can't just keep defending if she hopes to win. Provoked, Noelle attacks, but her mass of water goes off target. Kahono continues to encourage her, but the more she does, the more frustrated Noelle gets. She admits she can't control her magic when she's on the offensive. Kahono insists that Noelle can do it, it's just that she's avoiding hurting others. But doing so isn't always a good thing. Kahono reminds Noelle of her purpose for coming here. If she doesn't fight to win, Noelle won't be able to achieve anything. After Kahono's pep talk, she is ready to fight. On the other side, Ada is having a tough time dealing with Kirtu's graceful and powerful battle dance. It's very difficult to read his movements. It's not long before it gets cut. Just as Kirtu thought, in a sword fight, Ada's Entian magic sword is no different from a piece of iron. Combined with his dance magic, Kirtu is confident he'll win. The high priest is very proud of his grandson. But Yami has noticed something. Ada understands that if the fight continues like this, he will lose because his opponent moves as fluidly as water. He can't just rely on strength alone. He needs to calm down and also move like water to counter Kirtu's graceful dance. He sees Ada's monkey might-like dance and scoffs at him. To his surprise, Ada is very good at physically replicating other people's magic. He easily dodges Kirtu's slash, then uses his sword to knock Kirtu's weapon away. Yami watches with great amusement. At this moment, the number of seabed temple members suddenly drops by one. It turns out Vanessa just took down an enemy mage. Yami is surprised because she's usually just drunk. He didn't expect her to win so quickly. If he'd known, he would have raised the bet. The high priest asserts that the Black Bull members are definitely not junior level, and also compliments Vanessa's bet for being so nice. Yami then reminds him that he should hand over the magic stone because the Eye of the Midnight Sun is targeting it. But the high priest doesn't listen, thinking that turning the tables for a comeback victory is more interesting. The reason he's so confident is because his two grandchildren are very strong, plus his son, the strongest in the seabed temple. He is the man in the hammerhead mask that Magna and Luck are currently facing. Luck acknowledges that this man's power feels like the entire ocean. The hammerhead shark mage tells them to come at him at the same time. To save time, he uses water creation magic sea god's hammer to summon a large hammer made of water, preparing to smash their heads in. But just as Luck and Magna charge forward, the fight is interrupted. A large piece of rock comes flying in, crushing the hammerhead mage and knocking him unconscious. Appearing from the smoke is the Eye of the Midnight Sun, led by Vetu, the despair of the third eye. Elsewhere, Mimosa looks at the full moon tonight and finds it beautiful. She wonders if Ada is watching the moon with her. A little while earlier, Ikiga's group was relaxing, buried in the sand, when they heard the sound of fighting. He is shocked to witness Vet beating the Magic Knight senseless free of charge. With just one punch and one scratch for each person, they were all defeated by him. After his warming up, Vet uses his magic to create a whale that surrounds them all and dives into the sea. Mikake hides in a corner, terrified, unable to believe that so many Magic Knights were defeated by just one man. He believes Vet is not human, but a wild beast. Right now, both Magna and Luck are facing him. Luck can feel that this guy's magic power is even greater than Captain Yami's. The hammerhead shark mage gets up, his mask shattered. He guesses Vet isn't a Magic Knight, but his reason for being here is the same as the Black Bulls to get the magic stone. The difference is that Vet will sow his despair upon this temple to claim it. He sends his subordinates to spread out and search for the magic stone, while he himself stays behind, telling the hammerhead shark mage to unleash his strongest spell on him. Feeling underestimated, he boasts about his achievement of being the strongest in the entire Seabed temple. But Vet isn't interested in trash talk and just wants his opponent to prove his strength with magic. The hammerhead shark mage then uses Sea God's hammer to strike him with a powerful blow. However, against Vet's beast magic rhino armor, it's like a fly hitting steel. He decides to give his opponent a generous reward, the despair of being hunted by a stronger animal. Vet rushes forward, using Bear Claw to attack the hammerhead shark mage, while also turning to give Magna and Luck each a hit. To him, the people here are just insects, unworthy of holding on to any hope of victory. The high priest witnesses his Sunjio, the strongest in the Seabed temple, being defeated with a single blow and can't believe it. Yami tells him the game is over and to take him there. The high priest asks him who Vetu is. Yami reveals that he is one of the leaders of the terrorist organization, the Eye of the Midnight Sun. With no more time for explanations, Yami urges the high priest to quickly take him there, but he can't, because as long as the game isn't over, they can't leave. The high priest can't undo his magic either, because the rules have been set. Seeing this, Yami decides to take matters into his own hands, using dark magic black hole to create a hole in the wall. However, outside there's a barrier created by spatial magic. It's a separate world spell cast by one of the Eye of the Midnight Sun members, trapping Yami inside. Veta senses his presence and tells Yami to stay put and obediently watch him. Dr. Black Bull's captain to despair by seeing his comrades die. The high priest is extremely worried because once the Eye of the Midnight Sun escapes, the Seabed temple is done for. Yami tells him to broadcast his voice. He announces the current situation. To his squad members, a dangerous member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun has infiltrated the game, a beast whose power surpasses that of a Magic Knight captain. Ada immediately recognizes him as Vet of the Third Eye. Yami explains that for some reason, he can't join the fight, so they're on their own. They must surpass their limits, right here, right now. He warns that anyone who fails and gets themselves killed will be killed by him. The High Priest never expected the game to become more interesting, as its outcome now decides the fate of the Seabed Temple. He changes the established rules. There is no time limit. The requirement for victory is to defeat the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Anyone who contributes to the victory will be granted a wish by the High Priest within his power. Ada thinks about the super strong monster that once faced Yami being here and shudders. He slaps his own face to fire himself up, determined to have a good fight. Here to suggest they postpone their match and go together to Vetu's location to stop him. Meanwhile, though heavily injured, Magna and Luck manage to stand up. The captain's orders have been given, so they can't be defeated this easily. Vetu is pleased to see these to have a death wish. Nothing pleases him more than witnessing his prey fall into the despair of defeat. Magna understands that just one more hit from him, and they're all done for. Luck suggests they just charge in and face Vetu's attack head-on. Magna thinks he's crazy, because he barely managed to block that last blow and almost broke his bones. Vetu obliges Luck and rushes in with Bear Claw, but he dodges it and times his counter perfectly. Just as Luck thought. Right after an attack is when an opponent reveals an opening. Vetu is quite surprised that Luck could keep up with his speed. However, his thunderclap crumbling orb deals no damage to him. Vetu gives chase again. This time, Luck increases his speed, running around him and dodging the fatal blow. He wants to attack right when his opponent is vulnerable, but Vetu predicted it. The two engage in a high-speed battle. But in terms of power, Luck is no match for Vetu. He throws boulders at him, while Luck tries to launch attacks while on the move. Watching him fight, Magna remembers when they first met. He had heard of Luck's reputation as a battle maniac called Luck the Cheery Berserker, so Magna planned to intimidate him to show him who was boss. But to his surprise, the moment they shook hands, Luck zapped him with an electric shock before he could say a word. From then on, Magna was always the target of Luck's pranks and provocations, even on missions. Together, his jokes were so extreme, they almost sent Magna to meet his ancestors several times. Not only that, he often turned Magna into a makeshift weapon at will. Yet, he still had to admit that Luck's combat instincts were superb. After returning from the dungeon mission, Luck had become even stronger. Though he hated to admit it, Magna knew Luck was his best friend. That's why he can never just sit back and let Luck leave him behind. Magna quickly uses his flame creation magic to shoot fireballs at Vet 2, combining his attacks with Luck's. In fact, when Luck first met Magna, he really looked down on him, because he was a commoner and had a very boring appearance. But Luck's instincts told him that Magna was both a tough and interesting person. That's why Luck loved teasing Magna to make him attack with all his might. Thanks to that, Luck realized Magna was the first friend he ever had. At this moment, Vet loses hhis patience and sends Luck flying into Magna. The two of them tell him to bring it on, because they've only just warmed up. Meanwhile, Ada and Kirito are on their way to Vet 2's location. Ada can sense ki, while Kirito can sense his terrifying magic power. He has never felt anything so horrifying. Ada takes the opportunity to ask Kirito the secret to his attack style. Because, earlier, he couldn't sense Kirito's ki. He explains that by dancing continuously, he enters a subconscious trance-like state, where his body can move without thinking. Eve finds it interesting and tries to imitate it. Just then, Kirito senses the presence of flame magic and lightning magic up ahead, and immediately guesses it's Magna and Luck. What's noteworthy is that Kirito can also sense that their opponent's power is like hundreds of wild beasts. The reason he knows this so clearly is because Kirito's tribe is very good at distinguishing magic power. Kirito is very worried for the other two, but Ada believes they definitely won't die. However, at this moment, both Magna and Luck have been beaten black and blue by Vet 2. He wants to drown them in despair, but they don't have time for that. Because both Magna and Luck don't want to lose face in front of Ada, they resolve to fight to the end like proper seniors. They take turns attacking Vet 2 with long-range magic, but they also know that no matter how hard they try, they're no match for him. So their plan is to seize the moment of Vet 2's vulnerability right after he attacks. Luck and Magna immediately pour all their magic power, combining their magic to launch a powerful, close-range attack at Vet 2. Yami and the people in the Seabed Temple all feel the presence of a powerful spell, the ultimate combination magic. Flame Lightning Explosive Cannon. From Luck and Magna. By the time Ata and Kirito arrive, they see their attack hit Vet to headzing. Magna and Luck's combination magic, Flame Lightning Explosive Cannon, is so powerful that Kirito has to admit it carries incredible energy. However, when Ada looks again, he realizes it couldn't penetrate Vet 2's defense. Both Luck and Magna have now collapsed from magic power exhaustion. The High Priest is astounded that even such powerful magic didn't harm Vet 2 at all. Yami, on the other hand, is very proud because Magna and Luck are true men. He silently cheers for Ada, telling him not to lose and to finish what they started. Vet 2 expresses disappointment, having given them a chance to fight back. But Magna and Luck were only that strong. He is about to deliver the finishing blow when Ada rushes out, using his anti-magic sword to defend. Vet 2 immediately recognizes him, wanting to make it a pay 100 for the pain he caused his leader. Hearing Vet call his comrades insects, Ada gets angry, pulls out his second sword, gives him a nice new scar on his chest, and declares he will help Magna and Luck complete their mission of defeating Vet 2. After taking a hit from Ada, he guesses that anyone else would have been defeated. It seems the anti-magic sword is far more fearsome than the spells of other mages. Ada asks him why he's collecting the magic stones, but Vet just sees him as trash with no magic power. Not even worth talking to. He challenges Ada to come at him and promises he'll suffer the same fate as the other two. Kirito, seeing his father defeated, understands that Vet 2's strength is on a completely different level. His magic power overflows, creating a shield around his body at all times. The guy is not only strong, but also bloodthirsty, stating he's willing to destroy the innocent people outside to find the magic stone. Kirito is furious, because the people living here are his friends and family. There's no way Kirito will let Vet do as he pleases. He and Ada charge forward to engage in close combat with him. However, they both quickly feel how vast the power difference between them is. Ada knows Vet 2 is reading their ki. And moreover, he's so fast that even reading Vet's ki is useless. Vet looks down on Ada and Kirito, because they move slowly and their abilities are limited. Hearing this hairy beast talk trash, both Ada and Kirito are determined to show him what the people he calls trash can really do. The High Priest cheers on his grandson with all his might as he fights. But Yami has already seen how terrifying Vet 2 is. Meanwhile, Vanessa, from another location, can still see his terrifyingly strong magic power. Yami's demand for everyone to surpass their limits makes her realize the seriousness of the situation. However, right now, Vanessa is busy dealing with an Eye of the Midnight Sun member who just arrived at her location. Elsewhere, Finarael is terrified, because if he had to face Vet 2, he'd be dead for sure. But if he runs, Captain Yami will beat him to a pulp with his sword. Meanwhile, Sharmai is still fast asleep, oblivious to the world. Gray is fuming because he wants to get back to his sister quickly, but is caught up in this mess. Just then, a chain flies toward him. A member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun appears, proclaiming to be the strongest chain magic user. Ghosh finds this guy's trash talk a bit much, and decides to teach him a lesson. However, the other guy's chain magic can sense an attack, and countermine his attack immediately. The chain mage uses his magic to control the chains, forcing Ghosh to teleport through a mirror to dodge. Ghosh thinks that his opponent is just a lackey, so he uses his secret technique, mirror magic, real double, to create a clone. However, the other guy has more than one chain. Ghosh isn't worried and immediately controls his mirrors to use reflect refrain, attacking the opponent's position. But the chain mage manages to create a shield in time. He switches to using the large steel balls with the intention of crushing Ghosh in one blow. He has no choice but to make a tactical retreat, not expecting his opponent to be more than just a nobody. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Ghosh can only attack while trying to find a way to hide. Though, he doesn't want to. He has to admit that the chain mage's magic is more well-rounded in both offense and defense than his. He can only win if his opponent gets scareless. But the problem is, Ghosh has already used his ultimate technique, real double, in front of his opponent. Just then, a crab walks up and pinches Ghosh's shoe, as if trying to say something. The chain mage relentlessly mocks the black bulls to lure Ghosh out. Seeing that he took the bait, he immediately attacks and defeats Ghosh and his clone. Seeing Ghosh begging for mercy delights him. However, the mage never expected the real Ghosh to be behind him all along and uses Grand Reflect to take him down. He doesn't understand how there can be Ghoshus when he already defeated his clone. Ghosh informs him that the person in front was not his clone, but Gray transformed. Luckily, he had recognized him in his crab form, which is how he came up with this plan. However, seeing Gray acting up in his form infuriates Ghosh. They decide to find the remaining members to eliminate them. But since his foot is sprained, Gray has to ask Ghosh to carry him. He tells him to turn into something with many legs and walk. The problem is, each transformation consumes a lot of energy, so he doesn't have enough strength now. Gray then points to where Sharmai is sleeping soundly. Ghosh is about to go and wake her up when he unexpectedly steps on an enemy's magic trap, and they both get tied up by vines. These vines are also draining their magic power. A member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun appears. He's very happy that they've fallen into his magical vine trap. Soon, they will turn into Died Mind Means Up Husk like the seabed temple mage he already attacked. The trap mage decides to reveal his face and plans to torture Ghosh and Gray once they're weakened. Right now, their only hope lies with the sleeping Sharmai. But no matter how loudly they call, she seems deaf and hears nothing. Ghosh is extremely frustrated with his teammates, one who's lazy and gluttonous, and the one next to him who only knows transformation magic. However, the image of a stubborn Ina who refuses to give up helps Ghosh realize that he has inadvertently become selfish again. He puts his mind to work, thinking about Gray's and Sharmai's abilities, and then comes up with a plan. The trap mage tells them struggling is useless, because once caught in his vine trap, there's no escape. Ghosh praises him, saying it's impressive for an old man. But in reality, he's only 20 years old. Maybe he's just aged quickly from being overworked by his superiors. While the opponent isn't paying attention, Gray, on Ghosh's signal, transforms the rock behind the opponent into meat. He then yells to Sharmai that someone is trying to eat her food, even though the guy is a strict vegetarian. Sharmai immediately wakes up and vows not to let anyone touch her food. The trap mage is terrified when he sees her magic. He's about to use his vine trap to attack, but Sharmai's sheep cook chef's whim is no joke. Just a few punches from the giant ram easily knock out the opponent. Sharmai ignores her teammates and quickly runs to the meat to take a bite, only to realize she's been tricked and throws a tantrum on the spot. Although Ghosh doesn't like it, he has to admit Sharmai is very strong, and he had never seen Gray's ability to transform objects before, so he's very impressed. Just then, due to using too much magic, Gray can't maintain his transformed state. Sharmai is very curious about his true form. Ghosh thinks it's probably the usual fat guy. To their surprise, Gray's true form is a girl. She shyly asked everyone not to look at her. Ghosh couldn't care less and just wants to look at a picture of his sister to recover. Seeing Gray so embarrassed, Sharmai comforts her, saying she looks very cute. Upon asking, it turns out Gray is 24, 5 years older than Sharmai, while Ghosh refuses to accept that he's the same age as Sharmai. Right now, He has no magic power left, so he wonders how Ada is doing. At this moment, he and Kirita have successfully injured Vetsu with their swords, but he quickly counterattacks, sending them both flying with a punch each. The wound on his body also heals easily. Seeing that Ada is still very stubborn, Vetsu says that trash like him doesn't deserve to wield that sword, because he was blessed with things he doesn't deserve. Ada has become too arrogant. Therefore, Vetsu decides to show him 3 things that he can't overcome. First, he's weak against long-range attacks with non-magical objects. Second, he's at a disadvantage against opponents with enhancement magic like him. And the third thing is that Ada doesn't know when to give up. Vetsu grabs his arm tightly, asserting that it's his arrogance that makes him fight opponents he has no chance of beating. Seeing Ada holding the Demon Slayer sword and D-Slayer sword intimidates Vetsu even more, because it's clear he has no chance of winning but keeps charging into danger. He squeezes his hand tightly, wanting to hear Ada's desperate screams, but to his surprise, he bites his hand instead. He says that if he gives up, there will be no one to protect everyone else. Just then, a stream of bubbles blows by, freeing Ada from Vetsu's grasp. Noelle and Kahono have arrived in time to get some screen time, while repeating Ada's words back to him. Seeing his granddaughter join the fight excites the high priest, while Vetsu wonders if the girls can even hold his interest. Seeing everyone so easily defeated by him makes Noelle anxious. Ada tries to stand up and continue fighting, but Vetsu knocks him away. Luckily, Kahono uses her song Magic Rhythm Cushion to create a pad of bubbles to catch Ada. She quotes a price of 1,000 coins, but Noelle is willing to pay 1,000 times that for what just happened. Noelle wants her to use her song magic to heal everyone. The problem is, Vetsu certainly won't let Kahono just stand there and sing karaoke. Seeing her brother lying there, Kahono immediately yells at Kirita to stop sleeping. They promised each other that one would become a music idol, and the other a star dancer, becoming the most famous singer-sibling duo. So they have to keep trying. To the end, Kirita was lucky to survive by using his dance magic to soften the blow of Vetsu's attack. He was too strong, but he and his sister still had a dream they had to fulfill, no matter what. They combined their powers, with one using her singing voice to amplify the magic of the other, using their combination magic. See God's Raging Slash. Kahono's singing could strengthen her brother's dance magic. Thanks to that, Kirita's slashes became stronger, enough to wound Vetsu. The high priest watched on, incredibly proud of his 2 grandchildren, for they had worked hard since they were children. One was a singer who offered her voice to the temple god, while the other was a dancer who conveyed the will of the people. Despite being tired, the siblings worked diligently for their dream of becoming stars. They believed that their singing and dancing would please the seed god, so they tried their absolute best. The high priest always believed that his grandchildren's efforts would be rewarded today. Vetsu acknowledged that the siblings' combination magic was quite good. The magic they used was very interesting. Kirita was immensely proud of the land that had granted him this magic. The people here have sung and danced for generations to worship the sea god. It was the magic tied to their very lives. This magic was like the connection between all the people of the sea temple. As everyone watched Kirita and his sister fight, they cheered with all their hearts. However, faced with Kirita's strongest slash, Vetsu remained completely unscathed. He calmly blocked it, then accelerated to close the distance, and finally, cruelly cut off one of Kirita's legs before sending him flying. Not stopping there, Vetsu rushed towards Kahono and used his fingers to strike directly at her throat. Yami couldn't bear to watch. The high priest hurriedly used his toy magic game to save his granddaughter. However, his giant fish were nothing more than earthworms to Vetsu. According to Vetsu, when it comes to dreams, only the eye of the midnight sun has the right to speak of them. He declared that they possess a gold and ream and a blood bond that humanity had broken. The high priest listened, but couldn't understand what he was talking about. Vetsu claimed that if they couldn't sing and dance, the small, foolish dreams of Kahono, Kirita, and the people of the sea temple would vanish. He was eager to see the look of despair on her face, but he only saw angry, fearless eyes from Kahono. Vetsu claimed she was just a little songbird in a cage, and if she remained stubborn, he'd just break her wings. Just as he was about to do so, Noelle demanded he release Kahono, but seeing Noelle's trembling hands only made Vetsu laugh in contempt. Noelle was worried that if she was off by even a little, she would hit Kahono. Even when Asta was in danger, she couldn't do anything. Seeing Noelle just standing there, Vetsu called her useless and prepared to break Kahono's arm. At that moment, Noelle was terrified, but Kahono's voice rang out. She used her encouraging voice to tell Noelle that she could control the great power she possessed. If she wanted to protect the things important to her, Noelle needed to fight to win. As her friend, Kahono believed Noelle could do it this time. Noelle received the legendary power of friendship and decided to act, unleashing a massive amount of mana that shook the entire sea temple. Noelle demanded Vetsu to release her friend, or else, the four The captain of the Crimson Lion Kings had reminded Noelle not to be swayed by the taunts of her siblings. They didn't have time for that because on the battlefield, one wrong move could cost you your life. Now that Noelle was a magic knight, she had a responsibility to become stronger. Being weak isn't shameful, but remaining weak is. Back in the present, Vette couldn't understand where Noelle got such formidable power. He realized she must be royalty, but Noelle said that was irrelevant. The strength she possessed now was because he dared to harm her friends and comrades. Vette found this interesting and decided to release Ka Hono. Ready to fight Noelle, he was determined to personally crush her sinful royal magic. Noelle ignored his threat. She used sea creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar, creating a water dragon that charged straight at her opponent. Vette quickly used his beast claw to block the Sea Dragon God's fangs. But he was gradually pushed back and swept away by the dragon. Everyone saw Noelle's sea dragon's roar fly through the temple wall and mistook it for the sea god returning to the ocean. After Noelle's incredibly powerful attack, Vette was surprised to find his right arm had been blown off. Yami was extremely excited because Noelle was even stronger than he thought, and the high priest praised her as the goddess of his heart. The captain of the Black Bulls had recognized Noelle's potential, but even he didn't expect her offensive magic to be so powerful. Vette, badly injured, agitated Ly recalled Lick's words. The ones who should be drowning in despair shouldn't be him, but the people of the Clover Kingdom. Lick hoped that Vette would remember his true form, remembering the day their peaceful life was engulfed in a sea of flames by humans. At that moment, a new eye opened, as Vette screamed and gained a third eye in the middle of his forehead. He thanked Noelle for helping him reveal his true form. She had never felt magic that sent such a chill down her spine as she did now. Vette used beast magic to regenerate his arm and the part of his body that had been blown away. The high priest and Captain Yami were astonished, because no spell could do that. Even the strongest recovery magic could only heal wounds. It seemed the Eye of the Midnight Sun wasn't just a terrorist group but something much more fearsome. Yami yelled for Noelle to run, but Noelle couldn't do that while her comrades were injured. Vette decided to repay her. He used beast magic, unleashing a terrifying purple mana blast aimed straight at Noelle. She tried to fight back, but the Sea Dragon's Roar just now had used up all her mana. Then, Vette's attack toward Noelle was so powerful it pierced through the entire temple. However, after the smoke cleared, Asta's figure appeared with his anti-as magic sword, successfully protecting Noelle from danger. This made Yami incredibly excited, while Vette was enraged and vowed to make Asta taste the ultimate despair. A moment earlier, when Se Kwai's deciding to go for help, even though he was on shore, he could still feel the terrifying mana emanating from under the sea. It was even more ghastly than the mana Vette had exuded earlier. Like a monster, not just a beast. Vanessa felt a chill, as she had never witnessed such ferocious mana before. But the Eye of the Midnight Sun member didn't give Vanessa time to pay attention to anything else. Hearing him say this was Vette's mana, Vanessa immediately realized he was the one from the strongest group of the Eye of the Midnight Sun that Captain Yami had mentioned. The Eye of the Midnight Sun member she was facing now used needle magic that could drain an opponent's mana. Vanessa really wanted to defeat him quickly to get to her comrades. Meanwhile, Noelle looked at Vette's form and was reminded of a monster from a fairy tale she had once heard. They were demons who wanted to seize the world and its magic for themselves. The strongest among them used forbidden magic to become a demon to annihilate humanity. The one who fought and defeated him became the first Wizard King. Vette's current form was no different from the demon in the fairy tale. Just as he was about to finish Noelle with his terrifying magic, Asta appeared in time to protect his comrade. His stubbornness angered Vette, making him want to plunge everyone into despair. The people watching everything through the screen were terrified. Yami couldn't stand still any longer and tried to slash the barrier, trapping him. But the Eye of the Midnight Sun mage proudly boasted that no one had ever escaped his different dimension sphere spatial magic. Yami warned him that if he didn't let him out soon, begging for mercy later wouldn't earn him any leniency. Seeing his smug smile made the Black Bull captain's blood boil, wanting to beat him to a pulp. The high priest looked at his behavior and thought he was no different from a thug. Meanwhile, Vanessa was fighting the mage who used needles. With his needle magic, he controlled his needles to emit a sound that made Vanessa's head spin. Seeing that she couldn't move, he planned to use his needles to drain Vanessa's magic. He lunged forward and continued to pursue her while Vanessa struggled to dodge. When he saw she had weakened and couldn't hide, the Eye of the Midnight Sun member went for the finishing blow. But suddenly his arm wouldn't move. Not just his arm, but all his limbs were now tightly bound by Vanessa's threads. She thanked him for getting close enough to fall into her trap, because his sound waves would have blown away all her threads if he had attacked from a distance. Vanessa then used her thread magic puppeteer's dance to control the opponent's body like a puppet, while using his own needles to drain his own magic. Thanks to this, Vanessa was able to recover a bit of the mana she had spent in the last fight. As soon as she was done, she rushed to everyone's side. At this moment, Vette was quite surprised that Asta could still stand. However, with that battered body, he didn't think Asta could do anything against his incredible magic. Noelle also wondered how Asta could stand up. It turned out Kahono had secretly used the last of her strength to heal him. Because her throat was injured, she could only sing softly, bit by bit, bit by bit. To help Asta quickly get back to the fight, Asta was now determined to defeat Vet quickly. Then heal, healed his leg and Kahono's throat. If Vet could regrow an arm, there must be a mage in the world who could do that for his friends. Speaking of which, Asta didn't forget to praise Noelle's amazing magic from earlier. Noelle loved it when Asta patted her head. Finarael, hiding in a corner, was speechless seeing these to being all affectionate during a crisis. Given Asta's injuries, Finarael guessed he had no chance of winning. This opponent looked exactly like a monster, and was one of the 3 strongest of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, with combat power even greater than their leader. Licht. Back then, Finarael thought he was just bluffing to scare them, but it seems Licht wasn't joking at all. That too was clearly even stronger than his own leader. Even if they all worked together, they might not win. On top of that, Magna and the strongest person in the sea temple were already down. Finarael saw that the odds weren't good and planned to escape through the hole Vet had created. But seeing his comrades fighting with all their might without running away made him hesitate. Finarael quickly regained his senses, telling himself he had to escape so at least someone from the squad would return alive to light incense for them. In contrast to him, Asta showed no fear of an enemy many times stronger than himself. Finarael couldn't understand if Asta realized how serious the situation was. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Asta speak about his weakness of not knowing when to give up. Asta didn't see it as a weakness, but as the only weapon he had. He wouldn't stop until he achieved his dream. Vet too immediately burst out laughing, deciding to teach Asta a lesson and show him what true despair really was. Before defeating him, he planned to attack the others while Asta could do nothing. He used beast magic, sending Magicless toward the injured. Fortunately, Vanessa arrived just in time and used her threads to pull the injured away, while also tying Vet up. Asta and Noelle were overjoyed to see her. But Vanessa scolded Asta for being too reckless. But thanks to his stubbornness, she was able to arrive just in time to help. She finally understood why everyone in the squad treasured Asta, and why Yami chose him. Thanks to Asta as a catalyst, everyone around him was able to surpass themselves. Even Captain Yami. Vet easily broke free from the threads, because they could never hold a beast like him. He attacked again, but this time, Vet's attack was warped back to his own position. Finarael, though scared, was swept up by his comrades and came forward. Vanessa praised him for his noticeable improvement. Deep down, Finarael was already full of regret. Vetsu was confident that no matter how many came at him, they were all just insects to him. Vanessa signed Noelle to protect the injured. At this point, only the 3 of them could continue to fight Vetsu. Although Asta couldn't see mana, he could still feel the extremely powerful aura emanating from him. One hit would be enough to send them to meet their ancestors. Finarael felt his skin crawl, because from the start, this was a life Maisha death battle. Vanessa then came over and promised that if they survived, she would reward Finarael by letting him bury his face in her bountiful assets. And just like that, his fighting spirit ignited. For Vanessa, controlling men was easy, both literally and figuratively. Since normal magic attacks were ineffective, they had to rely on Asta's anti-M magic sword as their main weapon. Both Vanessa and Finarael pledged to support Asta in the fight and not let him die here. Noelle nervously watched the battle between Vet 2 of Despair of the Third Eye against Asta, Finarael, and Vanessa of the Black Bulls. As soon as Vet 2 initiated his beast magic attack, Asta immediately charged forward and dodged his moves. At the same time, Finarael's spatial magic would reflect the attack back towards Vet 2. He realized that if he attacked from a distance, the anti-magic sword would nullify it, and if not, it would be reflected back by the spatial magic user, Finarael. For that reason, Vet decided to switch to close quarters combat. However, before he could land a hit, Asta was teleported behind him by a portal Finarael created. Vet called it a childish trick because he could read ki and react instantly. But Vanessa used her threads to pull Asta out of harm's way from above. Vet continued his pursuit, attacking as soon as the portal appeared. Except this time it was a trap, as what was teleported was a rock. Asta took the opportunity while his opponent was open, struck Vet right in the face, and swore he would use this weapon to defeat him. Episode 48, getting hit right in his money Maish Vet 2. He was about to crush him, but Vanessa managed to pull him back. A moment's delay and Asta would have been a goner. Vanessa praised him for doing a great job, but Asta thought the credit really belonged to Finarael and her. Noelle was incredibly impressed. Finarael and Vanessa, who usually seemed so hopeless, were actually quite reliable today. The wound on Vet's cheek now couldn't heal. He guessed it was because Asta's anti-magic sword had negated his recovery magic. It seemed that sword was the only thing that could defeat him now. Facing Asta wasn't too concerning, but having Vanessa and Finarael with him was another story. One helped Asta move more easily, while the other could use incredibly unpredictable spatial portals. The real threat Vet to notice was Vanessa's thread magic. Her threads were spread all over the place. Although they couldn't bind or attack him, they were so thin that they were invisible to the naked. And moreover, Veta couldn't sense any magic from them. Because of this, he couldn't predict Asta's movements when he was being controlled by Vanessa. Veta felt an indescribable excitement as the fight became more interesting. Alone, none of them were his match. But when they teamed up, they became much tougher. This disgusted Vet too. Because humans only find hope when they team up, only knowing how to use the tactic of a whole group ganging up on one person. Seeing Vet to charge frantically, Finariel and Vanessa immediately supported Asta in fighting him. Thanks to the spatial portal, he was able to wound Vet before he could react. But the cut was too shallow. Not enough to take him down. Finariel and Vanessa decided they had to bring Asta in closer, using more portals for him to get close to Vet too. Just then, Gray sensed the presence of a powerful and terrifying magic. She said it was even scarier than the mana she had felt before. Ghost told her to stop talking nonsense and asked if Gray had recovered any mana yet. He had used all his strength to fight the Chainsaw using Eye of the Midnight Sun Mage. So now he couldn't even use a reflection ray. Ghost was about to tell Charmite to go on ahead, but she had already been enthusiastically eating for a while. It turned out her cotton magic sheep strike had also used up all of Charmite's mana, so now she was replenishing her calories to recover. Ghost thought Charmite had a point and decided to join the feast. While those two were eating, Asta, Finariel, and Vanessa were fighting their hearts out against Vetu. Seeing Asta gradually overwhelming him made the residents of the Sea Temple cheer with joy. The High Priest also cheered enthusiastically. Since both his son and his beloved grandchildren were injured by Vetu, he wanted Asta to get revenge for him. Their captain was surprised that these kids, who were usually so divisive and troublesome, were now cooperating in a fight and surpassing their own limits. However, what caught Yami's attention most was that Vetu kept stopping his actions outside of attack range. He immediately became worried that he was planning something. At this point, both Vanessa and Finariel had to concentrate intensely, because one slip would mean the main character's death and the end of the show. No joke. Finariel was exhausted but thought that compared to what Asta was facing, he had it easy. Vanessa asked if he still had any mana left. Finariel said it was decreasing rapidly, but he could still hold on. This worried Vanessa because they hadn't slowed down. Yet their attacks were becoming less effective. This meant that Vetu was gradually figuring out Asta's attack timing. Fortunately, she reacted in time to pull Asta back. Otherwise, he would have died. Asta got clawed in the stomach and reassured everyone he was just accidentally hit. But Yami shouted that it wasn't an accident. As a close combat fighter, Asta should have understood that better than anyone. Vetu intentionally didn't attack him much and only took hits. His main purpose was to understand Asta's attack patterns. If he charged in again, Vetu would take his life instantly. Vetu complimented Yami on his sharp wits and decided he would deal with him last. But even if Asta's group figured out his plan, they must feel incredibly desperate, being powerless to do anything. Asta told him not to gloat and asked Yami how he could know they fail without trying. Yami said to Asta, "Listen up, kid. I'm 100 million times stronger than you. That's called knowledge. Experience, and, well, experience." Asta told his captain to shut up and get down here. But that was the very thing that annoyed Yami the most. Being trapped here and helplessly watching his squad members fight and face danger made the Black Bull captain wish he could dice up the mage who was trapping him. He advised Asta to calm down. Yami wasn't asking him to stop attacking, but he couldn't just keep using the same move over and over. Captain Yami ordered the three of them, Finariel, Vanessa, and Asta, to find a way to surpass themselves right now. All three immediately decided to push their speed even further. Thanks to that, Asta was able to match Vetu's attack speed. Seeing him fight desperately without giving up stirred within Vanessa an unexplainable courage. Thanks to that, she forgot how cowardly she used to be back in the witch's forest. When Vanessa was a little girl, she was confined like a bird in a cage. Every day, her only companions were thread dolls she created herself. Vanessa had heard about a big city outside the forest where witches often went to have fun, find boyfriends, and do other things. Vanessa desperately wanted to escape this cage and go there just once. But she didn't dare defy the witch queen. Nor could she bring herself to ask. The conversations Vanessa had with her dolls were just conversations she had with herself. Vanessa always hoped that one day she would have a real friend. But she thought it was impossible and that she would be stuck here forever without freedom. Then one day, she met Yami and chose to leave the witch's forest, living the next chapter of her life as a member of the Black Bulls. Vanessa always believed that the thread of fate lies in each person's hand. Holding it tightly, she was determined to lead Asta to victory. He just needed to move forward, without any worries. Vetu was cut and tried to choke Asta. but Finral managed to teleport him away in the nick of time. He felt that the other two were moving too fast for him. As someone who lacked motivation, Finral didn't fit in with enthusiastic people. He came from a noble family. Finral's VOD family consisted of spatial magic users who had become magic knights for generations. As someone who disliked violence, Finral clearly had no talent. In contrast to him, his younger brother Langris was a born genius who received a lot of praise and love from their parents. So when Finral joined the Black Bulls while Langris was already the vice captain of the Gold Anon, their disappointment in him grew. His father decided to make Langris the next head of the VOD family. And no one in the family objected because they all saw Finral as a failure and a disgrace to the VOD family. Because of this, Finral tried to run away from his parents, his brother, in reality by getting to know as many beautiful girls as he came across. Then Asta appeared, a small boy with no magic who never gave up and continued to fight, which made Finral admire him. He once asked Captain Yami why he accepted someone who couldn't fight like him into the squad. Yami frankly said it was to be a driver and a porter. What else? Finral thought that made sense, because his magic couldn't defeat anyone. But Yami thought Finral also had his own way of fighting, advising him that defeating the enemy wasn't the only way to fight. Now, Finral completely understood his captain's meaning. He could help the Black Bulls become the strongest squad. He admitted that he had given up on fighting for himself. But if it was to fight for his comrades, he could do it very well. Asta at this point completely trusted Vanessa and Finral, entrusting his life to them. Vette smiled because he guessed they were about to reach their limit. One mistake and they would all meet their maker. Asta ignored his words because they would keep trying until they defeated him. Both Finral and Vanessa were surprised that Asta would entrust his life to unreliable people like them. So, they both decided they couldn't let Asta down. Vette acknowledged that Asta's absolute focus was formidable. But the difference in magic power between Vanessa, Finral, and him was too great. The spatial portal Finral created was gradually getting smaller. Vanessa's threads were stretched thin and would snap if her mana ran out. Yet, Asta remained completely unshaken and still believed they would definitely defeat the enemy. Just then, Ghosh's group arrived in time to provide backup. The first thing to do was to tell Asta and everyone that the blue-haired girl next to him was gray, which utterly shocked them. Next, Ghosh used all the magic he had to launch a Mirror Brigade refrain ray at Vette, creating an opportunity for Charmai to use her sheep strike to punch him, while also creating a hailstorm. Vette thought the enemy was creating a smokescreen to blind him and swiped it away with one hand. Seeing Asta charging through the smoke, he immediately attacked but missed. Suddenly, the pile of rocks transformed into many asked as they all charged at Vette's head. It was Gray's transformation magic, because she didn't have much magic left. Some of them didn't look much like Asta, but it was more than enough to confuse Vette and make him lose his cool, thereby opening a chance for the real Asta to go through a portal, rushing to stab his sword into his opponent. Vette, stabbed by Asta, roared in pain. Everyone was overjoyed because they had finally achieved victory. But Vette was not so easy to deal with. He held onto the sword tightly with his mana. It turned out he had deliberately let himself be hit in an on-vital spot. His goal being to lock down Asta's weapon, thereby extinguishing their hope and plunging everyone into the darkness of despair. The corrosion on his hands caused Asta immense pain. His screams delighted Vette and made him even more ferocious. He was thrilled that Asta had now fallen into the despair he had created. Vette thought he couldn't get up again. But he never expected that even with injured hands, Asta wouldn't give up fighting. Everyone was amazed and inspired, resolving not to stop until they won. Vette was infuriated by this. Yami quickly ordered Vanessa to pull Asta back. Seeing Vette charge in pursuit, Finral immediately created a portal while Ghosh used a reflection ray to attack him. This time, Noelle was able to hit the target precisely. Vanessa saw Asta, who had no magic in a world that revered magic, able to do so much, and affirmed that he had the destiny of one who would rule the world. So she decided to use her threads to help him get back into the fight by controlling his badly injured arm. Thanks to this, Asta could continue to fight until his last breath. Finral was moved to tears without realizing it. Vanessa encouraged him to try the same tactic one more time. Because Asta still had one more sword, Vanessa helped him grab it and charge straight at Vette. He couldn't understand why Asta hadn't despaired yet. Asta reminded him that he didn't have time for that, because he had a lifelong rival he couldn't lose to. His despair was just an obstacle on the path to Asta's dream that he would overcome. Vette thought he could still see through his moves, but this time he couldn't keep up. It seemed the anti-magic sword stuck in his stomach had weakened his reinforcement magic. Vette's original intention was to snatch it from Asta's hands, but it seems his plan backfired as his magic was being drained by the sword. Vette decided to pull the sword out because there was no way he would lose to humans. Asta affirmed that he hadn't defeated anyone yet, because not a single one of them had given up or fallen into his despair. Vet 2 roared, throwing boulders at Asta. But he also realized his magic was weakening. Suddenly, Vet 2 sensed a terrifying presence. It was emanating from where Asta was standing. The dread he inspired was even greater than that of a beast like him. A 3rd-leaf clover symbolizes faith, hope, and love. The 4th leaf represents good luck, while the 5th is the embodiment of a devil. At this moment, Vet 2 felt as if even despair itself would be swallowed by the darkness of the devil behind Asta. Asta suddenly gained strength and charged at an incredible speed that Vet 2 couldn't keep up with. Asta easily inflicted wounds on his opponent while Vet 2 could only stand in place trying to counterattack. As soon as he saw Asta lunging for the finishing blow, he tried to attack. However, at this moment, Asta and his sword declared that Vet 2's despair had been defeated, bringing the blade down on him. The attack knocked Vet 2 unconscious, and his magic disappeared. It seemed that this time, they had truly won. Vanessa and Finariel rushed to pull Asta back and hugged him. They both praised him for doing a great job and always believed he could do it. They hugged him so tightly that the severely injured Asta winced in pain. The high priest was extremely excited. But Captain Yami wondered what Asta's power just now was. At this moment, all the people outside were cheering for Asta's victory, thanking the Magic Knight Squad for saving them from destruction. Vanessa went to check on the condition of the injured. Luckily, no one had passed away yet. She asked Finariel to use his spatial magic to take them outside, but he was completely out of mana. Ghosh continued to complain that his senior was completely useless. Asta hoped that in the future, everyone could continue to dance and sing. Finariel told him that instead of worrying about others, he should worry about himself. And besides, he couldn't understand what Asta was thinking in trusting his life to them. Vanessa agreed. If someone like Finahul had run away, she and everyone else wouldn't have been surprised. Finariel confessed that at first, he had planned to flee, but after seeing Asta risk his life to fight, his body moved on its own without choosing to run away. Asta played a huge part in their victory this time. He just thought that since Captain Yami chose them, of course he would trust everyone. On this point, everyone agreed that Asta was a smooth talker. Although in this world, probably only Captain Yami would accept someone with no magic like Asta into the squad. Noelle got pouty because no one had mentioned her. So Vanessa quickly praised her amazing attack magic from earlier. Asta was extremely impressed with the Sea Dragon's Roar spell. Being praised so much made Noelle very happy. But then, that idiot Asta suddenly patted her head, making Noelle blush and push him away. Vanessa decided they had to have a proper party to celebrate their victory. Asta told her they first needed to find a way to tie Vet 2 up and take him back. He was one of the leaders of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so they had a lot of questions for him. At that moment, Vet 2's mind flashed back to a memory with Licht when they were both young. He couldn't understand why humans would bully a small bird. Licht helped Vet to chase those people away and took the little bird back to heal it. Licht thought that just as the little bird could fly, their special magic made humans jealous, which is why they wanted to hurt it. But Licht believed that one day, they and humans could understand each other. To Vet 2, Licht was the sole embodiment of hope. Therefore, he swore he would never forgive the humans who took that hope away. At this moment, Vet 2's body began to glow with mana, enveloping it. He decided he would turn everyone here to dust along with him. Yami was so angry he smashed the table. He knew his subordinates wouldn't be able to stop the next attack. Therefore, Yami was forced to use his final trump card to escape the enemy's confinement magic. Finariel quickly realized this was similar to when Licht awakened, but this magic was even stronger than the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Suns. Vanessa was stunned that Vet 2 was planning a suicide bomb attack. Her threads were being cut one by one, in contrast to everyone's fear. Asta planned to defeat Vet 2 one more time. Finariel thought that was impossible, but then again, they had come this far. Were they really going to give up so easily? Vanessa said if they got out of here, she would go on a date with him. The others started to become more optimistic and looked for a way to overcome this because they still had many things they wanted to do. Just as the group was about to charge forward, Captain Yami appeared looking incredibly cool. Noelle was very surprised because he was currently trapped. Yami explained that he had to break the enemy's spatial magic to get here to protect his subordinates. But it seems he was a bit too rough, leaving the Eye of the Midnight Sun member seriously injured and unconscious. Asta wished his captain had come sooner, but Yami sulked because the author hadn't given him any screen time. The high priest then rushed to his two grandchildren. He felt very guilty because his game had caused both his grandson and son to be seriously injured. Besides that, the high priest never expected Yami to possess such terrifying magic. It seems he was right not to let him participate in the game. Feeling that time was running out, the Black Bull captain decided to handle this and get it over with. Asta was thrilled because with their captain, they would be 100 million times stronger. Yami told him to tone down the arrogance. And besides, this time, he would do it alone. Everyone had risked enough. As their captain, Yami didn't want to exploit them like a capitalist anymore. Yami patted each of their heads and praised them, one by one. But when he got to Gray, she looked a little unfamiliar. He also didn't forget to praise Magna while he was unconscious. Now, it was time for the Black Bull captain to take the stage. Or more accurately, to steal their credit. He silently thanked his members, because thanks to them, he had also surpassed himself. The spell Yami was about to use was a bit like Captain Reals, so he didn't like using it much. Veta thought that whatever Yami did at this point was useless. But Yami didn't care how strong his magic was, because the technique he was about to use would cut through space itself. The Black Bull captain, with his Dark Cloak kata, unleashed a technique called Dark Cloak Dimension Slash. A single slash that cut through space, magic, and Vetu's body. That was Yami's gift to thank him for taking care of his squad, and also a farewell to the one who represented despair of the third eye. At this moment on the shore, Ishikai's group was rushing to help the injured mages. Shikakua suddenly felt the ominous aura disappear. Meanwhile, everyone who saw Captain Yami defeat Veta flocked to praise him. Finariel was even crying his eyes out, while only Ghosh remained stone-faced, wanting to get back to his sister Marie soon. Asta couldn't believe Yami had defeated Vetu in a single blow. Yami, seeing the group acting like obsessed fans, drew his sword and chased them away. The high priest then met them to express his gratitude. He acknowledged that the Black Bulls had won the game and knelt down on behalf of the people to thank them for saving this temple. In return, the high priest would fulfill everyone's wishes to the best of his ability. Yami immediately requested the magic stone from this temple, but the high priest had no idea what it was. It turns out he was just joking before because he had overheard them talking and asking the locals about the magic stone. After hearing that, Captain Yami wanted to give the old man a taste of his blade. Just then, Nero flew back with the magic stone in its beak. The high priest saw that it was just a rock and nothing more, telling them to just take it. Yami, of course, grabbed it without asking again. The mission to collect the magic stone was now complete. He praised his members for doing a great job. Asta could finally relax and rest. Ghosh and the others couldn't hold on any longer due to mana exhaustion. Seeing this, the high priest wanted to help them recover and heal. On the other side, news of Vetu's defeat had reached the Eye of the Midnight Sun. They found it hard to believe and became even more determined to collect enough magic stones to achieve their organization's goal. Asta's group then had to temporarily stay at the Sea Temple to rest. Ghosh was very annoyed because he had to wait for Finarael to recover enough mana to open a portal to take everyone home. He ignored his junior's trash talking and turned his attention towards Gray. Vanessa warned Finarael not to stare too much at her, or she'd sew his eyes shut. Vanessa also advised Gray to be less shy and embarrassed. But Magna thought it would be great if Vanessa knew a little shame herself. She immediately teased him for being a thug who was a virgin and shy around girls. As for Magna, at this point, he just wished he could get back to fighting. Charmai lay in a corner, whining about being hungry and wondering if the IV bag tasted good. Magna was still bitter that he was knocked out before he even had a chance to show off his skills. Just then, the group noticed a large crowd cheering outside. They were sending their thanks to the Black Bulls, praising everyone as the saviors of the Sea Temple. Receiving praise for the first time made them feel ecstatic. For the longest time, the Black Bulls had always been considered the worst squad. Magna never imagined the day he'd be cheered for and praised. Asta wanted to become even stronger. Finariel took this opportunity to check out all the beautiful ladies below. Meanwhile, Noelle went to Kahono and her brother, feeling very guilty for not being able to protect her friend. Kahono motioned for her to come closer so she could talk to Noelle telepathically. She was incredibly grateful because thanks to her, their home was safe. And she was also very proud because, thanks to her, Noelle had managed to master her own magic. She affirmed that she still hadn't given up her dream of singing on the surface. Kahono would try her best to recover. So on the day she becomes an idol, Noelle must come see her perform. She promised she would go and buy the most expensive VIP seat to watch Kahono sing. The two of them, Pinky, promised that they would definitely make it happen. Noelle decided to let Kahono rest and left. Here too, who had woken up a while ago, asked his sister who Noelle was. He had been captivated by her eyes and smile. It seemed she was the goddess people were rumored to be. Hirta was determined to recover so he could perform a confession dance for her. He asked his sister to help him pursue Noelle, but she already knew her brother didn't stand a chance because Noelle's heart already belonged to someone else. At this time, Asta, with both hands bandaged, was taking a walk. Nero suddenly flew off somewhere, so he had to chase after it. The bird Nero led Asta to where Yami was praying over Vet's body. He sensed his key and knew Asta was planning to sneak up on him from behind. Yami demanded Asta answer his question of what he was doing here, or he'd get a beating. Asta quickly said that since they were leaving tomorrow, he wanted to take the chance to explore this place. Asta had found some stone shells and was almost swallowed by a giant sea anemone. He was also attacked by a strange swarm of sea roaches. In addition, Asta found some beautiful flowers suitable as an offering for Vet 2. Asta would never forgive those who harmed his friends. But he understood that perhaps they had also encountered things that they couldn't forgive. The things that made Vet to hate humanity so much. He was known as Despair of the Third Eye. But Asta thought that he was actually the one most drowned in despair. Yami asked if Asta was an idiot and scared him half to death. Asta thought his captain was about to hit him for his statement. But Yami just advised him not to overthink things and to just focus on pursuing his dream. With that, the captain flicked the bandage covering Asta's eye, then coolly walked away, ignoring the fact that Asta couldn't remove it himself. That afternoon, Asta sat thinking about Yami's advice for him, remembering the dream of both him and on the day they got their grimoires. They both considered each other rivals. It was Asta who gave hope that even if they were poor orphans, they could still become great and make their loved ones happy. The two of them promised and competed to see who would become the Wizard King first. Asta knew he was still not strong enough. Was always one step ahead of him. Yami's words were absolutely right. Right now, he just needed to focus on pursuing his dream. He had to quickly recover both his hands and become even stronger. Asta vowed that one day, he would definitely become the Wizard King. Early the next morning, the people still came to cheer and thank the Black Bulls. Their enthusiasm amazed everyone. Before long, the Black Bulls had to return. The High Priest and all the people of the Sea Temple came to see them off. The captured Eye of the Midnight Sun members were now neatly contained in Charmai's magic. Asta encouraged Kahono and Kirta not to give up on their dreams, believing there would be a recovery magic to heal their injuries. Kirta showed off his prosthetic leg and winked at Noelle. Kahono then signaled to her that she wouldn't give up. Yami quickly signaled for Finariel to open the portal to return. One by one, they said goodbye to the people of the Sea Temple and left. Before Asta and Noelle went back, Kahono began to sing. Kirta and all the people saw this and joined in her song as a farewell. Noelle was a bit reluctant to leave, so she turned back to wave and thank them. Kahono then signaled to remind her of their promise. Finariel was the last to leave. And so, the Black Bull squad safely departed the Sea Temple after successfully completing their mission. Back at the base, Asta praised the entire squad for doing a great job. While he was the one most seriously injured and nearly lost his limbs, Finariel was exhausted. While Gauche was finally able to satisfy his longing for his sister Marie, being back on land breathing the same air as her, Charmai quickly ate to replenish her energy. Vanessa, next to her, felt there was nothing better than having a drink after a big mission. Luck was extremely excited because all the credit belonged to the Black Bulls, believing that this time they would get out of their negative star count. The group was so busy talking they then realized Gordon was left home alone. He sat muttering to himself in misery because he had even prepared sunscreen and an umbrella, yet he didn't get to go to the beach. Gordon might seem weird and unapproachable, but deep down, he really wants friends. He demanded that everyone tell him everything that happened at the Sea Temple so he could write it down to feel less upset. At this time, Captain Yami was busy reporting the incident to the Wizard King. Charmai was assigned to go with him but didn't really like it because there was no food there. Finariel was in charge of opening the portal, so he had to go too. Asta eagerly asked to go along, but Noelle wanted him to rest properly to recover. She clearly cared a lot about him but was afraid of it showing, so she kept resorting to physical interaction with him. Yami advised him to stay home because he was quite seriously injured. But, on second thought, Asta was also present when the Wizard King gave them the mission, so the captain reluctantly agreed to take him along. The rest were allowed to stay home and rest. When they got outside, the bird Nero also wanted to go. Asta suddenly remembered that it had found some kind of stone in Sayusi village, but Yami urged him on because they didn't have much time for his flashbacks. The group quickly arrived at the capital. Yami allowed Finariel to go wherever he wanted, until he was done with his business. He had to remember to come back. Finariel was insistent on meeting the Wizard King, but then he realized this was his chance to go hit on girls in the royal capital. Who knows? Maybe he'd find a rich, young sugar mommy. And so, he immediately turned around and said goodbye to everyone. A little later, Wizard King Julius was informed that the strongest member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Vet 2 of Despair, was dead. The next step was to examine his corpse, while also interrogating the ones who had been captured. The Wizard King was very impressed with Charmai's restraining magic. The fluff she created was extremely useful for imprisoning enemies. He even mistook Charmai for Yami's daughter, wondering when the Black Bull captain got married without telling him. Yami quickly clarified that he was still a bachelor, then handed the magic stone to the Wizard King. Julius told them that many of the kingdom's mages had lost their lives at the hands of Vet 2. This could be considered a comfort for their sacrifice. He praised the Black Bull squad for completing this mission so well without losing a single member, especially Yami, as the Black Bull captain had grown much stronger. In the past, when Yami first joined the Magic Knights, Julius, who was a captain at the time, had faced countless criticisms for his decision. Then, when he became the Wizard King, people vehemently opposed his appointment of Yami as a captain, thinking he had lost his mind. Now, the Wizard King felt that Yami had become an excellent captain. Well, he is 28 years old now. Not a kid anymore. Yami recalled the words Julius had once told him about proving himself right through his actions. Because of that, Yami wanted to prove that Julius was right to choose him, and the members of his squad would prove that he was right to choose them. The Wizard King turned to praise Asta for another achievement. He was one step closer to the position of Wizard King. Being held in such high regard by Julius made Asta so happy he wanted to make a request an autograph from the Wizard King to hang in his room. Seeing his subordinate embarrassing him, Yami was about to sign Asta's face himself. Just then, Marx called with urgent news. The moment Yami saw him, he called him Mushroom Head. Marx didn't have time to argue because their border town of Kitten was currently in a battle with the Diamond Kingdom. According to the images sent back, it was an incredibly formidable force. This time, it wasn't just a simple skirmish. The leaders on the other side were Yago S, Bracco S, and Z8 God. They are 3 of the 8 shining generals, the 8 strongest mages of the Diamond Kingdom. They are similar to the captains of the Clover Kingdom. The town of Kitten is a cornerstone of the border's defense. If the Diamond Kingdom captures it, they'll be able to invade the Clover Kingdom more easily. The 3 shining generals were incredibly excited for the upcoming attack. According to Julius's intelligence, the Clover Kingdom was currently struggling with a terrorist group called the Eye of the Midnight Sun. This had weakened their border defenses. If they could capture Kitten, the Diamond Army would gain a significant advantage. Furthermore, the location was also rich in resources, making it extremely suitable for occupation. The Magic Knight squads quickly formed a defensive line, activating a magic shield that enveloped the entire town. The shield was created by the power of 50 Magic Knights and not only blocked attacks from the outside but also allowed magical attacks from within. They deliberately attacked the leader, Yago S, but it was ineffective. Yago S mocked the other side for being too weak and told them to step aside so he could show them how it's done. Using lightning magic, Heavenly Magic Bow, Yago S launched a barrage of lightning arrows that pierced straight through the shield and struck the town. The power was so great that it completely obliterated the defensive barrier they had erected. The other 2 commanders ordered their subordinates to maintain formation, and a group of 10 advanced. Yago S directed each group of mages to complete their tasks, constantly using low-cost magic to harass the enemy. But in the middle of his speech, Bracco S, riding a stone boar created from his mudstone magic, charged forward and destroyed the town wall. Yago S couldn't understand what kind of general would charge ahead by himself. But Bracco S's nature had always been this impulsive. The other 2 quickly followed behind, continuously attacking the town of Kitten and its people with magic. Asta and the others were extremely worried because the enemy was so strong. The magic forces protecting Kit had been almost completely wiped out. But just then, Marx announced that the strongest Magic Knight squad of the Clover Kingdom had appeared. The Gold and On squad had arrived. Captain William ordered everyone to quickly send the uninvited guests away. Asta and Charmai quickly recognized was there too. At that moment, Bracco S was feeling bored for not having met any captains when he received word that Clover's reinforcements had arrived. The enemy they had to face was the Golden Dawn squad. Just as Bracco S was confidently proclaiming that no one could stop him, appeared to block his path. He used his wind magic, Razor Cyclone, to shatter his opponent's mudstone boar. The wind spirit self, flying beside complained he was using her power recklessly again, saying the reason has no friends is because he keeps that stone cold face and never smiles. She tried to use her status as one of the 4 great spirits to force to smile, but he was not intimidated, despite how many times had been cold to her. Sylph still said she would stay by his side forever. She suggested they resolve this quickly so the 2 of them could go on a date. To her surprise, coldly refused a fairy as beautiful as her. Seeing Yuno's power made the Wizard King and Charmai excited, while Asta's competitive spirit grew even stronger. The members of the Gold and On quickly began healing, evacuating the injured, and fighting the enemy. Julius feared they didn't have enough manpower to face 3 of the 8 shining generals, so he wanted to send more reinforcements. However, the Crimson Lions were currently on a mission at Mount Row, and the Silver Eagle squad had gone to the Spade Kingdom. Yami offered to go, quite sure that Finarl had been to Kitten before, so he could teleport them there instantly. The Wizard King hesitated because he had just returned from the Seabed Temple. Yami nonchalantly said it was fine, as long as he got his full overtime pay. More importantly, there was something about Captain William that bothered him. Julius also considered going himself. The Marx stopped him, fearing this might be a diversion for a Diamond Kingdom attack on the royal capital. Yami told the Wizard King to just stay home and wait for news, letting him go instead. He wished Finar Almar here so he wouldn't have to find him and drag him back. At that moment, Finar El sneezed, feeling like someone was calling him. But he ignored it because the girls here were very cute. Asta asked Yami to let him go along. Even if he couldn't fight, he could help the victims escape. Yami also wanted Asta to gain more battlefield experience. But with his two arms like that, he was afraid Asta would be in danger. Just then, Charmai stood up and guaranteed she would protect Asta, so the captain could rest assured. Seeing no other choice, Yami reluctantly agreed. And so, Charmai succeeded in her wish to meet the prince of her life. On the other side, the Golden On squad was gradually pushing back the enemy. Vice Captain Lang Is was very impressed that had now become one of the squad's best knights in less than a year after joining. Captain William decided it was time to step in and make the enemy regret ever setting foot in the Clover Kingdom's territory. At that moment, Finn Ariel had successfully invited the beautiful women to a hilltop to see the flowers. But when he opened the portal, they both suddenly turned pale because behind him were three people with eyes like debt collectors. So they immediately fled. Finn Ariel rushed to complain, but the others didn't care. They ordered him to quickly take them to Kitten. Finn Ariel complained that it was his day off, and Yami immediately said that when you're dead, you can take as many days off as you like. Being threatened by his captain and urged on by an enthusiastic Costa, Finn Ariel had no choice but to open a portal for some overtime. Meanwhile, the townspeople were overjoyed to see the gold, and On had arrived. Bracos, clad in armor made of mudstone, clashed with Yagos, looked down from above, saying it was unseemly for a shining general to be fighting a mere foot soldier. Bracos was confident he could handle as easily as flipping his hand. But Yagos interrupted, wanting to test if could protect himself and the people behind him at the same time. Seeing his opponent use about an arrow, and the spirit self used wind magic. Swift white bow fired enhanced wind arrows to counter Yagos's lightning arrows. It even pierced through the defensive barrier of the soldiers behind him. Yagos was surprised could deflect his fastest arrow and barrier. Asked him in return if he could protect himself and his comrades from him. Sylph stepped forward, declaring the two of them were one, and advised him to pay more attention to her. Bracos laughed at his comrade being embarrassed. Both he and Yagos argued over who would get to finish off. Sylph stepped in and said they didn't need to fight over it because was hers. Meanwhile, the mage Lotus, who had met in the dungeon, was amazed at how much stronger he had become. Lotus mused that kids these days grow up unbelievably fast. He remembered his daughters at home, who used to say he was their ideal man when they were little, but now that they were older, they didn't even want to do laundry with him. Just then, Lotus noticed that there were many tree roots around. On the other side, Klaus was trying to push back the enemy, but their numbers were too great. The elite members of the Golden Dawn were fighting with all their might to protect the people. Meanwhile, Zi Gata, the 8 shining generals, was single-handedly taking down many magic knights. His magic was Mook's magic, Maka's snail, which created a liquid that would weaken anyone it touched, leaving them with no escape and slowly sinking into pain. The vice captain, Lang Ras, appeared and praised his magic as quite good, but with just one blow, he easily blew away a chunk of the mucus along with part of Zligot's arm. Lang Ras's spatial magic was so strong that it destroyed everything behind it. He did little work but caused a lot of destruction. But he wasn't worried because his family was rich enough to cover the cost. At that moment, through observation, Lotus pinpointed the location of the Gold and On's captain. The fact that he had been standing still all this time made Lotus curious. Since his grimoire was open, William was surely using magic. But around him were only tree roots spreading out everywhere. Lotus suspiciously guessed that William was planning to create a giant tree. When he touched a root, he discovered it was absorbing other people's magic. Lotus quickly tried to report that the Gold and On captain was about to unleash a wide area spell, but no one was listening to him. By now, William had gathered enough magic. His roots grew into a great tree that rose up, capturing the enemy mages before swallowing them whole. William's tree grew larger and larger, making Lotus unable to believe his eyes. William called it World Tree Magic. The great Misteltian, Asta's group, had also arrived by now. Seeing the giant tree left him speechless with amazement. While Charmai wondered if it bore any large fruit to eat, Yami gave both of them a knock on the head. He recognized this as the magic of the Gold and On's captain. It seemed they wouldn't need their help after all. He could handle it himself. Finn Ariel said they should go home then. But there was still one thing to verify. Yami ordered the three of them to stay behind and help the civilians while he went to take care of some business and would be back later. Finn Ariel was extremely worried because Asta had injured both his hands, and Charmai was only concerned about food. If he got into trouble, who could he ask for help? Meanwhile, William's World Tree Magic had restrained almost all of the enemy mages. When Bracos heard the news, he angrily left, leaving Yagos to deal with Even though Asta's hands were useless, he still had his legs to fight and help people evacuate to a safe place. Charmai was in charge of transport, while Finn Ariel created portals. He took the opportunity to hit on a girl. but she wasn't in the mood for love at this time, making Finariel tell himself not to bow his head and let the tears fall. Just then, Charmai noticed someone in the sky fighting with a Diamond Kingdom mage. Asta looked closely and immediately recognized it was Charmai was so mesmerized that she completely forgot the task at hand. In the air, was fighting against Yagos, who was riding a bird created from lightning magic. Gradually overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to keep up with his speed. Yagos had to admit was very strong, but as one of the 8 shining generals, he couldn't be defeated so anticlimactically. He was confident he would take him down with his beautiful magic. Told him there was nothing beautiful on the battlefield. Then, he used a spear of wind to take him down with one blow. A beautiful finish to his victory. Yagos fell straight onto a building near where Asta was standing. Had also noticed he was here from his familiar modest height, looking at Asta covered in wounds and sweat from running all over the place. Said it was a real eyesore. Finariel thought a member of the Gold and On would surely look down on someone from the Black Bulls. Besides, was famously handsome. The complete opposite of Asta. But Finariel was surprised when acknowledged that Asta had gotten stronger. Seeing him as his lifelong rival, Sylph was surprised to see laugh for the first time. Charmai immediately fainted at the sight of radiant smile. Asta could sense that had become terrifyingly strong. So he resolved not to lose to him. Finariel couldn't understand why someone as outstanding, handsome, and talented as and the blockhead from the Black Bulls would consider each other formidable rivals. Just then, Klaus and Mimosa ran over. He saw Asta's injuries and worriedly asked what he had been up to have both his hands bandaged like that. Klaus guessed it was because Asta had let his guard down. So he told him to be more careful. Mimosa wanted to use her healing magic to treat Asta's injuries, but he told her to save the civilians first. Charmai, feeling embarrassed, hid behind a tree to watch Klaus and Mimosa and had to hurry to other places to help. He told to stay by Asta's side to protect him, thinking that with his hands like that, Asta wouldn't be able to fight. On the other side, Bracos had found his way to Captain William. He never expected him to possess such incredible magic. William advised Bracos not to die in vain and to lead his men back home. But Bracos' philosophy was that Diamond soldiers never retreat. Bracos used his mudstone magic heavy armor, Cannon King, and a stone hand grabbed Captain William. He laughed triumphantly, thinking he had used up all his magic power. But he was quickly bound by William's Misteltine seed spell, which drained all his magic. Just then, Lotus, who had been concealing his magic until now, took the opportunity of William's distraction to ambush him. Fortunately, Yami appeared in time and slashed his shoulder. Lotus was shocked that the guy who had haunted his past had now appeared, even stronger and scarier than before. William thanked Yami for his help and praised his powerful ki. Yami demanded the Diamond Kingdom side surrender immediately. Lotus was surprised that the Black Bull captain didn't recognize him at all, and hastily opened his shirt to show the large scar on his chest that Yami had left. To his surprise, Yami thought he liked to show off his body, threatened to give him a few more slashes. Surrounded from both sides, Lotus decided to display the fighting spirit of the Diamond Kingdom. If you can't win, make a tactical retreat on wheels. Yami didn't bother to chase him because he still had business to settle with Captain William. With just the two of them left, Yami wanted to talk privately. He inquired about the Golden On captain's magic. Was it World Tree magic? Being a man who worked on intuition, Yami asked if William could take off his mask in front of him. On the other side, asked what happened to Asta's bandaged hands. Asta quickly proved to him that he was fine, just a little difficult to move. Sylph was very jealous seeing smile. Asta curiously asked what ate to get so tall so quickly. Boasted that he had grown 5 centimeters. Asta was so bitter, because he hadn't grown at all. He joked that tomorrow he'd find a girl to cheat on him, so the horns he grows would be 20 centimeters tall, making him taller than Sylph, seeing so open and friendly with Asta, got jealous and asked who he was. Asta, in turn, was curious about the small, noisy creature next to his friend. Quickly introduced Asta to Sylph as the person he used to live with, which caused Sylph's mind to conjure up 749 BL scenarios. Even added that they studied together, ate together, slept in the same bed, and even bathed together, causing Sylph's nose to bleed like a waterfall. Charmai then ran out to greet thanking him for saving her meal before. Remembered meeting Charmai in the royal capital and was surprised she was a member of the Black Bulls. Charmai gave a pastry and added a little sugar. Sylph immediately smelled the scent of rival emanating from Charmai. Complimented her pastry, saying it was delicious. But Sylph wasn't worried because from her perspective, Charmai was a long way from stealing To her surprise, when she heard apologize for accidentally falling on Charmai before, Sylph was shocked and immediately lunged forward to pull Charmai's hair in a jealous rage. Charmai, realizing there was a little spirit here, wondered if she would taste good. Sylph didn't like Asta and Charmai at all and declared that was hers alone. Charmai confidently boasted that she was a charming 19-fold, not a kid like Sylph. Sylph immediately retorted that Charmai had the body of a kindergartner and a forehead as wide as an airport runway. Being body-shamed made Charmai determine and to roast Sylph and need her to get even. Asta and could only watch helplessly as the girls fought. Finariel, seeing some drama to watch, appeared. Asta quickly introduced his senior. Finariel was still in the middle of talking when his younger brother suddenly appeared. Lies Minapton Langarias was surprised to see his older brother here. He called Finar a disgrace to the family who couldn't even fight properly. Asta immediately asked who this rude and hateful guy was. Finariel told him that it was his younger brother, who is currently the vice captain of the Golden Dawn. Langarias sneered. Finariel was still working as a chauffeur for the Black Bulls. Because his older brother was so useless, he had to step up and take on the responsibility of being the next family head. Asta immediately refuted Langarias's words. To him, Finariel was amazing. At the Seabed Temple, it was thanks to him that the whole team was able to win. Seeing Asta's defiant tone, Langarias asked if he knew who his father was. Finariel stopped Asta, because what his younger brother said about him wasn't wrong. At this point, the Diamond Kingdom army was nearly defeated. Langarias boasted that his captain had taken them all down with one blow, so there was no need for the Black Bulls to get involved and cause trouble. He looked at Asta and Charmai and wondered when the Black Bulls had become a daycare. He remarked that his brother had now accepted the additional job of a nanny. Asta and Charmai, seeing this guy's foul mouth and how every word he spoke was rotten, wanted to give Langarias a beating. Finariel stopped them because Langarias could insult him as he pleased. But if he dared to look down on his teammates, he would teach his younger brother why he was born first. In the middle of their conversation, Langarias was attacked by Zogat. He, in the name of the 8 Shining Generals, wanted to take his head to vent his anger. He even took the people around him hostage, making it impossible for Langarias to use magic to attack him. However, surprisingly, to Langarias, the lives of commoners were not that important. He comforted them that they would be considered a noble sacrifice for the kingdom. Asta immediately spoke up to stop him, because he would never accept the Magic Knight sacrificing the lives of civilians. If Langarias couldn't do it, then he and his teammates would take care of it. Stood to one side, looking forward to Asta's performance. Langarias saw him step back and look down on him, but Asta retreated to take advantage of Charmai's sheep, using its thick wool as a springboard to launch himself forward. Zigot quickly used his mucus snail to attack, but Finariel used his spatial magic to teleport Asta, helping him approach the opponent from above with a sword in his mouth. Asta, channeling the pirate hunter's aura, successfully swept away the layer of magic surrounding them and rescued the civilians. Just as he was about to attack Asta, Finariel teleported him behind Zigot, smashing him face first into a wall. Nearby, used his wind to catch the falling Asta. He smiled and praised him for always using unbelievable tactics, which annoyed Sylph. Finariel, after that performance, asserted that although he wasn't as strong as Langarias, the Black Bulls would definitely defeat the Golden Dawn. On the other side, Captain William warned Yami that his face was not easy to look at. Yami promised not to laugh or anything. Captain William also understood that he was suspected of being the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Yami admitted it. Although Lick's light magic and William's world tree magic were very different. What troubled Yami was that their figures, voices, and ki were very similar. He and William had known each other for over 10 years, meeting on the battlefield and fighting countless battles together. The two of them even became captains at almost the same time, which made the Silver Eagles captain, Nozel, so angry at the time that his braids trembled. That's why Yami wanted William to remove his mask to clear his suspicion. William agreed and removed the mask that covered half his face, revealing a forehead covered in scars. He was born with it and was called a cursed child. This scar couldn't be removed with magic, which made everyone around him fear William. He was the illegitimate child of a nobleman. Before he was 8, William lived in the Forsaken Realm, but the family heir suddenly passed away, so William was brought there. Luckily, he possessed powerful magic power, plus the rare world tree magic, so he was chosen. It was just that there, William was always shunned because of his appearance. On top of that, he was often abused by his stepmother, making his life no different from hell. Then one day, William met the wizard King Julius, who didn't care about his appearance but only paid attention to William's strength. He was very impressed with world tree magic, and even more so with William's gentleness and kindness. Julius invited William to join the Magic Knights. William really wanted to but was hesitant because of his face. Julius told him not to worry about it, but seeing William was concerned, Julius gave him a mask he had made himself. William thought it was ugly and wanted one like a harlequin's, but because he didn't want to be an orphan, he accepted the mask. At this point, Yami didn't sense any magic coming from those scars. It seemed they weren't fake. Furthermore, William's key showed that he wasn't lying. For now, Yami's suspicion was temporarily set aside. William received news that the Diamond Kingdom's forces had begun to retreat. He ordered his men not to pursue but to prioritize treating the injured. Yami offered to help William's side transport prisoners since he had a pretty strong kid with him. Meanwhile, Finariel suggested the group should go back and regroup with the captain. Asta said goodbye to who reminded him not to pick up food from the ground to eat, or he'd stay short forever. Sharmai took the opportunity to ask for Yuno's contact info, Facebook, and everything. Sylph immediately flapped her wings and used fairy dust to shoo her away. Sharmai got angry and pulled out an insect net, vowing to roast Sylph. Finariel saw she was causing too much trouble, so he had to grab her by the collar and take her back. As cool as he acted, he was very worried because he had just challenged the Golden Dawn. Since Sharmai couldn't get her dreamboat's phone number, she ate a pastry to vent her frustration. She told Finariel to have a bite to calm his nerves. At this point, Vice Captain Langris advised Yuno to choose his friends more wisely. But Yuno was not ashamed of his friend. He was very proud of Asta and considered him his rival. Langris laughed, not knowing what the two of them were competing for. Yuno told him that he and Asta were both aiming to become the Wizard King. Langris immediately burst out laughing because Yuno was just a lowly commoner, daring to dream so big. Sylph was about to get into a verbal fight with him, but Yuno stopped her, saying there's no law that says a commoner can't become the Wizard King. That's why the first thing Yuno wants is to become the captain of the Golden Dawn. After hearing that, Langris realized Yuno didn't even consider him a rival. Just then, Klaus walked over and was able to diffuse this tense atmosphere. The Wizard King was quickly informed that the Diamond Kingdom's forces had retreated. They had successfully defended the border town of Kitten. The Wizard King ordered him to quickly repair the damaged buildings and set up temporary shelters. Julius felt that this attack wasn't too serious, wondering what the Diamond Kingdom was really planning. On the other side, Lotus returned to report on the powerful magic the Clover mages possessed to his superiors. A leader on the Diamond side claimed that the generals were outdated, and it was now a new era led by warrior mages. Sometime later, the captain of the Crimson Lions was receiving intensive treatment. From a distance, the healer could hear Rasta's noisy voice. Yami had brought him to his place today to check on his injuries. Although the man in front of him looked a bit suspicious, he was the best quack doctor in the whole country. In the past he had reattached Yami's broken arm, so he wanted to try bringing Asta here for a check-me-up. The man introduced his name as Owen, a healing mage who worked directly under the Wizard King. Owen had heard stories about Asta while drinking with Yami. Being examined by someone who works directly for the Wizard King made Asta very happy. Yami still had things to do, so he left Asta in Owen's care. It was obvious he was planning to go gambling. Owen told Asta to rest assured. His captain didn't sell him for an organ transplant, so there was nothing to worry about. He commented that Yami looked like a thug but was definitely not a bad person. Owen invited Asta to sit down and use water recover magic jellyfish dissection to examine Asta's severely injured arm. This magic allowed Owen to see through each layer of flesh and observe the affected areas for treatment. He judged Asta's muscles to be no less powerful than Yami's. However, after observing for a while, and discovered something. Outside, Finariel was bored from working overtime and came to check on Asta's condition. Thanks to that, he overheard the diagnosis that Owen told him. He then waited for Asta until his check was finished in the late afternoon. Finariel still tried to act normal, and Yami returned at the same time with a big sack. He announced that today was his lucky day. He ordered Finariel to quickly open a portal. Returning to the base, Yami informed everyone that their squad had paid off all their negative stars. It was all thanks to everyone's very active work recently. So today, Captain Yami decided to throw a barbecue party to treat everyone. Sharmai was extremely excited because there was meat everywhere. Magna was in charge of the fire and decided that today he would eat enough meat to last for his next life. Ghosh imagined guiding his little sister on how to grill meat properly. The most delicious piece of meat must be grilled at 55 to 60 degrees. At that point, the meat is just cooked through without being dry. Just the thought of eating deliciously made Ghosh extremely happy. Luck ran up to Magna and suggested they have a meat-throwing deathmatch. Vanessa felt that there was nothing happier than drinking wine with grilled meat as a snack. Gray said it was very delicious, but she still felt shy when Luck kept staring at her. Gordon believed that eating barbecue together was a way to warm up relationships with teammates. Noelle blushed, thinking Asta's hands were still injured, so he couldn't eat by himself. She wanted to feed him herself, but to her surprise, Asta could eat with his feet. So she immediately used her water magic to blast him away, as he was truly single by his own merit. Yami excitedly told Finariel to show off his talent. He used his spatial magic to perform a trick where he hid himself Charmai then showed off her magic trick of making a piece of meat miraculously disappear into her stomach. Next, Yami asked Gray to perform something. She felt shy. But the captain didn't care. With no other choice, Gray had to show off her talent of transforming back into her initial chubby appearance. Gordon praised everyone for doing a great job and also wanted to perform. But he spoke so softly that no one heard. Luck hurriedly used Magna to perform his lava burst to clone trick. Charmai continued to use me to transform successfully. Asta wanted to do his muscle training routine, but Captain Yami wouldn't let him. A little later, he said he felt tired and asked for permission to go rest first. Noelle felt that Asta was a bit strange today. Magni thought so too. Because when would Asta ever feel tired? Seeing that everyone was worried for Asta but didn't know what was wrong, Finn Ariel decided to tell them what he had heard. During the treatment, Finn Ariel accidentally learned that Asta couldn't recover the use of both his hands. With his jellyfish magic, Owen explained that Asta's arms were afflicted with an ancient curse magic that had shattered the bones inside his arms. Unfortunately, there was no way to cure it with current magic. It seems the curse that Veta used on his hands was too terrifying. Owen was the top healing mage in the kingdom, so his diagnosis couldn't be wrong. Finn Ariel was extremely angry, thinking that he had finally found a strong teammate for himself. The others felt sorry for Asta. He didn't possess any magic, and now he couldn't even wield a sword to fight. That night, Asta sat alone, watching the moon and thinking about what Owen said. He could no longer hold a sword and fight like before. Everyone silently watched Asta, in case he had any foolish thoughts of doing something reckless. However, even when alone, Asta strongly declared that he would not give up. If fate wanted to play with him, it would only give him more motivation. No matter what, Asta would find a way to heal his hands. If that didn't work, he would use something else to fight. He remembered the jeers from the past about how he couldn't use magic. No matter how hard he tried, Asta would only fail. Asta vowed this would be the last time he felt sad and resolved to fulfill his promise to Yuno. Seeing Asta trying so hard not to give up moved the others deeply. They both felt admiration and as if they were being motivated by him. Vanessa told Asta to keep moving forward. She believed she knew a place that could heal his arm. Early the next morning, Asta excitedly went out to say good morning to everyone. But he didn't see anyone at all. Normally, the hall would be bustling and noisy. He asked Captain Yami, but he also didn't know where the others were. Asta thought everyone was still sleeping, but when he heard a noise, he guessed they were up to something behind his back. He discovered Finn Ariel and Noelle were doing something. Noelle was very satisfied that everyone had already set out. Early in the morning, everyone made an excuse to leave. But Finn Ariel knew at a glance they were secretly going to find a cure for Asta's arms. The reason they had to go secretly was because if they didn't do their missions, they would be scolded by the captain. And if Asta knew, he would advise everyone to prioritize their own missions. At that moment, in a large desert, Magna and Luck had come to find a dungeon in the wasteland of the Forsaken Realm to find a cure for Asta. Meanwhile, Ghosh and Gordon went to the library to find some spell that could heal his hands. Ghosh found a book teaching how to become an older brother loved by his little sister, written by several Onaishans. Although he really wanted to read it, he had to skip it to learn ancient spells, because Murray would be very sad to hear that Asta hadn't been cured yet. On the other side, Charmai and Gray went to find a mysterious ingredient that could break spells. They wanted to bring back a superfood that could break the spell afflicting Asta's hands. Charmai came across many strange fruits but had to restrain herself because she still had a job to do. A crocodile appeared and tried to shake them down. Charmai and Gray immediately used their sheep constricting spell to tie it up. At this moment, Asta heard Finn Ariel grumbling about how the group was going through so much trouble for a newcomer. Again, especially for a slightly foolish and messy commoner. On top of that, he didn't even have any magic. The words they said reminded Asta of how he was looked down upon during the Magic Knight entrance exam. No one believed he could accomplish anything at all. However, both Finnar and Noelle agreed that even though Asta has no magic power, he is braver than anyone. Asta's hard work in battle all this time has given strength to those around him. That's why now it's their turn to help him gain more strength and the will to fight. After hearing those words, Asta quietly went outside. He couldn't hold back the emotions inside him, because deep down, Asta always felt resentful for the grievances he had to endure. But now, he could be proud of how much his friends loved him. Yami sighed because those guys should have been working hard on their own jobs. Just then, Finariel was about to use an excuse to ask Noelle to go somewhere alone with him. But she refused. He just needed to take her to the place. After that, he could go wherever he wanted. Speaking of which, Finariel wondered where Vanessa had gone, since she had left even earlier than everyone else. Noelle thought she must have figured out something, so she couldn't just stay put. Her attitude towards her senior was a bit cheeky, but Finariel still helped enthusiastically. The place Noelle went to was an abandoned house to find someone. When she knocked and burst in, she saw a man who had just gotten out of the bath, completely naked. So she immediately attacked him with water, knocking him unconscious. The person Noel and Finarael came to see was named Fanzel. He was actually an acquaintance of Asta's. The story begins 5 months ago. At that time, Asta and were still in Hage Village and preparing for the Magic Knight entrance exam in the royal capital. Asta was still in the Demon Skull Forest, training with his sword. Since he hadn't received proper education or training, Asta didn't know the correct stance for holding a sword. Just then, a naked Fanzel ran by, being chased by a wild boar. Asta told him to move aside, then swung his sword to chase the boar away. Fanzel clapped his hands in praise of Asta. He explained that he was fishing when he accidentally stepped into the wild boar's territory. Fanzel introduced himself to Asta and said that he was traveling. He then asked about the potatoes Asta was roasting. He then ate them with great relish, as he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Asta was just curious why Fanzel was stark naked. He said he didn't want his clothes to get wet, so he took them off. Asta introduced the thing Fanzel was eating as tatos, a specialty of his village. Seeing him choking, Asta quickly gave him water. Fanzel took a sip and found the water as bitter as medicine. It turned out to be Moguro leaf juice that Asta had prepared to enhance his magic power. To thank Asta for his hospitality, Fanzel invited him to his place. It was an abandoned house by the river that Fanzel had stumbled upon. He told Asta to wait for him outside while he went to get dressed. A little later, Asta was practicing his sword while telling Fanzel about his intention to pass the Magic Knight entrance exam. He asked what he was doing in the forest and called Fanzel an old man. Although he was only 28, Asta was quite surprised because he looked much older than his appearance. Fanzel quickly changed the subject. He said he was waiting for someone, and seeing that Asta was also training in the forest, Fanzel invited him to stay here. Asta thought it was a good idea but was also worried that Fanzel might be after his tatos. Seeing his suspicion, Fanzel told him to cherish his relationships with others. Who knows, it might bring him unforgettable experiences in his heart. Asta's mind then recalled Yuno's advice not to trust strangers, but he ignored it and agreed to stay here and hung out with Fanzel for a few days, only to be assigned the job of chopping wood. After finishing the work, Asta practiced swinging his sword but still couldn't control it. Fanzel pointed out the reason was that his feet were not steady. That's why Asta couldn't attack further earlier due to losing his balance. He told him to always point the toes of his feet in the same direction as the sword. Asta tried it and was surprisingly effective. He was overjoyed and surprised that Fanzel also knew how to use a sword. He said not really. Then went to get dressed. Afterward, he used a branch to perform his wind magic, Wind Emperor slash, creating a sort of wind shaped by magic. This move was called Wind Emperor by Fanzel, which greatly excited Asta. He begged Fanzel to teach him how to use a sword, and to his surprise, he agreed immediately without asking for any fee. However, Fanzel wanted him to promise him one thing. He asked why Asta wanted to become stronger. When he heard Asta say he wanted to become a wizard king, Fanzel didn't laugh at him, saying you have to try everything to know for sure. He asked Asta to promise him not to use what he taught for anything other than his dream, as long as he didn't use it in a wrongful way. The two of them made this promise by the riverside. A few days later, Asta had progressed very quickly under Fanzel's guidance. He continuously taught him how to attack continuously without needing a break. That evening, the Mu had a roasted tatos party. Asta was curious why someone as strong as Fanzel was being chased by a boar. He said he didn't have his grimoire or sword at that time, so he had no choice. He praised Asta's swordsmanship as very good. While Asta thought it was thanks to Fanzel being a good teacher, he revealed that he used to be a teacher, but was always looked down on by his students. Fanzel had taught about 100 students. By Asta's standards, he could put him in the top 3. Top 2 would be a bit high, but for top 1, Asta definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Anyway, Fanzel thought Asta had enough strength to pass the Magic Knight entrance exam. He was very excited and decided to go back to training right away. A few days later, an old acquaintance of his found this place. She was Mariella, a student of Fanzel's. He had asked Mariella to help find his fiancé. For some reason, Fanzel couldn't go searching himself. Asta eagerly greeted Mariella and at the same time told her he was being taught how to use a sword by Fanzel. She told him that her teacher wasn't an ordinary person. Although he looked fake, he was a very good person. Fanzel looked at these two kids constantly discussing his appearance and age and felt uncomfortable, but the two of them didn't pay any attention to him and were only focused on arguing with each other about the tone of voice when calling Fanzel an old man. Being deeply hurt, Fanzel couldn't stand it. He quickly asked Mariella where his fiancé, Dominant, was. She quickly changed her tone and said that Dominant might be gone. Asta was then told more about Fanzel's story. He and his fiancé, Dominant, once belonged to the army of the Diamond Kingdom. However, They couldn't accept the cruelty of the army, so they tried to escape. Because they were being pursued, the two were separated. Fanzel had to ask his student Mariella, whom he had once helped, to track down Dominant. To prevent being found, he had no choice but to hide. Mariella gave Fanzel Dominant's wand, which she found where they were attacked by assassins. There were many bloodstains on it, and it was feared that something bad had happened. Fanzel asked to be left alone for a while and went into the house. While he was using the wand to soothe his longing for Dominant, Mariella entered. She asked Fanzel if he remembered helping her and the other children escape. Fanzel, of course, hadn't forgotten and asked if they were okay. Unfortunately, Mariella said that besides her, everyone else was dead. Then used an ice knife to stab Fanzel from behind. A series of assassins who were ambushing nearby rushed in to restrain him. It turned out that Mariella was a minion of the Dime and Kingdom, responsible for eliminating any deserters. If she didn't, she would be killed by the other children in the purge. Her superiors ordered Mariella to bring Fanzel back alive, because the warrior they were raising was in the final stages. They desperately needed training and guidance from him. Fanzel said the kid they called a weapon was named Mars, but Mariella didn't care. Just then, Asta, holding his sword, broke down the door and rushed in. He asked Mariella why she would do such a thing when Fanzel was her benefactor. Mariella also knew well that she was alive thanks to her teacher, and she had always respected Fanzel, which was why she reminded Asta about his tone when calling her teacher an old man. That's all. She told Asta not to get in the way because he wouldn't want to die for a stranger he had just met. Fanzel thought Mariella was right and advised Asta to run. He had promised him to use what he was taught to achieve his dream, so he couldn't die here. However, to Asta, Fanzel was not a stranger. He then told Asta he could take care of this group of people even though he had been stabbed. Fanzel promised Asta he would definitely escape from their hands. Asta made him promise not to die until they met again, and only then did he leave with peace of mind. But deep down, Fanzel no longer had the will to live. Suddenly, Asta returned just as Fanzel ducked and made a sword stroke that sent the assassins restraining him flying. Fanzel admitted to him that he no longer had the will to live. He was tired of this life of living in fear and running away. Asta took down the remaining assassin from behind, advising Fanzel that the will or reason to live is something they have to search for, not something that is given. If Fanzel understood this, he should stand up and fight with him. At this moment, the assassins surrounding this place were beginning to rush in greater numbers. Fanzel picked up his fiancée's wand and used his magic wind Emperor Slash, unleashing the East Wind technique to take down all the enemies rushing toward Asta. He called these slashes he just unleashed the formless style. Mariella, hiding in the shadows, tried to launch a sneak attack but was unsuccessful thanks to Asta's anti-magic sword. The remaining assassins continued to rush in to take their turn. Just as Asta and Fanzel were about to take them down together, Mariella ordered a retreat to bring the wounded back for treatment, because someone had taught her that when ambushing, you must prepare 3 times the opponent's force. If half the force has been defeated, you should retreat to preserve your strength. Mariella warned Fanzel that this wasn't over. She would spend her whole life hunting him. Fanzel no longer wanted to run either. He believed his fiancée was still alive somewhere. He would search to the ends of the earth to find her. Asta told Mariella to prepare herself to deal with this old man's body odor. She left but didn't forget to note Asta's tone when calling his master an old geezer. That sounds a bit better. The next day, Fanzel decided to set out and parted ways with me to find his fiancée. He would spend the rest of his life atoning for his past mistakes. Thanks to me, Fanzel had found a new will to live. He hurriedly said his farewells, which felt a bit too sudden to me. But Fanzel argued that time passes very differently for those with a goal and those without. He told Asta to keep pursuing his own goal, confident that he had the qualities to achieve it. The two quickly waved goodbye, but he hadn't gone far before he came running back, stark naked and being chased by a wild boar, begging for me to save him. After that encounter with Fanzel, some time passed until I undertook the dungeon mission and was seriously injured by Mars, a mage from the Diamond Kingdom. Because of this, Noelle went out to gather medicinal herbs from my wounds. Just then, she heard someone call her name. Taking a closer look, she saw it was a completely naked Fanzel. Before he could even say a word, Noelle attacked him with her water creation magic. Noelle then frantically ran back to the Black Bull's base. Fanzel chased after her, trying to explain, but was met with the unwelcoming glares of the others. So he was beaten up and tied down. Vanessa came to comfort Noelle, who was sobbing about running into a pervert early in the morning. Yami asked Fanzel what he was planning to do to a squad member. He was lucky the Black Bull's captain hadn't snipped off his family jewels. Fanzel explained that he'd encountered assassins, but Magna and the others refused to listen. Ghosh wanted to bury Fanzel on the spot to prevent future incidents. This pervert was targeting Murray. Finariel immediately picked up the phone to report him to the Magic Knight's headquarters. Just as Fanzel thought he was about to be hauled off to the station, I suddenly recognized him. Thanks to that, Fanzel wasn't tied and explained why assassins were after him. Charmite gave him a piece of cake as an apology. Yami felt like he and Fanzel had met somewhere before, but Fanzel said it was their first time. I quickly asked him why he was here. Fanzel then apologized to Noelle for scaring her, then asked about the magic wand she was using. It was highly likely that the wand was made by Domina, Fanzel's fiancée. Noelle mentioned that the person who gave her the wand was named Code. Fanzel was certain it was Domina, as Code was her last name. When Noelle said she bought the wand in the capital's black market, Fanzel was overjoyed that his fiancée was safe. I was happy for him and urged Fanzel to go get Domina right away. Vanessa offered to guide him there. Fanzel thanked Noelle. Because of her, he could reunite with his beloved. Yami agreed to let Fanzel go on one condition: that he wouldn't tell anyone that the squad had beaten him up. Yami ordered Finariel to use his spatial magic to take Fanzel, while he went to take a dump before bed. Though the reunion was short, Fanzel was happy to see me again. He hoped that by their next meeting, I would have become the Wizard King. Just then, the Black Bull's base was attacked by the assassins chasing Fanzel. A brick fell on Yami's head, and he swore he'd kill someone that day. Outside, Mariella and her superior were observing Fanzel's every move. She suggested that their commander, Galo, use his spatial magic to transport her to another location, just in case their raid failed. Although Galo opened a portal, he thought Mariella's contingency plan was unnecessary. He didn't forget to remind her that she owed her life to him. Mariella offered him a piece of advice in return. Her master was incredibly strong. Then she left. At that moment, Scout Team 1 moved into position. But before they could even break in, the entire base was surrounded by water. Seeing Fanzel run out, Galo ordered all units not to let him escape. Magna and Luck charged out simultaneously to attack the assassins. They were both surprised that their enemies were weaker than expected. From afar, Galo ordered units 1 and 2 to continue the chase. But by then, Gauche had already pinpointed his location, wanting to take him out quickly so he could get back to his sister. Galo had never seen magic like his before, so he was shocked. Down below, Noelle and Captain Yami decided to join the battle. With a single dark cloak Tividia's lash, Yami effortlessly wiped out an entire group of assassins. Watching the Black Bulls fight, Commander Galo realized the water barrier wasn't to defend against the intruders, but to protect the base from the Black Bulls themselves. Fanzel suddenly appeared and put Galo in a chokehold. Galo warned him not to do anything rash, as they had a hostage. It turned out Mariella had gone to Domina's location. But the real Fanzel had anticipated this and had asked Finariel to use his spatial magic to go protect his fiancée. The Fanzel holding the commander was actually gray in disguise. The real Fanzel was currently getting pummeled by his fiancée for the crime of making her wait for so long. She was extremely worried that her husband would get hurt, even though she had just beaten Fanzel black and blue. Domina was incredibly grateful to Noelle for helping the two of them reunite. She also knew of me and thought I was very brave, just as Mariella described. Fanzel was extremely cautious, but she told her master to rest assured. She meant no harm and had no intention of hurting anyone. But Mariella did want to use our group for something. She wanted to borrow our strength to take down Commander Galo's forces. Her original plan was that while he and his men were getting pummeled, she would warn Domina and tell her get ready. She gave Fanzel a map of an escape route she discovered. In addition, it contained information on over 60 assassins from the Diamond Kingdom, including spies planted in the neighboring cities. This was Mariella's way of getting revenge on the organization. She had grown tired of this work, just like her master. But Mariella didn't want to spend her whole life on the run. She decided to get major payback on those who abused her and then turn herself into the Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom. So, as soon as she saw Fanzel get captured by the Black Bulls, she knew they could help her take down the group of assassins. The only thing left was for the Black Bulls to capture her and hand her over. However, Fanzel was worried his student would face a harsh punishment for her past crimes. Even in prison, the organization could still retaliate against her. However, Mariella wasn't afraid, because ever since she heard me say that people have to find their own reason and will to live, she had been awakened. Even though Asta's tone had been harsh, his words had awakened Mariella's heart. Noelle saw her expression and sensed a potential rival in love. Mariella was ready to accept any punishment in order to start a new life. Just then, Galo suddenly appeared using spatial magic. He declared he would execute everyone there, including Mariella. She warned everyone to be careful. Though Galo talked like a minor villain, his power was not to be underestimated. He used spatial creation magic on opening Chainseal to attack. Asta and Fanzel immediately jumped in to shield Mariella. The three of them were instantly transported to another of Galo's dimensions. There, they found spatial soldiers that he had created. Mariella couldn't understand why I would rush into a spell I knew nothing about. But I'd rather be a fool than abandon someone in distress. Besides, I'm a magic knight now. A member of the Black Bulls. So it doesn't matter who the enemy is. If someone needs help, Asta will be there. Fanzel also couldn't just stand by and watch a student throw her life away. He told Mariella that they would overcome this together. Meanwhile, Captain Yami quickly called for backup to haul away the suspects he'd just beaten, though he carelessly let the leader slip away. Ghosh wondered who Fanzel was to have so many people sent after him. After hearing Fanzel's full name, Yami finally remembered who he was. It turned out Fanzel was once a commander in the Diamond Kingdom's army. They had met during a battle long ago. Yami had heard Fanzel was later put in charge of training soldiers, so it seemed the assassins were sent to bring him back. Ghosh was worried because this meant they had just been helping someone important to the enemy. Yami warned Ghosh not to say a word about this to anyone, unless he wanted to do some serious jail time. Ghosh immediately negotiated with the captain to let him go home for a week with his sister, to spend a full 168 hours by Marie's side. And with that, the raid on the Black Bull's hideout came to a peaceful conclusion. Gay Lo was also captured by Asta's group. The next morning, Domine and Fanzel had to leave. They were worried that their departure would cause trouble for Asta's group. Asta told them the captain didn't object, so it was fine. Finral, however, had a feeling things were about to get out of control. Asta asked if Fanzel and Domina would be alright bringing someone as difficult as Mariella along. Domina said it was fine. Thanks to her, the enemy's plan to kidnap her had failed. Mariella retorted that Asta's group was just too naive, which made them easy to exploit. Noelle immediately guessed that she was confident in her ability to survive even without the Black Bull's help. She even knew that Mariella always did everything herself so that she wouldn't have to worry about others. But now, Mariella couldn't do that anymore, because she had learned to care, and her problems were no longer hers alone. Being read so easily by Noelle made Mariella realize that they both had similarly terrible personalities. Fanzel was moved to tears at the thought of parting ways. I told him to get going and repeated his own words. Time passes differently for those with goals and those without. I told Fanzel to go make Domina happy. He promised to do his best to survive with his two new family members. The two have made a vow, just like old times. But just then, though Fanzel didn't want to ruin the mood, he had to mention one more thing. The assassins had stolen all of his money, so Fanzel was forced to borrow some from me. And that was the story of how Fanzel, Domina, and Mariella met the members of the Black Bulls. Back in the present, Noelle had gone to meet them to find a way to heal Asta's arms. At that moment, Domina was punching her husband for greeting a guest while stark naked. After hearing about Asta, everyone became worried about him. Mariella thought Asta's luck was inversely proportional to his height. Noelle asked if there was any way to heal his arms. Domina thought there might be one possibility. She mentioned her homeland, the Witch's Forest, believing that the Queen's magic might be effective. Meanwhile, Vanessa had returned to her home, standing before the gate and shouting that the most talented witch in the kingdom's history had returned, with a favor to ask. The gate immediately opened, and a flock of birds swept Vanessa inside. Meanwhile, Noelle quickly asked Domina about the location of the Witch's Forest. It was located in the eastern part of the Clover Kingdom, near the border with the Diamond Kingdom. It was an autonomous region that didn't belong to any kingdom. All its inhabitants were witches. In general, they were all skilled in various special types of magic, such as curse magic or spirit magic. Finral was thrilled to hear it was all women, but Domina warned that any men who got too close would be turned into stink bugs or toilet brushes. Noelle and Finral suddenly remembered that Vanessa had disappeared early that morning. She must have gone to ask the queen to save Asta. Domina explained that, by law, all witches must live in the Witch's Forest. This meant that people like her and Vanessa had chosen to leave their homeland and become fugitives. Domina had been struck by the love bug, which is why she left home. As for Vanessa, it was probably her love of booze. Seeing the young couple acting lovey-dovey made Finral jealous. But then Domina turned on Fanzel and started punching him for making his wife live in such a shabby place. Mariella had lived there so long that she was used to the domestic violence. Fanzel, with a bruised face, returned to the main topic. If Vanessa had returned to the Witch's Forest, Domina was very worried for her, because Vanessa was extremely important to the queen. If the rumors were true, once Vanessa returned, she would never be able to leave the forest again. Domina said that the Witch Queen was very powerful. Even the Diamond Kingdom didn't dare provoke her. The queen was also not someone who liked to listen to reason. Knowing that Noelle's group planned to go to the Witch's Forest, she warned them that if they angered the queen, they might not make it out alive. However, Noelle was still determined to go. As long as there was a clue to healing Asta's arms, they wouldn't hesitate to take the risk. Hearing this, both Domina and Fanzel decided to go with them. They both owed me a great debt, and Mariella also wanted to go along to repay her own debt. Fanzel didn't want to abandon the student he was most proud of. At the Black Bull's base, since I couldn't train my arms, I decided to train my legs. My goal was to get calves as big as an elephant's. But I suddenly got a cramp. Just then, Noelle returned with Fanzel's group and used her wind magic to carry me away. Noelle didn't explain further, knowing that I would never let others put themselves in danger for my sake. So she told everyone to hurry to the Misty Forest, a code name for the Witch's Forest. Fanzel thought I was asking too many questions, so he used his wind magic to shut my mouth. Mariella suggested her method, a quick stab, and I'd be silent all the way to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in the Witch's Forest, the witches were gossiping about seeing Vanessa. They all couldn't believe she had returned, because if the queen found anyone breaking the rules, she would get unimaginably angry. At that moment, Vanessa was brought for an audience with the queen, who criticized her for not being perfect. She blamed Vanessa for leaving the forest on her own, saying her plans were now far from perfect. If only Vanessa had been able to master her thread magic perfectly as she was told, she could have controlled even destiny itself. To this day, the queen couldn't believe she had let Yami take her away, scolding Vanessa for letting a lowly human and a perfect witch like them. She got so angry, she blew away a section of the wall behind Vanessa. But Vanessa wasn't afraid of the queen, and even set a condition for her return. The queen had to teach Vanessa spells that could break ancient curses. The queen, seeing Vanessa dare to talk back to her, decided she needed to be taught a lesson. By then, Asta's group had reached the edge of the witch's forest. I was curious why everyone looked like they were ready for a fight. Noelle warned me to keep quiet, or she'd gag me again. Domina explained that the queen's overwhelming magic power covered the entire forest. The moment they used magic here, she would know immediately. This meant Finariel couldn't use his spatial magic to sneak in. Not only that, but even without using magic, the queen would still sense any magic-wielding intruders, at which point, they would be turned into cheese. Finariel curiously asked what they should do. Domina immediately took the opportunity to introduce a treasure, an invisibility cloak borrowed from a demon. When worn, it would conceal the user's magic power and presence. The price for this cloak was a mere 30,000 yul. Plus, supplies were limited, and there was currently a buy one, get one promotion, where you pay for both. Noelle thought it was such a great ad that she offered to pay in cash. Domina said she was just kidding, but from the look in her eyes, everyone could tell Domina really wanted the money. Domina knew a secret path they could use to enter the witch's forest. Coincidentally, a member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun saw them, and immediately returned to report to Fana the hateful of the Third Eye. She bore a deep grudge against our group because they had injured her leader, licked, and killed Betsu. Meanwhile, thanks to the invisibility cloak, our group successfully infiltrated the witch village without being detected. But with only 2 cloaks, the 6 of them had to share, making it extremely cramped. At least the girls had it better than the guys, who were crammed together so tightly they could barely breathe. Nearby, a stall selling love potions got Finariel so excited he almost blew their cover. He had always dreamed of possessing such a potion. Just then, a golem appeared. Domina said that despite its cute appearance, it was very dangerous. That guardian golem, upon discovering intruders, would call its friends and attack with magic bullets, turning any trespassers into melted cheese. Golems were known as ruthless killers. It slowly headed towards Noelle's group, but thanks to the invisibility cloak, they weren't detected. However, as it passed by Asta's group, the golem somehow pulled off Fanzel's cloak and all his clothes. And just like that, the group was instantly spotted by the golem, which called its buddies over. They quickly surrounded Asta's group, attacking them with magic bullets, forcing the troublemakers to flee and revealing Noelle's group's position as well. Mariella figured being naked must be her master's hobby, but no one asked for such bad luck. The witches below had detected the presence of men in the forest. Finariel had to use his spatial magic to shake off the golems. At this point, Asta still didn't understand why they had come to this dangerous forest. Finariel, even in a crisis, couldn't help but hit on the beautiful witches he met. But he was rejected by them. The 3 were beaten, black and blue, and were once again surrounded by golems. But thanks to Domina's smokescreen, it created an opportunity for the whole group to break into the queen's residence through a hole in the wall. Luckily, everyone landed safely. However, Asta suddenly saw Vanessa being stepped on by the queen after being knocked unconscious. He demanded she take her foot off of her, but the queen argued that she was the ruler of this forest, the mother of all witches. So both Domina and Vanessa were her children. Therefore, if they disobeyed, they had to be properly punished. The queen said that this was a family matter, so outsiders shouldn't interfere. Asta didn't care if she was the witch queen or what. He immediately charged forward, planning to coordinate with Finariel's spatial magic to get close. But he was blocked by the queen's flock of birds. She was very surprised that Asta possessed not a single ounce of magic. Viewing him as an inferior and imperfect being, Asta admitted that he had no magic. And right now, he couldn't even hold a sword to fight. But he still felt he was better than someone, willing to trample on their own family. The queen couldn't understand why Vanessa would want to heal someone like him, even sacrificing herself. She revealed that to heal Asta's arms, Vanessa was willing to stay here and be her slave for the rest of her life. Asta finally realized why everyone had brought him here. At this point, no one was hiding it from him anymore, because to them, Asta's problem was their problem. Mariella quickly threw an ice dagger at the queen, but she still reacted in time, even though Mariella had concealed her killing intent. However, that was just a distraction to help fans use his wind to get me out of the flock of birds. He thought it was his time to shine and use wind creation magic slashing Wind Emperor to lead everyone in confronting the Witch Queen. She claimed that imperfect beings like them could do nothing to her. She pitied Vanessa for her sacrifice. But our group's future was destined for failure, according to the queen's prophecy. As she spoke, the queen looked surprised. She had predicted they would come, but not at this exact moment. The Witch Queen was referring to was the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Hearing that the Eye of the Midnight Sun was coming, Asta's group couldn't believe it, thinking the queen was just trying to scare them. But she didn't need to. Confident she could take their lives right now. To prove she wasn't bluffing, the queen showed the group an image of Fanny's group flying towards them. Asta immediately recognized her as one of the 3 members of the third eye he had met in the cave. If that was true, her power must be on par with Vetu's. Finariel heard and panicked, hoping it wasn't true. The queen decided she would eliminate all of these imperfect beings, ordering her birds to alert all the witches in the kingdom. By this time, Fanny's group was nearing the edge of the forest. According to their intelligence, the Witch Queen had taken a magic stone. Fanna wanted to reclaim it, and also make the ones who took Vetu's life and seriously injured Lick pay the price. Her subordinate sensed that our group was in the center of the forest. Fanna decided to use her fire spirit magic, Salamander's breath, to burn it all down. All the witches were immediately dispatched to protect the kingdom. Fanna's immense power left Finarael in disbelief. The queen knew that Salamander was the fire spirit. It hadn't reached a perfect state yet, but it was already incredibly powerful, even more so than she had predicted. She feared this unexpected event would lead to aberrations in predestined fate. The queen also detected that besides the Eye of the Midnight Sun, another group was heading this way. They were mages from the Diamond Kingdom. She hadn't expected this destiny to unfold so much faster than she anticipated. Leading the Diamond Army were Mars and another person. They didn't understand why they had been summoned and so urgently. Mars explained that the Eye of the Midnight Sun intended to invade the witch's forest. So the Diamond Kingdom wanted to take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and capture the Witch Queen alive. Asta quickly recognized Mars as the guy he had fought during the dungeon exploration mission. He was happy to see the guy was still alive. But Finarael wasn't happy at all. This situation was becoming even more terrifying than expected. Fanzal immediately recognized Mars and the person next to him as Lad Rose, his former student. Asta yelled that he would defeat both the Diamond Kingdom and the Eye of the Midnight Sun, forgetting that with his 2 injured arms, he couldn't do a thing. Just then, Vanessa woke up and faintly saw Yami's silhouette in Asta. She didn't understand why he and the others were here. Besides them, there was also Fanzal's group, who looked very familiar because he was the one who was naked and provoked Noel. Domina explained that they had also come to break the curse on Asta's arms. Vanessa immediately remembered what she had to do and wanted to go convince the queen to heal Asta. But he refused, knowing that it would cost Vanessa her freedom. She told Asta not to make decisions for her. But Vanessa herself was the one who had shouldered everything on her own. The two argued so intensely that Finarael had to tell them to calm down. But he got yelled at too. Asta insisted that even without his arms he still had ways to fight. He unwrapped the bandages on his arms and his anti-magic sword. He tried to hold the sword with his mouth to cut the curse from his arms. But he couldn't. Vanessa advised me not to defy fate. But if fate forced him to sacrifice his friends, he'd rather abandon it. Those words reminded Vanessa of the first time she met Yami. He never cared about fate either and was determined to defeat it to achieve what he wanted. Seeing Asta stubbornly trying to turn himself into an amputee, Vanessa quickly used her threats to stop him. She explained she didn't want to sacrifice herself for me either. Vanessa had planned to use the queen, and after she healed my arms, they would escape using my anti-magic. However, she'd said it too loudly and her plan was exposed. The queen was furious when she learned the truth. Noelle told her that if she could heal Asta's arms, she should do it quickly. The witch's forest was facing an impending disaster. Asta may be an idiot, but he's strong. He would surely be useful to the queen. Not to mention if Asta fought, everyone here would give their all to help him fight the enemy. Right now, the queen needed all the help she could get. Noelle hoped she would make the best choice for her forest. Fortunately, the queen was level-headed and agreed to heal my arms, and even make them stronger than before. Asta was excited, thinking his arms would get as big as Captain Yami's. But Mariella explained that there was no such thing as muscle-enhancing shots back then. Both Domina and Vanessa were impressed with how Noelle dared to bargain with the queen. She acted confident, being a royal and all. But deep down, she was trembling. The queen thought to herself that they should enjoy it while they can. Because she believed Vanessa's and Asta's powers would sooner or later be hers. Using her blood recovery magic, Cursew devouring blood vials surrounded Asta's body. And the queen lifted the curse from his 2 arms. She had used a high-level spell in just an instant, which made Noelle extremely astonished by the Witch Queen's power. I was confident I had made a full recovery, and could now even do a fan dance. What made me happiest was that now I could wipe my own butt after using the toilet and could get back to training. I didn't know if my arms were stronger, but I could feel the power surging back into me, full of fighting spirit. Asta rallied everyone to get ready for battle. However, Noelle, Vanessa, and Finariel had been very worried about Asta these past few days. Now they could finally vent all their frustration at his reckless nature. They took turns hitting him. But Asta was confident in his ability to take a punch. The queen said she had upheld her end of the bargain. Now, Asta had to show her that their strength was worth the deal. Asta thanked her for healing his arms. Fanzel stepped forward and offered to handle the Diamond Kingdom. He had a score to settle with Mars and Ladros. Asta told him to be careful and not get killed, while also reminding Fanzel to put on a shirt and be decent. Outside the Eye of the Midnight, Sun was very confident after Fan A's powerful attack. At that moment, the witches and a giant golem decided to sortie out and protect their forest. The golem threw stones at them one by one, but Fan only needed a few fire breaths from her dragon to destroy it. Her subordinate deeply admired her power. If he could, he would dedicate his entire verge and life to Fana. But he didn't stand a chance. He ordered the others to capture any living witches and magic experts to be taken back as slaves. Just then, Asta, with a sword in each hand, rushed out to save them. But he got his face scratched by a witch because she didn't like men getting close to her. Vanessa explained that this place was a feminist society, so men were always discriminated against, no matter how good they were. Noelle's and Vanessa's group below were in charge of putting out fires and rescuing injured witches. Vanessa was furious, because this was her homeland. After all. Meanwhile, the Diamond Kingdom's forces could see the forest burning from a distance. Ladros advised his subordinates not to be hasty. He enjoyed fighting strong opponents, so he would wait for the survivors to test his skills. Fanzel's group decided to go confront the Diamond Army. Domina suggested they split up, but Fanzel wanted to stay by his fiancée's side to protect her. However, Domina knew that as a genius commander, Fanzel must already know how to win, so she didn't want to be a burden to her husband. At that moment, Fene's subordinate had taken some witches as hostages, which infuriated Finariel. I asked Vanessa to use her thread to throw me at him. She was worried because at such a long distance, she couldn't support me. Asta said it was fine, so Vanessa had to put her faith in me. Seeing me flying towards him, one of the mages tried to attack with earth magic, but I cut right through it, and, one by one, took down the grunts and used them as stepping stones. The commander couldn't react in time and was quickly approached by Asta, who landed a sword on his head. The 3 female witches who were taken hostage quickly left without even thanking Asta. Just then, Fana flew over and swore to kill me to avenge Vetsu. She ordered her beast to shoot a fireball at me. Asta immediately used the flat of his sword to reflect the attack back at the opponent. Fana then used another shot to detonate both, sending the surrounding Midnight Sun soldiers and me flying. Luckily, Noelle and Finarahel managed to use spatial magic and thread to catch me just in time. Facing Fana, who was burning with a will for revenge, Asta wasn't scared at all and decided he would strike back at her with his own power. The more he talked, the more Asta's battle lust grew. It had been a while since he last got to hold a sword and crack some skulls. Fana was filled with hatred for them. She swore to take my life. She charged forward using Fire Spirit Magic Salamander's Claw to attack. Our group managed to dodge, but the forest behind us wasn't so lucky. Finarael was shocked at the damage it caused. The Fire Spirit's Alamander was said to have the strongest defense of the 4 great spirits. Facing it was harder than fighting an entire nation's army. Asta used the scattered pieces of broken trees as stepping stones to charge and attack the dragon. A spirit is a magical life form, so it can be harmed by my sword. Asta was overjoyed because compared to Vetsu, Fana was way too slow. He was sure they had a chance to win this one. Vanessa didn't know why, but whenever she watched me fight, she felt foolish for being afraid. Meanwhile, the fire was too intense, making it difficult for Noelle to extinguish it. She was worried she was just wasting her mana and was more concerned for everyone else. At this point, Vanessa was ready to fight, but Finarael wasn't. Asta suddenly dropped his sword and suggested Fana talk to him, because she kept talking about hatred. He didn't understand what he had done to her family. Asta wanted to know why she hated the Clover Kingdom so much, and how they could find common ground. Just when it seemed Fana was willing to talk, she ordered her dragon to open its mouth and breathe fire. Vanessa quickly pulled me back and coordinated with Finariel, using a portal to get me close to Fana. Asta said that her comrade, Vet too, also held a great hatred for humans and ended up falling into despair. That's why Asta really wanted to know why the two sides couldn't understand each other. Asta's words triggered a memory for Fana. Back then, she had met a human whom Licht had introduced as his friend. He was a very mysterious young man who believed that humans and elves could live together in harmony. That young man highly valued the elves' magical potential, believing that if combined with human magic item technology, this land would be safer and more prosperous. However, on Licht's wedding day, when everyone was basking in the happy atmosphere and congratulating the young couple, Licht himself was also very happy, believing his unborn child would be the bridge between elves and humans. However, the elf tribe was suddenly attacked by light magic. That was human magic, and everyone believed that it was the young man who had betrayed them, because only he knew the location of this place. Licht was utterly shocked at being deceived by his friend. Thinking about that awakened Thanae's third eye. She flew into a rage and swore never to trust humans again. Dark clouds gathered, and a crystal fragment suddenly appeared and attacked Asta. The dragon salamander also grew larger and more ferocious than ever. I was sent flying, so hard that Vanessa's thread couldn't hold on. Finariel managed to open a portal to save me. Vanessa was surprised that the dragon was using different magic elements. Fana ordered Salamander to charge forward and burn everything with her hatred. I had no other choice but to use my ultimate move. On the other side, Mariella took on the responsibility of leading the other witches to safety. Meanwhile, Domine saw the guardian golems and got an idea. At that moment, Fana charged forward, pushing our group back with the heat radiating from the dragon. Just the heat it emitted was enough to make me dizzy. Vanessa and Finariel were still okay, but Fanae's immense magic power had created a defensive field, preventing Finariel from creating a portal nearby. Vanessa's thread magic was also useless, as the threads burned up as soon as she created them. It felt like Fanae's power was like that of a god. She continued to charge, but just then, a mass of water appeared to protect Tosta's group. It was Noelle's Sea Dragon's cradle spell. Since she couldn't put out the fire in the forest, she decided to go extinguish the source of the flames. Everyone's hopes were renewed, because water could defeat fire. But unexpectedly, the heat from Salamander was causing Noelle's water to evaporate. Fana used the dragon's claws to completely shatter the water barrier. Asta's group had to fly away on their brooms or they would have been in danger. It seemed this time, the team's victory depended entirely on Noelle's water magic. However, when she witnessed its power, she started to worry. And when Noelle worried, her mind would automatically recall all the criticism and mockery from her siblings, suspecting that her victory at the Seabed Temple was just a lucky fluke. Just when Noelle's self-confidence was at its lowest, she heard Asta cheering that she was very strong. He believed Noelle could do it because no one else could control Fanae's flames. Asta shouted so loudly that it made Finariel's ears ring. Noelle immediately smiled, certain that she could do it because Asta had given her more courage. Now it was her turn to give him the courage to fight. Vanessa immediately flew her broom to get Noelle closer to Fana. She could only use this spell once, so she would bet everything on it. Noelle used all her magic power, declaring that she was no longer a failure with her spell. Sea Dragon's roar. Noelle's water dragon easily tore through the flames from Salamander. Fana quickly used her crystals to dodge the dragon's fangs. However, Noelle controlled the sea dragon to turn and sink its teeth into Salamander, successfully weakening the fire spirit. She took the opportunity to show me how strong she was. Salamander was falling, and this was their only chance. This was the perfect time for Asta to show off his ultimate move. Fana quickly switched to using Crystal Magic Divine Sword. This magic immediately reminded me of the Mage Mars from the Diamond Kingdom. Fana could even use Flame Recover Magic, Phoenix Robe, to heal herself. It was exactly like Mars. Asta then asked her if she knew a boy with pale, spiky hair. Fanae's mind immediately recalled faint memories of such a boy, but she denied it. To Fana, her only acquaintances were Licht and the people in her village. Seeing that he couldn't reason with her, I had no choice but to use my ultimate move. Finariel and Vanessa wondered what this ultimate move was that I kept talking about. I excitedly told them it was a technique where I hold the swords and dash forward at incredible speed. Everyone wondered how I could do that. But of course, with their help, it was possible. Vanessa used her thread to wrap tightly around me, then attached it to Finariel to create a slingshot to launch me at high speed. When it was time to attack, she would break suddenly to send me flying like a cannonball. Salamander tried to dodge, but Finariel created a portal to redirect my pursuit. Thanks to my anti-magic sword, the dragon's flames couldn't harm me. With that, I pierced through the fire spirit's body. Everyone was overjoyed that their plan had worked. As for Fana, she unconsciously remembered the image of Licht when he found her. The queen, observing everything, admitted that I wasn't all talk. Meanwhile, On the other side, Fan Zhao was single-handedly facing the Diamond Kingdom's army. Lord Rose didn't recognize his old master at first. But when he did, he showed no mercy and attacked him directly. Fan Zhao realized his student had completely changed and decided not to hold back anymore. He had to atone for his past sins right here. Lord Rose suggested Fan Zhao should retreat. Their kingdom was slowly dying. According to rumors, the Witch King here was hundreds of years old. So the Diamond King didn't hesitate to kill everyone in the forest to learn the secret of her immortality. Hearing that the Eye of the Midnight Sun was attacking this place, Lord Rose's army immediately headed here to carry out their plan. Taking everything they wanted by force was the Diamond Kingdom's way. But that was also the reason Fan Zhao had left. He charged straight at the army of mages behind him, making everyone think Fan Zhao had lost his mind. But his wind creation magic, slashing wind Emperor East Wind, easily deflected their magic and defeated the enemies. One of them quickly recognized Fan Zhao as the former army commander, a traitor to the kingdom. They decided to eliminate Fan Zhao to collect the bounty, but they clearly overestimated themselves. Just as he had calculated, these mages didn't move, as it was difficult to attack when allies were scattered everywhere, especially to strong ones like Mars and Lord Rose. However, Fan Zhao couldn't hold off an entire army alone, so he could only rely on his wife and student. Down below, those two were preparing their battle plan. Domina had finished modifying the guardian golems she found. Meanwhile, the Diamond Army had begun their attack, believing that if they maintained a long-range attack formation, they would have the advantage against their former commander. But Fan Zhao wasn't alone. Mariella had summoned the witches to provide fire support from below. She had been taught that when preparing an ambush, one must prepare forces 3 times stronger than the opponents. The Diamond Kingdom mages continued to charge, but they had a hard time breaking through Fan Zhao's side's firepower. What's more, Fan Zhao had been forcing them closer to the forest, where the dense trees and undergrowth would break the Diamond Kingdom's formation. Before the commander could regroup, Mariella ordered the witches to launch a preemptive strike, as if she knew his every move in advance. She appeared behind the commander, revealing that she used to be in the Diamond Kingdom's assassination squad and had previously carried out many missions to eliminate those who tried to survive for the kingdom by any means. Mariella's hands were also stained with the blood of innocents, having committed mistakes she could never atone for. So now, she decided she had to end the Diamond Kingdom's tyranny. She didn't care what anyone said about her, because if she did, Mariella was afraid she would be scolded by the one who saved her life. A nearby witch was very impressed with Mariella's strategic talents. Domina, seeing the plan was progressing well, moved on to the next step, controlling the guardian golems to fly towards the mages and explode like suicide bombers. She had used tools and techniques to modify the golems into countdown timers. Even the modification cost was very cheap, yet they could still produce bombs that exploded as loudly as New Year's fireworks. The other witches saw their chance and joined the fight, determined to dot the foreigners who dared to approach their forest. Lord Rose and Mars, watching their army being lured into a trap, couldn't stand by any longer. Knowing it was foolish to jump in now, Lord Rose still decided to join in for the fun of it. Fan Zhao knew he was coming and flew up to intercept him. He used wind restraining magic, slashing Wind Emperor all-consuming wind, to bind Lord Rose's hands and feet. Fan Zhao asked his former student to help his country one more time, but Lord Rose refused. He wanted to kill as many people as possible because that's what he had been taught to become an assassin. Fan Zhao understood that was his sin from the past, but now he had found a new purpose in life and had to keep the promise he made to his last student. Fan Zhao didn't want to run away anymore. With that, he attacked Lord Rose with his sword. A long time ago, Fan Zhao was the one who trained Mars when they were young, teaching them how to sense magic and use their power to protect the people of their kingdom. Fan Zhao knew that Lord Rose was very skilled in reinforcement magic, and he believed his last attack was strong enough to take him down. But just then, Mars joined the fight. He was the strongest of all of Fan Zhao's students. Given the current situation, he knew he shouldn't fight Mars at close range, so he decided to use wind creation magic ascending gale, creating a gust of wind to push Mars back. Returning to Lord Rose, Fan Zhao used his strongest technique, wind creation magic, slashing Wind Emperor swift wind, aiming straight for him and creating a whirlwind around his body. Fan Zhao remembered Lord Rose as a very strange child because he had no magic at birth. This made Lord Rose always feel insecure about himself. But the truth was, Lord Rose's magic was stronger than anyone else's. So Fan Zhao knew if Lord Rose learned a long-range spell, it would be big trouble. However, before he could finish Lord Rose off, he suddenly realized his attacks were having no effect. It turned out that after Fan Zhao left, Lord Rose had undergone body modification surgery by the army. Thanks to that, Lord Rose gained a certain magical ability called absorption emission. It allowed Lord Rose to absorb any magic attack that hit his body and release it whenever he wanted. In other words, Now, he could use Fanzel's own magic to harm his own comrades. Fanzel was astonished when what Lord Rose released wasn't just his magic, but was mixed with many other magic powers. Lord Rose asked Fanzel if his loved ones were in the forest. If so, he should go save them soon. Or perhaps order some coffins for them. Fanzel immediately realized what he was planning and rushed off. Lord Rose didn't stop him, wanting to see if he could outrun his magic. He gathered his power and unleashed White Million Spear, light, firing a barrage of destructive beams that spread out around his body. The entire forest and many witches within the attack range were injured, and even the Diamond Kingdom mages were accidentally affected. After the attack ended, Lord Rose showed no concern for having hit his own allies. He then saw Fanzel, injured from trying to create a shield to protect Delmina. He walked over, kicked Fanzel, and grabbed Delmina. He suddenly realized she was the one who had escaped with his master from the kingdom. Fanzel tried to persuade Lord Rose to stop, but the reason he underwent special training was so he could satisfy his desire to use his power in a battle. He wanted to be acknowledged by the kingdom and the world. That was the reason Lord Rose trained so hard to rise to the rank of 8 Shining General. So when he saw his master run away for love, Lord Rose called Fanzel a coward. Delmina immediately hit Lord Rose on the head with her wand for insulting her husband. He got angry and threw her away, intending to kill Delmina in front of Fanzel while he watched helplessly. However, Mars stepped in to stop him, protecting her. He had never forgotten Fanzel's teachings, and the fact that he was his master. Lord Rose asked Mars why he was interfering. Mars said their mission was to capture the Witch Queen, not to kill people. However, Fanzel and Delmina were fugitives from the kingdom. Helping them was tantamount to treason. Mars knew Lord Rose was right and admitted he was willing to betray the Dime and Kingdom to save his master. Hearing this, Lord Rose was overjoyed and celebrated, because finally, he could to legally kill Mars. He had always seen Mars as a thorn in his side, certain that, if he ever became the leader, Mars would be an obstacle. Lord Rose never expected the author to give him the chance to kill Mars so soon. As he was gloating, Mariella stabbed him with several lace knives in the back. Of course, a sneak attack like that couldn't take him down. But Mars had already created a protective crystal to shield Mariella and the Fanzel couple. He was simultaneously defending against Lord Rose's magic and using flame recover magic to heal Fanzel and Delmina. Fanzel asked why Mars was helping them. He told Fanzel not to worry, as he was always on his teacher's side. Mars just never expected to meet them here. For now, they could only talk later, because they were busy dealing with Lord Rose and his troublesome ability. Mars knew a few ways, one of which was to have Lord Rose absorb so much magic that he'd overload and explode. They could feed him spirit magic or the Witch Queen's magic to do it, but that sounded too savage. Another way Mars thought of was to use anti-magic. Fanzel wondered how Mars knew about it. Coincidentally, there was someone who could use that magic right here. So Fanzel suggested luring Lord Rose to them. Mars received the message and agreed. By now, Lord Rose was attacking furiously, then realized he couldn't see Fanzel's group. From the cover of the foliage, Fanzel and his students burst out while he was distracted. Using reinforcement magic, the former master and student simultaneously struck Lord Rose head in. Elsewhere, Asta was carefully trying to persuade Fanner peacefully. Using the tone of a police officer, he reminded her she was young and had friends and family. Society hoped she would see the error of her ways and turn back. The mentioning her loved ones only enraged Finna further, causing her salamander spirit magic to flare up even more intensely. Seeing Finna's immense power made Finnail extremely nervous. From a distance, Mars and Fanzel saw the blazing flames of salamander. Fanzel immediately guessed that the current situation was too chaotic for them to handle Lord Rose. Meanwhile, Lord Rose was right behind them, refusing to give up. He unleashed his million lasers attack, trying to shoot down Mars and Fanzel. Asta then recognized Fanzel as the guy he had met in the dungeon. Fanna, taking advantage of his distraction, had Salamander attack with the fireball. Fanzel quickly yelled for Asta to aim it at him. Although Asta didn't understand, he decided to comply, batting the fireball away with the flat of his sword. Fanzel immediately used his wind to redirect it towards Lord Rose, causing his body to overload with the spirit's magic power and fall from the sky. Fanzel praised Asta, saying he had gotten much stronger. Asta, however, wondered why he was with Mars, who was supposed to be an enemy. Mars explained that he was on their side and introduced himself. Thanks to Fanzel vouching for him, Asta and the others decided to trust Mars for now. They had taken care of Lord Rose, but the biggest problem was Fanna. Mars recognized Salamander, the legendary fire spirit. Although weakened, its power was still immense. What Mars found strange was that the dragon's flame felt very similar to his own. When he saw Fanna, he was completely shocked because they knew each other. In the past, he had to undergo extremely arduous training in the army. Accompanying him was Fanna. Whenever he was sad, she was the one who stayed and talked with him. She advised him that whenever he felt down, he should think of the people he loved. They were the ones born to protect their loved ones in this country. Both of them dreamed of one day leaving that place. Fena always believed Mars would be the first one to do it, because Mars was the strongest child among them. He promised that if that day came, he would wait for Fana so they could leave together. Then, they could see the outside world. However, the final test for the children was a battle royale, requiring the candidates to slaughter each other to find the strongest one, who would get to leave and become a magic knight for the kingdom. Because he was the strongest, Mars had to kill many of his classmates, and the one he feared facing most was Fana. She charged straight at Mars, only to be struck down by his crystal magic. That moment dealt a huge blow to Mars' psyche. However, with the last of her strength, Fana used her flame recover magic to heal him. She had been forced to attack Mars to make him fight back. Fana wanted Mars to be able to explore the world for the both of them before taking her last breath. That's why, right now, Mars couldn't understand how Fana was standing before him, still alive. He became extremely agitated, forcing Asta to try and restrain him before Mars got himself incinerated by Fana. Hearing Mars's desperate screams of her name gave Fana a headache. Fanzel was surprised to learn that she was one of his former students. However, after he escaped, Fanzel had heard news that Fana had died in a human experiment conducted by a man named Morris. No matter how much Mars called out, Fana insisted she didn't know him and attacked. Fanzel guessed that this definitely wasn't transformation magic, as there was no benefit in impersonating the Fana they knew. He sensed a strange power emanating from the third eye on Fan A's forehead, belonging to someone else, Eden Blake, and concluded that the eye of the midnight sun was likely controlling her through that eye. At that moment, Fana's head was in extreme pain. She believed that everyone in front of her was trying to stand in her way, so hair erupted even more violently. Fanarael immediately became terrified because Fan Al resembled Vet too, who had tried to use a self-destruct spell to take everyone down with him. Vanessa was extremely worried because, at this rate, the forest would soon turn to ash. Terrifying fireballs shot out from Fana, forcing Asta to constantly put them away. Meanwhile, Noelle had to use her Sea Dragon's lair to create a shield. As for Mars, he was using his face to block the blows, making Asta wonder what was wrong with him. Mars believed he had no right to run or dodge Fana because he was the one who had killed her with his own hands. Asta immediately ran over and slapped some sense into him. Saying something like that at a time like this was just asking for death. Since he didn't know the full story, he asked if Mars was certain that Fana was his acquaintance. Because the truth was, Fana was now a key member of the terrorist organization, the Eye of the Midnight Sun. So Asta worried that maybe this was just a case of a look by Blake. Mars adamantly denied it, saying there was no way he could mistake Fana for anyone else. Hearing him say she was a very important childhood friend reminded Asta of He immediately head-butted Mars to knock some sense into him, telling him that Fana was the very reason Mars couldn't die here. He had to live so he could save his friend. Mars saw that Asta had a point and quickly apologized. Fanzel was surprised that Asta dared to lecture his own senior. He believed that with his current strength, Mars would be able to save Fana. The problem was that Finariel's spatial magic and Vanessa's thread magic couldn't get near her flames. Noelle's water magic would only cause the massive fire to explode. Therefore, at this moment, only Asta's Andem magic sword could stop Fana from self-destructing. He wasn't afraid of the danger. Before, he was too weak to stop Vetsu, and Mars wasn't strong enough to protect Fana. So now, they were both determined that this time, no one else would have to die. Seeing them charge at her simultaneously, Fana immediately attacked with fire. Asta blocked with his anti-magic sword, while Mars used his crystal creation magic to slash through Fana's attack. The two continued to advance like this, leaving Fanzel deeply impressed. However, there were only a few minutes left until Fana's spell activated. They had to stop her before everything burned to a crisp. The clothes of Asta and Mars caught fire from the heat radiating from Fana's magic. Suddenly, Asta's whole body was engulfed in flames, worrying Noelle. But it was the flame from Mars's flame recovery magic Phoenix robe to help Asta recover. With it, he was confident he could charge into anything. Mars was very impressed with Asta's power, especially after their battle in the dungeon. Mars had never met anyone as resilient as him. Even though they weren't close friends, and Asta still encouraged him, which Mars couldn't help but admire. He had fought many magic knights from the Clover Kingdom, but had never met anyone who protected and helped others as selflessly as Asta. To Mars, Asta was the model of a true knight. Because of that, the physical pain he was currently enduring was nothing to him. Asta also sensed that Mars was very different from before. Back then, Mars was a killing machine, but now he had changed. The power Mars possessed was now fueled by the will to save others. Fanzel realized the fireball was about to explode and called for everyone to find cover immediately. But no one wanted to run because they all placed their faith in their friends and teammates. Moved by this, Fanzel also decided to stay and watch until the end, waiting for the miracle that Asta and Mars were about to create. By now, the two had gotten close to Fana, but her magic power had also activated and was about to detonate. Asta was determined and not to let that happen. He dashed forward, using his anicap magic sword to slash through the fire spirits, flames surrounding Fana. Noel was overjoyed and quickly used water to help Asta put out the flames burning his clothes. Just when they thought it was over, Fana's flame of hatred had not yet vanished. She was about to reactivate her magic when Mars rushed forward and embraced Fana, ignoring the flames burning his body. Mars tried to call out to Fan and apologize for not being strong enough to protect her. His pleas for forgiveness awake and the sleeping memories inside Fana. However, mixed in were memories of the day the elves were massacred, causing Fana immense pain. Mars reminded her of their promise to see the outside world together, while hugging Fana tightly, refusing to let go. Suddenly, Fana's flame of hatred vanished. The third eye on her forehead also disappeared. The dark clouds cleared, and the light returned. Fana smiled in response to Mars's old promise. At that moment, happy tears streamed down his cheeks as his childhood friend returned. Mars hugged Fana tightly. Fanzel stood there, happily watching his former students, while everyone else who witnessed their reunion felt happy for them. Mars later went to thank Costa. If it weren't for him, Mars would still be a killing machine, drowning in hatred for the weak. To love power for the Diamond Kingdom. Asta didn't take all the credit, saying he was just glad he could help Mars save his childhood friend. Fana came over to ask Mars about Asta, and was happy he had made a friend from the outside. Mars tried to explain, but Asta jumped in, introducing them as brothers from another mother. He kept patting Mars on the shoulder, only to get cut by the crystal shard there. Before Asta could ask Fana about what happened to her, he was swarmed by the others and got punched black and blue. It was punishment for being so reckless and always pulling dangerous stunts that made people worry. Fanzel approached Mars and Fana. He nostalgically recalled when they were his students. Fanzel quickly hugged them both, overjoyed that they were still alive. Elsewhere, Mariella and Domina sensed that everything was finally alright. However, Fana couldn't remember what had happened. After the final training session, the supervisor discovered she was still alive and decided to implant a magic stone into Fana. But instead of increasing her magic power, his experiment on Fana was a complete failure. She was now like a candle flickering in the wind. He lost interest and ordered Fana to be disposed of. And then, the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun found her and called Fana an old friend. He understood that humans were a species capable of harming their own kind. Meeting Fana's body, Lick decided to let her live and implanted the third eye on her forehead. After that, Fana remembered nothing at all, as if someone else was living inside her and controlling everything. The only thing Fana remembered was that person's intense hatred for humanity. Everything else, she knew nothing about at all. Mars felt incredibly guilty for what had happened to Fana, but she was just happy that they were able to meet again. They both vowed never to leave each other's side again. Vanessa saw how the tough-as-rock Mars acted around Fan and thought he was really cute. As for Finral, after hearing the story of two childhood sweethearts who went through a ton of tragedy and were separated, only to be reunited by fate, he burst into tears. Not because he was moved, but because he was incredibly jealous of Mars for not having a cute childhood friend himself. Asta confidently said he had many, but it was just, and the other kids at the church. Yet Noel misunderstood, thinking he was dreaming about some other girl, and got jealous. Slapping Asta, Vanessa wondered why the Eye of the Midnight Sun came to the witch's forest. Following an urge in her mind, Fana mentioned the magic stone. Thanks to that, everyone learned that there was one in this forest. Noel suggested going to ask the witch queen, but Fanzel thought they should first help Domina, Mariella, and the other injured witches. Just then, a new problem arose. Fanzel was instantly shocked, recognizing this presence. He urged everyone to run as a barrage of destructive light beams headed their way. But with their speed, many people were hit. The one who appeared was Lad Rose, who said it had taken him a long time to absorb that terrifying flame magic attack. Fanzel couldn't understand how he was still standing, because Lad Rose's magic power should have been completely depleted. However, he had managed to release all the magic power in his body before being hit. Fanzel had relied too much on sensing magic power and didn't notice the trick. Seeing Mars shield Fana with his body surprised Lad Rose. He coldly prepared to finish him off, but Asta rushed in, batting away all the incoming light beams. Lad Rose told the outsider not to interfere, but to Asta, Mars was now his friend. Only after seeing Asta could Mars finally pass out from exhaustion. Fana wanted to use flame recovery magic to heal him, but found she couldn't use her magic power. Asta was about to charge into battle, but Lad Rose decided to call a timeout. He had heard about a Magicless knight who used anicap magic named Asta and was very impressed, because they had a lot in common. Lad Rose was born without any innate magic power, So he was always mocked and looked down upon. He saw Asta as even more pathetic than himself and pitied him. Asta, seeing this guy wanted to act like a full anthropist, told him to donate some magic power. Of course, Rose couldn't, but he found Asta interesting. So he proposed they team up and make Asta his right-hand man. Rose would persuade the Diamond Kingdom's army to accept him. To people like them would teach a lesson to those who only knew how to flaunt their natural talent. Asta flatly refused, saying he would be the one to become the Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom and had no time to be a lowly grunt. Rose mocked Asta for being a fool. He used his million lasers attack, confident because he had heard about Asta's fighting style beforehand. Without a teammate using spatial magic, Asta would be unable to fight an opponent who uses long-range magic. Right now, Rose only saw Asta as a good target to aim at. Even if he deflected the attacks, Rose would just recycle them to attack again. Rose advised Asta to just give up. But, since he had harmed his comrades, there was no way Asta would let it slide. The word comrades that Asta uttered made Rose laugh. Because to him, the world only consisted of manipulators, and the manipulated. He had used those he once called comrades as stepping stones to reach the top today. Rose planned to use Mars and Fan as new tools for his advancement by handing them over to the army to be lab rats for their magic research. The more he talked, the more excited he got, and his attacks became more relentless. Seeing Asta only able to defend made Rose cheer at him. But he didn't get to laugh for long before being impaled in the chest by Asta's thrown sword. He immediately realized his magic power was draining, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the sword out of his body. Rose couldn't understand it. Was this really the end? Had he just gotten a taste of the spotlight, only to be taken out? As one of the prestigious Shining Generals, he couldn't go down this pathetically. He fell to the ground with the sword still stuck in his chest. This was a fatal blow for Rose, but he couldn't accept being defeated by such a foolish attack. Asta walked over to teach him a lesson in morality and human connection. He wouldn't be where he was today if not for Fan Zell's teachings. On his path to becoming a magic knight, his captain had taught Asta techniques to become stronger. Alongside that was the life philosophy that a warrior's promise must always be kept. That was the only way for a person to move forward. Not only did Asta have great teachers, he also had kind comrades willing to risk their lives to support him in battle. Thanks to them being by his side, Asta was able to defeat enemies many times stronger than himself, creating unbelievable miracles. Therefore, Asta believed that his comrades were completely different from the kind of comrades Rose talked about, because they pushed each other to become stronger. Rose, in his pathetic state, quickly admitted he was wrong and begged Asta to please pull the anti-magic sword out of his body. However, Asta refused because he understood Rose's power. If he pulled the sword out and Rose turned on him, it would be disastrous. Rose hastily said that if the sword wasn't removed, he would die. But Asta had intentionally thrown the sword to avoid his vital spots. Rose thought he could play the victim and trick Asta, but he never expected him to be so sharp. Asta was about to knock him out, but Rose managed to use what little magic he had left to propel his body away and dodge the attack. Then used reinforcement magic with all his might to successfully pull the sword out of his chest. With the small amount of magic he had left, he could only attack twice more. Therefore, he ran and grabbed Fauna, forcing her to shoot her powerful magic at him. He even used the unconscious Mars on the ground to threaten her, causing Fana to lose control and unleash her fire spirit magic. This would be a huge gamble with Rose's own life on the line. He let the fire spirit attack him, feeling as if his body was being torn apart. But this time, Rose won the bet. He successfully absorbed the most powerful magic he had ever seen. Fan Zell was utterly astonished because Rose now possessed a power that far surpassed the spirits. He shot Asta in the chest as payback. It was so fast that Asta couldn't react and collapsed on the spot. Rose was ecstatic because with his current power, he could defeat the other Shining Generals and rule the entire Diamond Kingdom. But first, Rose decided he had to finish Asta for good. This time, he would continuously launch long-range attacks so Asta couldn't block them. He would keep attacking until Asta was nothing but mincemeat. The Witch Queen, observing from afar, appeared disappointed. Seeing Asta lying there, she decided to intervene to test if he could do anything else. At that moment, Asta's body suddenly transformed. A dark black magic power gradually appeared, and his eyes suddenly changed. Asta's mind felt completely empty. He didn't understand why he was in this place. Asta thought he had died and hoped it wasn't true. After all, he hadn't married Sister Lily yet and still had unfinished dreams. A large, demonic shadow suddenly appeared, calling for Asta to wake up. It said that they were distant yet close, and that he was the closest person to Asta, though Asta didn't know it. However, Asta firmly stated that he didn't know anyone from Africa with skin that black. The demon didn't care much, as this was its chance to come to the human world through Asta's body. Asta immediately dodged the demon's hand. but it told him that if he wanted to defeat Lord Rose, it could help. Asta paid it no mind. Because he wanted to win with his own power. The demon grew angry, grabbed Asta, and forced him to surrender his consciousness. It asserted that a shrimp like Asta would never have a chance of winning. Being underestimated made Asta struggle even harder to break free. He thanked the demon for looking down on him, as it revealed an opening for him to climb up and meet it face to face. The demon continued to advise Asta to give up. It echoed the words of those before, saying that in this world, someone like him could never accomplish anything, because Asta was born useless. But Asta's mind was not so easily defeated. The word give up had no place in his vocabulary. Thanks to that resilience, as the dark magic power was gradually taking over his body, Asta managed to regain his consciousness. Only half of his body was transformed, with a black wing on his back. Seeing Asta stand up with this new power greatly surprised Lord Rose. He knew that the 3 leaves of a clover symbolized faith, hope, and love. The 4th leaf symbolized good luck. And the 5th leaf, the one that appeared on Asta's grimoire, was where a devil resided. Noel was shocked, realizing that power wasn't like the usual Asta. Both Fanzel and Lord Rose understood that Asta had changed significantly. But Lord Rose was still very confident and launched the first attack. Asta quickly swung his sword, slashing it apart, along with the surrounding terrain. Lord Rose immediately gave chase, pursuing Asta through the air before unleashing an attack. Asta instantly turned to counterattack, leaving a graze on his face. To then clash at a speed so incredible that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Lord Rose acknowledged that Asta had gotten stronger, but was sure that his power wouldn't last long. With just one wing, Asta could still fly and dodge the deadly red light beams, then use his demon wire sword to cut them down, even getting close enough to slash and injure Lord Rose. He couldn't understand where Asta was getting all that power. He managed to grab Asta by the neck before he got too close, but to his surprise, Asta easily broke free and threw Lord Rose back down to the ground. Lord Rose flew up again, using long-range magic to prevent Asta from approaching. At that moment, Asta's mind felt as if he had fallen into a bone-minus chilling lake. His head was a mess, and power just kept flowing through him. Thanks to that, Asta easily bypassed Lord Rose's beams and slashed him in the stomach. The Witch Queen was quite surprised that he could control that power. Magic was a substance that flowed endlessly within the Dynless Layer sword. It would drain the magic power of anyone who touched it. That was why someone born without magic like Asta could wield it. Unconsciously, he had learned to control the flow of magic. When healing Asta's arms, the Witch Queen had secretly transferred some of her blood to him to strengthen that flow. So when she removed its limit, the energy from the magic inside Asta would flow out like a waterfall, engulfing his body. With it he would grow stronger and stronger, forcing Lord Rose to do nothing but flee from him. He tried to counterattack with all the fire spirit magic he had just absorbed, unleashing a destructive beam that tore through mountains and forests, melting everything it touched into lava and dyeing the sky red with its fiery light. But even that wasn't enough to take down Asta. He dived from the sky, slashing through every attack and sending Lord Rose flying. The general tried to grab Asta with his magic and throw him far away. However, after all that, Asta still stood firm and continued to fight back. At this point, the Witch King realized he wasn't related to the person she thought he was. Asta himself was preventing his body from being possessed by the power within him. It seemed Asta's own imperfection was what allowed him to use that magic sword. The fact that he was nothing and nobody special was the reason what he did was so extraordinary. Lord Rose was now at his wit's end and trying desperately to keep Asta from getting close. But he didn't realize that all magic was useless against Asta now. Lord Rose continuously increased the distance, not forgetting to attack to hinder Asta. However, anti-magic will always automatically pursue magic, so there was no escape. Noel, watching Asta fly through Lord Rose's attacks, thought he looked just like a black shooting star, completely opposite of Lord Rose, who always wanted to use others as a stepping stone to reach the pinnacle of glory. Asta defeated him by getting back up for his comrades. He unleashed a black meteorite slash, knocking Lord Rose down. He lay there with a long gash across his chest. The magic stone on his body also shattered. Lord Rose, realizing this was his end, lay there waiting for Asta to approach. Noel was extremely worried because his recent fighting style was not his usual self. Asta's appearance at this moment had also become incredibly fearsome. Lord Rose told him to do it. But suddenly, Asta yelled at Lord Rose, saying he had no reason to kill him. Asta demanded that Lord Rose recover quickly and help him treat the injured. He told him to remember to pay the hospital bills and apologize properly. At this, Lord Rose burst out laughing, then coughed continuously, worrying Asta. He accepted that he had been completely defeated by Asta. With the magic stone broken, Lord Rose's mind felt much clearer. Deep down, he knew that someone like Asta would surely reach the top. He wished he could have met Asta sooner so they could have climbed to the top together. Seeing Lad Rose pass out, Asta yelled, trying to wake him up. Noel, seeing him as hyperactive as ever, breathed a sigh of relief. The wings and the dark energy surrounding Asta had vanished. He didn't understand what it was. Only that fighting just now felt like a dream. But Asta was sure he would master it and become even stronger. Just then, his entire body was racked with pain. Asta quickly called for help, but everyone else was unconscious. He rushed to wake up Mars so he could use his flame recovery magic. But Mars's mind was currently only focused on Fana, who was shielding him. Asta thought he would have to carry everyone back by himself. But the Witch King said that wouldn't be necessary. From the sky, a large flock of birds appeared and descended. Inside was the Witch Queen. Vanessa had also woken up, and Asta announced that his group had paid their debt to her. The Queen was quite impressed that Asta had done everything without her needing to lift a finger. He took the opportunity to ask the Witch Queen to heal his friends. She was silent for a moment, then said it wasn't necessary, before summoning a large pool of blood that surrounded everyone present, binding them with her blood creation magic. On the other side, Domina felt a chilling sensation. Mariella comforted her, saying that Fanzel and the others would surely be fine. However, Asta suddenly felt a surge of pain inside his body. The Witch King revealed that her magic was blood control. Ever since she cast the spell on him, she could freely control the blood in Asta's body. As the Queen, she believed she didn't have to listen to anyone. On the contrary, Asta was the one who had to obediently submit to her control, not wanting Asta to die. The Witch King used her curse-breaking blood magic to heal the wounds on Asta's body. Seeing the Queen use one powerful spell after another gave Noelle chills. She possessed a power even more fearsome than spirit magic. Since she couldn't directly use Santi magic, the Queen wanted to control Asta to wield it for her, forcing him to be her sword for the rest of his life. Vanessa was shocked, realizing that from the very beginning, the Witch Queen had been after Asta's Antima magic. With her as a catalyst, Asta's body was possessed by anti-magic energy. The Witch Queen gave him his first mission to kill everyone present with his own hands. Right here, Noelle couldn't believe it. Asta was completely under the Witch King's control. Everyone desperately called for Asta to wake up, but it had no effect. The Witch Queen decided to order him to attack Noelle first. Seeing Asta obediently approach Noelle made everyone extremely worried. However, no matter what they did, he couldn't hear their words. The Witch King believed what must be, a royal from the Clover Kingdom was about to fall to Asta's blade. He slowly walked up to Noelle and raised his Enthandature sword high. The Witch Queen coldly gave the command, but the blade stopped just before it could touch Noelle. Asta's body was trying to resist the Queen's command. Even after losing consciousness, Noelle confidently taunted the Witch Queen. Don't think you can order Asta to kill me. She would try to find a way to escape, but that was easier said than done. The Queen explained that her blood puppet spell allowed her to link to the blood in her victim's body, control them. Even someone like Asta who possessed no magic was no exception. Every drop of blood inside his body was gradually falling under the Queen's control. She forcefully ordered Asta to strike, no matter how hard he tried to resist. Vanessa begged the Queen to stop, promising she would never leave the forest again and would never defy her. But the Queen coldly refused, wanting to ensure Vanessa would no longer have any foolish thoughts. The Queen decided she had to eliminate all of her friends today. A prophecy had told the Queen that Vanessa would eventually return to this forest and summon the one thing she had always desired. However, the Queen never expected that the thing she sought, according to the prophecy, was Asta, a human who possessed anti-magic. She claimed Vanessa had achieved nothing of note since leaving, even befriending a bunch of flawed individuals, and was ultimately willing to die for others. The Queen insisted that only the bond between her and Vanessa was strong, because she was her own fleshed-in and blood daughter. The Queen claimed that Vanessa had belonged to her from the very beginning. Those words made her recall the memory of being imprisoned in a cage. Vanessa was just a little girl back then, watching the other witches freely go to the town outside to have fun. No matter how much she begged for help to escape, no one listened. Vanessa was all alone in her cage and felt incredibly sad. Seeing the Witch Queen, Vanessa quickly expressed her loneliness and fear of being trapped here. She said her thread magic wasn't strong enough to get her out and begged the Queen for help. However, she believed that one day, Vanessa would be strong enough to control fate, just as the prophecy foretold. Therefore, she had to stay here until she obtained the magic power to manipulate destiny. The Queen wouldn't allow Vanessa to leave. In the name of family, she wanted to decide her daughter's fate with her own hands. And so, Vanessa could only beg helplessly, in vain before being left in the cage. Time passed, and Vanessa grew older, but she could only wander within the cage, using her thread magic to create dolls for company, talking to herself to ease the loneliness. Although her desire to go outside was immense, she was too afraid to defy the Queen's will. Gradually, Vanessa accepted that she would never have friends and would have to live like this for the rest of her life. Forever without freedom. Until one day, while Vanessa was crying alone, there was suddenly a loud noise outside. An intruder had broken in and torn a hole through the wall and the cage that held Vanessa. That person was none other than Captain Yami. He was training and somehow got lost in the witch's territory. Vanessa was completely stunned, seeing a man for the first time. Hearing Yami complain about how strong the queen was surprised her. Realizing he had fought her, Yami quickly asked who Vanessa was and why she was here. When he learned she was locked up, Yami compared her to a bird in a cage. He even found it pitiful that Vanessa had never been outside. He told her he had accidentally punched a huge hole in the wall, so Vanessa could use it if she wanted. But she was very hesitant, thinking she could never escape from the queen. Her destiny was probably to stay here forever. Upon hearing that, Yami said he hated the thing called fate. Even if he had to defy it to do what he wanted, he would. However, right now, Yami knew he wasn't strong enough to fight the queen one-on-one, so he had to make a tactical retreat for now. Vanessa quickly asked Yami what she should do. He didn't know either but was sure the choice was now in Vanessa's hands. With that, Yami jumped out through the hole in the wall. At that moment, Vanessa thought that if she were a bird living in a cage, she should have wings to soar high and fly in the sky. She had made her own choice to run as fast as she could from the cage that had imprisoned her wings of freedom for so long. Vanessa then joined the Black Bulls. Gradually, she gained more comrades and friends. She realized what she had found in the outside world was her true family. Vanessa asserted that it wasn't the Witch Queen. Her family was the Black Bulls. Right now, it was being taken from her before her very eyes. So if she couldn't stop it, Vanessa didn't want to live anymore. This very desire to change fate and save her comrades helped a new spell appear in Vanessa's grimoire. Her thread magic created a cat that descended from the air and landed on Vanessa's head. The queen immediately recognized it as the red thread of fate, the very power she had longed for. She never expected the magic that changes destiny to take the form of a carefree, playful cat. The queen decided to test its power. She increased the coercive force of her control over Asta. Vanessa immediately screamed for Asta to stop, and the cat jumped forward and lightly touched him. However, nothing seemed to happen, and the queen ordered Asta to kill Noelle right in front of Vanessa. She was thinking that everything was settled when suddenly, the scene rewound by a few seconds. Even the queen was repeating the words she had just said. Asta swung his sword again, but this time it missed Noelle. When Vanessa saw he was about to hurt her, she screamed once more. The cat touched Asta again, and after he struck Noelle, everything rewound with a different outcome. The queen vaguely realized the cat's ability. She ordered Asta to switch to attacking Finariel, but the outcome kept changing, and he missed again. The enraged queen ordered Asta to attack the cat, but it didn't work. The cat even made Asta swing his sword and cut the blood puppet threads controlling him. So this was the power to change fate. The fate of anyone the cat touched would change to be advantageous for Vanessa. She just wanted to see her friends escape the attack, so the cat would make what Vanessa wanted to see a reality. The queen was overjoyed, having waited for this moment for so long. She used her blood puppet spell on Vanessa. She was sure that this way, the power to change fate would become hers. But just as the queen was about to attack, the cat touched her, thereby freeing everyone from the Witch Queen's magic. At that moment, Domina and Mariella rushed to Fan's side. The queen was still in shock because her perfect magic had never been broken before. Although Vanessa didn't fully understand her new power, one thing was certain: this magic would only help those Vanessa was close to. It seemed the queen here shared no bond at all. Being defeated by Vanessa herself reminded the Witch Queen of the day she was young. Vanessa was still an innocent little girl then, excitedly showing off a thread doll she made in the queen's image. She had praised it as an exquisite work and was sure Vanessa would do what she desired for this kingdom. But as she became caught up in her journey to seek perfection, the queen forgot that it's the imperfections in each individual that bring emotional strength. Vanessa's magic didn't manifest when she was with the queen, but now it has appeared because she is free. The queen acknowledged it as a unique kind of perfection, admitting she had been utterly defeated. The queen then used her curse-breaking blood recover magic, creating a large magic zone that enveloped everyone present in the forest. Thanks to it, the injured were quickly healed. Seeing everyone wake up, Finariel was astounded by the Witch Queen's power, which was not to be underestimated. After finishing her work, she left. Noelle, seeing that Vanessa was safe, burst into tears and ran to hug her. Thanks to Vanessa's magic, the group had won. Meanwhile, Domina happily hugged her husband, relieved that she wouldn't become a widow. Domina then went over to Mars and Fana. Seeing the young couple holding hands, Domina praised Mars for his skills. Noelle thought it was all thanks to Vanessa, but she believed it was thanks to everyone. Because she had them, Vanessa was able to use her new spell. Asta looked at his body and was surprised to realize it didn't hurt anymore. Vanessa called him energetic. but Noelle was annoyed to see him naked. Mariella thought he must be copying Fanzel. But Asta confidently showed off his muscles, saying he wasn't scrawny like Fanzel. Noelle immediately blushed and slapped him, even though she liked it. Just then, the bird Nero flew over and pecked at the queen's earring. That afternoon, Asta's group went to the castle to clear things up with her regarding the Eye of the Midnight Sun, searching for the magic stone hidden here. The queen realized the magic stone they were talking about was the one in her earring. It wasn't very useful, so the queen casually gave it to them. Ariel couldn't believe they got the magic stone so easily. This time, Captain Yami would definitely have to reward them. Asta asked the queen if she knew why the Eye of the Midnight Sun wanted these magic stones, or who they really were. The queen explained that the magic stones were magic items that could amplify the holder's magic power, but only the elf tribe could use them effectively. Centuries ago, the elves were a race protected by immense magic power and lived in the Forsaken Realm. They had a very high level of magic proficiency, and some could even fight on par with her. Ariel at this point was just wondering about the queen's real age, though she still looked like a very young and beautiful sugar mommy. The queen continued, saying the elves were gradually overwhelmed by the number of humans and disappeared. Thanae's third eye was actually forbidden magic. However, the one who activated it was someone else. Because humans were almost incapable of using forbidden magic, the flood of information made Dasta's brain smoke. Activating forbidden magic required an infinite amount of mana and a certain sacrifice. Among them, the spell to summon an ancient demon was the ultimate forbidden magic. Once used by the leader of the elves, the giant skull in Hage village belonged to that demon. The queen surmised that the Eye of the Midnight Sun were likely descendants of the elf tribe. Noelle recalled her mother reading her a picture book about a demon tribe, which might have been the elf tribe. Ariel quickly jotted down everything he had just heard. If he posted this on Facebook, he'd go viral for sure. Additionally, the queen revealed that the two swords Asta used were the last remaining magic swords of the elf tribe's leader. This information immediately overloaded his brain. The queen believed Asta would have to continue fighting to solve this mystery. The next morning, everyone said goodbye to Mars and Laud Rose as they returned to the Diamond Kingdom. The Witch King had prepared a medicine to counteract the effects of her blood control. Mars planned to give it to His Highness, and claim it was the secret to eternal life. He was determined to reform the Diamond Kingdom, and Laud Rose decided to support Mars, as it was the fastest way to climb to the top, without the magic stone influencing him. His mind was much clearer. Fanzel hoped they would meet again soon. For now, Fana would stay with him. Mars apologized for not being able to take her with him. He promised to change the Diamond Kingdom into a place where Fana could return. Fana ran to hug Mars goodbye, saying she was willing to wait as long as it took. And they promised to go see the world together once the kingdom was a peaceful place. Ariel looked at the lovers with much envy, while Asta immediately thought of Sister Lily waiting for him back home. Mars approached Asta, because he now considered him a friend, and Mars promised to help Asta whenever he needed. The two fist bumped, sealing their friendship as bros for life. At that moment, Vanessa walked over to say goodbye to the queen. She told her she was free, that this would always be Vanessa's home, so she was always welcome. Although Vanessa was happy, she didn't reply and simply turned to leave. She quickly flew to Asta's group, saying it was best they left in case the queen changed her mind. Ariel was dejected because, in the end, he still didn't get to know any beautiful witches. Although Vanessa spoke coldly, in her heart she was grateful to the queen for healing Asta's arms. The group then returned to their base. Asta excitedly showed his healed arms to his captain. Yet Yami only wondered why he was shirtless. Asta quickly presented the magic stone they had found. Yami immediately praised him and gave Asta the task of going to the market. At this point, the others hadn't returned yet. Yami guessed they were all dead and told Asta to hurry up and buy groceries. He then welcomed Vanessa back. Asta returned from his shopping trip in no time. He eagerly asked what his next mission was. Yami informed him that he was forbidden from taking missions and ordered him to rest. Asta was shocked, because without missions, he had nothing but these muscles. Noelle quickly brought him a new black bull's robe to wear. Just then, Magna and Luck returned. They had gone to a dungeon to find a cure for Asta's arms. But for some reason, they returned in an awake and state despite their tattered clothes, appearing like a heartbroken lover who failed to find his beloved smile in the demon palace. Meanwhile, Luck, as if answering the call of battle, was worn out from fighting too many enemies in a dungeon. Both were drowning in regret because they couldn't find a cure for Ada's arm. But when he showed them he was healed, they immediately went back to normal. Suddenly, Gauche's voice rang out. He and Gordon had gone to the royal library to find a cure for Ada. Unexpectedly, they returned as to bookworms. Their personalities changed, acting just like a bunch of geeks obsessing over magic. Gauche told Ada to just wait and he would find a healing spell for him. But Ada was already healed, so Gauche reverted to his delinquent self, threatening to break both of Ada's arms again, so he could find a cure, since he'd put in so much effort. As he spoke, Ghosh's nose started bleeding uncontrollably. Gordon, however, knew the reason for the bleeding. When he was with Ghosh, he realized Ghosh only got nosebleed whenever he thought of his little sister, so he must have seen Ada as his little brother, causing the unconscious nosebleed. When talking about him, Gordon considers himself Ada's best friend, so by the transitive property, he'd be Ghosh's family too. Just then, Charmai and Gray returned, covered in mushrooms, from a mushroom magic attack. Charmai casually started eating the mushrooms growing on her own body. Gray was too embarrassed to speak. Charmai boasted that she had found lots of delicious ingredients. She apologized to Ada for not finding a cure for his arm. Gray, seeing Ada was already healed, was embarrassed that their efforts were in vain. But Yami, seeing they had plenty of food and drinks, decided to throw a party right away. That night, Ada was happy to be able to use his hands to hold his food again. Yami suddenly remembered he hadn't fed his pets all day, so he ordered Ada to feed the beasts in the basement. After that, he also made him do the laundry and clean the base. Since all day, all the members had snuck out. Ada worked diligently without a single complaint, even being asked to bring Yami toilet paper while he was on the toilet. Looking at Ada working so energetically despite being told to rest made everyone happy. It seemed the energetic, simple-minded Ada of old was back. Vanessa felt that the Black Bulls truly was her home. Here, she could freely strip down and join the party with everyone, like a family. Elsewhere, at the Golden Dawn's headquarters, Klaus summoned Mimosa and for a meeting. They had heard about what happened in the witch's forest. The queen had healed at his arms. Mimosa was overjoyed, as she had been so worried she couldn't sleep. Mimosa guessed that both Klaus and were just as worried about Ada as she was. Now they must feel so relieved. However, they both denied it in unison. Mimosa quickly recalled how last night, she saw Klaus taking a cold shower all night to pray for Ada. He was very surprised to be found out. It turned out Mimosa had also wanted to go to the fountain to pray, which is how she ran into Klaus there. He quickly returned to the main topic. The reason he had summoned Mimosa and which was about the Eye of the Midnight Sun. According to their information, they had appeared in the witch's forest to steal the magic stone from the witch queen. Luckily, Ada's group happened to be there and managed to stop them. Klaus was worried that they didn't know when they might next encounter and battle the Eye of the Midnight Sun, so he wanted to have a discussion about them to prepare. He asked to describe his impression of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Immediately thought of when they launched a surprise attack on the royal capital. Back then, the one who started the terrorist attack was a man named JT. The Magic Knights were mobilized. Among them was Leo, the younger brother of the Crimson Lions captain, Hugo Leon, who fought alongside his brother. The credit for repelling JT's army of corpses belongs to the Magic Knights of the Golden Dawn. Each member had a chance to show off their magic, rescuing civilians and defeating enemies. There were also two others, Solon and her captain of the Blue Rose, who did an excellent job repelling the enemy. Solid and Neze of the Silver Eagles also had a chance to display their magic in battle. As for Captain Nozel, his mercury magic completely overwhelmed an enemy for 100 times his size. The civilians, under the protection of the Magic Knights, were overjoyed to be saved. During that battle, unlocked a new power, awakening the Wind Spirit Sylph, whom he now calls B. Together, they successfully defeated a member of the organization, the Witch Catherine. However, what they didn't expect was that the true target of the Eye of the Midnight Sun was Captain Hugo Leon. They successfully trapped and critically injured him, leaving him unconscious. The wizard King Julius was saddened, as this was a heavy loss for the kingdom, blaming himself for miscalculating. After investigating, they discovered that the pendant of the Crimson Lions captain had been taken, recalling the stone tablet he had seen at the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base. Julius guessed their goal was to collect all the magic stones. The Eye of the Midnight Sun then appeared near the city of Nian, where, coincidentally, Ada and his friends were also present. Mimosa felt he had quite a connection with the Eye of the Midnight Sun. In Nian, Ada's group encountered their leader, Licht, and later faced the strongest members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the group known as the Third Eye. They consisted of Jay the Disloyal, who goes against faith, Vet to the Despair, who goes against hope, and Fana the Hateful, who goes against love. The power of these three was formidable, surpassing even that of a Magic Knight captain. Captain Yami almost kicked the bucket when he had to fight all three at once. But thankfully, the other captains arrived in time to help. Facing the Third Eye at that time were the Captain Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantis, Captain Nozel of the Silver Eagles, and Captain Charlotte of the Blue Rose. The three of them had a major battle with the three strongest members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Meanwhile, Toon, seeking revenge for his lifelong rival, Captain Hugo Leon. While the three captains battled the Third Eye, Yami devised a plan to launch a surprise attack. On late, he managed to react but didn't expect the sudden appearance of Ada, who, in coordination with Yami, defeated him. However, Licht wasn't down yet and became furious upon seeing Etta wielding the 5-leaf clover Grimire, holding the Demon's Lair sword and the Demon Dive Dweller sword. Despite Ada's insistence that they belonged to him, Licht was determined to launch a devastating attack to completely wipe out all the enemies present to reclaim his items. Fearing their leader's body couldn't handle the strain, the 3 members of the Third Eye quickly coordinated to use the 3 Seals' magic to restrain Licht's power. Since their leader was unwell, they decided to retreat, not forgetting to leave a threat for Ada's group in the Clover Kingdom. To this day, believes that if he had been there, the Eye of the Midnight Sun would never have escaped. Klaus explained that after a thorough investigation, the reason they were collecting magic stones was to place them all on the ancient stone tablet. They believed that once all were gathered, they would all be reborn in their true forms. At that point, they would obtain immense power. It seemed the Crimson Lion's captain was targeted because of the magic stone he wore around his neck. Currently, the Eye of the Midnight Sun is only missing 3 stones. The Wizard King ordered the Black Bulls to go to the Seabed Temple in a strong magic region to retrieve a stone before the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Is still bitter that the Wizard King chose Ada and not him. According to the report, the Black Bulls successfully reached the Seabed Temple but ran into the Eye of the Midnight Sun there. They encountered Vet to the despair of the Third Eye. Magna and Luck tried their best to defeat him, but their attacks couldn't even scratch Vet too. Ada was even ridiculed and defeated by him, but he refused to give up. The mages they met at the Seabed Temple, Kaho no and Kirtu, then teamed up with the Black Bulls to defeat Vetu. The 2 used their own magic, which was connected to the land of the Seabed Temple, to fight in order to protect it from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. However, Vetu was very strong and refused to be defeated by the power of hope. He mercilessly cut off Kirtu's leg and destroyed Kaho no's dream of being a singer, forcing her to use sign language. Just then, Noelle, seeing her friends about to be killed, unleashed her royal power, successfully using her water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. She summoned a water dragon that charged at Vetu, taking one of his arms in the process. However, Vetu then opened his third eye, revealing his true form with superior power and easily regenerating his wound. He was about to finish Noelle off when Etta appeared just in time, protecting his comrade despite his injuries. With his tenacity, willpower, and the support of his teammates, Etta successfully defeated Vetu, the despair of the Third Eye. Everyone in the Black Bulls was overjoyed at the team's victory. Unexpectedly, unable to beat them, Vetu resorted to a suicide bombing attack, determined to take everyone down with him. Fortunately, in critical moments like this, Captain Yami arrived in time. He praised his squad members for fighting so well and staying alive until now. The captain would handle the rest, or rather, show the enemy how terrifying he is when he's angry. With his dark magic, Yami showed everyone for the first time a slash that could cut through anything. He unleashed his ultimate move, Dark Cloak Dimension Slash, a single strike that splits pace, magic, and Vetu himself, through which he thanked him for taking care of his squad members, while also bidding farewell to the embodiment of despair. In the end, the Black Bulls successfully retrieved the Magic Stone and completed their mission flawlessly. Additionally, according to the Witch Queen, this Magic Stone is a magic item that can amplify the holder's magic power, but only the Elf tribe can use it effectively. She guessed that the Eye of the Midnight Sun might be the descendants of the Elf tribe. Furthermore, the 2 Ondata uses were actually the remaining magic swords of the Elf tribe's leader. For now, they still don't know what will happen if the Eye of the Midnight Sun collects all the magic stones. But for now, the duty of a magic knight is to protect the people. No matter how many enemies they face, they must not falter. At this, was filled with determination to grow stronger and not lose to Etta on the path to becoming the Wizard King. Meanwhile, Yami went to deliver the magic stone he obtained from the Witch Queen to the Wizard King, Julius. He praised the Black Bulls for doing a great job. Yami told him not to praise them with words and asked the Wizard King to give his squad some stars. Julius quickly changed the subject, saying he had good news and bad news. The good news was that they would soon find the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base. The bad news was that it seemed they had officially made their move. War seemed inevitable. Elsewhere, their leader, Licht, had awakened and was preparing the next step of his plan. Back with the Black Bulls, after his arms healed, Etta began training like a madman. Magna felt quite bored with nothing to do. But as soon as he said that, something came up. Captain Yami suddenly appeared, wearing the traditional attire of his homeland. He announced that a big festival would be held today. Etta excitedly asked the captain to share more details about the festival. Noelle, thinking it was no big deal, asked Finar, A.L., to explain instead. He explained that Magic Knight squads are awarded stars if they perform well. So, the squads are competing to see which team has the most stars. This festival is where the number of stars awarded this year is announced, and the winning squad is recognized. Noelle thought a troublesome squad like theirs must always come in last. But the reality was even worse. Just last year, the squad had negative stars. let alone being at the bottom. The festival is considered the biggest event, held with all the citizens, and it's called the Star Awards Festival. Ada was extremely interested, as he had never seen Captain Yami so hyped up. The whole group then linked arms, getting ready to join the festival. Ed asked Finarael to help him bring a few more of his friends. At the royal capital, a festival atmosphere filled the air everywhere. There were many stalls, and people flocked to the streets, making it incredibly lively. Yami said there was still time before the ranking results were announced, so everyone quickly went off to do what they liked. A little boy found Gordon's face quite funny and asked where he bought his mask. But this was his real face. It wasn't Halloween season to be wearing a mask. Ada wished he could bring everyone from home here to have fun. Noelle, walking with him, reminded him to be careful not to get lost. She thought the two of them would get to go alone, but it turned out Ada had invited Kahono and Kier to join them. Noelle was overjoyed to see Kahono again, and had asked Finarael to bring them here. After helping his junior, he immediately set off to find some pretty girls. It was Kier's first time in the royal capital, and he was thrilled. He was extremely grateful to Ada's group because they had protected the seabed temple from the eye of the midnight sun. Moreover, Kirta was even more excited to meet the goddess of his life, Noelle. Again, Kahono was very excited because there were so many shops here. She looked at a street performer and really wanted to sing. Kirta also really wanted to dance. Ada asked him if he brought his severed leg with him. The reason Ada told Kirta to bring it was because he had asked the queen for the flask containing her magic. It instantly restored Kahono's throat and reattached Kirta's leg. Now he could dance again, and she could use her voice once more. Kahono was extremely moved and ran to hug Noelle. Thank you. Even though the one who healed her was Ada, Kirta emotionally hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go. Once Kahono got her voice back, she immediately started singing. Everyone around turned their attention towards Kahono. Her singing captivated everyone, and they applauded in admiration. Kirta was overjoyed because now the two of them could finally pursue their lifelong dream of becoming rich and famous, with a mind for making money. Kahono quickly asked about the festival and went to enjoy it, looking for business opportunities later. Kirta took the chance to flirt with Noelle. Just then, Magna rushed over to show Ada the firework cannon on his shoulder. As soon as the sun set, he would use it to light up a whole sky. Magna wanted Ada to help him, but he was busy exploring the festival with Noelle and the others. Magna saw two guys and two girls and assumed they were on a double date. However, Ada had no idea what that meant. Magna was about to explain further when Noelle attacked him. Kahono realized her friend couldn't express her feelings, so she decided to help by suggesting everyone go on a double date. This sudden idea from Kahono surprised Noelle, making her think that maybe she liked Ada too. Kirta mistakenly thought his sister was creating an opportunity for him with his goddess, so he silently thanked his parents for giving him such a valuable little sister. Seeing Ada seem confused, Kahono proactively linked arms with him, shocking Noelle. At this point, Kahono excitedly urged Noelle to make a move. Otherwise, for this whole festival, Ada would have to stay by her side. The two of them then went to eat some delicious street food together. Meanwhile, Noelle was so busy being jealous that her face turned red, ignoring Kirta beside her who was using all his sweet talk to flirt with her. When it came to the magic shooting game, Kahono even proactively used her magic power to help Ada. This annoyed Noelle so much that she started shooting randomly, while Kirta happily showed off the mask he'd just bought for a performance. Both Ada and Kahono then won a prize in the shooting game. Seeing how good they looked together made Noelle sad, but she then told herself not to care. Kirta excitedly bought some cakes, while Kahono, seeing no progress, decided to change her strategy. She invited everyone to visit a haunted house. Inside, Kahono and her brother hid in a corner to create some private space for Ada and Noelle. The reason she wanted to come here was because the ghost would be the perfect excuse for couples to hug each other. Kirta too, not wanting his crush to see him scared of ghost, hid behind his sister. Kahono, on the other hand, was eagerly awaiting the moment the ghost would appear. Just then, as Equine and his friends were planning to scare some girls, and he would heroically appear to drive away the ghost to impress them, taking the chance to show off his top hot-tier smooth talking skills to win over the ladies. Equine thought this plan was too easy, but the other two didn't. When the time came, he told his two friends to go out and scare people. Coincidentally, they ran into Ada and Noelle. Kahono heard the terrified screams and was sure her plan had succeeded. Little did she know, the screams were from Magicless to friends, who were being beaten up by Noelle and Ada because they were mistaken for the zombies that had once attacked the royal capital. The bloodthirsty Ada even mistook a CK for the enemy leader, landing a blow that sent TC cronies reeling. The group was then kicked out for bringing weapons into a haunted house to hunt ghosts. Kahono was dejected because her plan had failed. The problem wasn't just Noelle, but also the oblivious Ada who didn't recognize her feelings. Kahono decided to ask him what he thought of Noelle. As it pondered, he suddenly saw a little girl crying because she had lost her mother. The people around were indifferent because the girl's clothes were very shabby. Annoyed that her crying was ruining the festival atmosphere, Ada was extremely upset by this discrimination. It was just like what Sister Lily had once told him. Ada was about to yell at those people when Noelle gently approached to comfort the crying girl. Seeing the girl wouldn't stop crying, Ada borrowed a ball from Kaho no to perform a trick. Kaho no thought it was great and immediately started singing along. But the lyrics she sang about him made Ada feel embarrassed. Kirito decided to support them with his dancing, while Noelle used her magic to make the performance more interesting. A large crowd gathered around to watch their show. Everyone cheered for them enthusiastically. Kirito wanted to dedicate his dance to Noelle. But right then she only cared about finding out the lost girl's name. She then asked Kaho no to use her music magic to transmit the girl's name to her mother. Thanks to that, the mother and daughter were reunited. It turned out the little girl was so excited by the festival that she had wandered off on her own and gotten lost. The mother, seeing the jewelry Noelle was wearing, realized she was of royal blood. She quickly bowed her head and apologized. The people around started whispering, because saying the wrong thing to royalty was a serious crime. However, Noelle believes that royalty has power in order to help others. Only shallow people use it to bully those weaker than them. She boldly declared that whether they are commoners, nobles, or royalty, everyone should enjoy this festival together. At that moment, Ada remembered Kaho no's question and found his answer. Ada bluntly said, "I like you" in front of Noelle. Above them, fireworks shot by Magna added to the scene, making Noelle blush. Thinking Ada was confessing to her, Kaho no excitedly encouraged Noelle, seeing it as a chance for her to express her true feelings. Unexpectedly, Noelle, in a fit of embarrassment, used her water magic to blast it into the sky. Witnessing this, Kaho no could only give up. Coincidentally, Ada landed right where Captain Yami and Jack were sizing each other up, looking like they were about to have a death match. Meanwhile, Kaho no and Kirito took the opportunity to showcase their talents to the festival goers. Noelle was happy that Kaho no could sing and Kirito could dance again. She called out for Ada, but then realized the person standing next to her was some random old man. Not him. Since she had accidentally blasted him a bit too far, Noelle had to go find him herself. Noelle ignored the invitations from nearby stall owners, but she noticed a chocolate banana she really liked and decided to buy one. Tea first. She suddenly felt a strong magic power up ahead. Going to check it out, she saw Ada trying hard to invite customers to try Captain Yami's grilled squid. The stall next to them was a rival, selling grilled meat from Captain Jack with capped his cronies as staff. Seeing Jack making sales annoyed Yami, who told Ada that if they had no customers, he would grill him instead. Ada was so scared he tried his best to attract customers, but no one came. Jack was just as ruthless, threatening Nessie Coquette that he couldn't get customers, he'd be sliced up and grilled. However, no matter how much they called out, people just avoided them. Because with the Black Bulls and Green Mantis captains next to each other, something was bound to happen. Seeing Noelle approaching, Ada quickly asked her for help. Ikakari introduced himself, but Noelle didn't care. She curiously asked what the two of them were doing here. It all started when Captain Yami and Jack wanted to have a duel. They decided to settle the score through their food stalls. Yami had never backed down from anyone, so he readily accepted the challenge. If he lost, he would be filleted by Jack. If Yami won, then Jack would have to wipe his butt in the toilet for a month. Neither of them was willing to back down, which is how Ada and CK got dragged into this mess. Just then, the call from a grilled snake stall made Ada's mouth water. But Yami wouldn't let him pay attention to other stalls, because the rainbow squid he risked his life to catch in a storm was much tastier. Yami blamed Ada, saying if he lost, it would be his fault for not paying attention. He got so scared he had to use all his strength to advertise the squid as being as delicious as dirt. Unexpectedly, the more he talked, the angrier the captain got, because who in their right mind would buy it with an ad like that? Ichika's group on the other side was just as miserable as Ada's. Both captains felt that waiting to see who won the sales competition was taking too long, so they wanted to switch to settling it with their skills in a deathmatch. With that said, the two charged at each other, trading loving punches, wanting to smash each other's faces. After that, they wanted to settle it with other games, like look over there or arm wrestling, and even thumb wrestling to spice things up. But fighting like this was getting them nowhere. The two decided they had to fight more seriously. They agreed to change locations, because if they fought for real here, they'd get arrested. Noelle was trying to wake it up when Yami asked her to go get Finariel. Everyone then moved locations to the cave where they had once fought the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. If they fought here, they wouldn't have to worry about bothering anyone else. Noelle couldn't understand why she had to be here. Thietenquake, meanwhile, took the opportunity to flex his captain's strength. Finariel looked extremely bored, because right now he should be flirting with countless beautiful girls instead of watching a fight. The group had no idea that the old woman selling snakes, who was the Wizard King, in disguise, was also there to watch. Captains Yami and Jack were ready to fight. Before starting, the two continuously trash-talked to provoke each other. Etta and the others nervously waited outside for the battle between the two captains to begin. The Wizard King was also excited, his eyes shining brightly. As soon as the sound of a water drop echoed, Yami and Jack clashed blades. Yami launched a dark-cloaked black blade at Jack, while he retaliated with his severing magic. The Death Sith tore the ground apart, leaving Etta completely stunned. Then Ariel explained that Yami's Avidius Lash can absorb an opponent's magic, but Captain Jack managed to dodge it. The Wizard King, seeing them both use such powerful magic, felt this was going to be an awesome fight. Yami decided to take on Jack with a special spell he acquired during his mission at the Seabed Temple. Noelle, seeing her captain's stance, immediately guessed it was the move that sliced Vet2 in half. Etta worriedly asked Finar Aiel if they should stop them. Even though Yami was very strong, Captain Jack was just as dangerous. If both captains ended up injuring each other, it would be a great loss for the kingdom. Noelle worried the Eye of the Midnight Sun might take advantage of this and launch a surprise attack. If they didn't stop Yami and Jack, everything would be Finar Aiel's fault. Thicha, finding this illogically logical, agreed. Finar Aiel was getting all the blame but understood he needed to stop this. If Yami used that last move and the cave collapsed, they'd all be done for. Being the most senior person there, he had to step up and intervene. But he was immediately kicked away by Yami. Just then, Captains Yami and Jack simultaneously unleashed their ultimate attacks. However, the Wizard King Julius froze them with his chronostasis magic, which stops time. Although he wanted to see Yami's ultimate move, it wouldn't be good if the Magic Knight captains got hurt, so Julius had to stop them and told them to save it for next time. At that moment, Mark called, requesting the Wizard King to return quickly for the Star Awards Festival meeting for the Magic Knight squads. The king was waiting, so Julius had to hurry. With no other choice, the Wizard King had to take his leave, reminding Yami and Jack not to fight. He then undid both of their belts, causing them to pause the fight, having lost their motivation. Then Ariel breathed a sigh of relief. The cat figured that the captains were just so close that they wanted to kill each other, so there was nothing to worry about. Everyone then returned to the festival. Yami tried Jack's grilled meat and thought it wasn't bad. Captain Jack even enthusiastically offered dessert. He called SIKK to bring a block of ice and used the blade on his arm to make shaved ice. The three of them saw how close they were and realized DCK was right. Noelle took this chance to say that when she sometimes hits him, it's also because they're close. Finariel, seeing that nothing else was happening, left. Yami felt that this time, he and Jack died again. His total count was 53 wins and 30 for draws. However, Jack's records claimed he had won 98 times and was undefeated. Theta suddenly turned into accountants, constantly inflating their win counts before turning on each other again. Noelle, terrified, told Etta to go stop them because who else was there? He advised his captain to calm down but got kicked away, knowing a bad end awaited him. Etta still had to go and mediate. As a result, he was mercilessly thrown away by Yami. At that moment, Kahono and Kirtu had successfully finished their performance, taking the opportunity to introduce themselves to everyone in the royal capital. Suddenly, they both saw Etta flying past, while Yami returned to where Vanessa's group was drinking after being dragged into some nonsense. Etta flew past them and landed on his butt. A passerby asked if he was okay, but he was still alive and well. It's just that Etta had no idea where he was. Suddenly, he saw a large crowd gathering due to the appearance of a great beauty. Etta curiously went to see and felt that he had seen the beautiful girl everyone was talking about somewhere before. The girl's captivating beauty made everyone want to strike up a conversation, but no one dared. Etta guessed Finar would be head over heels for her. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a noble appeared and approached the beauty. He decided that tonight, the beauty would have to accompany him to the festival. The people around recognized him as the head of the Baon family. He felt annoyed when the beauty didn't respond to him. As he was about to grab her hand, Etta stepped forward to warn him. Unexpectedly, the girl summoned a bunch of thorns that tightly bound him and his lackeys. Just then, Saul returned with the dress she had chosen for her sister to wear at the celebration. Etta immediately realized the great beauty was actually Charlotte, the captain of the Blue Rose squad. Saul was extremely confused about what her sister was doing. Charlotte was furious because the noble Baon was trying to turn her into his accessory. His family, compared to Charlotte's Roselay family, was nothing. Meanwhile, Noelle and the Kahono siblings wondered where Etta had gone. They suddenly noticed a large crowd gathering, and Kahono spotted Etta there. Seeing her captain hitting someone made Saul excited. Etta was afraid Charlotte would go too far and was about to intervene, but he tripped and fell face first into Saul's chest. Kahono quickly covered Noelle's eyes to prevent Etta from getting blasted away again. Saul lifted Etta up and recognized him as the shorty who had wrecked the celebratory ceremony. Etta, Bean, called out for his height, said he wasn't short. Saul was just a tall. She, hearing his loud voice, threatened to put him down and stomp him flat. Ignoring that, Saul threw it aside to run to Captain Charlotte, showing off the beautiful dress she found for her. Charlotte thought the outfit she was wearing was fine, but Saul was sure the one she chose would suit her better, and then pulled Charlotte into a changing room. Hearing the description of Charlotte's smooth skin made the guys standing outside drool. Meanwhile, Vanessa and the others were happily eating and drinking, celebrating the festival atmosphere. Ghosh wished his sister Marie could be here. The thought of his adorable little sister eating the candy he bought made Ghosh's nose bleed. The festival made Magna feel excited, but when challenged to a fight, he quickly refused. For Gordon, the festival atmosphere helps bring people closer and will be a memorable experience. Finarael suddenly sniffed out the scent of beautiful women and immediately sped off to find them. Vanessa thought he was blind, as there was a beautiful woman right here. She wondered where Captain Yami was, as she hadn't seen him for a while. At this moment, Charlotte, in her new dress, made the surrounding people cheer excitedly. Finarael was moved to tears, having seen a goddess descend to earth. Even Etta had to admit that Charlotte was a true beauty. However, she demanded everyone be quiet. Saul added that only members of the Blue Rose squad were allowed to praise her sister's beauty. Charlotte was worried she'd be seen by the other captains, especially Yami. Just as she thought of him, he appeared, drawn by the noise. Yami walked over and asked Etta if he was okay, even though he was the one who had just thrown him away. Charlotte, seeing the Black Bulls captain, was embarrassed and flustered but tried to remain calm in front of Saul. She kept breathing deeply, thinking he probably wouldn't recognize her in this outfit. Unexpectedly, he took one look and immediately knew it was the prickly queen he was familiar with. Charlotte quickly put on a cold expression and asked about the weird outfit Yami was wearing, which was just a towel wrapped around his lower half. Saul declared Yami was the worst of all indecent men. Being insulted, Yami asked Charlotte why she didn't teach her squad members some manners. Unexpectedly, Saul was unafraid of him and even forbade Yami from getting near Captain Charlotte in that ridiculous outfit. Just then, Vanessa came over and invited Yami for a drink. As soon as she and Charlotte saw each other, a hostile and competitive attitude immediately arose. Charlotte wondered who Vanessa was to be so close to Yami and felt jealous that she was in the same squad as him. Saul spoke up, scolding Vanessa for daring to stare at her captain, confidently stating that a member of the Black Bulls could never compete with Charlotte's beauty. Hearing this, Yami laughed, while Vanessa couldn't let her squad be insulted. She bluntly declared a challenge against the captain of the Blue Rose. Charlotte was about to refuse because the awards ceremony was about to start, but Saul cut in, saying her sister had never been afraid of anyone. And so, the match between Charlotte and Vanessa began. Seeing the girls were about to have a big fight, I'd asked Yami if they should do something, but he didn't care. Finarael politely went up to Saul, who immediately spoke for her sister, saying she was only afraid her opponent would cry, because her sister looked amazing in anything. Just then, Klaus and Mimosa also arrived to join the festival. Klaus wanted to get to the awards ceremony quickly. Mimosa felt anxious, but he thought their squad would definitely be number one again. Mimosa, however, thought the Black Bulls were formidable rivals because they had been very active recently. He didn't have to say it, but once he started talking, Klaus brought up it again. However, he thought that they were still the troublesome Black Bulls, not worthy rivals for the Golden Dawn. At that moment, Finarael stood up to MC the beauty battle. The first person on stage was Charlotte in a witch's robe. Saul was extremely excited. The reason they chose this outfit was to show the difference between classes, as her sister would look much better in it than Vanessa. On the outside, Charlotte was very confident, but on the inside, she felt extremely embarrassed because Yami was watching. Charlotte thought that if she dressed like the woman close to him, maybe she would become closer to Yami too. And I thought the outfit was beautiful, while Yami just thought Charlotte looked ridiculous. Next up was Vanessa. Surprisingly, she chose a nun's outfit. Vanessa understood men's psychology very well, since she usually wore revealing clothes. Wearing something so modest would surely be more stimulating for everyone. Finally, it was time to announce the winner. The audience would transfer the magic power into a jar for the contestant they liked. After time was up, Finarael quickly tallied the results and declared it a draw, with an equal number of votes. Inwardly, Charlotte felt ashamed that she couldn't win, even after dressing like this. She was more curious about Yami's thoughts on her. Unexpectedly, Saul jumped in, demanding a rematch. Vanessa thought so too. Finarael seized the opportunity to announce rounds would be a swimsuit competition, but was immediately shut down by the captain of the Blue Rose. Her terrifying aura scared the audience into scattering in all directions. Just then, Vanessa heard an advertisement for alcohol at a nearby stall and had an idea. She mentioned that Yami really likes women who can drink. Because they could drink together. Vanessa immediately proposed a drinking contest with Charlotte. She was about to refuse because the awards ceremony was about to start. But Saul had already prepared the drinks for the competition. The rules were simple: whoever drinks more in 1 hour wins. As a drunkard herself, Vanessa suggested they shouldn't chug but slowly savor and cherish every drop of alcohol. Everyone around was very excited. Charlotte thought her opponent must be a heavy drinker with high tolerance. But after just 1 glass, Vanessa collapsed. Charlotte was no better. 1 sip made her head spin. In her drunken state, she couldn't believe she had gone this far for Yami. It all started with the curse of the Roselay family. When Charlotte turned 18, the curse placed upon her would activate and consume everyone around her. Seeing her parents suffer with worry, Charlotte promised herself she would be strong enough to overcome this curse. As she grew up, Charlotte became famous for being both talented and beautiful. Many men came to propose. But Charlotte always drove them away because they weren't strong enough to subdue the curse she carried. She vowed to break the curse with her own power. However, when she turned a teen, the family curse activated. Charlotte felt ashamed for being unable to stop it. Just as she was about to give up, Yami appeared because the spreading mines had knocked over his half-fan bowl of noodles. Yami recognized Charlotte as the woman who always had a calm face during missions and always volunteered to fight. He was very impressed, as he always liked strong people. But Yami thought that sometimes it's okay to rely on someone else too. Especially in the Magic Nights, where there are many trustworthy people. Charlotte never expected that the solution to the curse was to let her heart be captured by a man. The vines gradually disappeared, and from that day on, Yami unknowingly held Charlotte's heart in his hands without even realizing it. Seeing that she couldn't drink anymore, Yami helped Charlotte finish the rest of the alcohol in her glass. She immediately blushed, as it was no different from an indirect kiss, and collapsed on the spot from joy. Finari announced the result was a draw. The crowd started to leave because the awards ceremony for the Magic Knight squads was about to begin. Everyone was excited because they heard all the captains were already there. And it felt something was wrong. Because weren't there 2 of them right here? Yami and Charlotte. Up on the grandstand, people quickly recognized the presence of the Wizard King. He would be the one to announce the honors for the Magic Knight squads, after which the king would take the stage. However, people didn't seem to care much about that. Before starting, the Wizard King mentioned that the Clover Kingdom was facing invasions from the other kingdoms, Diamond and Spade. Additionally, there was the rise of a terrorist group called the Eye of the Midnight Sun. They were the ones behind the attack on the royal capital, which caused the deaths of many citizens. The Wizard King originally intended to postpone this year's Star Awards festival. But in these difficult times, he thought they should encourage those who fought for the kingdom. That is why the festival is still being held. The Wizard King called on everyone present to welcome their pride and joy the captains of the 9 Magic Knight squads. One by one, they stepped out. First was Captain Nozel of the Silver Eagles. Next was Captain Jack of the Green Menace. Beside him was Captain Dorothy of the Coral Peacocks, followed by Captain Rill of the Aquadeer, and notably, the new captain of the Crimson Lions, Mir Olane. It said she is Captain Hugo Leon's older sister. Possessing flame magic as strong as, or even stronger than her younger brothers. The new captain of the Purple Orcus is Kaiser. Their former captain was reportedly involved in a scandal and had to resign. Last but not least is Captain William of the Gold and On. People started to notice something was missing. The Wizard King wasn't surprised by Yami's absence. But Charlotte being late was truly strange. Putting that aside, Julius announced this year's rankings. The squad in the lead was the Golden Dawn, and the number of stars they earned this year was 125, breaking their previous record of 96 stars. The Golden Dawn once again left people in awe. The Wizard King invited their most outstanding new member to come forward. That person was none other than Yuno, along with his wind spirit self, named B. The girls were immediately captivated by his handsome looks. Besides those who were happy for Yuno, there were still those who felt jealous. Next was the second place squad. Some thought it would be the Crimson Lion, or the Silver Eagles. Others hoped it would be the Blue Rose. Finari L didn't care, and went to flirt with a beautiful girl he spotted. Unexpectedly, when she learned he was from the Black Bulls, she scoffed, because they would probably come in last, again like last year. Luck and Magnet didn't care about the results either, thinking they'd be at the bottom anyway. To everyone's surprise, the runner Mai Up was the Black Bulls. Everyone was completely shocked. The number of stars they achieved this year was 101. Even Captain Yami couldn't believe his destructive freeloaders were so good. The citizens began to gossip, wondering if the Black Bulls had bought their rank or used some trick to climb so high. However, Kahon and Kirta stood up and declared that the Black Bulls deserved it. They had risked their lives to protect the Seabed Temple from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Rebecca also shared how the Black Bulls had helped save her siblings. They may be rough, but they are very kind. The Wizard King wasn't surprised by everyone's shock, because last year, The Black Bulls set a record of -50 stars. However, he acknowledged that this year they were different. The person who made a special impression on the squad was also a newcomer. However, their captain wasn't here. So the Wizard King asked if there was any member of the Black Bulls who could accept the award on their behalf. Unfortunately, Magna was just shocked by the results. Someone prompted him to go up. But Magna and the others all knew who truly deserved to be on that stage. Yami quickly put the Black Bull's robe on Ada, then threw him straight onto the stage. Ada quickly summoned and his sword and landed in an incredibly cool pose in front of Yuno and the entire audience. Yuno praised Ada for earning so many stars but still insisted that he would be the next Wizard King. Ada praised the gold and on for being very good but confidently said he would get twice as many stars as Yuno. Just you watch. Continuously competed with each other. Ada boasted he would get 5 times more stars than his rival. But unfortunately, he couldn't count. The Wizard King was very impressed with Ada's stage entrance. He introduced him as the most proactive member of the Black Bulls. Among the new members, the number of stars earned by Yuno and Ada ranked first and second respectively. Although they had only joined a few months ago, they had achieved remarkable accomplishments. What's special is that both are from the same village and are both just under 16 years old. People immediately wondered which noble family they came from. But the crowd that they were both commoners. Not to mention Ada has no magic power. This news immediately made everyone suspicious. The Wind Spirit Bee didn't understand what the crowd was whispering about. Yuno immediately ordered her to unleash her full power. He understood and created a powerful gust of wind on the stage. Yuno reminded Ada to remember when they used to train together as kids. With that, he shot a wind arrow towards Ada. He used his sword to slash it away, creating a huge gust of wind that spread outwards, leaving everyone in awe. Ada couldn't understand what Yuno was thinking. That last attack was so strong that if he hadn't blocked it in time, it would have been game over for him. No joke. At this moment, all spectators, including SEK, were astonished by the power of both of them. The Wizard King declared that if anyone still doubted their strength, they should please step forward. Although they are commoners, they work harder than others. To the Wizard King, Yuno and Ada could absolutely stand here proudly before all the citizens of the Clover Kingdom. He asked everyone to give them a round of applause to erase the differences between classes and to encourage the Magic Knights to lead the kingdom with more unity towards victory. The words of the Wizard King were so eloquent they seemed taken from a book of 1,000 model essays, making everyone agree. Ada never thought the day would come when he and Yuno would stand here. Next, the Wizard King announced the rankings of the other squads. Third place was the Silver Eagles with 95 stars. Fourth was the Blue Rose with 83 stars. Fifth was the Crimson Lions with 76 stars. Sixth belonged to the Green Manas with 16 stars. Seventh was the Coral Peacocks with 67 stars. The second to last place belonged to the Purple Orcas with 51 stars. Last place went to the Aquadeer with 49 stars. With this, the awards ceremony for the Magic Knight squads concludes. The Wizard King wished the Knights all the best and encouraged them to strive harder. Captain Real was shocked that his squad came in last. Jack suggested it was because he spent all his time drawing and painting. Real then ran to Ada, crying and asking for the secret to getting so many stars like him. His attitude made it hard for people to recognize that he was captain. Meanwhile, Solid and Neb Ray couldn't believe that they lost to the Black Bulls. Noel's squad. The Wizard King then introduced the King of the Clover Kingdom, who was about to take the stage. Asta and Yuno had never seen him before and were very curious. The king walked on, imagining the citizens cheering wildly for his appearance. However, he was met with nothing but their indifferent attitude. The embarrassed king told the Wizard King to stand away from him. He snatched the mic and began to address all the people present. But seeing that no one responded with enthusiasm made the king furious. He thought of himself as someone who possessed divine power and that the people should worship him. The king confidently declared that he was even greater than the Wizard King. However, in response, some people silently wondered why the Wizard King didn't just become the king himself. Instead of letting this clown take the role, an innocent little girl even said it out loud, startling everyone. Julius advised the king to calm down. But the king was very annoyed with him and the fact that the Golden Dawn had taken first place, while the squads led by royalty had not. The king decided he should show off a bit to win the commoner's support. He announced that the base of the Eye of the Midnight Sun had been located. Until now, they had been passive. But that was about to change. The king decided to launch an attack on the enemy's hideout, gathering the most elite of the Magic Knight squads to form an elite team, called the Royal Knights. 1 week from now, the king himself would evaluate all the members of the Magic Knight squads to find those who were qualified, and then they would launch an alt and annihilate the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The people were all extremely excited about this news. In reality, the person who investigated and came up with this idea was the Wizard King, but the king had taken all the credit for himself. Suddenly, Asta wondered why the king was the one doing the selecting. He thought it should be the Wizard King and the squad captains. since they were the strongest. Asta and Yuno began to wonder if the king was some kind of overpowered protagonist in disguise. Since they had never heard of any of his great deeds, Asta honestly stated that he felt the king wasn't very charismatic and seemed rather narrow-minded. You know, standing beside him, reminded him that he was not only right but also saying it too loudly. Captain Jack couldn't help but laugh. The king was curious and immediately ordered the execution of both of them. Everyone was baffled by the king's command. Fortunately, the wizard king stepped in and urged him to calm down and forgive Asta and as a favor to him. He believed that one day, they would become the kingdom's strongest shields. To execute them now for such a trivial reason would damage the king's authority. Julius then stepped forward to declare that he had high expectations for the upcoming royal knights. The other captains were also very interested, as this was a chance for their most outstanding members to shine. Yami guessed this must have been the wizard king's idea, because only he could come up with something so interesting. When the ceremony ended, Asta went to apologize to the wizard king for his slip of the tongue. That angered the king. Demanded that he apologize to him as well for almost getting him beheaded. The wizard king encouraged them to try and get into the royal knights, as there would be stronger people there for them to learn from. He advised them both to remain humble and continue to move forward. He would always be waiting for them as the wizard king. Asta and then left, their hearts filled with excitement. They both hoped to join the royal knights and defeat the Eye of the Midnight Sun. To do that, Asta knew he had to master the mysterious power he possessed back in the witch's forest. Just then, the two heard Captain Mirol punching Leo. Furious because their squad only ranked 5th. The sight of her blazing aura astonished Asta. Captain Mirolane was so angry because the Crimson Lions had always placed either 1st or 2nd. So she concluded that her foolish little brother had trained a bunch of useless members. Asta, eavesdropping, wondered who she was talking about. Filled him in, explaining that she was the older sister of Captain Fugo Leon and Leo. The more Mirolane yelled, the more fired up she got. While she was stuck with these useless people, her little brother was sleeping peacefully. She claimed Hugo Leon didn't deserve to be a captain. Leo immediately spoke up, saying that wasn't true. To him, Hugo Leon was a greater captain than anyone else. The others also spoke up to defend their captain. He might be strict, but he was always dedicated to his members. To them, Hugo Leon was the #1 magic knight, so they wouldn't let him be insulted. Mirolane immediately punched Leo in the face because all they did was talk big without proving they were led by the best captain. Until the day Hugo Leon returned, Mirolane wanted them all to prove that the Crimson Lion Kings were as great as they claimed. She decided she had to retrain them all from scratch. Asta was moved by their passionate will to improve, wondering what kind of harsh training would be implemented. To his surprise, Mirolane ordered the entire squad to a hot springs training camp. Asta immediately imagined a relaxing time, thinking what a chill training session this was. Mirolane overheard and grabbed Asta by the head, forcing him to come along. Asta refused, saying his mother taught him not to go with strangers. Leo was thrilled that he was joining them. Sensed trouble and tried to slip away, but he couldn't escape from Mirolane. Belle voiced her objection and was immediately blown away by her. Knowing he couldn't escape, advised Belle not to resist. Leo said that once his sister caught you, only heaven could save you. Mirolane didn't care about war or politics. That's why people were unaware of her terrifying power. When it came to combat, Mirolane was even stronger than Fugo Leon. She was known as the uncrowned, undefeated lioness. She was eager to test the strength of the two best new rookies. Meanwhile, the squad captains gathered at their usual bar. Here, Yami was gloating about his squad's incredible achievement. Jack told him he was last every year, and this was only for 1 year, so he shouldn't get so cocky. However, Yami wasn't afraid to trash talk. He mocked Nozel for still having time to braid his hair even after being beaten by his squad. Nozel immediately wanted to punch Yami in the mouth. The owner quickly brought him a drink on the house. Because the bar was newly built, he begged them not to use magic here. Nozel calmed down and happily enjoyed the free drink. The Aquadeer captain was about to advise Nozel, but then Yami mocked his hair, making him want to fight too. So the owner had to give out another free drink to prevent a brawl. Jack was impressed that his two colleagues were getting free drinks this way and considered starting trouble with Yami to get one too. Yami found it strange that everyone was so calm today and wondered if the bar had put something in the drinks. Just then, Captain Jack praised Yami for being so skilled. His squad had only ranked last once, and he had been incredibly sad. Yet Yami, who was always at the bottom, could remain so optimistic. The more he spoke, the more Yami felt like he was being insulted. Meanwhile, Captain Orthy had been asleep the whole time. Everyone then decided to go their separate ways. Although Yami still wanted to cause trouble, he was in high spirits and wanted to stay for another drink to celebrate his squad's rise in rank. But then Mirolane suddenly appeared. Yami immediately gave her a nickname. But Mir Olane wasn't interested. She dragged Asta and into the shop. Yami immediately laughed and asked what was happening. To his surprise, he was also dragged away by the Crimson Lioness captain for the crime of being absent from the ceremony. Captain Charlotte, sitting there, was secretly glad Yami got what he deserved. But then she was dragged away too. Saul couldn't let her captain be taken, so she insisted on going with them. At that moment, Noelle ran up, calling for Asta to quickly see her brother off with her. She quickly realized Mir Olane was also there and was given it to join them. Noelle quickly asked Asta where they were going. He wasn't sure either, only that he heard it was a hot spring. Noelle's mind immediately conjured up an image of Asta soaking and asking her to scrub his back, and she blushed and punched him. Mir Olane told the group to be quiet and dragged them all away, despite breaking the bar's door in the process. Luckily, they weren't held responsible because the bar owner was the Wizard King in disguise. The place she took them and the Crimson Lions to was a grand magic zone, the all-time volcano trail. It wasn't anything like the hot spring everyone had imagined. Mir Olane explained that deep beneath the earth was a dense concentration of mana that caused the lava to flow continuously. Usually, no one would come to this place, but at the top of the mountain was a beautiful hot spring. Captain Mir Olane excitedly recounted this, but no one could muster any enthusiasm. Saul got excited thinking she could scrub Captain Charlotte's back. Even if her captain forbade it, she was determined to participate. Leo turned to challenge Asta to a race to the summit first. He invited but was flatly rejected, leaving Leo unable to handle this cool and collected attitude. Mir Olane immediately kicked the two blockheads for being too slow. All the members of the Crimson Lion Kings charged forward. However, they immediately felt the intense heat radiating off the volcano, causing the mana in the air to go haywire. Every single one of them felt an indescribable pain in their chest. Leo thought that climbing to the top of the volcano was an impossible task. However, Captains Yami and Charlotte easily passed through the lava. Yami had planned to slip away but knew full well he couldn't escape Mir Olane. Charlotte, having just woken up, was also determined not to lose and bring shame upon all women. Seeing them deal with the lava so easily astonished everyone, who wondered how the two captains can move so freely in such conditions. Leo immediately understood it was thanks to Mana Skin. All magic knights eventually use mana to improve their physical abilities in combat, and the spell that helps achieve the perfect physical state is Mana Skin. The two captains could release their mana steadily, constantly using this layer to protect themselves. It's true that any magic knight can do this, but to maintain it for so long in such an environment is no easy feat. Leo encouraged everyone that they could do it too. This was the best environment for them to retrain their abilities. At this point, Bell couldn't stand this hellish place anymore, but calmly used his mana skin. With his talent, he easily created a cool mana skin around his body, allowing him to surge ahead. The others also gradually learned to use mana skin to advance, leaving only Asta behind. Yami realized the reason Mir Olane brought him and Charlotte here was to serve as an example for the others. Especially Charlotte, whose magic attribute was at a disadvantage, was the best example of controlling one's power, and would inspire the younger generation to press forward. It seemed Mir Olane was extremely sharp when it came to training. At that moment, Noelle was struggling to use mana skin. Controlling her magic had always been very difficult for her. Noelle didn't understand why Mir Olane had brought her here. She suddenly appeared and asked Noelle if she had resolved to climb to the summit. Hearing Noelle's clear answer, Mir Olane told her she had changed. Not just on the outside, but the inside had also begun to resemble her mother. Because Noelle's mother was not only a talented magic knight, but also possessed an extremely strong heart. She recalled when she learned Dacier was pregnant with Noelle. Mir Olane and her brother had come to visit her. Hugo Leon couldn't stop crying because he had heard about the danger if she were to give birth. However, she wasn't afraid, because as a magic knight, once she decided to go to the battlefield, death was as light as a feather. Dacier took Mir Olane's hand and placed it on her belly. She thought that being a mother would be the same, willing to do anything to protect the life of the child inside her womb. That's why, to Mir Olane, nothing is stronger than a woman who has resolved to become a mother. She encouraged Noelle to press forward and conquer the summit. On the other side, Asta was left behind by everyone and wondered how he could overcome this with just muscle and determination. His anti-magic sword couldn't cut through the heat. Mir Olane told him he could go back, because for someone without magic like Asta, it would be difficult to conquer the summit. At first, she thought Asta had something special, but it seemed he was just a lucky person. It was possible that luck would help Asta become the Wizard King, even if he couldn't climb this mountain. However, Asta decided not to go back because he understood there was only one way to become the Wizard King, and that was through merit, not luck. Julius had said that with merit, one could gain trust. To become the Wizard King, Asta would climb this volcano to prove that his dream was built on real achievements, not luck. Despite saying that, Asta's condition deteriorated quickly from the radiating heat. He understood he couldn't reach the summit using conventional tactics, so he started thinking of an unorthodox strategy. Remembering his mysterious power, Asta tried to figure out how to use it. But he had been unconscious at the time. And everything happened after he woke up. So Asta's brain couldn't figure it out. Mir-ul-An advised Asta not to think too much, lest his memory overflow. Asta suddenly remembered that when he used that power, he wasn't thinking at all. So Asta put his brain aside and shouted loudly, "Transform!" This childish act angered the Crimson Lioness captain. She advised him to go back. But Asta wanted to try one more time. Mir-ul-An agreed and left. Asta tried to remember the time his body used that power. His mind wasn't actually empty. He had been on the verge of death, which is why he unconsciously activated the power. Asta then considered putting himself at death's door by jumping into the lava stream. For someone who dared to rush into the flames of the fire spirit, what was a little self-destruction? But before doing anything reckless, Asta remembered the advice of Captain Fugolion. As a magic knight, one must always remain calm, have a cool head, and think clearly. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anything. Never before had Asta felt so envious and wished he had magic like he did now. He tried to convince himself not to be jealous of others, but to think about what he had learned. Suddenly, he recalled Captain Mir-ul-An's words that a fool who doesn't know his own limits can't climb this mountain. He suddenly realized she was implying that he didn't understand his own power. Asta thought back to the reason he could use the anti-magic sword because he had no magic power. Although it could counter all magic, in this environment, it was completely useless. The second ability he had was his physique and muscles from training with the sword. This ability was also only useful on a regular mountain, not this kind of volcanic environment. Asta's third and remaining ability was sensing ki. Taught by Captain Yomi, he suddenly discovered that thanks to it, he could sense the flow of the lava and falling rocks. As for ki, it consists of a person's gaze, breath, scent, muscle movements, and traces of their presence. All of that life energy emits ki. Asta remembered that Captain Yami's fighting style was a combination of magic and physical strength. That meant if he used energy to sense the ki in his own body, he could awaken his inner power. No sooner said than done. Asta had previously realized he could sense some dark particles flowing from his sword. He believed he had to make the ki in him carry the dark particles flow faster and stronger, circulating throughout his body, thereby increasing his anti-magic and strength. Thanks to his intense focus, Asta's body successfully underwent a transformation, awakening the dark power within. However, he couldn't control it and just flew straight to the summit. Meanwhile, the members of the Crimson Lion Kings were being blocked by a lava monster. Leo tried to push everyone to defeat it. Noelle, having a water magic at Rebuke, could counter the monster, but creating the mana skin was difficult for her. Just then, Asta flew in and pierced through the monster with his bull thrust technique. Leo was extremely excited, thinking he was truly worthy of being his rival. But Asta currently didn't know where he was flying or how to stop. He quickly caught up to Yuno, but he himself was about to dive headfirst into the hot lava flow. Yami sat and watched, not intending to intervene, because he believed the anti-magic in Asta's body wasn't tamed to the lava, but straight at Captain Mir-ul-An. As she had the strongest source of magic power, Asta couldn't control his speed. So he called out for Mir-ul-An, "Get out of the way." But the Crimson Lioness captain only needed one punch. Her Kal Idas Brachum, to easily send Asta flying and pin him straight into the rock. Yami asked if Asta was still alive. Mir-ul-An, however, praised Asta for understanding his power better. Even though he couldn't control it, he was very happy to have been able to use it and become stronger. With that, the door to joining the Royal Knights would open wide. It wasn't until late afternoon that everyone was able to reach the summit. That's because the volcano doesn't erupt at night. Mir-ul-An told her squad members that anyone who couldn't reach the summit before nightfall would have to do it again next time. Leo wanted to be stronger than his brother, so he vowed to climb this summit 100 more times. But Mir-ul-An told him he'd have to do it 1,000,000 times to succeed. Now, she allowed to bathe in the hot spring. Asta recalled that back in his village, he would also often soak in hot water after training. But right now, he didn't see any hot spring here. At that moment, a column of hot water erupted, forming a pool. Mir-ul-An stated that this hot spring would make their bodies stronger, being the best hot spring in the entire kingdom. Yet it was completely deserted. The reason was that many people had lost their lives before reaching the summit. Mir-ul-An ordered everyone to take off their clothes. But Asta and the others were very shy because there were women present. Belle also didn't want Yuno to bathe with strangers other than herself. As for Charlotte, the thought of Yami asking her to scrub his back made her blush with delight. However, Saul would never allow her captain to be naked in front of men. She used her magic earthen wall to erect a dirt wall, dividing the bath in two. Any man who crossed this boundary would be castrated. With the problem solved, everyone could soak in peace. Charlotte felt the water temperature was just right, while Saul was so moved she shed tears, getting to witness her captain's perfect beauty. Mir-Olan enjoyed a refreshing cup of sake while bathing. She invited Charlotte to drink with her, but the Blue Rose captain was afraid that the incident of her getting drunk and becoming a laughingstock in front of Yami would repeat itself. Belle offered to drink instead. After all, she was the oldest one. Here, Noelle, while bathing, was worried the wall would collapse. Saul came over to help her wash her hair and invited Noelle to join her squad. Because Saul saw nothing good in the Black Bulls, which was managed by men, Noelle quickly explained that the members of her squad were a bit wild but very kind. Then, thought of Asta. Saul explained that most members of the Blue Rose squad were female. The male members were only there to deliver messages. Initially, they planned to recruit for errands, but they never expected him to be so strong. Charlotte, at that moment, thought of Yami with his bulging muscles on the other side of the wall and immediately blushed, then fainted. As for Belle, she talked a big game but was also drunk after one sip. Saul quickly used her hands to cool down her. Captain, Belle, lying next to her, asked to share the breeze. Now, only Noelle was soaking with Mir-Olan. Looking at Noelle, she was reminded of Aesir. Mir-Olan revealed that Aesir also liked to watch the stars from this place. Just like Noelle, it turned out her mother was the one who had told her about the hot spring. Noelle asked what her mother was like, because no one had ever told her about her. Mir-Olan said Aesir was a strong woman. She had never been defeated, but she had also never been able to win against Noelle's mother. Despite her magic attribute having an advantage, Aesir was known as the Valkyria of the battlefield, possessing a strength and beauty that attracted everyone around her. Noelle resembled her mother so much they looked like they were cast from the same mold. However, her ability to control her magic was so weak that it was hard for people to believe they were mother and daughter. Besides, Noelle's personality was the opposite of her mother's, which made Mir-Olan sometimes forget she was royalty. But that was also the reason she believed Noelle would surpass her mother. Mir-Olan encouraged Noelle to surpass her mother with her own unique strength. Noelle thought of how someone as disadvantaged as Asta never gave up. So she certainly couldn't make excuses to run away from reality. Thinking of Asta made Noelle's heart burn, but she suddenly realized it was because the water was gradually getting hotter. It turned out on the other side, Leo was vigorously increasing the water temperature with his flame magic to compete with Asta thought this was a great idea and decided to join in to see who could withstand the heat to the very end. Seeing used when to lower the temperature, Leo immediately called him a cheater, while he himself was also using magic. Yami watched the childish kids do this pointless thing and felt helpless. Asta asked him if there was a better way to enjoy the hot spring or perhaps do some muscle training. Yami grabbed Asta's head and said only he would be interested in training. Then pointed out that Leo was too. Yami declared that the ultimate game to enjoy a hot spring was to peep on the women's bath. The others were terrified of losing their lives. Yami called them cowards. As men, it's understandable to risk their lives to witness beauty. The others felt enlightened. So this is what it meant to be a man. Only had no interest, prompting Yami to tell him not to act so cool. Had to oblige, saying he was used to being this way. Yami didn't care what kind of person was and wanted to force him to partake. Asta stood up for him, saying didn't like peeping at girls because he preferred bathing with men, which made want to drown him in the pool. Leo recalled that Captain Fugo Leon really liked taking baths, and perhaps what he wanted to teach him was how to become a man through peeping. Yami, seeing him thinking too much, goaded Leo, saying if he wanted to surpass his brother, he had to do things Fugo Leon wouldn't do. He told the others that peeping was a battle of life and death, and as warriors, they shouldn't fear losing their lives. Everyone found the Black Bull captain's reasoning to sound to argue with, so they headed towards the wall to try and peep. Unfortunately, the women had realized their intentions. Mir-Olan was very pleased, thinking that members of the Crimson Lions had to be this brave, leaving Noelle speechless. So, determined not to let anyone see Charlotte, made the dividing wall rise even higher. Leo encouraged everyone that no matter how high the mountain, they had to cross it. Yami watched them and sighed. Although Asta participated to become an adult, in his heart, he only had eyes for Sister Lily, so he swore he would never do such a despicable thing. And so, the hot springs training camp came to an end. Meanwhile, in an alley in the royal capital, a strange masked man was blocking the path of the Aquadeer's vice-captain, XCRX Lugner. The magic knight beside him kept talking about XCRX's greatness and power to intimidate their opponent, the man known as the Beautiful Ice Saint. However, the masked man thought the name was too gay, and besides, he thought XCRX didn't look like a beautiful ice block, but more like someone about to be covered in mud. The masked man mocked XCRX for needing the person next to him to do his introductions and trash talking. He scoffed at XCRX, accusing him of obstructing an officer on duty, when in reality, XCRX just liked to arbitrarily attack anyone who rubbed him the wrong way. The masked man issued a challenge. He dared XCRX to punish him in the name of justice and as a vice-captain, having been insulted to this extent. XCRX, of course, couldn't let it slide and decided to give his opponent a taste of his ice magic. Ice Blade. However, the outcome was quite surprising. The vice-captain of the Aquadeer was beaten black and blue by his opponent, covered in mud, and stuck fast to a wall. The man with him immediately fled in terror, and the masked man, feeling XCRX was unworthy of his Magic Knight robe, decided to borrow it. On the other side, today was the day of the Royal Knight selection exam. The Magic Knights were extremely excited, some even getting so carried away that it affected those around them. Among the Magic Knights participating in the selection exam was Mimosa, a specialist in healing magic. People had heard that recently she had also learned a defensive magic, proving she was truly worthy of being a member of the royal family. Klaus came over to remind Mimosa that she shouldn't have been so rude to her senior earlier. In the past month, his steel magic had improved quite a bit. Walking beside him was, this year's #1 rookie and the wielder of the wind spirit. Belle came over to complain because he had clearly promised to go on a date with her today. But coldly refused and told Belle to stop daydreaming. Hammond laughed because it was indeed a very lively day. Meanwhile, Alec Dora observed the most promising candidates participating in today's exam. Among them was Vice-Captain Lang Arias. Alec Dora believed that members of the Golden Dawn would make up the majority of the candidates who passed the exam. Mimosa felt that everyone was tense and not as relaxed as she was. She looked calm, but when Asta came over to greet her, Mimosa immediately became flustered. He said he was incredibly excited and then asked why Mimosa's face was so red. The reason was that she hadn't seen Asta in a while, so she felt more nervous than she did about taking the exam. Came over and said Asta was as loud as ever. Mimosa was very curious hearing them talk about their experience at the hot springs. Although Asta had lost the mountain race, climbing race, he was determined to get his revenge. However, encouraged him to imagine himself losing a lot more to get used to it. Both Asta and were having a fun conversation, completely ignoring Mimosa, who was very curious about the hot springs. Leo saw something fun was happening and came to join in. And so, Mimosa was left out of the conversation by all three of them. Meanwhile, Finariel, with his new haircut from 30 SOI, was unrecognized by Luck and Magna. He said he had changed his hairstyle to mentally prepare for the exam. The person who helped Finariel with his hair was Vanessa. She thought he was heartbroken, but if Finariel got a haircut every time he was dumped, he would probably have a monk's hairstyle by now. Finariel said he wanted to cheer himself up. Hearing this, Vanessa suggested he go to Cambodia and get paid via electric shocks to wake him up. Currently, Finariel was very satisfied with his new hairstyle. However, Magna and Lux still insisted he wasn't the timid Finariel they knew. Only Asta recognized Finariel. However, he still went along with Magna's group, teasing him about how ugly his haircut was. Noelle, seeing how noisy they were, didn't dare to acknowledge them. She suddenly saw her brother Solid from the Silver Eagles squad also participating in the exam. He advised Noelle to give up, because if she lost miserably again, the Silva family would only face more disgrace. Noelle then remembered her conversation with Captain Mirolande, recalling how she had encouraged her to become even better than her mother. That's why this time, Noelle was determined and not to run away and wasn't afraid anymore, deciding to prove to her siblings how much she had grown. The Wizard King then appeared, declaring that the Royal Knight selection exam would officially begin. The king came forward, wanting to explain the details of the test himself to show his authority. The test would be a team tournament called Crystal Destruction. Everyone immediately became curious about what the rules would be. The king said it was very simple. Each team would have to protect the crystal in their area. The team that broke the opponent's crystal first would win. If no team could destroy the crystal within 30 minutes, the team that dealt the most damage to the opponent's crystal would win. Although he explained the rules loudly, when it came to the reason for choosing this competition format, the king was at a loss. The Wizard King then came to the rescue, stepping forward to explain that when fighting the Eye of the Midnight Sun, everyone would need to cooperate with Magic Knights from other squads. For that reason, he wanted to test their ability to cooperate and their strategic thinking rather than relying on strength. So this team competition format was the most suitable. In addition, Julius chose this format because he wanted to see all sorts of non-combat combat-oriented magic. After hearing the rules, everyone realized they would have to form teams with members from other squads. The list was quickly announced. Asta hurriedly checked and realized he was in the same group as Mimosa. She was thrilled to hear the news, but was still wondering about the hot spring bath with Asta. In addition, the remaining member of the team was a person named XERX. Asta was curious who that was when the masked man appeared, apologizing for being late. He jumped down and put his arm around the Wizard King as if they were close brothers, introducing himself as XERX. He explained that, on the way here, He was busy rescuing an old woman who got a cramp while swimming. So he was late. Julius hurriedly asked if the old woman was okay. Everyone was extremely surprised that someone dared to put their arm around the Wizard King, and the MC next to him threatened XCRX and attacked him for his insolence. The Wizard King stopped Marks. Another Magic Knight spoke up to reprimand XCRX, among whom, of course, was Asta, as the Wizard King was his idol. Julius spoke up to calm everyone down, but XCRX bluntly said he didn't respect the Wizard King and demanded that others not impose their values on him. The MC recognized the robe the masked man was wearing was indeed that of the vice captain of the Aqua. Dear Julius, however, thought that perhaps his appearance had changed a lot after many years on expeditions. XCRX wanted to shake hands with Asta since they were on the same team. To his surprise, when he politely shook his hand back, he was pranked with a rainbow stink bug, the most famous stinky bug in the kingdom. XCRX frankly said he didn't want to cooperate with Asta, because he was a kid who looked both dumb and short, and on top of that, acted on emotion. As he spoke, XCRX stuffed the bug into Asta's nose. Magna and Luck, seeing that their opponent was right, burst out laughing. Asta was furious, but XCRX wore such a cool mask that he didn't know how to talk back. He mocked Asta for showing his excitement so clearly on his face. Contrary to Asta's desire to join the Royal Knights, XCRX said he came here to cause trouble. The members of the Aquadeer felt it was very strange that their vice captain XCRX was so different from the rumors. Not like the person called the Beautiful Ice, because XCRX had always been guarding the border. Very few people knew of him. Marks asked the Wizard King if this was okay, but he found this would be very interesting. However, Asta spoke up, saying he didn't want to be on the same team as this unpleasant guy. The Wizard King smiled and advised him not to be a picky eater. Only the king had been left out and ignored this whole time. Everyone then confirmed their teams. Magna was on Team C, which included Saul and a guy named Kirsch from the Coral Peacocks. Right from the start, Magna and Saul started insulting each other's appearance and arguing loudly. Noelle was on Team P with N. Ringard from the Purple Orchis and Belle thought she was quite cute but warned her not to steal her However, Noelle didn't care about what Belle said. Next, Luck was placed on Team K with Pooley and Klaus. A cautious person like him was extremely wary of Luck, especially his mischievous antics. Finarainel was placed on Team E with Leo and Hammond, who seemed to get along well. Seeing the two of them laughing like lunatics made Finarael openly disgusted. There was also another notable team. Team O, consisting of Saladin, Alec Dora. After the teams were formed, the Wizard King asked Cobb to use his spatial magic to open a gate and transport all the contestants to the arena. It was an incredibly vast space, full of varied terrain that left Asta in awe. The Wizard King hoped the contestants could show off their powers to their heart's content. He announced the randomly decided match map bracket. The result of each match wouldn't directly affect whether they passed or failed, but the further they advanced, the more opportunities the contestants would have to showcase their strength, thereby expanding their chances. Noelle realized she would be facing her brother's Solid's team right in the first round, while Finarainel was in the same bracket as his younger brother Langrias's team. As for Asta and they couldn't face each other until the final round, so they were both extremely determined to win and claim the championship. Asta then suddenly realized his team would be participating in the first match. The Wizard King reminded them they could attack their opponents, but not kill them. The senior healing mage, Owen, was present, so everyone could go all out. Asta recognized him as the quack Dr. Yami had told him about and hurriedly greeted him, conveniently showing off his healed arms. The two teams for the first match officially took their positions. Vanessa and everyone from the squad had come to cheer them on. Finarael was worried that they had all left the base to come here, but Vanessa said the captain had given permission, seeing that Asta would be fighting in the first match. Vanessa and the others cheered for him not to get eliminated in the first round. Sharmai, due to her short stature, decided she had to grab a high spot to watch the match, so she decided to sit right on the Wizard King's lap. Julius then requested the contestants to take their positions, ready for the first match of the exam. The people on the side cheered for Asta, saying having fun was the main point, and winning was the cherry on top. The Wizard King was extremely excited, wondering what kind of magic he was about to see. Sharma invited him to eat while they watched for a better experience. As soon as the match started, Asta was extremely excited and wanted to charge in. XCRX reminded him that this was a test, so he should be a bit more serious. First, they had to survey the terrain and discuss each other's combat abilities. This guy's tone was very annoying, but what XCRX said was to right for Asta to argue. Mimosa stepped in to mediate, even though she thought Asta looked cute when he was angry. As XCRX said, Mimosa suggested they should get to know their teammates' abilities better and choose a suitable strategy. She introduced herself and her with magic, which specialized in support and healing. As for Asta, he had Intuition magic, which could nullify all magic. They were about to ask XERX what magic he used when suddenly their team's crystal was hit. Not knowing where the attack came from, Mimosa hurriedly used her wood magic to move the crystal away. However, it was hit again by the opposing team. It was a long-range attack, yet it was incredibly accurate. It turned out the other team had someone using crystal magic crystal scrying to observe from a distance. The other two were using a combination of flame magic and rock magic to create a crossbow that shot fire arrows. Asta's team's crystal was hit once again. At this rate, they would lose. So he suggested the three of them needed to cooperate and counterattack. To their surprise, that clown XCRX had rolled over and fallen asleep. Everyone couldn't understand how someone could sleep in the middle of an exam. Although at that moment, Sharmai was also dozing off on the Wizard King's lap. Asta tried his best to wake XCRX up, but he just yawned and said having fun was the main thing. If they lost, so be it. He told Asta not to force him to fight. He had stayed up all night reading and needed to sleep now. On the other side, someone suspected XERX was playing a trick, but the crystal scrying could also see physical conditions. So he confirmed that XERX was fast asleep. The man named Forte was furious because not only was XERX disrespectful to the Wizard King, but now he was also acting arrogant. Curtis was confident that the opposing team couldn't win if they just stood there and took hits. Mimosa quickly used her plant magic recovery spell Flower Guide to observe the positions of the three opponents. She realized one was in charge of observation, while the other two were using combination magic from a distance. So she immediately warned Asta to prepare to block the attack. Upon receiving the information, he quickly used his sword. Although he only knew the approximate direction and timing, Asta successfully sliced the fire arrow in half and protected the crystal. Mimosa knew that with the dead weight on their team who only knew how to sleep, it seemed victory depended solely on her and Asta. She would pinpoint the location and hold down the opponents. Asta would be in charge of protecting the crystal, while also looking for an opportunity to approach the opponent's crystal so they could destroy it together. Asta was extremely impressed with Mimosa's quick thinking. It seemed she had also been through countless tough battles. Getting to cooperate with Asta for the first time made Mimosa very happy. Everyone saw the two of them were fighting quite well. Despite being outnumbered 2-3, Belle wanted to ignore this boring battle and go play with her. But right now, he was only interested in seeing how Asta would handle the situation. Noelle felt a bit jealous seeing Mimosa and him fighting so well together, while Klaus cheered for them to do their best and win. Rixay saw that Asta's team was heading straight for their crystal and warned the other two. Asta had finally identified the location of the opponent's crystal. Curtis reassured everyone not to panic. Their team's crystal was still intact, while Asta's team's crystal was full of cracks. Suddenly, Mimosa switched to using an offensive flower magic. Although Curtis managed to erect a rock fort to protect the crystal, Asta was still very impressed with her new attack spell. Mimosa had always promised herself that she would be stronger the next time she met Asta, so she could fight shoulder to shoulder with him. This time, she had the opportunity to do just that. So she was very confident and decided to take the lead and switch to an offensive plan. Asta never expected Mimosa to have become so reliable. She continued to use her flower cannon to fire at Curtis's rock fort. The members of the Black Bulls were extremely impressed with Mimosa's power. Even Klaus didn't expect his junior to have improved so much, so he was very proud. Noelle, seeing her getting stronger, told herself she had to try even harder. Belle suddenly saw smile and thought it was because of her. But it wasn't. Sharmai, having taken a nap, woke up, and although she didn't understand what was going on, she still cheered for Asta to do his best. Back in the arena, Forte knew that the most noteworthy thing was Asta's anti-magic. If they fought up close, they would definitely not be a match for him. Curtis had heard the rumors, but he never expected a kid like Asta to possess such power. The two decided to split up, simultaneously using rock magic and flame magic to conceal which of them was holding the crystal. Fortunately, Mimosa's flower guide found the person holding it was Curtis. Realizing he had been exposed, he unleashed his strongest spell. Asta decided to charge forward and slice through it along with the crystal. But Mimosa realized the other two had circled behind her and were about to use a super powerful attack spell. She and the crystal were completely surrounded. If it took one more hit, it would shatter. If the three of them attacked simultaneously, it would be dangerous because Asta couldn't be in two places at once. Mimosa was about to warn him when suddenly, Asta stepped on a paralyzing magic trap that came out of nowhere. Mimosa couldn't understand when the enemy had placed it. It seemed the selection exam was tougher than she had thought. Seeing Asta fall, the other three immediately unleashed their strongest attacks towards Mimosa and the crystal. With attacks from three directions at once, it was impossible to dodge. Klaus was certain that victory was hopeless for them. But then, out of nowhere, 3 magic circles appeared, absorbing the spells of Curtis, Rixay, and Forte, then reflecting them back in their direction with even greater power. Everyone was at a loss as to what had just happened. After the explosion, only Curtis, Rixay, and Frate were left lying there, while Mimosa and the crystal were still safe. The only person smiling at this moment was XCRX. It seemed everything was going smoothly according to his plan. XCRX walked over and complimented Curtis. As expected of a senior magic knight, he thought that last attack was enough to take him and the crystal down. But he didn't expect Curtis to still be able to save it before collapsing. However, at this point, Curtis could no longer fight, and XCRX could just leisurely walk over and destroy the crystal. He stepped on Curtis, simultaneously criticizing his lack of imagination and sensitivity to strange magic. Curtis, being a senior knight, should have carefully considered all possibilities when fighting. Yet, he only focused on training and concentrating on powerful spells. To him, those who fell at his hands didn't deserve to be magic knights. Mimosa looked at the magic attribute and realized XCRX was the one who set the magic trap that Asta fell into. Curtis believed that it was all over. However, XCRX suddenly changed his mind, saying his purpose wasn't to win. To their surprise, he was just lying and proceeded to destroy the crystal right in front of Curtis, thereby sealing the victory for his team. On the observation deck, the Magic Knights discussed at length the magic XCRX used, as they had never seen it before. Although Asta's team had won, for some reason, he felt annoyed. XCRX walked over and praised Asta and Mimosa for being excellent decoys. He excitedly bragged about the gullible look on Curtis's face when he was tricked. Asta thanked Mimosa for healing him, then grabbed XCRX by the collar to ask about his attitude. He didn't understand how XCRX could do that to other magic knights, especially since their opponents had fought very well. However, XCRX didn't care. A loss was a loss, and their team's teamwork was better. Hearing this, Asta grew even angrier, because he knew very well that the magic trap he fell into was his. XCRX quickly explained that he did it so Asta could fulfill his role as a decoy. Because there's a saying to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. He warned Asta that his collar also had a trap, a stink bug that had been planted there immediately sprayed gas into his eyes. Mimosa rushed over to Asta. Besides that, she had a rough understanding of XCRX's magic. It seemed he used magic circles, drawn on flat surfaces or objects that contained magical effects and were activated when certain conditions were met. For example, the paralyzing magic trap, automatically activating when Asta stepped on it. The damage-reflecting magic circle is called the counter-trap spell. It reflects the attacker's spell back with double the speed and power. That's why the stronger the opponent's move, the more effective the trap is. Mimosa didn't understand when Saksai had set the traps, as they require a lot of mana and time. He just said it was a secret and walked off. Asta, meanwhile, was annoyed that this guy was not only cool, but also aloof. Magna came over and told Asta to quiet down a bit, because the stage was now his. He and Dexo were still arguing endlessly about each other's appearances. Asta curiously asked where the last member of their team was, but at the mention of him, they both looked fed up to speak. Mimosa immediately recognized that it was an acquaintance of hers. It turned out this guy, Kwai J, was her older brother. Mimosa just wanted him to disappear, because Kai J suffered from a terminal case of narcissism. There was one question that always haunted Kwai-Chuan: as perfect as him was born into a world full of ugly people. Asta never expected Mimosa to have such a messed brother, and Magna was utterly disgusted by him. However, Kwai J just assumed Magna was jealous of his good looks. EXO couldn't stand him either, because to her, only Captain Charlotte was perfect. But Kai J couldn't care less what people said about him. He complimented EXO on her great physique but said that compared to him, she was still a nobody. Seeing his sister Mimosa here, Kwai J reminded her not to faint when witnessing her brother's stunning beauty. However, he was actually making Mimosa sick. Hearing this, Kwai J thought his sister was ill, but Mimosa retorted that he was the one who was sick. Honestly, she just wanted Kai J to lose this match. The more he talked, the more confident he became, which really ticked Mimosa off. Asta politely introduced himself to Mimosa's brother, but Kai just saw him as a commoner and didn't want them speaking like friends. He claimed Asta lacked a beautiful aura, was unsightly, had dirty clothes, and his muscles were extremely ugly. To Kai J, the human body was naturally beautiful without needing to be trained. Only the weak needed to do that. Asta admitted that he used to be weak, someone with no magic, but that was precisely why he threw himself into training. You could say this imperfect body was Asta's weapon. However, no matter what was said, Kai J only believed that people were born with a predetermined capacity for magic. Training was just an unsightly method that couldn't change the predestined shape of the magic within each person. Seeing that Asta didn't understand what he was saying, Kai J that someone like him could even become a magic knight, Mimosa unexpectedly came over to cheer. Win, brother. The reason was so she and Asta could take Kai down in the next round. Her words left her brother in disbelief. At this point, Everyone was quite curious about Kaijai. Noel explained that he was a member of the royal Vermilion family. There was only one word to describe Kaijai: disgusting. Klaus disagreed. Because Kaijai was the vice captain of the Coral Peacocks. Though he might seem a bit much, he was the one managing the squad in place of Captain Dorothy, who slept all day. Despite what Klaus said, his tone made it clear to Belle and everyone else that he also thought Kaijai was a strange guy. The Wizard King then gave the signal, and the first round match between Team D began. Asta then had to hitch a ride on Mimosa's broom to quickly leave the arena. Saxai told him not to get too comfortable when their next opponents would be the winning team. Asta recalled what he'd said to Kutsin about not being here to win. He wanted to know what exactly Saxai was hiding from everyone. Although a bit annoyed, they were still teammates. And Saxai was very strong. Therefore, Asta was sure their team would win if they all worked together. Saxai laughed and said he just needed Asta to be a decoy until the final round. But that wasn't the kind of teamwork Asta wanted. Meanwhile, the match began with a flame creation magic attack. Magna's point-scoring strike kicked things off. He impatiently rushed toward the enemy to destroy their crystal and claim victory. The Wizard King was quite impressed with Magna's magic, while the king just saw Magna as a commoner acting recklessly. On the other side, the opponent used a spell, Predatory Wolf Pack, continuously creating magic wolves to block Magna's path. Kaijai commented that fighting wolves without a proper technique wasn't beautiful at all. He acknowledged that it was rare for someone to use both long-range and close-range spells like Magna. But his magic was weakening. Kaijai advised Magna to learn more about his enemy's mana, to let it guide him. As long as he used his long and short-range spells at the right time, his attacks would surely be more beautiful. Seeing the logic in his advice, Magna followed it. He calmly focused to read the enemy's mana flow, then dealt with the approaching wolves first before launching a finishing blow on the distant opponent. On the other side, with her earth creation, magic raging Mother Earth on the move, she got stuck in the mud created by the opponent's mud creation magic. At this rate, both she and her golem would be swallowed up. Kaijai came over to offer his Ondot consulting services. He pointed out that Exo's giant golem was unsightly and suggested she split it into 5 smaller parts to confuse the enemy. Exo thought it was a good idea and immediately created smaller golems. Approaching the opposing Magic Knight's position, Kaijai watched his teammates win thanks to him with immense satisfaction. However, the last member of the other team had been observing him from the water, waiting for the right moment to unleash an attacking water dragon. Unfortunately for him, Kaijai easily dodged and quickly surrounded the area with his ash magic. Using his Ash Blossom Blizzard spell, the vast area was covered by petals and illusions of Kaijai, leaving Klaus astonished. In front of Exo and Magna now was a path to the crystal that Kaijai had found. He had cleared the way for his teammates to finish the job and claim victory, though annoyed by Kaijai's narcissism. Both Magna and Exo had to admit he was amazing. At that moment, Asta and Mimosa didn't expect their next opponents to be so strong. It seemed Kaijai wouldn't be easy to deal with. He excitedly showed off his beauty to the surrounding Magic Knights. The other two were embarrassed for having joined in Koishin earlier. Observing the fight, Klaus was very impressed that Kaijai had created multiple clones to distract the opponents, then used an ash blizzard to obstruct their vision, while simultaneously locating the crystal and creating a safe path for his teammates to approach. To be able to do all that alone, he was truly worthy of his royal lineage. Now Klaus understood why people said Kaijai might become the next captain of the Coral Peacocks. Even Asta had to admit that Mimosa's brother was very skilled. However, Kaijai didn't even give him a second glance, comparing Asta to a cracked vase. But Asta thought a cracked vase had many uses besides holding water. For example, it was like the cracked plate at home that he planned to use for the rest of his life because Sister Lily had bought it for him. Was speechless, as Kaijai was just speaking metaphorically, and he never expected Asta to be so incredibly dense. The third match was between Finariel, Leo, and Hammond's team. After watching Kaijai's match, Hammond wanted their team to win beautifully, but Leo disagreed, thinking they should just blow everything away with fire and be done with it. Finariel came over and suggested he decide the method of attack, as his spatial magic was incredibly versatile. Remembering his previous battle coordinating with Asta, Finariel now wanted to use what he had learned to win. Leo and Hammond thought Finariel's words were reasonable, so they let him take the lead. A mage on the other side planned to target Finariel since he was from the weakest squad. To his surprise, Finariel suddenly opened a portal for Leo to approach the opponent from behind. Another used strain magic raining all might now attack, but Finariel opened a portal to help him dodge quickly, causing the opponents to hush. It turned out this was Finariel's plan. He could see the movements of the entire battlefield, allowing him to transport his teammates to the enemy's key locations or to places where his teammates' magic had an advantage. Hammond, with his glass creation magic and his spell, Violet Sword, easily defeated an opponent and approached the crystal. locking it down. He never expected someone so outstanding to be in the Black Bulls. Thanks to Finariel opening a portal, Leo could charge straight through and use his flame magic to destroy the crystal and secure an easy victory. After the match, Hammond happily invited everyone to eat together to strengthen their camaraderie. Leo thought it was a great idea and wanted to compete to see who could eat more. Asta, who had watched the match, was full of praise for Finariel. The other Magic Knights were also very impressed with the performance of the mages from the Black Bull squad. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Langris decided to show them what real power was. His team would be up in the next match. Asilquaige was on the same team as Langris but was terrified because everyone here was so strong. The reason he was here was that his captain, Jack, had forced him to participate. His other teammate, a girl, seen Asikake was from the same batch as the previous contestants, mistakenly thought he was very strong. Essie quickly started bragging and planned to use his bronze meteor chariot to take the girl for a ride. Langris came over and said the chariot was a good idea. Meanwhile, the other team felt secure after protecting their crystal inside an iron box. Suddenly, Langris and Esikai appeared on a blue chariot that looked like it was for selling soy milk. Heading straight for them, the three mages on the other team thought they were fools for heading straight into the magic traps they had set. However, with just one move, Langris easily sliced through the protective box and the crystal inside. To the astonishment of everyone present, just like that, his team won swiftly, except that Esikaki wasn't paying attention and crashed right into the magic traps. Getting injured, Asta was very impressed with Finariel's younger brother, hoping his own sword could one day surpass his magic. Just then, Langris approached his brother, mocking Finariel for ultimately being nothing more than a means of transportation. He warned his brother to be careful in their upcoming match. If he happened to get cut in half, their parents and another person would be very sad. Finariel replied that Langris wasn't wrong, and to prevent that from happening, he was determined to defeat Langris. A moment later, thinking back on his words, Finariel felt a bit of regret, because he hadn't intended to provoke Langris. Next was the fifth match of the first round, between Team E and Team G. However, Team E had a very strange member named X. The problem was, it was almost time for the match, but he was nowhere to be found. The king impatiently ordered that if they didn't assemble all their members, they would be disqualified. Everyone frantically searched for X, and luckily, he appeared. But his face looked incredibly strange, scaring even his own teammates. X's face suddenly lit up and then melted away, revealing his true identity as the captain of the Aquadeer. Real. Everyone was extremely curious why Captain was participating in the exam. Real thought captains weren't allowed to participate, but Julius said it was fine, as there was no rule against it, seeing that they had a full team. The king urged them to start quickly. The Wizard King tried to reassure the other team, saying this was a good opportunity for them to show their skills. Everyone agreed that if they could defeat a captain, they would be highly regarded. As for Real, he wanted to use this opportunity to redeem his squad's reputation after its recent poor performance. At that moment, Real's butler appeared, praising his young master for his clever move. Real recognized Asta and greeted him warmly. Asta replied, surprising those around them, that he was on friendly terms with the squad captain. Suddenly, the butler looked at Asta with a very scary gaze. But instead of intimidating him, he offered Asta some tea. It turned out the butler had heard all about Asta from his young master. He introduced himself as Walter. When Asta tasted the tea, he was utterly shocked. It was his first time tasting something so high class that he couldn't even process the flavor. The butler, Walter, couldn't believe his young master finally had a friend, and he was so moved he couldn't hold back his tears. Real stopped his butler just as he was about to start telling embarrassing childhood stories. Back to the match. Team E, consisting of Captain Real and two others, Neil and Ruben, Woodface, One, Jolin, and Nick of Team G. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome of the match. As soon as it started, Real was gazing at the sky, leaving his two teammates confused. He commented that the sky was beautiful today, wondering if he could capture it using a cerulean blue. Real then mentioned that the color green was made by grinding gemstones into powder. Fighting under such a beautiful sky made him very happy. So he asked his two teammates to paint a beautiful picture with him. With that, Real opened his grimoire and wrote a colored cloud towards his opponents. But somehow, he was captured by the other side. Asta's group couldn't understand why a captain would act so irresponsibly. Team G, having captured Captain Real, didn't let their guard down. The guy, named Jan, used his teammates with magic, determined to fight with all his might, so the three of them immediately combined their powers. Jan used with reinforcement magic, the pollen, magic spell, to enhance the flame magic and ice magic of his two teammates. Attacking Real directly, determined to take down the captain of the Aquadeer. In Real's eyes, their spell was beautiful. The battlefield appeared like a colorful oil painting. He silently told his butler that he was feeling very inspired. He recalled for years ago, in the house of Bois Mortier, ever since he received his grimoire, he had locked himself in his room, constantly unleashing his magic. Ril's magic was so powerful and dangerous that everyone around him was too scared to get close. His mother was heartbroken that her son did nothing but destroy the house and furniture. No matter what she did, Ril wouldn't listen. All he wanted to do was paint and paint. Over time, Ril's mother began to see her son as a monster. At that time, Ril was alone in his room, always angry that he couldn't paint what he wanted. His actions were incomprehensible to his mother. She wished that years ago she had laid a duck egg and eaten it with some herbs instead. As for Ril, what about the things he drew? Just then, the butler Walter knocked on the door, wanting to talk for a moment. However, Ril used his magic to dart him away. Every time Walter spoke, Ril would unleash his magic to push him away. He believed that no one understood him, not even Walter or his mother. Suddenly, Ril felt as if someone had kissed his cheek with their hand. When he looked, he was shocked to see his butler, Walter, covered in injuries. He was happy that his young master was finally looking at him. The butler asked Ril if his cheek hurt. If not, he'd do it again to make sure he knew what fear was. Through this, he taught Ril that people tend to avoid what hurts them, what they don't understand. If Ril wanted people to get closer to him, he had to try to understand others. He knew Ril had put a lot of effort into his art, but a single small painting was not enough to express Ril's talent. Possessing such outstanding talent had inadvertently doomed Ril to a life of solitude. Walter suggested a canvas that could help Ril fully express his talent, the Magic Knight Squads. With his talent, he was sure Ril would succeed in becoming a brilliant Magic Knight, thereby painting an endless picture and creating the greatest masterpiece. Ril found this interesting and decided to follow Walter's advice. He asked if he was okay, but Walter said it was just a few minor bruises. The two of them immediately smiled at each other. From that day on, Ril decided to leave his home without saying goodbye. However, deep down, he didn't feel lonely, because for Ril, the smiles of his loved ones were always in his heart. And so, Ril embarked on his journey to the royal capital to take the Magic Knight's entrance exam. In the distance, Ril's mother watched her son leave, silently wishing him well. Next to the portrait Ril had painted of her. Back in the present, Walter was very proud that Ril was now the youngest captain in history, the pride of their family. At that moment, he wished for Walter to witness his work. Using painting magic fire and ice, twin blues, Ril could create any element he wanted and easily counter to spells with two magical elements simultaneously, shocking everyone present. Walter knew that the stronger the opponent, the more inspired his young master became, and thus his imagination and creativity were immeasurable. He had easily defeated two members of the opposing team. New quickly rescued Ril from the magic trap. The other member, Reuben, used sandstone magic to attack and destroy the crystal. And so, Team E claimed victory. The other then turned to ask what Ril was doing. It turned out he was too busy admiring the painting he had just made on the battlefield to pay any attention to the result of the battle. Walter quickly explained that his master's absent-mindedness was a catalyst that made everyone work harder, which left Asta speechless at such blatant favoritism. The next match was for Klaus's team, but because Ril refused to leave, his teammates had to escort him off the stage. Luck was extremely excited to finally get on the field. Everyone cheered for him not to lose. Klaus reminded Luck to be serious because this was an important match and he would be the team captain. So Luck couldn't act on his own. The remaining member, a girl named Puli, thought being teamed with a fours and a hyperactive guy spelled trouble, but she still enthusiastically cheered everyone on, telling them not to worry because an angel like her was by their side. Klaus, realizing he was teamed with two abnormal people, was worried, threat, and that if he lost, he wouldn't be worthy of being his senior. Hearing that, Klaus was determined and not to lose and asked the team to make a plan. The person they needed to watch out for on the opposing team was the second-class senior Magic Knight of the Silver Eagles, a wind magic user named Joe. And so, the sixth match between Team Kai and Team E officially began. The match was intense from the very start. Both teams focused their attacks on the center of the battlefield. Klaus used Steel Creation Magic Steel Wall to block the opponent's water magic, and Luck quickly appeared to help him take down the opposing mage. Asta was very impressed with his new form of magic. It seemed Luck's grimoire had gained a new page. Watching Luck use a spell, Lightning Bolt Barrage, to attack relentlessly made the others unable to believe this was the fight of a junior Magic Knight. Magna proudly recounted how he and Luck had completed many missions together over the past month. Their skill level had long since surpassed that of a junior Magic Knight. Klaus was determined and not to be outshone by Luck. He had also worked hard, following Asta's training regimen with both physical and mental exercises. With that, Klaus unleashed Piercing Lance, destroying the opponent's earth creation magic. Asta and Mimosa cheered for him with all their hearts from the sidelines. Luck, seeing Klaus wasn't bad, challenged him to a 1-on-1 fight. However, their toughest opponent had just appeared. The Magic Knight named drop. The crystal was right behind him. To destroy it, they would have to defeat all 3 members of the opposing team. Puli praised Klaus and Luck for doing a great job, then used her flame magic to fly up with the crystal to protect it. She then used her Angel's Wing spell to attack the opponents, creating an opening for Klaus to knock Luck towards the other team's crystal. Joe immediately appeared, wanting to show them the difference in their levels. Puli was extremely worried because Joe was no pushover, but Luck, disregarding the danger, charged forward and delivered a shadowless kick, sending Rot flying and destroying the crystal behind him, thereby securing victory for his team. His 2 teammates rushed over to him joyfully. Captain Rill witnessed his next opponent and was very intrigued. The final match of the first round between Team Mo and Team P had arrived. Asta was incredibly excited to see Noel and fight. The last member of their team was a frail-looking guy with a thin build named, and his appearance, like a long-term addict, worried Noel. Besides that, she was very curious how and Asta, who grew up together, could have such opposite personalities. Mentioned Noel's poor magic control, having seen her struggle to maintain a magic barrier at the volcano. Noel quickly declared her royal status, telling not to think he could say whatever he wanted just because he was Asta's childhood friend. Saw her childish bickering and knew it was Asta's influence. Being called out flustered Noel. Seeing them argue, Asta and Mimosa hurried over to intervene, but he ended up getting punched by Noel for being the main cause of the argument. Seeing Noel had time to chat, Solid came over and said his sister was just lucky to have achieved good results in the Black Bulls. He then claimed that someone unqualified to join the Silver Eagles like Noel had no business facing him. Solid's attitude towards Noel had been like this since they were young. He couldn't understand how, despite being siblings, Noel could be so weak. Solid always took pleasure in bullying Noel, using her weakness as an excuse for his outrageous actions. Thinking about it always made Noel feel heartbroken. Gordon, nearby, encouraged her to be strong, but his constant muttering made everyone think he was cursing Solid. Just then, Alecdor came to call Solid back to his position. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a taunt for Noel. Besides the 2 siblings, Alecdor also wanted to use this match to settle his score with And so, the final match of the first round between Solid's Team O and Noel's Team P officially began. Asta and the others cheered their hearts out for her. They told her to show her opponent her true power. Suggested he would attack while the other two provided support. However, Noel wanted to take on the attacking role, so she proposed that he alone would support both of them. Suddenly realized the opposing team was already faster than them. It turned out the other team was riding a water bird created by Solid. Combined with the flame magic of their teammate Dimichi and the sand creation magic of Alecdora, they increased their speed, easily approaching Team P's crystal. With just one move, quickly used Wind Magic Crescent Moon Weasel to attack. Noel, on the other hand, erected a water barrier to protect the team and the crystal. Seeing this, Alecdora used his spells and restraints to control the sand and absorb all of Noel's water. Had to fly the whole team out of there. Since he was the fastest, he suggested he attack as soon as the opponent showed an opening. In the meantime, the other two would protect the crystal. But Noel begged to be the one to attack. Alecdora tried to prevent anyone from escaping, but managed to get Noel out of the sand, entrusting her with the task of attacking the crystal. He himself would take responsibility for protecting their team's crystal. Noel guessed that Solid would definitely chase after her. Alecdora tried to advise Solid not to act rashly, but his opponent was He remembered how everyone in the squad was buzzing about the news of defeating one of the 8 Shining Generals. He had even confidently told Vice Captain Lang RIS that he would be the next captain of the Golden Dawn. Because of this, Alecdora was extremely annoyed with especially now that he was confidently facing him with such an arrogant attitude. Deep down, Alecdora had always been envious of A long time ago, he had been ambushed by an enemy and forced to flee into a deep cave. Gravely injured, Alecdora lay there, ready to accept his fate. But then, Captain Van Giants appeared. His silhouette at that moment was identical to a god Alecdora had seen in a painting as a child. Van Giants reassured Alecdor and not to be afraid and gently offered his hand to help him up. From that moment on, Alecdor swore to dedicate his strength and his life to his captain. The Golden Dawn gradually became the strongest squad, comprised of noble magic knights handpicked by Van Giants himself. But then one day, appeared as a commoner, and Alecdor noticed that Van Giants, who normally treated everyone fairly, was showing a lot of favoritism. He even started counting the number of times Van Giants said his name in a day. All the envious feelings for that had been building up inside Alecdor finally erupted. He believed was only arrogant because he had a spirit, thinking he could stand in Captain Van Giants' position. Bell couldn't stand this jealous guy. but told her to step aside, as he wanted to face him alone. On the other side, Noelle was constantly being attacked by Solid's water magic on her way to the crystal. He relentlessly mocked her, even as Michi reminded Solid that he was going against the plan. Suddenly, a mushroom sprouted on Michi's shoulder and pulled him to the ground. It turned out to be the mushroom magic of their teammate, and he had secretly sprayed some mushroom spores on Michi earlier. Now, he would prevent him from interfering in Noelle's fight. At this point, she had reached Team O's crystal, but Solid had caught up. He mocked his sister, saying there was no way Noelle could defeat him. A mushroom from N sprouted on Noelle's shoulder and refuted that. Thanks to his talking mushroom spell, he could communicate with his teammates from afar. In contrast to Solid, N said he had 10 younger siblings and would readily fight for them. That's why, upon seeing Solid hurt his own sister, N was determined to make him pay. He encouraged Noelle to beat her brother to a pulp so Solid would never dare insult her again. Solid found it ridiculous that someone as weak as Noelle thought she could beat him. Noelle admitted she was weak while her brother Solid was very strong. But that's why he couldn't understand the feelings of the weak. Noelle didn't need Solid's acknowledgement because greater people had already acknowledged her. Now, Noelle was no longer afraid of her brother. Hearing his sister's trash talk, Solid angrily used his water creation magic sea serpent's bite, summoning a snake made of water. On the other side, Alec Dora had used his sand armor spell, his strongest offensive and defensive magic. He wondered if could block it without his spirit's magic. Alec Dora declared that he was the only one who could fulfill Captain Venji Yance's dream. Not However, Alec Dora's spell was shattered from within by Spirit's storm technique. Even Vanessa was amazed to see him do that. And the Wizard King looked like his eyes had been opened. Stated that he was completely different from Alec Dora, as he only saw his own dream and didn't want to live for someone else's. Meanwhile, Solid's face turned pale as he questioned reality upon witnessing Noelle's sea dragon's roar. He tried to reassure himself that his useless little sister couldn't possibly defeat him. However, Noelle's water dragon easily swallowed Solid's sea serpent, simultaneously sending him flying and destroying the crystal. Thus, the victory in this match went to Team P. Noelle could now confidently declare to her brother that she was no longer weak, even as he was carried away on a stretcher. Solid couldn't believe he had lost. Alec Dora, on the other hand, was still in shock that had easily dispelled his strongest magic without even using his full power. In contrast, Asta was thrilled that his rival had advanced to the next round. Sharmai approached with a piece of cake to give to He took it, tasted it, and complimented how delicious it was, which made Sharmai's heart feel like it was struck by Cupid's arrow, sending her into a blissful daze. Ignoring Belle, who was trying to spoil the mood beside her. Meanwhile, N came to praise Noelle's impressive performance, while she felt that he was like a different person when using magic. However, what N said about being an older brother and the enthusiastic encouragement he gave her made Noelle feel incredibly grateful, and gently patted Noelle's head in praise. The warm feeling from a big brother made Noelle blush. Thanks to her Monoskin training, she had gained better control of her magic. Noelle believed if she kept trying, she would be chosen for the Royal Knights squad. At this point, the Wizard King was eagerly awaiting the next match. While the King just hoped Austin would be eliminated soon, Julius proceeded to the second round. First, the mages would change the terrain of the arena, thereby forcing the Magic Knights to demonstrate their abilities in different combat environments. Sharmai, after a short stroll, returned to her seat next to the Wizard King to continue watching. The second round would feature the teams. First up was Asta's team against Magnus' team. Claw Gaijay declared he would finish off his opponents, especially Asta, who was both short and crude. Mimosa immediately stood up to defend her crush, simultaneously declaring war on her brother. Magna reminded Asta not to go easy on each other, but to fight with all their might. While everyone was fired up, Saxai was silently calculating his next move. Seeing his triumphant smile, Asta guessed that Saxai had already prepared some kind of trap. He immediately froze, surprised that Asta wasn't as foolish as he looked. Saxai admitted that he had set traps around the arena the day before. While gathering information, he had discovered that the exam would take place here. Mimosa was immediately curious about who Saxai really was, because the exam location was a top-secret detail that wasn't easy to find out. Asta thought Saxai's actions were cheating, but he argued that gathering information also counted as an ability. And besides, there was no rule against setting traps in advance. Saxai had a point, so Mimosa couldn't argue. Besides, Asta's flustered face was so cute that she couldn't concentrate. He asked Saxai to reveal the locations of the traps, since they were teammates after all. But he refused. Saxai demanded that Asta and Mimosa just do as he said. But Asta wanted to fight his own way. Watching Asta's team argue made everyone very worried. Gordon, however, thought it was just tough love. Saxai scoffed. Asta's head was just for growing hair. He didn't have any plans. Mimosa defended him, saying that even though Asta was short, he knew how to use his brain, which inadvertently rubbed salt in his wound. The referee then announced the first match of the second round between Team B and Team C would officially begin. Kwai thought his sister Mimosa, having been around the crew commoners for too long, had lost her elegance and decided he had to get her away from Asta's group as soon as possible. He immediately used his Ash Magic Ash Blossom Blizzard, covering the entire arena in petals he created. Charmai felt like she was watching the cherry blossoms bloom and invited the Wizard King to have a snack and enjoy the view. Mimosa realized her brother had unleashed a powerful move right from the start. Although confident, she couldn't think of a way to break through it. Sakurai suggested the group wait for his magic traps to activate instead of acting recklessly. But Asta pulled out his sword, concentrating his spirit to let his anti-magic power flow. The Wizard King, watching from the sidelines, immediately sensed something big was about to happen. Both Mimosa and Sakurai didn't understand what Asta was doing. He called upon the mysterious power to flow through him and released it. Mimosa was completely shocked by how powerful and intense Asta's new power was, but it also made her feel uneasy. Asta charged forward, using his special move, Black Hurricane, transforming into a black tornado and sweeping away all the ash petals, along with Sakurai's magic traps. Seeing the jet black power emanating from Asta worried Vanessa, while Gordon was in awe that Asta had become so formidable. All the ash blossoms and Sakurai's magic traps were completely erased by him. Kwai couldn't believe what was happening. Magna and EXO immediately realized Asta had blown everything away. Sakurai angrily asked him what he was doing. Asta was happy because this was the first time he had expressed his true feelings. Now they had to act together, since there were no traps left for Sakurai to use. The king, watching, didn't understand what was going on. You know, after witnessing it, knew that Asta had gotten much stronger. Meanwhile, Sakurai said Asta was good at destruction, but not much else. Asta wasn't offended and suggested he come up with a new strategy, one where all three team members could win together. Mimosa was glad to see Asta was still his usual optimistic and cheerful self. Sakurai thought Asta could defeat the opponents with the power he just showed, so why did he need his help? Asta smiled and explained that once he used that move, he needed time to recover. Sakurai thought Asta was crazy, but he did it to force him to fight. As a team, Asta didn't care how Sakurai set his traps. The condition was that he and Mimosa had to help. They were here to become royal knights. Asta believed that neither he nor anyone else could fight alone. To defeat strong opponents, they needed to work together. For a moment, Asta reminded Sakurai of his father. He always told him how wonderful the Magic Knight squads were, advising him that to win against stronger enemies, he must trust his comrades. Asta warned that the opponents they were facing was a vice captain and a royal, so if they didn't give it their all, it would be very difficult to win. Sakurai wasn't interested in facing royalty, but for his own purposes, he would have to fight alongside Asta this time. Sakurai then talked about his magic attribute, which was Ash. His specialty was trap magic, but large-scale traps like the counter trap from the first round couldn't be set up instantly and required time. The amount of effort put into term and the power of each trap. As mentioned, Sakurai had stayed up all night setting traps, but that little brat Asta went and destroyed them, wasting all his effort. Currently, Sakurai could only set up 3 basic types of traps. First was the snare trap. Anyone who touched the magic circle would be bound. Second was the pitfall trap, which simply created a hole for the opponent to fall into. Finally, the mind trap, which activated a simple spell at a specific location. All traps would disappear immediately after activation, unless Sakurai channeled a lot of mana into them. So he began to discuss which type of trap they should use. On the other side, Kwai was shocked that his beautiful magic had been defilled by a commoner. Magna proudly mentioned that Asta had been practicing some scary moves and reminded Kwai not to underestimate commoners, as he was one too. Learning that he was teamed with commoners made Twij worry he would be tainted. He immediately rode his Ash Cloud, wanting to take down the opponents himself. The other could stay behind and protect the crystal. Seeing Kwai acting on his own, Magna decided to fight his own way. EXO just thought men were all idiots. To Kwai, commoners were just people with mediocre magic, unworthy of sharing the same stage with royalty. He could sense Mimosa's magic near the crystal and Sakuai's position, but he couldn't sense any magic from Asta. Just then, he suddenly appeared, and Kwai immediately used his spell, Myriad Dash Petals Dance, to attack. Although Asta used his tornado potato technique, he was still cut by the petals. Seeing him run away, Kwai immediately gave chase. He realized Asta was trying to lure him into the preset magic traps, so he instantly used his clones to trigger all of them. Kwai confidently walked towards Asta, who had now cornered himself in a narrow space with nowhere to run. Just as he was about to finish Asta off, He suddenly fell into a hole that appeared out of nowhere. Sakusai, sitting above, laughed at Kai-ji for being a fool. Because he had relied too much on Mona. Sensing, he fell into a simple pitfall trap they had dug by hand. Kai-ji was about to fly out when Asta jumped down with his two swords. Even though hitting his friend's brother wasn't nice, Asta had to do it. Kai-ji tried to push him back with Ash magic, but it was useless, and he was knocked unconscious. Asta was thrilled that he and Sakusai were acting more like a team, even though Sakusai insisted he was just using him. Meanwhile, thanks to her flower guide spell, Mimosa found the crystal's location inside Exo's golem. If she could get close and plant a magic-controlling grass seed, she could control the golem for a short time. Since this magic required a lot of time, Mimosa had to do something to prevent Exo from noticing the seed. Using her flower magic, she successfully shot off the golem's arm. However, Exo released the severed arm as mud to capture Mimosa. Since she didn't like hurting girls, Exo headed elsewhere. Meanwhile, Sakusai was mocking Kai-ji for being a vice captain who fell into such a cheap trap. He advised him to resign, as this level of humiliation was too much to bear. Asta told Sakusai to tone down the trash talk since their opponent couldn't hear him anyway. He was very impressed with the pitfall strategy he came up with. He never thought his sword could also double as a shovel. Sakusai, on the other hand, was surprised Asta wasn't tired after digging such a large hole by himself. Unsure of what Kai-ji was capable of, as a precaution, Sakusai had placed a magic circle near the mouth of the pin in case someone came to rescue him. Sakusai even caused the ground above to collapse to bury Ki, just to be sure. Just then, Magna appeared, having heard Asta's voice. He used his spell, Exploding Shot, to increase his speed via his fiery feet. Magna's target was the crystal. Knowing he had to keep his distance, Asta decided to attack from afar, while also paying back the debt from the graduation ceremony. He threw a fireball, and Asta was sure he could easily bat it away. But unexpectedly, the ball vanished before his sword could touch it and hit the crystal. Magna called it Extreme Vanishing Fireball, a new type of magic that couldn't be hit. If he hadn't seen it himself, the Wizard King would have never guessed Magna was more talented than he looked. Charmite chimed in that he had excellent fire control when the squad had outdoor barbecues. Back to the fight. If Asta tried to get close, Magna would likely use his super fast spell to escape and then attack the crystal. Only in his black form could he possibly match his speed. But he didn't have enough time to recover. Asta silently wished for Mimosa to return quickly. Suddenly, Sakusai told him to hold on for another 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the unconscious Kai dreamt of his childhood. When he saw a commoner child stealing, he believed that commoners were ugly both inside and out. Despicable from birth and would always be that way. His nice dream was interrupted when Exo slapped him awake, leaving both his cheeks swollen. Kai-ji was still confident he was beautiful in every situation, but she denied it. To her, Captain Charlotte was the most beautiful person. Rewind for years ago, in the largest commoner town, a young Exo was already full of energy. Her father had to travel for business, but she was confident she could protect the town. The boys around her said women should only hold knives in the kitchen. However, Exo believed she was more reliable than the kids who just went around teasing dogs all day. People had heard about a group of bandits recently targeting towns far from the royal capital, but Exo's father and the others believed the Magic Knights would soon deal with them and left. That very night, Exo's town was attacked by the bandits. They wanted to act quickly before the Magic Knights arrived. Exo, instead of fleeing with the other women, decided she had to save everyone. But she was spotted by the bandits, who planned to kidnap and sell her. Facing the overwhelming power of the bandits, all her resistance was futile. The boy who often boasted he would protect the town witnessed this, got scared, and ran away. This left Exo shocked and disappointed. Fortunately, Captain Charlotte appeared to protect her. As a captain, she had personally traveled to this remote town to protect its people. Even though she was just saved, Exo was sad knowing she was still weak and couldn't protect everyone. She asked Charlotte how to become as strong and beautiful as her. Charlotte gently told Exo she was already beautiful. Now she just needed to train her physical strength and magic. No need for cosmetic surgery. Charlotte believed that with effort, she would become stronger. She encouraged her to join her squad one day, and then left. When everything was settled, that boy appeared and apologized to Exo for being too cowardly. Exo told him he didn't need to apologize, as she hadn't expected anything from him in the first place. She admitted she had been careless and got caught. So next time, Exo was confident the outcome would be different. From that day on, Exo decided to become stronger and join the Magic Knights, getting closer to the biggest idol of her life. Back in the present, for Exo, Kai-ji had no reason to fight other than his own selfishness. On the other side, though Asta tried his best, the crystal was still being hit by Magna. He understood that he didn't have formidable anti-magic, nor did he possess as much mana as the royals. That's why Magna came up with this spell. Though small, It was incredibly unpredictable and required finesse. Yet this time, Asta managed to hit Magna's fireball. This made Magna incredibly excited. Asta was really good. He only missed 1 out of every 5 shots. However, at this rate, the crystal wouldn't last long. Vanessa and Finarael were thrilled watching the two of them fight, while Luck felt jealous seeing how much fun Asta and Magna were having. He was deeply grateful to Asta. Thanks to him, everyone in the squad had gotten stronger. However, Magna declared that Asta and Yuno wouldn't be the ones fighting in the final match. It would be him and Luck. Just then, Kashai suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Saksai had just finished setting up his trap. Kaijai furiously charged towards Asta. The situation was dire as he couldn't take on 2 opponents, and the crystal was about to break. Saksai told Asta to attack Kaijai. Then, set up his magic circle around the crystal to repel Magna's fireball. He immediately pulls out his bat, intending to fight back. But unexpectedly, even the effects of the fireball were copied perfectly, and so, Magna was hit by his own fireball. On the other side, Kirsch, thinking that anti-magic was an ugly and annoying power, decided he would blow away both Asta and the crystal from above. However, Zora was also able to set a trap in midair, pinning his arms and creating an opening for Asta to approach and lovingly smack Kirsch on the cheek with the hilt of his sword. Zekag immediately seized the opportunity to appear, wanting to destroy the crystal. However, the golem suddenly stopped before it could land a hit. It turns out Mimosa had managed to use her plant magic to restrain it. She controlled the golem to reveal the crystal within its body, allowing Asta to rush forward, destroy it, and claim victory. Everyone was overjoyed that both Asta and Martin had performed so well. Even though they were opponents, they had a great match. Asta excitedly went to high-five Zora, but he coldly replied that if Asta hadn't destroyed his traps, winning would have been too easy. Zora then turned to criticize Saul for being too reckless, lacking sensitivity and finesse in her use of magic. As for Magna, he fought too aggressively, not knowing when to retreat. Finally, Kirsch was too narcissistic, always clinging to his pride, only to have it shattered when defeated by Asta, someone he looked down on. Asta thought Zora's words were a bit harsh, while Mimosa advised her brother to see commoners in a different light. It's true that poverty can change a person, but their beauty cannot be taken away by hardship. Kirsch asked his sister not to look at him in this pathetic state. However, Mimosa preferred her brother like this now, because she understood Kirsch had secretly acknowledged the strength of those around him. The king was furious seeing a royal lose, and the second match quickly began. It would be a battle between Finarael's team and his younger brother Lang Arias's team. The next match would be Finarael's. Vanessa carefully combed his hair. Magna also demanded to have his combed, but since he lost, Vanessa refused. Luck then advised Magna to calm down, because losers deserve to be treated differently. The two were about to throw down, forcing Asta to step in to mediate, only to get caught in the crossfire. The people around them weren't too concerned with the brawl, each going about their own business. Seeing the Black Bulls causing such a ruckus left everyone speechless. Noel, embarrassed, told them to stop before people judged them. Finarael's opponent would be his younger brother, Lang Arias. Vanessa told him not to be too nervous. Finarael thought it was okay to lose, since he had never been able to beat Lang Arias before. But Vanessa believed that ever since meeting Asta, both Finarael and she had changed a lot. That's why Vanessa believed the him of today wouldn't lose as easily as before. She encouraged Finarael to perform well to be worthy of the new haircut she gave him. The members of the Black Bulls cheered for Finarael in unison, which moved him deeply. However, Charmai and Gauche's attitudes were as disrespectful as ever, even though Finarael was their senior. Both Asta and Vanessa believed Captain Yami was definitely cheering for them in secret. Though he pretended to have a stomachache this morning, he was surely thinking of everyone. Just as they said, Yami was missing his squad members, especially Asta, because he'd asked him to buy toilet paper this morning, but he had forgotten. Meanwhile, Lang Arias believed his brother would be as pathetic as ever. Finarael asked his teammates, Leo and Hammond, to let him handle Lang Arias. Leo, seeing this as a battle between brothers, thought of himself and Hugo Leon, and so he fully supported Finarael's decision. The match was about to begin, and everyone felt the tension. The referee announced the second match of the second round between Team E, consisting of Finarael, Leo, and Hammond, and Team Joe, consisting of Sek, Lang Arias, and Fragile, officially began. Finarael's strategy was for him to protect the crystal while the other two were responsible for attacking the enemy's crystal. Hammond quickly used his glass magic to scout the area, observing the entire arena through reflections on shards of glass. Though it took some time, it allowed him to find the exact location of the opponent's crystal. Meanwhile, Vichakia was using his ride to get Lang Arias close to the enemy base. He was quite annoyed that Lang Arias kept getting his name wrong. Lang Arias, on the other hand, was furious that Fin Ariel, a disgrace to the family, would dare to be so arrogant. For a long time in their family, Fin Ariel had always been rated lower than his younger brother, Lang Ris. Whether in studies or athletics, Lang Ris always excelled. That's why their parents always doted on him. While Fin Ariel was considered a disgrace to the Vaude family. Sometime later, Lady Finesse was introduced as the one who would marry the heir of the Vaude family. Due to her illness, she rarely went outside. Finesse's family was very prominent, as her uncle was the king. However, upon seeing Lang Ris, she found him boring. His mother encouraged him to try to get along with Finesse, as she would be his future wife. Lang Ris was finding the whole thing tedious when he came across Finesse chatting with Fin Ariel. She felt sorry for him for having to marry someone older, who was also ill. However, Fin Ariel thought Finesse was very beautiful. Besides, the head of the family wouldn't be him, but his younger brother, Lang Ris. Fin Ariel felt that compared to his talented and strong younger brother, he was much more hopeless. But Finesse didn't think so. Though they had only met a few times, she could sense that Fin Ariel was a very considerate person. Therefore, to Finesse, he was a much more wonderful magic knight than Lang Ris. Those words made him very happy. But Lang Ris was furious for being rated lower than his brother. Thinking back on it, he feels it was a complete joke. Now, Lang Ris has found the location of the enemy team's crystal. Lang Ris warned his brother not to blame him if he happened to lose a limb. He planned to end the match in a single blow. But to his surprise, his spell was easily neutralized by Fin Ariel. It turns out Fin Ariel had previously experimented with another magic knight who used spatial magic and realized that when a spatial magic users clash, their mana flows automatically cancel each other out. This information shocked Tosta and everyone else. Fin Ariel looked like a different, more reliable person than ever before. Leo praised him for doing a great job. While Hammond found the opponent's crystal located deep inside a nearby tower, Finar immediately opened a portal to send his two teammates away. While he held off Lang Ris and Esikai, Leo and Hammond stormed the tower to confront Fragile. She immediately cast her snow magic illusory snow garden, covering the surroundings with a spell that induced drowsiness. Leo tried to resist. This sleepiness was nothing compared to Captain Mir-Ol on his training. Hammond was the complete opposite. He was already taking a few naps and talking in his sleep. Fragile advised Leo not to resist, but he had sworn on the symbol on his forehead that one day he would surpass his brother, so there was no way he could lose here. Leo focused, enveloping himself in a monoskin and using his flame magic spiral flame to attack. However, he still needed to concentrate more to hit his opponent and the crystal. Meanwhile, Fin Ariel single-mindedly continued to nullify Lang Ris's attacks. The Wizard King's eyes lit up, as it wasn't every day he got to see a spatial magic battle. The king was also quite surprised by the power of Lang Ris, the head of the Vaude family. Asta and the others cheered for Fin Ariel from the sidelines. Lang Ris hadn't expected Fin Ariel to be his hard counter, but warned that with just this, he shouldn't expect to win. Fin Ariel he knew that well, so he decided to use a new spell, firing a beam of blue light. Zi Kwai scoffed, saying it was too slow and small and too easy to dodge. But to his surprise, the blue beam automatically turned back, forcing Lang Ris to jump off his ride. Zi Kek confidently used his cannonball for defense, only to vanish from the arena. Fin Ariel explained that he hadn't learned any attack magic yet, so what he used was the spell Fallen Angel's Wing Beat. It tracks an enemy, and, upon contact, teleports them elsewhere. It's an applied version of the spatial magic Fin Ariel often uses. The Wizard King was delighted because this magic could defeat an opponent without harming them. It seems Fin Ariel is very kind-hearted. He was immediately curious as to where he had been transported. It turns out he was sent to the Black Bull's restroom, confronting Yami while he was taking care of business. Fin Ariel warned that it was only a matter of time until his team won. If Lang Ris didn't surrender, he would get a taste of the new spell. However, Lang Ris found it ridiculous that Fin Ariel was worried about him. Lang Ris was surprised that his and his brother's new spells were so similar. The sky around them suddenly filled with dark clouds, and Lang Ris's expression became incredibly terrifying. Asta immediately realized he had felt this sinister aura somewhere before. Everyone around them had a bad feeling. Purple orbs appeared around Lang Ris. Fin Ariel realized that his magic power was terrifying, very similar to the mana that emanated from the two members of the Third Eye. Vanessa worriedly called out for Fin Ariel to run. But no matter what, Fin Ariel still considered the person before him his younger brother. Even though they were half-brothers, in Fin Ariel's heart, there was still a place of concern for his more talented younger brother, regardless of what Lang Ris thought of him. Fin Ariel used his new spell, while also calling for Lang Ris to stop before it was too late. In contrast to him, Lang Ris had never considered Fin Ariel his brother, thinking of Fin Ariel as just a coward, always running away and unable to harm anyone. With that, Lang Ris attacked. Finn Ariel didn't plan to run but decided to stop his brother. Their spells collided, but the result was that Finn Ariel's team's crystal shattered, and he was gravely injured. The referee quickly declared victory for Team G. But Lang Ris still didn't want to stop. He had always hated Finn Ariel because all the servants in their family loved his older brother more than him. Even Finesse thought Finn Ariel was a more wonderful magic knight. In fact, even Lang Ris himself found it strange that Finn Ariel never hated him and always cared for and treated him well. Gradually, deep down, Lang Ris always believed he had to be better, had to surpass Finn Ariel in every way, or he would be nothing. At this moment, everyone was surprised to see what Lang Ris was about to do. He was about to finish off Finn Ariel when suddenly Asta, Magna, and Luck appeared to restrain. Noelle rushed to Finn Ariel's side and was horrified to realize he was seriously injured. The three of them warned Lang Ris that if he continued to attack, if he moved even a finger, he should prepare to meet his maker. Vanessa and the others also arrived and were furious to see their teammate in danger. Asta couldn't understand why he would attack Finn Ariel even after winning the match. A short while ago, while Hammond was lost in a sweet dream, Leo had to both fight off sleepiness and find a way to hit the crystal protected by Fragile. Although he succeeded in hitting it, the opposing team had already won because Finn Ariel had been defeated first. Leo blamed himself for not being focused enough to deserve victory. Suddenly, they all felt an ominous source of magic originating from where Finn Ariel was. Seeing what Lang Ris was about to do, Asta immediately called for Charmite to use her cotton creation magic. Her sleeping sheep summoned a giant sheep, which served as a lawn pax to help the group fly quickly to Finn Ariel's side, while also stopping Lang Ris before he could touch a single hair on their comrade's head. Lang Ris was confused, wondering how they dared to touch the vice-captain of the Gold and On squad like him. But to protect his friends, Asta didn't care if he was the president's son or the king's son. The wizard, king and the others appeared to stop the fight. Those who go easy on their friends in a real battle can't be trusted, but trying to kill a fellow magic knight is truly unacceptable. Al-Un immediately used his water magic recovery jellyfish to heal Finn Ariel. Lang Ris, at this point, still insisted that someone is weak, as Finn Ariel was not his friend, claiming he was just a disgrace to the Magic Knights. Magna and Luck immediately wanted to send this guy to an early grave, while Asta affirmed that Finn Ariel is a true magic knight. Lang Ris immediately laughed mockingly. Asta was just a lucky winner who dared to be arrogant. Lang Ris requested that the Wizard King, before the next match began, allow him to fight Asta's group. With that, Lang Ris immediately attacked. However, Asta sliced through his spell. At this point, Klaus was extremely confused. Although Lang Ris was a bit belligerent, the vice-captain's current actions were truly abnormal. Marx asked Julius why he wasn't stopping them, but he believed that when a real battle starts, no one will say begin or stop, and agreed to let them continue. Lang Ris disliked Asta of the Black Bulls from the very beginning, but Asta didn't care for someone like him either. Everyone nervously watched the battle between the two, but before they could clash, Julius used his time magic to freeze Asta and Lang Ris in place. Although he wanted them to have a real fight, this was still a tournament, so he decided to arrange for their teams to compete in an early semifinal. The Wizard King ordered the members of Team B and G to be summoned, including Mimosa, Zora from Team B, and Fragile and Ain Dezai Keika from Team G. Currently, Zixiao had just been roughed up by Yami for interrupting his golden time. The moment he opened the door to greet him, he saw Yami ready to send him to meet his ancestors with his sword. The situation with Finn Ariel was very bad. Everyone in the squad was extremely worried, trying to wake Finn Ariel up. Leo's group also didn't expect things to become so terrible and wholeheartedly cheered for Asta not to lose the upcoming match. The remaining members of both teams were quickly gathered. No one understood what was happening. The Wizard King announced this was the semi-final match between Team B and G. They had already set the crystal positions. To ensure safety, Julius reminded them that this was a competition and killing was not allowed. The team that destroyed the opponent's crystal first would win. He then placed the members of both teams in his time magic and teleported them to their starting positions. Asta apologized to Zora and Mimosa for the sudden situation. He really wanted to defeat Lang Ris, so he begged them both to lend him their strength. Mimosa agreed because she felt there was something very strange about Vice-Captain Lang Ris. Zora, on the other hand, let out a delighted laugh, because this was a conflict between Magic Knights over personal feelings. Lang Ris, it seemed, was now beyond saving. On the other side, he didn't bother to explain anything to his teammates, even claiming they were all trash, and that he would have to prove himself the superior one. Meanwhile, advisor Marx recalled Julius mentioning that someone in the Magic Knight squads was an unconscious traitor, inadvertently aiding the Eye of the Midnight Sun. He still didn't understand the cause, whether it was due to magic or not. Marx had great faith in Julius's intuition. Something must be wrong with the Magic Knight squads. This Royal Knight selection exam's purpose was to bring this unconscious traitor to light. Because when one is engrossed in their magic power during an intense battle or has to face powerful magic, their true nature will be revealed. It seems the unconscious traitor they're looking for is Langris. At this moment, Asta proposed a strategy for Mimosa to carry the crystal, while the whole team would advance on the enemy's crystal together. The early semi-final match between Team B and G officially began. Asta's team immediately moved out with a quick response. Langris knew Asta's NTM magic sword could slice through his spells with one hit, so he decided he had to separate Asta from the crystal. Langris's teleportation orbs were extremely dangerous. Asta had to constantly destroy them but still got hit. Mimosa quickly used her flower recovery cannon spell to heal him. Langris claimed her recovery magic would soon fall behind his attacks. Meanwhile, Vanessa told Finariel about how Asta was trying his best for him, hoping Finariel would wake up soon. Back at the match, Asta said Langris didn't deserve to be a magic knight. He recalled the last time when he was ready to attack civilians. He was the complete opposite of Finariel, who always used his magic to help others. Langris asserted it was because his brother was too weak to fight. Some of his attacks passed through Asta's body and hit the crystal. Langris claimed whoever was left standing at the end would be right. Asta agreed, because he wouldn't fall, determined to win this for his comrade. Everyone on the outside cheered for Asta. Marx realized this was no longer a simple match and wondered how it would end. At this moment, Asta was still bravely fighting off Langris's attacks. But Mimosa's recover magic wasn't fast enough to heal him. At this rate, she worried he would collapse before the crystal was broken. However, Asta still had one last card to play. He ignored the excruciating pain caused by the side effects of using his black form. He could now use it again. However, he could only use it twice in one day. Asta had planned to save it for his final battle with Yuno. But now he couldn't. The problem was, to activate his black form, Asta needed to focus on circulating his ki. In the current situation, he couldn't do that. His only hope now was to rely on Zora, who immediately rushed forward to use his magic circle. Zora agreed to help Asta because he also disliked people like Langris. Besides, he didn't expect Asta to trust him so much that he immediately got into a focused stance without any hesitation. Actually, his real name is Zora. Zora's father's name was Zara. He was very proud to have a hard-working son who did all the housework while he was at work. Zara was a cheerful person who loved to laugh, and especially loved to tease others. One day, he showed his son the Magic Knight doll that he made, calling it Super Magic Knight's Era. Zara said that although he had a bit of a foul mouth, he was a man who kept his word and was a warrior who protected the kingdom. He didn't expect his son to be like the doll he made. Zara just hoped Zora would talk more and communicate better with others. Zara's job was to be a magic knight. He was the first commoner to hold this position. From the age of 15, Zara had worked very hard to become a magic knight. Even after getting older, Zara still persisted in his training, even after becoming a father. In Zora's eyes, his hard-working father was incredibly admirable. Today, he returned and boasted to his son that he had fought alongside someone amazing on the battlefield. That person used time, magic, and Zara believed that one day he would stand at the top to fight and protect the kingdom. Next to someone like that made Zara very happy. He resolved to use his power to protect everything he could. That was the meaning of being a magic knight. But then one day, Zora's father fell during a mission. On the way back from his father's grave, Zora spotted the magic knights from Zora's squad. He thought they were his father's comrades coming to offer condolences. But unexpectedly, these two looked down on Zara. They couldn't accept a commoner being a magic knight, revealing that Zara had been stabbed in the back by a comrade, which is why he died. The two laughed at his grave then left, not knowing Zora had heard everything and was filled with rage. Over time, some magic knights became more and more corrupt and only liked to bully commoners with their magic. Zora, now grown up and appearing dressed like the doll his father made, gave these guys a beating and then left. He had been doing this for a long time. Many corrupt and terrible magic knights were punished by Zora. Before this, an old woman had come to XERX to ask him to help find her granddaughter who had been sent to live at the border. Not only did he not listen to her plea, but he was about to send her to an early grave. It was at that moment Zora appeared, defeated him, and took his identity to participate in the exam. Currently, for Zora, people like that and Vice Captain Langris are not the magic knights his respective father had envisioned. However, Langris's attack broke through Zora's magic circle. Mimosa was very worried he would be in danger. Zora spoke up, congratulating Langris for being the first person to hit him today. He just didn't expect to see a magic circle on his body as well. Everyone who witnessed it was shocked into silence. Because drawing a magic circle on one's body consumes mana constantly. It's an extremely risky tactic. But it seems that is the unique fighting style that Zora has chosen. It's also how Zora was able to defeat someone as strong as the vice captain of the Azure Deer. When asked who he really was, Zora declared himself the embodiment of the anger created by a commoner brat that the phony magic knights always looked down on. Zora then reflected the attack of Lang Ris with double the power. Facing danger, he didn't show any fear. After a large explosion, Lang Ris was completely unharmed. Everyone was incredibly surprised that Lang Ris's magic power was now even stronger. But hidden within it was something evil. At this point, Zora could no longer stand due to exhaustion. Lang Ris scoffed at him and attacked. He was confident that he was completely different from weaklings like Finn Ariel, claiming that the effort and everything Zora did was pathetic and useless. However, Asta and his black from appeared, denying it, and sliced through Lang Ris's spell. Mimosa immediately ran to heal Zora, despite his refusal. To her, they were a team, regardless of royalty or commoner. Lang Ris asked Asta about his current form. Asta explained it was nothing special. It's just what happens when one of the commoners he despises struggles and strives for a long time. At this moment, Lang Ris felt that Asta was as annoying as his own brother. But even though they were weak, he and Finn Ariel refused to accept their lot and were determined to defeat an arrogant person like Lang Ris, who was blessed with talent from birth. As for him, he always believed he was the chosen, most elite one, and no one could stand on his level. Asta acknowledged that Lang Ris's power was amazing. That powerful magic was exceptional even among nobles. Lang Ris was born special, and Asta himself had always admired people like that. This reminded Zora of his father, who was always proud that he could fight alongside strong people to protect the kingdom. However, Asta pointed out that Lang Ris was a different case. Although he possessed great power, Asta didn't need people like him to like him. On the contrary, he really hated Lang Ris. Asta came here with a group of very strong people to compete and get motivated to fight, to become stronger. But Lang Ris was willing to hurt others just for the sake of his own ego. He had now lost all reason and was determined to erase Asta, seeing him as just a failure. But Asta was determined to use his power to make Lang Ris remember his words for the rest of his life. He charged forward, batting away Lang Ris's magic, and used the pommel of his sword to push him back. Asta sent Lang Ris flying towards the crystal, using his ultimate move, Black Meteorite, to take him down, while also splitting the crystal in two. However, during that time, Mimosa was too busy healing to notice that Lang Ris's teleportation beams had hit their team's crystal. Both crystals shattered at the same time, so this match ended in a draw. However, the result of the battle between Asta and Lang Ris had been decided. Zora let out a faint smile of relief as the dark clouds gradually cleared and Lang Ris was now unconscious. Zora walked over and mocked the selfish spatial noble who had lost to a commoner he looked down on. Zora asserted that Lang Ris was completely wrong, and from now on, no one would recognize his comeback like him as a vice captain. He turned to criticize Fragile for just standing there watching, so scared by Lang Ris that she lost her nerve and didn't dare to act. Lacey Kwai came over to argue, but Zora chewed him out too, saying he had no talent but still loved to show off. To Zora, Ishakwa was the most hopeless of all, and it would be best if he quit being a magic knight. As for Asta, he pointed out that he was too trusting, that not everyone in the world is wonderful or kind. As for Mimosa, although she managed to respond in every situation, Zora still advised her not to shut down her brain when facing situations she couldn't imagine. Finally, he criticized himself, saying that if there was a next time, he should trust his teammates more. At this point, Asta was very sad about the draw. But even without winning, he had gained everyone's recognition, and the Magic Knights had witnessed him fighting for his comrades. Lang Ris was then carried away on a stretcher to be treated, while Vanessa reported the match result to the unconscious Finn Ariel, boasting that their squads, New Star, had fought on par with the vice-captain of the Golden Dawn, so she hoped Finn Ariel would wake up soon, and not sleep while his junior was hogging all the glory. Oan saw that Finn Ariel's condition was too severe and suggested taking him to the recovery tower. Hearing that, Vanessa insisted on going with him. Magnus stayed behind to cheer for luck in the next match, and of course, didn't forget to tease him to get him pumped up. The third match of the second round between Captain Rill's team and Luck's team officially began. The opponent was the captain of the Azure Deer, so Klaus wondered what they should do. Luck immediately proposed that he had a great idea. On the other side, Rill was very eager, not knowing what kind of magic he was about to see. The other two, Nils and Ruben, just needed to support him well, and they could win. Suddenly, Rill sensed a surge of magic power being focused and sharpened. It turns out Luck was inspired to create a crossbow from the compound magic of the team that fought Asta in the first round. Combined with Luck's team's magic, the power would be much stronger. Nils and Ruben quickly suggested moving the crystal elsewhere. However, no matter where they took it in such a small arena, Luck would still know its location. Rill guessed the upcoming magic would be extremely fast and decided to use his painting magic to draw a god to counter it. Luck believed their team's next attack could pierce through anything. They called it Compound Magic Thunder God's Arrow. It fired a lightning arrow that shot forward at maximum speed, easily piercing the mountain ahead and aiming straight for the opponent's crystal. Real didn't plan to block it. If Luck copied Team A's attack from round 1, then Real would respond by copying the magic of the one who defeated them. Zora, using his painting magic spell, God's Play, he created a god that could catch the incoming lightning arrow, then enhanced its power and countered. The god threw the arrow straight back and shattered Luck's team's crystal, easily securing victory for Team Y. The other Magic Knights were all in awe. It seems that's the reason Real became a captain. Although Luck didn't win, everyone acknowledged that he had improved a lot. Mimosa came over to say that Asta was suffering from severe exhaustion and had to rest in the infirmary. So she had to stay with him and couldn't stay to cheer for Noelle in the next match. At this moment, Noelle was very worried about Asta but had to focus on the match. The moment the referee shouted begin, immediately rushed forward. The other team saw him coming alone and attacked all at once. However, with just his Gale White bow spell, easily swept away the enemy's magic. At this moment, he understood that Asta was very disappointed for not being able to win. So he decided to help Asta regain his spirits by showing him how much stronger he had become. And so, then easily took on all three at once and destroyed the enemy's crystal, thereby securing victory for his team. Everyone was incredibly shocked by his power. The Wizard King guessed that still had much more to show. Belle was quite annoyed because did everything himself and didn't leave any screen time for her. But since he's handsome, everything could be forgiven. Next was the second semifinal. Since the first semi-final ended in a draw, both teams were eliminated. The Wizard King decided that this second semi-final would be treated as the final match, featuring Team Y with Captain Rill and Team P with A moment later, the members of both Teams Y and P quickly took their positions. Butler Walter made some tea to help clear the mind and improve focus for his young master. He believed that the madam at home would be very happy to know that today her dear son, instead of causing trouble, had performed very well. Hearing this, Real was determined to win for his mother. Throughout this exam, he had shown why he was the captain of the Azure Deer squad. In contrast, Nils and Ruben were very worried because if they just sat back and let Real carry them, they might not be chosen as royal knights. Therefore, they decided they must perform exceptionally in the final match. The referee asked the three members of Team P, Noelle, and to get in position. N's words were very modest, but the mushroom on his shoulder clearly spoke his mind and boasted loudly, and admitted he was so excited he couldn't hide his feelings. Noelle saw another mushroom sprout on her shoulder and brushed it off. Right now, she couldn't concentrate, partly because she was worried about Asta, and partly because she was jealous that Mimosa was alone with him, and kept talking about her red, jealous face, which made Noelle very angry. Belle demanded they both not interfere with Yuno's performance. Hearing him say he would go all out in this match, the other Magic Knights were surprised, realizing Yuno had been holding back. Captain Rill was also looking forward to it, believing Yuno would give him the inspiration to create his greatest masterpieces. As for him, he wanted to take the opportunity to face him to test his own progress. It wasn't just the two of them facing off in the arena. Outside, Butler Walter and Belle also refused to yield to each other, constantly claiming the one they supported was the best. The final championship match was ready. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would be the victor. Meanwhile, Asta woke up in the infirmary. He suddenly sat up, thinking he was still fighting Lang-RIS. However, Magna reminded him that it was all over. With the draw, both teams were unable to advance to the next round. Asta asked about Finn-RAL's condition. Mimosa said that because his injuries were too severe, he was moved to the recovery tower for treatment. Yuno's team easily dominated the second round, then advanced straight to the final round to decide the winner. At this moment, both teams had taken their starting positions. As soon as the referee's starting signal rang out, Yuno immediately flew up to search for the location of the enemy's crystal. Real loved to tease his opponents, waving and pointing out his team's location. His other two teammates entrusted the task of protecting the crystal to Real, while they took on the task of attacking the opponent's crystal. As soon as he located Real, Yuno attacked with his Wind Blade Shower spell. He immediately countered with his God's Play spell, summoning a god to repel Yuno's wind blades. However, that wasn't enough to take him down. Leo and Klaus both understood that so far, the two had only been exchanging pleasantries and hadn't started fighting seriously yet. Sihe, listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. This battle was on a completely different level from his own. The fight on the other side was also worth watching, as Nils and Ruben had found the location of the opponent's crystal. Nils immediately used his ice magic spell, Ice Needles, and Ruben used his sandstone magic spell, Rock Sand Attack, and decided to leave them for Noelle to handle, while he used his Mushroom Tower spell to summon a giant mushroom for defense. However, his mushroom was skewered by Nils's ice needles. facing the powerful magic attacks hurtling toward her. Noelle unleashed her sea dragon's roar, creating a sphere of water to protect herself and the crystal. Nils and Ruben, seeing their opponent was no pushover, decided to attack and defend simultaneously, determined to stand out in this round. For now, everything was going according to Noelle's team's plan. All that was left was to hope succeeded in destroying the opponent's crystal. He was currently pursuing Captain Rill, using his Tornado Fang spell to try and knock him back. But Rill dodged, and even added his own spell. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, with one on the ground while the other commanded the sky. Combining with Bell, used the Spirit Storm spell, firing wind arrows enhanced by spirit magic, forcing Rill to retreat further and use his painting magic, creating the element of lightning to hold off. The captain of the Azure Deer could even manipulate the water element, creating a water pillar in the middle of the lake and combining it with the red of fire to create an explosion. With his artistic talent, controlling the two elements of water and fire was not difficult for Rill. He successfully trapped, within the hands created from paint. However, he easily escaped and continuously attacked Rill with a wind bird, forcing Rill to use the earth element to defend. The Magic Knights were incredibly impressed with the power of the rookie who wielded a Foak Rimire. However, Kirsch believed the most terrifying one had to be Captain Rill. Gracefully, Rill praised spirit magic as very good, but it wasn't enough to inspire his greatest masterpiece. Decided to have Bell use their final card. He had planned to save it for the final match against Asta, but an opponent like a Magic Knight captain was also worthy. Previously in the battle with Catherine of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, when he lost his five senses, concentration was pushed to its limits to control his magic power. Additionally, by honing his monoskin, had learned to control the immense power within his body, finding a method to grasp the power of the spirit magic he possessed. Asta, witnessing his new magic, was completely overwhelmed. Had merged with Bell using the spirit assimilation spell, reaching the spirit dive form. The impressive magic power radiating from him even made Kirsch acknowledge it. While the Wizard King understood, it came from talent and extraordinary effort. At this moment, Rill was incredibly excited. He used his spell, Val GDR, to face Spirit Storm spell. The two spells collided, creating a massive pressure wave that astonished everyone present. It seemed Rill had now found someone who could match his talent. Asta, witnessing how much stronger had become, couldn't help but feel regret. Why wasn't he the one standing there fighting him? Was now incredibly determined to win. However, the strength of a captain was not to be underestimated. Both of them continuously increased their power to defeat the other. Rill excitedly wanted to push even further to create his greatest masterpiece. However, the crystal behind him suddenly shattered. To everyone's surprise, it seemed it couldn't withstand Captain Rill's terrifying magic power. Thus, the winning team of the championship was Team Puno, Noelle, and Den. The final match was truly impressive. No one expected a rookie to be able to fight on equal footing with a captain, and even seemed to have the upper hand. Klaus was very proud of but had to pretend to be cold, so people wouldn't judge him. Leo became even more determined and to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Butler Walter rushed to Rill's side to console him. In his personal opinion, he believed that the winner was Rill. He encouraged him to use this disappointment as motivation to create an even greater masterpiece. To make his mother at home feel proud, this victory made Anne very happy. While Noelle pretended to be indifferent on the outside, but couldn't believe it inside. The selection exam had ended, and the Wizard King sent his congratulations to the winners and also to those who had lost. The other teams, though they had failed, didn't necessarily mean they wouldn't be chosen. The Wizard King would evaluate each person's performance in today's matches, then select 10 to 20 people for the Royal Knights squad. To Julius, everyone was excellent, so this was truly a difficult decision. Finally, the king had a few words to say. He praised the Magic Knights for doing very well today, knowing how to combine creativity, effort, and adaptability in all combat situations. No matter which team won, the result was not too surprising because everyone was outstanding. The king's words today were suddenly so eloquent that everyone was shocked. But not 3 seconds after the praise, the king's temper flared up, and he started praising his own greatness, demanding that everyone praise him. The Wizard King quickly stepped in to defuse the awkward situation, advising the king to offer words of encouragement to the Magic Knights who were about to face the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Everyone at this moment secretly wished that the Wizard King was the actual king, while the king was bitter because Julius always outshined him. With that, the Royal Knights selection exam came to an end. The contestants left one by one after a long day. As for Julius, his plan to find the traitor manipulated by the Eye of the Midnight Sun had succeeded. As soon as Lang RIS recovered, they could begin their investigation. Julius sensed this matter was more complicated than they thought, and they absolutely could not let their guard down. Meanwhile, Asta, though feeling better, was still very sad. Klaus's group came to call Mimosa to. Noelle told her not to worry, because she would take care of Asta. Said nothing at all, just looked at Asta lying there, then left. Asta spoke up, vowing he would definitely catch up to him, declaring he would become the Wizard King. On the other side, Zora thought about his late father and wondered why he ever thought he could have comrades. The Wizard King suddenly appeared, thanking Zora for pointing out the flaws of the losers. Although Zora's words were harsh, those who wanted to become stronger would listen to his advice. Julius was very impressed with Zora's trap magic and knowledge, certain that he would pass the selection exam. Zora knew from the beginning that they knew he wasn't the vice captain of the Azure Deer, but he didn't expect Julius to know his real name. He recounted meeting a man named Zora long ago, who was a prime example of what it means to be a magic knight. It turns out Julius was the magic knight that his father had told him about. He expressed regret for the shortcomings in the current magic knight system, as he still hadn't been able to eliminate those unworthy of the title. Julius thought it was time for Zora to don a magic knight's robe and step into the light. But in the end, Zora still denied what Julius said about him, saying he was just a passerby, unable to become a super magic knight like the doll his father had made.